Chapter 1. Greetings, I am Su Jixing. The tumultuous era of the warring states, which persisted for centuries, has finally become a relic of the past. The great Zhou dynasty emerged from obscurity, gradually transforming from a mere dragonfly into a mighty dragon, conquering the lands, extinguishing the six kingdoms, and unifying. The Middle Kingdom.It has become the most illustrious dynasty under heaven. However, the prolonged conflicts of centuries have left the realm in a state of disrepair. One of the most pressing issues is the fragmentation of power among various martial factions, with sects and gangs rampant, treating the laws of the Great Zhou with utter disregard. Thus, shortly after the Great Zhou's formidable army vanquished the Six Kingdoms, a more sanguinary reign of terror began to ravage the rivers and lakes. As the tides of fortune shifted, how many innocent souls were ensnared? The rise and fall of nations brings suffering to the populace. In the first year of the Kaiyuan era of the Great Zhou, in mid-spring, along the banks of the Longquan River that flows through the heart of Longquan Town, the willows swayed gracefully, and the grass blossomed with the song of orioles. Yet, even as the world began to stabilize, the population decimated by centuries of warfare could not be restored overnight. Thus, despite the melting snow and the arrival of spring, the streets and alleys of Longquan Town remained sparse with people. Only the occasional laughter of children echoed as they frolicked, carefree in their innocence and exuberance. Today, however, a novel event was unfolding in Longquan Town. Along the last stretch of the Longquan River, several thatched cottages and a spacious courtyard had mysteriously appeared. Early this morning, the townsfolk, busy with agricultural tasks in the outskirts, noticed a red sail erected at the entrance of that courtyard. Bold characters were inscribed upon the sail, yet none could decipher their meaning. Those who could read had long been captured or killed by the once ruling Wu Kingdom years ago. A few who had narrowly escaped, in a bid to preserve their lives, had sworn silence on their literacy. Thus, the passers-by regarded this as mere curiosity, oblivious to the true purpose of the gathering. What intrigued them even more was the young man seated beneath the red sail, poised and perpetually smiling. Some recognized him as the young beggar who had recently sought refuge in Longquan Town, graciously taken in by the widow, Zhao of the tavern. Yet, the townsfolk could not fathom how the erstwhile beggar had so suddenly transformed into this dignified figure. An inquisitive old man approached and inquired, "Young beggar, what are you doing?" The young man, unperturbed by the old man's bluntness, maintained his warm smile. "Good sir, I am recruiting students," he replied. The old man was taken aback. Recruiting students? This was indeed a novel term. The young man, aware of the old man's confusion, patiently elaborated, "It means to gather students for education." The old man comprehended this statement, yet his expression visibly shifted to one of alarm, prompting the onlookers to share his trepidation. Only the children continued to gaze at the young man with innocent wonder. The old man staggered back several steps, pointing at the young man, trembling as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. At last, he managed to utter, "You are a teacher? You can read? The heavens have collapsed. We must flee quickly, lest you bring disaster upon you." The elderly man spoke. He dashed out without a care for the farming tools that clattered to the ground. The onlookers, startled as though they had encountered a specter, turned and fled in panic. The young man, feeling helpless, raised his voice to clarify, "Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for alarm. The state of Wu has been consigned to history. We now live in the realm of the Great Zhou, where scholars are spared." Yet his words fell on deaf ears. What was Wu? What was Zhou? In their memories, those names belonged to rulers who treated the common folk like cattle. In the blink of an eye, the lively scene that had just unfolded before the entrance had turned desolate and quiet. The young man sighed in resignation, rising to gather the fallen farming tools and placing them neatly in the courtyard, awaiting the return of their owners. "Brother Jixing, I've brought you lunch." A bright, melodious voice called from behind him. Turning around, he gazed out across the lush green grass outside the courtyard. There stood a little girl with two braids, struggling slightly as she hurried toward him with a food container in her hands. Though clad in a simple garment of coarse linen, her vibrant and innocent spirit shone through. The young man hastened to her side, accepting the container and affectionately tousling her hair as he smiled. "Little Jinjin, you've worked hard." "Thank you." The girl had no name initially. Her mother, Widow Zhao, simply referred to her as girl. However, upon the young man's arrival and the kindness he had shown in taking her in, he bestowed upon her the name Zhao Zhen, with the affectionate moniker Jinjin. The name, reminiscent of a flourishing peach tree, imbued her with a sense of vitality. Because of this thoughtful gesture, the little girl held the young man in high regard. Moreover, he often regaled her with delightful tales, such as those of change flying to the moon or Snow White. Thus, in Zinshin's heart, Brother Zhixing was the most cherished person outside of her mother. Upon hearing the young man's gratitude, Zhenjin looked up, her smile outshining the blossoms by the roadside. Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, and her cheeks were adorned with two adorable dimples, enhancing her charm. As they made their way back to the courtyard, Zhenjin noticed the deserted entrance and inquired with curiosity, "Brother Zhixing, why is there no one here?" The young man chuckled softly, responding, "There's no rush, let everyone take a moment to adjust. The tides of life are ever-changing, and acceptance comes gradually." Zhenjin, unable to grasp the full meaning of his words, felt they held a semblance of wisdom. "If only I could be Brother Zhixing's student," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. The young man paused, then knelt beside her, gently patting her shoulder. "You are still young, learning many things too early may not be beneficial." In the vernacular of his homeland, she was still in the preschool stage. At her age, she should revel in innocence and frolic freely across the meadows, rather than be confined to the pages of books. Though Zhenjin had heard such sentiments several times before, she still asked, "Brother Zhixing, when can I become your student?" The young man contemplated for a moment, then stood up, gesturing with his hand across his chest before lowering it to his abdomen, softly proclaiming, "When little Zhenjin grows to the same height as you, Zhixing, it will be just right." Little Zhenjin tilted her head, gazing at the area the young man was indicating, and giggled. "That's wonderful. I must eat more to grow taller quickly." "Ha ha ha. Indeed, little Zhenjin, may you be safe and sound, and grow up swiftly." The little girl nodded emphatically. "Yes, yes, I will. You must wait for me, Zhixing." Of course. The once desolate courtyard now brimmed with a touch of vitality due to the girl's presence. Despite not having recruited a single student, the young man appeared entirely unperturbed. He opened a food box, retrieving a dish of stir-fried fresh bamboo shoots and a bowl of corn rice, savoring each bite with deliberate calmness. "Zhixing, I gathered these bamboo shoots with my mother. They are delicious, so please eat more." Thank you. Is anyone there?" At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard. Both the young man and the little girl turned their heads towards the gate, where a boy of about 10 stood hesitantly, contemplating whether to enter. The young man swallowed his food, set down his bowl and chopsticks, stood up, and walked out of the thatched house, addressing the boy. "Hello, I am Su Zhixing, the headmaster of this Zhixing Academy." Chapter 2, Accepting Disciples, Opening the Gateway. The boy stood at the entrance, observing the young man, named Su Zhixing, his initial anxiety gradually dissipating. Su Zhixing beckoned. "Come, step inside and speak with me." The boy nodded, pushed open the low bamboo gate, and approached Su Zhixing. Su Zhixing turned slightly, pointing to a sturdy bamboo chair beneath a robust osmanthus tree in the courtyard. "If you're not in a hurry, please sit there for a moment while I finish my meal, and I shall meet you shortly." The boy nodded and quickly walked over to the bamboo chair and sat down. Su Zhixing smiled and returned to the thatched house to continue his meal. Little Zhenjin tilted her head, glancing at the boy, shaking her head with a sigh. Su Zhixing couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you doing? Such a young age, and already sighing." Little Zhenjin pointed towards the boy outside, lowering her voice as she spoke to Su Zhixing. "Zhixing, I know him. He only came to Longquan Town a year ago. He has only a sickly father with him, and they are so poor they can barely afford meals. He likely cannot pay the tuition." Su Zhixing followed Zhenshin's gesture, looking at the boy without uttering a word, merely focusing on his meal. Zhenshin suddenly felt a weight in the air. Although Su Zhixing's expression remained unchanged and calm, she sensed an unsettling feeling. "Zhixing, did I say something wrong?" Su Zhixing smiled again, maintaining his silence. Little Zhenshin, hesitant, dared not say more and sat anxiously to the side, fiddling with her fingers. At last, Su Zhixing finished the final morsel of corn and the last slice of bamboo shoot in his bowl. After tidying up, he stood up and gently ruffled the hair of little Zhenshin, his expression turning unusually serious as he said, "I know your words were unintentional, but you must remember that thoughtless remarks can wound the deepest." Though still young, Zhenshin immediately grasped that Su Zhixing was admonishing her for her earlier comments about the boy outside. Although she did not fully comprehend the meaning, she nodded in understanding. Su Zhixing smiled, his authority dissipating, and he reverted to his gentle demeanor. "All right, you may return home now. When I come back this evening, I will tell you a story." Upon hearing the promise of a story, the little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the earlier hint of unease vanished without a trace. "Yes, yes, I will wait for Brother Zhixing to come back at home." With that, the young girl skipped out of the thatched cottage, carrying her food box. Noticing someone had emerged, the boy outside immediately stood up. Zhenjin glanced at him and, suddenly feeling a pang of regret, smiled apologetically. The boy's heart raced, his cheeks flushed, and he quickly lowered his gaze. Unable to meet her eyes, Su Zhixing stepped out of the house, and, seeing that Jinjin had gone far away while the boy still kept his head down, couldn't help but chuckle. "You may come in." The boy abruptly looked up, meeting Su Zixing's gaze, and felt a wave of panic wash over him, causing him to nearly trip over a chair as he stepped forward. Su Zhixing simply observed him quietly, offering no urgings. Once inside, the two sat facing each other. Su Zhixing got straight to the point and asked, "Did you come here to seek admission to study?" The boy nodded, quickly rising to respond. "My father heard that the school is opened, and he sent me to enroll." Su Zhixing smiled and said, "Are you not afraid that by pursuing an education, the authorities might apprehend you and execute you?" The boy chuckled softly and replied, "As you said, sir, the Great Zhou does not execute scholars. In fact, for the common folk of the Great Zhou today, education is like a path to the heavens." Su Zhixing was taken aback, appraising the boy before inquiring, "From your eloquence, it seems you do not hail from an ordinary family. How did you come to be in such circumstances?" The boy fell silent, a look of struggle crossing his face. Su Zhixing quickly added, "It was presumptuous of me to ask. You need not divulge your background. As long as you are earnest in your desire to learn, I shall dedicate myself to your instruction. However, the knowledge I impart may differ significantly from what you already know. Are you still willing to continue your studies?" The boy immediately clasped his fists and bowed deeply. Appearing ready to kneel, Su Zhixing swiftly stepped forward to support him, saying, "Let me teach you your first lesson. A man's knees are as precious as gold. One kneels in gratitude for the nurturing of parents, twice for the reverence of ancestors, and thrice for the virtues of heaven and earth. Beyond this, there is no need to kneel to anyone else." The boy was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Su Zhixing's handsome face and listening to his gentle voice. For the first time in his life, he felt an overwhelming admiration for another. His posture gradually straightened, and his eyes gained a newfound resolve. He then bowed again to Su Zhixing, clasping his fists in respect. "Thank you for your guidance. Esteemed sir, I comprehend your teachings." However, at this juncture, the youth's cheeks flushed with a hint of awkwardness, his eyes betraying an ineffable embarrassment. Su Zhixing waved his hand dismissively and said, "Do not worry concerning the matter of your studies. Simply do your utmost." The youth paused, his eyes unexpectedly glistening with unshed tears. He bowed once more and declared, "I am Yu Wenqing, and I humbly express my gratitude for your immense kindness." Su Zhixing extended his hand to assist the youth to his feet, smiling warmly as he nodded. "Your name is Yu Wenqing? Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be the inaugural student of my Zhixing Academy. Return and prepare yourself in 7 days. The academy shall officially commence." The youth nodded solemnly and bid farewell to Su Zhixing. After seeing the youth off, Su Zhixing closed the door of his humble abode and sat quietly in the academy, which contained a dozen bamboo low tables, taking deep breaths. Repeatedly, after a few moments, he finally calmed his turbulent emotions. The reason for his emotional upheaval was tied to a secret that belonged solely to him. Su Zhixing was not a native of this world. He had once been a dedicated rural teacher on Earth for 2 decades, however. During a sudden flash flood, he perished while attempting to save 2 students. Perhaps by some divine grace, his soul traversed into a world strikingly similar to Earth, inhabiting the body of a youth who had just perished from starvation. Yet, fortune was not entirely on his side, as he found himself amidst a time of chaos, or perhaps he was fortunate after enduring a year of discord. The Great Zhou dynasty unified the Central Plains with an overwhelming might, bringing an end to centuries of tumult. Heaven not only granted Su Zhixing a second chance at life, but also bestowed upon him a remarkable treasure. In the lexicon of that world, it was referred to as a golden finger system. However, the conditions to activate this golden finger proved to be quite troublesome for Su Zhixing. The stipulation required him to establish a school and enroll a disciple with a potential value exceeding 80 to unlock the system. Yet in such chaotic times, merely surviving was a luxury, let alone founding a school to recruit students. Fortuitously, after enduring several challenging years, Su Zhixing arrived at Longquan Town. With some savings in hand, he successfully petitioned the higher authorities governing Longquan Town to establish this academy. And just moments ago, after the youth Yu Wenqing formally enrolled, the golden finger system finally reacted. Within Su Zhixing's mind appeared a screen displaying his personal information. Calming his thoughts, Su Zhixing focused his will to access the system. Name: Su Zhixing. Age: 22. Skills: mastery of 9 years of compulsory education knowledge. Disciple return: 1x. Number of disciples: 1. Disciple information: 1. Yu Wenqing potential value: 92. Congratulations, host. The system has been activated. and a reward awaits. Would you like to claim it? Chapter 3, Inverting the Path. Su Zhixing responded mentally, affirming the claim. Claim successful reward. Complete set of the Supreme Confucian Classics. Distributing now, that in an instant. Su Zhixing felt an influx of unfamiliar memories flooding his mind, comprising volumes of classical texts and sacred doctrines. Among the knowledge he has perused and the unfamiliar concepts he has encountered is akin to a vast mountain of books and an immense ocean of learning. Strangely, although these ideas were forcefully instilled into Su Zhixing's mind, he felt no discomfort whatsoever, as if he had always possessed this knowledge inherently. However, this understanding was limited to mere comprehension. With such a plethora of texts, it was impossible for him to grasp every nuance fully. Upon completing the comprehensive teachings of the sacred Confucianism, Su Zhixing discerned that the system's interpretation of Confucianism appeared somewhat distinct. While Confucianism traditionally espouses the nurturing of one's righteous spirit, based on Su Zhixing's previous knowledge, this so-called righteous spirit does not genuinely refer to a specific type of energy. Rather, it is more about a metaphysical mindset and character. Yet, the system's importation of this sacred Confucianism encompasses numerous genuine methods for cultivating and refining one's vital energy. This enables the practitioner to cultivate a profound and authentic vital force within, granting the scholar the remarkable ability to exert an overwhelming presence akin to moving mountains. This situation is rather fantastical. After several years of traversing this realm, he has nearly grasped that this world, reminiscent of ancient Earth, indeed harbors martial experts akin to those found in wuxia novels. He has even witnessed a swordsman, with a mere stroke, sever the head of a man several meters away. Yet, such martial prowess is the result of countless years of diligent practice and mastery of techniques. The notion of acquiring genuine celestial abilities through mere reading, as imparted by a system, is something he has yet to encounter. However, it is possible that his experiences and the individuals he has met are still too limited, leaving his understanding of this world constrained. Perhaps, indeed, this is a truly mystical realm. Su Zhixing did not ponder deeply. After receiving the rewards, he began to explore this so-called system's golden finger. The attribute panel was straightforward and uncomplicated. What piqued his interest was the function of student return. Currently, the system indicated that the return multiplier for teaching students was set at 1. This presumably meant that anything he imparted to his students, if they mastered it or achieved proficiency, would be returned to him at a 1-to-1 ratio. For instance, if a student grasped a particular concept, the system would return the same concept to Su Zhixing. Similarly, if a student cultivated a strand of pure qi, Su Zhixing would likewise receive a strand of pure qi in return. However, it remained uncertain whether this function could be compounded. In addition to this feature, Su Zhixing discovered that he could also view the personal information of his disciples. Yet, there was a stipulation. Individuals with a potential value of less than 80 points would not be accepted by the system as Su Zhixing's disciples. Only those with a potential value exceeding 80 points could be recognized by the system, allowing for the return of what Su Zhixing taught them. Su Zhixing opened the message from Yu Wenqing, revealing a data panel. Disciple, Yu Wenqing, male, age, 11 years, skills, none, status, senior disciple of the Zhixing Academy, hidden identity. Direct descendant of the royal family of the former Yin state. A few succinct lines provided Su Zhixing with the most crucial information about the young boy. To his surprise, this first disciple who had come to him was a scion of a fallen dynasty. The great Zhou had vanquished the 6 states and pacified the realm. Should anyone uncover Yu Wenqing's lineage, it would undoubtedly spell a great calamity. However, Su Zhixing remained largely unconcerned. In his eyes, there was no distinction between the former royal family and the common folk. Once one entered the Zhixing Academy, they became his disciple, deserving of equal treatment. Moreover, he had already resolved to impart the teachings of the sage Confucius to Yu Wenqing, for it was through him that the system of rewards had been initiated. As for whether the boy might develop grand ambitions through his future prowess, that was his own affair. As a teacher, he would instruct, advise, and guide. Yet, should the boy choose to disregard his counsel, the teacher could only assist if capable. Otherwise, he would remain a distant observer. After examining the system, Su Zhixing withdrew from the realm of consciousness, rose to his feet, and opened the door of his humble abode. He had instructed Yu Wenqing to return for lessons in 7 days, intending to see if he could recruit other students during that time. However, given the local populace's attitude toward literacy, it seemed a daunting task. He was not in a hurry. Once the academy commenced and Yu Wenqing acquired knowledge to disseminate, any rumors would inevitably be dispelled, especially if the authorities did not hold him accountable. Yet, the construction of the academy had depleted his meager savings, leaving him with little more than a handful of coins, barely sufficient for subsistence. He needed to devise a means to earn some money. Additionally, having stayed with Widow Zhao for an extended period, he was aware that rumors would inevitably arise. While he harbored no fear, he was considerate of Sister Zhao's reputation and thus resolved to move out soon. But how to earn a living? His mind brimmed with knowledge that transcended the era. Yet converting that knowledge into currency was no simple endeavor. The primary obstacle was that many concepts were taboo in this age. While they could yield profit, they could also lead to peril. He needed to find a way to shift the mindset of the townsfolk. This year marked the first year of the Great Zhou's founding. Many policies had yet to reach such remote areas, and perhaps he could take the initiative. With this thought, Su Zhixing began to formulate a plan. The following day, he opened his doors to recruit students once more. The townspeople, however, continued to shun him. Su Zhixing maintained his leisurely demeanor. However, tranquility eluded the town today. Overnight, rumors circulated, suggesting that the county government had issued an edict mandating the immediate reporting of any unlawful activities. Whistleblowers might be generously rewarded by the authorities. Given that the former headman of Longquan Town had passed away, the town now languished in a remote corner where governance could scarcely reach. Upon hearing the whispers of rewards for reporting, certain individuals in the town could no longer remain passive. With a sparse population and the able-bodied mostly fallen in battle, only orphans, widows, the elderly, and the infirm remained. Instances of lawlessness were rare. Thus, the only matter they perceived as transgressive was Su Zhixing's establishment of a school. Under the previous regime of the Wu Kingdom, commoners daring to read and write faced the death penalty or forced labor. The people of Longquan Town had yet to free themselves from the shackles of antiquated laws. Consequently, Su Zhixing appeared to them as a figure of great merit. On this day, the once desolate mountain road from Longquan Town to the county was abuzz with activity. Chapter 4. Lawlessness. The magistrate of Ani County found himself in a foul mood these past few days, besieged by complaints. It seemed that, inexplicably, individuals were arriving to report alleged misconduct in the most remote Longquan Town under his jurisdiction. Upon investigation, he discovered that these individuals had come to denounce Mr. Su, who had opened a school in Longquan. In the nascent days of the Great Zhou, even a minor county like Ani was inundated with bureaucratic matters. As an esteemed magistrate, he had neither the time nor the inclination to explain the distinctions between the old and new dynasties to these rustic folk. Thus, he dismissed them. Ironically, as the townsfolk departed, they grumbled about the absence of a reward. A rare teacher had come to humble himself and educate them. Yet they had the audacity to report him and seek compensation? Absurd. However, considering that Longquan Town was once a bustling settlement, it cannot be disregarded. The county magistrate conveniently dispatched a clerk, armed with blank official documents bearing the seal, to Longquan Town. The purpose was twofold. First, to legitimize Su Zhixing's academy, and second, to appoint a local resident as the head of the town. Due to the pressing nature of administrative duties, the clerk was momentarily unable to attend to this matter and postponed it for a day. On that very day, however, unrest erupted in Longquan Town. The villagers who had gone to the county to lodge complaints returned empty-handed, without any rewards, and were still uncertain about the government's stance on Su Zhixing's establishment of the academy. Frustration brewed within them, and upon returning to Longquan Town, they directed their discontent towards Su Zhixing. The following day, a group of elderly villagers, including several young men with disabilities, congregated before Su Zhixing's door, clamoring for the dismantling of his academy. Among them, a young man who limped was the most vociferous, perhaps because the journey to the county had cost him dearly, thereby intensifying his resentment towards Su Zhixing. They demanded the closure of the academy and insisted he leave Longquan Town, claiming that the county officials had declared his unauthorized school a capital offense, which would also bring punishment upon the people of Longquan Town. The limping man's face flushed with rage, as if he harbored a deep-seated vendetta against Su Zhixing. His incitement stirred the emotions of the other villagers, who echoed his calls for his expulsion, insisting that he must not remain and jeopardize the entire town. In truth, though many gathered at the academy's entrance, only a handful of those who had visited the county were truly instigating the disturbance. The rest were merely spectators, occasionally joining in the shouts. Faced with these villagers, Su Zhixing maintained a composed demeanor, raising his hand to calm the crowd and proclaiming, "Esteemed villagers, I implore you to lend me your ears. Su Zhixing's voice is deep and steady. Although not particularly loud, it effectively subdued the villagers who were shouting hoarsely. Gradually, the crowd fell silent. Unlike the previous occasion when they fled at the first opportunity. Instead, they waited in anticipation for what Su Zhixing might say. Su Zhixing let out a sigh and, with a slight bow, addressed the assembly. Esteemed guests, I am Su Zhixing, a humble scholar and educator, as you can observe. No sooner had he spoken than the hobbled man retorted angrily. See, he admits it himself. We should bind him and deliver him to the authorities. The others, while not as extreme in their reaction as the hobbled man, bore expressions that were equally disconcerted. Su Zhixing glanced at the limping man and smiled, saying, Brother, since you claim that the county officials have declared my fate as death, why is it that a day has passed, and I have yet to see anyone from the authorities come to apprehend me? The limping man was taken aback, stammering, Perhaps. The officials are preoccupied, and once they find the time, they will come to arrest you. Su Zhixing sighed helplessly and remarked with a hint of resignation, Very well. Let us assume they are simply preoccupied. In that case, let us wait a few more days and observe whether the officials will come to apprehend me. If they do, it would undoubtedly indicate my guilt. I would deserve my fate. However, if the officials do not come, will you not then believe that I, Su Zhixing, have committed no transgressions? The lame man had not anticipated such reasoning, nor had the other troublemakers pondered deeply on the matter. They had merely taken a lengthy journey, feeling disgruntled, which led them to vent their frustrations at the entrance of the Su Zhixing Academy. Yet, upon hearing Su's words, they found a semblance of logic in his argument. The legality of the academy would only be determined by the officials. The lame man, realizing that Su had managed to sway the crowd with just a few words, suddenly felt a sense of humiliation wash over him. Grabbing Su's arm firmly, he exclaimed fiercely, Do not be deceived by him. He is indeed guilty and will bring us ruin. Let us bind him and cast him out of Longquan Town. Su Zhixing was taken aback, feeling quite helpless. It was indeed reminiscent of a scholar encountering a soldier, unable to articulate his reasoning amidst the chaos. Release the gentleman. Suddenly, a somewhat juvenile voice resonated as Yuwenching squeezed through the crowd. Behind him trailed a person, pale-faced and frail, appearing as if they might collapse after just a few steps. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, this individual glided through the throng with an ease that suggested a walk upon open ground, devoid of any struggle. Yuwenching navigated through the crowd, arriving at Su Zhixing's side, casting a fierce glare at the limping man, and once more proclaimed loudly, Release the gentleman. With that, he reached out to grasp the limping man's hand, intent on liberating Su Zhixing. The limping man glanced at Yuwenching, recognizing him as the son of the consumptive who had come to Longquan Town a year prior, and scoffed, Little consumptive, what business is it of yours? Get out of my way. Subsequently, the limping man pushed Yuwenching aside with a forceful shove, just as the youth was about to topple his ailing father. Seemingly by chance, shifted his position to block him, halting Yuwenching's backward descent. Su Zhixing was momentarily startled, relieved to see that Yuwenching had not fallen. He turned to the crippled man, the warmth in his eyes having vanished completely. Brother, it is rather excessive to lay hands on a child. The crippled man, about to retort, suddenly felt Su Zhixing's grip loosen. In an instant, Su Zhixing twisted his wrist and freed himself from the man's grasp. Before the man could comprehend the situation, he felt his arm being twisted behind him. The next moment, he was sent crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Still dazed, the crippled man heard Su Zhixing's voice soften once more. Since you are unwilling to reason, I possess some knowledge of martial arts as well. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom that this seemingly delicate scholar could throw a grown man over his shoulder with such force. Yuwenching's father, the pallid middle-aged man, momentarily appeared enlightened by Su Zhixing's display of strength, but his expression quickly reverted to one of stoicism. Only then did the crippled man realize he had been bested by Su Zhixing's swift maneuver. The violent impact left him feeling as though his bones had shattered, and he struggled to breathe, his chest constricted from the fall. After several moments, he finally expelled a breath of foul air, regaining his ability to inhale. The spectators, witnessing this turn of events, regarded Su Zhixing with newfound trepidation. This scholar's temper seemed far less placid than it had initially appeared. Su Zhixing smiled as he gazed at them and inquired, Dear villagers, do you think we should wait a few more days to see if the officials will indeed come for me? The onlookers nodded eagerly in agreement. Very well. Let us wait and observe a little longer. Su Zhixing smiled faintly, choosing silence thereafter. He recalled a saying from his previous life. Once you resolve to confront the world with brutality, you will discover that those around you seem to become remarkably gentle. This sentiment, when applied to this unfamiliar realm, appeared to hold a semblance of truth. Alas, trouble brewed as the officials approached. They have come to apprehend Su Zhixing. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from a distance, calling out loudly. Chapter 5. The arrival of the officials. The alarm spread swiftly. The officials were indeed coming to seize Su Zhixing. The cries grew closer, and soon they reached the front of the academy. The onlookers were jolted, astonished that the officials had truly arrived. The limping man, who had nearly lost consciousness after being toppled by Su Zhixing, struggled to rise. Pointing at Su Zhixing, he laughed heartily. "Ha! I told you so. You are doomed. The magistrate has come to arrest you." Su Zhixing paid him no mind, instead turning to Yu Wenqing, straightening his attire and inquiring, "Are you unhurt?" Yu Wenqing tilted his face upwards, smiling as he replied, "I am unharmed. Thank you, sir." Su Zhixing smiled gently, lifting his gaze to meet the eyes of Yu Wenqing's father, offering a slight nod as a form of greeting. The middle-aged man, frail and afflicted, revealed a faint smile at the corners of his eyes, acknowledging Su Zhixing's presence. Observing Su Zhixing's calm demeanor, the limping man inexplicably felt a surge of unease. He instinctively retreated several steps, blending into the crowd, while exclaiming, "You are doomed. The official is here to apprehend you. Everyone, quickly leave this place to avoid being entangled in his troubles." Su Zhixing was disinclined to engage in a futile entanglement with him, indifferent to whether he stayed or departed. However, it was rather unfortunate that the limping man had not ventured far when two constables called out to him. "Halt! We have a task for you. Summon everyone from the town, men, women, and children, to gather here. You have but the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Do you understand?" A tremor coursed through the limping man's heart, his face etched with bitterness. "My lord, I am unable to walk properly. Is there any possibility that—" Yet, the constables paid no heed to his plight. Having delivered their orders, they strode forward, leaving him behind. Soon after, the limping man noticed a procession passing by. A mere 4 or 5 individuals, yet they emanated an overwhelming aura. Perhaps it was the dazzling official attire that obscured his vision. Once this group had passed, he hurriedly made his way towards the town, and astonishingly, his injured leg became nimble once more. There was no choice. The authority of the government loomed larger than any sky for common folk like him. In the face of life and death, what did a leg matter? The onlookers gathered before the school also beheld these imposing officials and wished to flee, but their knees betrayed them, bending involuntarily as they knelt upon the ground, too frightened to lift their heads. A multitude knelt at the entrance, yet Su Zhixing, Yu Wenqing, and the middle-aged man suffering from tuberculosis remained standing resolutely. The officials who had arrived this time were from the county office of Ani, bearing the surname Lu. Su Zhixing had, in fact, met him long ago. Some time ago, when he went to the county to apply for the establishment of a school, it was this Lu clerk who received him. Upon seeing him arrive, Su Zhixing likely understood the purpose of his visit. Lu clerk, having lost the courtesy of a warm welcome, Su Zhixing stepped forward a few paces and greeted with a respectful gesture. The farmers kneeling on the ground, upon hearing Su Zhixing's tone, neither servile nor overbearing, when addressing the official, felt an inexplicable surge of both reverence and trepidation. It turned out that the little beggar who had fled to Longquan was indeed a person of significance, capable of conversing with the esteemed official. What astonished them even more was the official's warm response, as he cordially replied to Su Zhixing, "Mr. Su, you were too kind. I should have come yesterday, but mundane matters held me up." Although Su Zhixing is merely a common scholar, Lu Zhubu did not show him the slightest negligence. This is because, some time ago, when Mr. Su visited the county office to apply for a school, the esteemed county official had scrutinized his knowledge. Su Zhixing, with a flourish, left behind a masterpiece in ink. It was a poem, one that the county magistrate has cherished to this day, often taking it out to ponder and admire. In the magistrate's own words, Mr. Su is a man of exceptional talent. Given his willingness to humbly reside in a corner to educate the people of Ani County, he, as the county magistrate, must extend his respect. Since even the magistrate holds him in esteem, it is evident that the clerk Lu would not dare to exhibit any arrogance. After all, Clerk Lu is well aware that with the world finally stabilizing and numerous endeavors awaiting revival, the court is in dire need of talent. Should Mr. Su manage to cultivate 1 or 2 students capable of surpassing the Dragon Gate, it would undoubtedly add a significant stroke of achievement to the magistrate's record. However, The residents of Longquan Town remain oblivious to these matters. Lacking the intermediary of the village chief, Longquan Town exists as a secluded backwater. Clerk Lu surveyed the surroundings, cleared his throat, and said, "Please rise." Such scenes were familiar to him. This land had once suffered immense oppression, robbing its people of their dignity. Even when presented with opportunities, they could no longer stand tall. A group of villagers trembled as they stood, still bowing their heads. Clerk Lu chose not to engage them further, instead indulging in casual conversation with Su Zhixing. While waiting for the others to arrive, Clerk Lu retrieved a bundle from the shoulder of his attendant and handed it to Su Zhixing, saying, "Mr. Su, the magistrate has instructed me to convey that should you encounter any difficulties, you may seek him at the county office, and he will certainly assist you. This is 5 guan of silver, intended as a modest contribution from the county office to your school. I hope you can understand, with the court's recent stabilization, there are numerous demands for funds, and the county is also short on provisions." Su Zhixing pondered for a moment before accepting the burden. He requested the esteemed clerk to convey his gratitude to the county magistrate. Clerk Lu nodded in acknowledgement, remarking, "It is but a courtesy, sir." As they conversed, townsfolk began to arrive in a steady stream. Men, women, and children of all ages. Yet, most were orphans, widows, the elderly, and the infirm. They surrounded the entrance of the schoolhouse, their numbers creating a barrier, each pair of eyes eagerly fixed on Lu and Su, uncertain of the unfolding events. Brother Zhixing. Little Zhixing had accompanied her mother, Widow Zhao, and upon spotting Su Zhixing, she swiftly broke free from her mother's grasp and ran towards him. Su Zhixing gently took her hand, gesturing for silence, and whispered, "Zhixing, the magistrate has something to convey. Let us remain quiet." Little Zhixing nodded, her eyes wide with anticipation as she gazed at Magistrate Lu, awaiting his words. Magistrate Lu, rarely displaying a smile, glanced around before clearing his throat and proclaiming in a resonant voice, "I have come today at the behest of the esteemed County Lord of Ani County to relay several matters to the citizens of Longquan Town. The first and foremost is of utmost importance. In this world today, the Great Zhou has unified the realm, and this land now belongs to the Great Zhou dynasty. With you as its subjects, you are no longer the downtrodden and oppressed commoners of the foolish and cruel Wu kingdom. This is a truth you must engrave upon your hearts. Do you understand?" After a brief pause, typically at this moment, the villagers would engage with him, either applauding or responding in unison. However, the residents of Longquan Town remained unresponsive, their spirits deflated. Disheartened, Magistrate Lu pressed on. The second matter pertains to the new laws. Since the first day of the Great Zhou's founding, all the old laws of the Wu Kingdom have been rendered void. From now on, the new laws of the Great Zhou shall be enforced. The details of these laws are extensive, so I shall not elaborate on each one. But there is a crucial point you must comprehend. The Great Zhou does not execute scholars. On the contrary, the Great Zhou implements the imperial examination system. If you excel in your studies, you may attain an official position and become what you refer to as a government lord, managing the affairs of your fellow citizens on behalf of the Great Zhou court. Chapter 6. Renaming. At this proclamation, an uproar ensued. Scholars can become officials? Is this a jest? They, the generation of farmers, the downtrodden who had lived lives of misery. Could they truly rise to the status of officials? Surely, it was a deception. Yet, these words came from the magistrate himself. What he said must hold weight, as his words were as solid as nails. Magistrate Lu added, "This is one of the 10 foundational policies established by the Great Zhou, personally decreed by the sage of the realm, our current emperor, and cannot be false." Upon hearing this, the residents of Longquan Town began to believe. After all, the magistrate had claimed it was the sage's own decree, and he would not dare to misrepresent the words of such a revered figure. Before the crowd could fully digest this revelation, Magistrate Lu continued, "The third matter for today is to officially name the Zhixing Academy established by Mr. Su of Longquan Town. Mr. Su is a teacher invited by the county lord, and with his esteemed support, the academy has been founded here. Should you wish to pursue education, seek out Mr. Su. As long as he is willing, all men of the Great Zhou may enroll." As the conversation reached this point, the gazes of the crowd towards Su Zhixing had transformed entirely. They were astonished to discover that Su Zhixing's earlier assertions were indeed true. Those who had fervently clamored for his expulsion from Longquan Town now hung their heads in shame, unable to meet his eyes. The limping man, in particular, wore an ashen expression, having grievously offended Su Zhixing moments ago. Given his understanding, it was only natural for him to assume that Su would seek retribution, perhaps even his life. Suddenly, a faint sound drew everyone's attention. It turned out that the limping man, paralyzed by fear, had involuntarily collapsed to the ground. Su, sir, I was wrong. How could Su Zhixing stoop to such pettiness? Such individuals, both foolish and malevolent, are destined to languish at the bottom of society, posing no genuine threat to him. Thus, Su Zhixing merely stated, "Rise, but let this be the last time." Were it not for such people, Master Lu would not have graced Longquan Town today. The recruitment process might have been delayed further. The crippled man, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, attempted to stand, only to discover that his legs betrayed him, devoid of any strength, forcing him to remain in a kneeling position. Master Lu cast but a fleeting glance at this insignificant creature, unworthy of his attention. He proceeded to announce subsequent matters, including the selection of a village leader. Initially, the townsfolk unanimously turned their gaze towards Su Zhixing, advocating for him as the candidate. However, Su Zhixing declined without hesitation. Ultimately, after much deliberation, the villagers chose a well-respected elder farmer from the town as their leader. Once all matters were settled, Master Lu bid farewell to Su Zhixing and departed from Longquan Town. Yet, after his exit, the onlookers remained, their eyes fixed on Su Zhixing with the predatory intensity of wolves eyeing their prey. Su Zhixing was acutely aware of their thoughts. Just moments ago, Lu Zhubu had remarked that excelling in studies could lead to the opportunity of holding an official position. For the common people who had endured oppression from the gentry for a lifetime, this was akin to a chance to alter their fates against all odds. Naturally, they all yearned for this opportunity, and Su Zhixing was the sole individual in Longquan Town capable of providing them with such a chance. Su Zhixing smiled gently and waved his hand, saying, "It is getting late. Let us all return home. I believe it would be best for everyone to come back tomorrow for the enrollment." In the present day, Su Zhixing's words carry significant weight in Longquan Town. Upon hearing his suggestion, no one dared to oppose him, and they reluctantly dispersed. Once the crowd had scattered, Yuwenqing approached Su Zhixing and inquired, "Sir, may I assist you tomorrow as well?" Su Zhixing nodded and smiled, saying, "Very well." Yuwenqing was overjoyed, his smile radiant. A middle-aged man, frail and afflicted by illness, approached, extending his hand to retrieve a jade pendant from within his robe. He presented it to Su Zhixing, stating, "Mr. Su, my family possesses little of value. This jade pendant is all I can reluctantly offer. If you do not mind, please accept it as a token of gratitude." Su Zhixing glanced at the jade pendant held by Yuwenqing's father, noting its vibrant green hue and the exquisite luster that radiated from it. It was evident that this piece was of the finest quality among jades. How could one possibly accept such a valuable item? "Dear Yuwen, I must kindly request you to take it back. As for the matter of remuneration, I propose an alternative. Let Yuwenqing assist me here with the upkeep of the courtyard, and we shall consider it a fair exchange." Although Su Zhixing advocates for education without discrimination, the matter of tuition is a necessary convention. This reflects the etiquette and sincerity of students in their pursuit of knowledge. Generally, people tend not to value that which is acquired for free. Therefore, tuition, or the fee for education, must be collected. However, he would not establish a fixed standard, leaving it entirely to the discretion of the students. The ailing middle-aged man gazed at the jade pendant in his hand, contemplating for a moment, before turning his attention to Yuwenqing, seemingly inquiring. Yuwenqing quickly responded, "I am willing to assist the teacher with cleaning, but father, tuition is still necessary." Su Zhixing did not insist. He turned and took Xiao Zhenjin's hand, departing while saying, "The pursuit of knowledge lies in the heart, not in wealth. You may decide for yourselves." With that, he had already led Xiao Zhenjin far away. The ailing middle-aged man gazed at Su Zhixing's receding figure, a glimmer of brightness suddenly appearing in his eyes. What a profound statement about the pursuit of knowledge, such an intriguing individual. Yuwenqing looked up at his father and inquired, "Father, what does the gentleman mean?" The ailing middle-aged man smiled gently and replied, "Qinger, remember, he is now your mentor." Yuwenqing nodded in confusion, thinking to himself, "But the gentleman has always been my mentor, hasn't he?" He did not comprehend that Su Zhixing's words were meant only for those who had truly entered the fold of disciples. For if one were not a true disciple, who would entrust a student with the care of their private sanctum? The ailing middle-aged man discerned the deeper meaning behind Su Zhixing's words and thus felt compelled to advise his child. Whether Yuwenqing grasped the significance at that moment was of little concern. With the passage of time, understanding would surely blossom. Su Zhixing returned to the Zhao family's winery with Xiao Zhenjin and widow Zhao. Although it was referred to as a winery, The establishment produced merely 2 or 3 varieties of wine. In the wake of the recent tumult, even securing a sufficient meal had become a challenge, leaving little grain for brewing. Consequently, the winery's output was modest, and the price of the wine was not inexpensive. Only a few households in town, enjoying a somewhat prosperous existence, would occasionally come by to sample a couple of liang of wine. However, today, after finishing her tasks in the kitchen, Widow Zhao sat at the dining table and poured a somewhat murky bowl of xiaojiu for Su Zhixing. "Little Su, congratulations on the opening of the school," she remarked with a hint of nostalgia. She never imagined that the small beggar she had once taken in, out of kindness, would possess such remarkable capabilities. Initially, when she heard about Su Zhixing's intention to establish a school, her reaction mirrored that of many in the town. Yet, being a sensible woman, she eventually saw reason. Swayed by Su's persuasive words, upon hearing the news directly from Lu Zhubu today, the weight that had burdened her heart finally lifted. Su Zhixing raised his wine bowl and gazed earnestly at the widow Zhao. "Sister Zhao, I am profoundly grateful for your shelter and care, which have spared me from perishing in the streets. This kindness will forever remain etched in my heart." With that, Su Zhixing tilted his head back and drained the bowl completely, leaving not a drop behind. The widow Zhao smiled silently at him, her gaze unwavering. However, the young Jinjin, seated nearby, suddenly sensed a fleeting glimmer of something in her mother's eyes. Chapter 7. Why Study? The following day, Su Zhixing deliberately rose early and made his way to the school. Yet, upon arriving at the entrance, he discovered it was already teeming with people. As he approached, everyone greeted him warmly. "Good morning, Mr. Su. Mr. Su, I have steamed rice cakes for you. Please have a taste. Mr. Su, here are some large buns filled with succulent meat. They are truly delightful. Do try them." Su Zhixing expressed his gratitude repeatedly, yet he received nothing in return. However, he noticed a peculiar issue. Amidst the throngs of people present, he had not spotted a single child. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Zhixing grasped the situation, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. It was evident that these individuals had merely heard that studying could lead to official positions. Yet they remained utterly ignorant of the nuances involved in both governance and the requisite scholarly pursuits. They naively believed that attending a school for a few days and learning a handful of characters would qualify them for a position of authority. Consequently, they had taken it upon themselves to come forth, for in their eyes, how could mere children possibly excel in the realm of governance? Su Zhixing squeezed through the crowd and entered the courtyard, gazing at the assembly with a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, are you all here to pursue your studies?" The crowd did not hesitate to respond directly. Indeed, did not the official state yesterday that through education one could attain an official position? Su Zhixing's thoughts were validated. However, he felt compelled to clarify. While it is true that education can lead to an official role, you may have misunderstood the requirements. Simply studying does not guarantee a position. One must also pass the imperial examinations, which are quite intricate, involving county, provincial, and national tests, among others. There is a saying among scholars, after 10 years of hard study, one may finally achieve recognition. This implies that the journey to securing a position through education is a lengthy endeavor. Although it is not impossible for you to pursue studies, I understand that each of you has your own livelihoods to maintain and families to support, leaving little time for academic pursuits. Hence, our school prioritizes the enrollment of children, regardless of gender. Upon hearing Su Zhixing's explanation, the crowd exchanged glances of disbelief. What? 10 years of hard study? At my age, I may not even have 10 years left. 10 years for education? Did you not hear, Mr. Su? There are numerous examinations to undertake, which naturally consumes time. Well, it appears that I am destined never to attain an official position in this lifetime. Yet, our circumstances do not dictate our children's futures. Come. Let us return home and send my little rascal to Mr. Su. The throng quickly dispersed. However, Longquan Town has now become a haven for the elderly and the infirm, predominantly populated by women and the aged. In these tumultuous times, the able-bodied men have been conscripted into military service. Without men, how could there be children? The children in the town are predominantly the offspring of the robust youth who departed long ago. Yet, as the years have elapsed, none of those who left have returned. Families with children, despite not holding official titles themselves, remain filled with hope. Upon returning home, they eagerly escort their children to the schoolhouse. Meanwhile, those without children can only watch enviously as families, brimming with joy, lead their little ones to seek knowledge. As the morning progressed, only 5 or 6 children truly met Su Zhixing's criteria. Crucially, among these few, none possessed a potential score exceeding 80 points. This implies that even if he were to enroll these children, the number of disciples certified by the system would amount to merely one, Yuanqing. However, Su Zhixing remains unperturbed. The school is established here. He cannot simply traverse the world in search of disciples. Establishing a school in a large city is beyond his financial means. Thus, he chooses to proceed gradually, allowing fate to guide him. In the remaining days, Su Zhixing dedicates himself to a singular task, drafting the curriculum. Beyond the essential texts, he plans to teach mathematics, natural sciences, physics, and other subjects, aiming to cultivate well-rounded disciples. Additionally, he will gradually impart the teachings of the esteemed Confucianism that can foster the cultivation of righteous energy. Whether these children can achieve greatness ultimately depends on their own fortune. He will not extend any special treatment to Yuanqing simply because he is the system's sole recognized disciple. Any other capable disciple will equally receive his genuine teachings. Soon, the day for the school's inauguration arrives. Su Zhixing gathered all the students outside, in the presence of the townsfolk, to hold an opening ceremony. He distributed textbooks and writing materials to them. As he gazed upon the several upright children before him, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. In his previous life, he was an orphan, raised with the meager support of the villagers, struggling to survive. Through his relentless efforts, he gained admission to Beijing Normal University, emerging from the mountains. After graduation, the local education bureau intended to employ him as a teacher at a high school in the city. Yet, he resolutely returned to the remote mountain village that had nurtured him, establishing his roots there for 2 decades. From a vibrant young man in his 20s, he transformed into a humble rural teacher, grounded in the simplicity of life. He understood that, compared to the bustling metropolis, that isolated mountain village was in greater need of his presence. Over the span of 20 years, he guided numerous children out of the mountains. But he himself was claimed by a sudden flood, forever remaining there. In a twist of fate, he was granted a second chance at life. Endowed with a unique system centered around imparting knowledge to disciples, it seemed destined that he would always be tied to the podium, both in his past and present lives. This was quite agreeable. After 20 years of teaching, aside from instructing, he truly did not know what else he could do. Since even heaven deemed it fit for him to continue teaching, he would embrace that path. Witnessing the growth and success of each child under his guidance filled Su Zhixing with immense satisfaction. He recognized that he could not change the world with his individual efforts, but he was determined to assist as many children as he could, within his capacity. In this life, having entered a completely different world, Su Zhixing remained steadfast in his original intentions. Returning to the present, he took a deep breath and, with a solemn demeanor, addressed the children before him. Dear children, from this day forth, you shall be the scholars of this world. I wish to ask you, what brings you to the pursuit of knowledge? The children exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Deep down, they understood that their parents had sent them to school for a singular purpose, to attain success and, in doing so, secure a better life for their families. Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken, and the reasons for their silence were as elusive to them as the answers they sought. Su Zhixing smiled gently and remarked, I understand that your parents spoke to you before your arrival, emphasizing that education is a means to attain official positions. Indeed, it is commendable, truly commendable. There is nothing inherently wrong with holding office. To be a teacher and cultivate a place of learning is noble, and to serve as an official allows one to enlighten countless souls. However, remember this, holding an official position is not for personal gain, nor is it to oppress the common folk as you may have witnessed in some officials. Those in power must safeguard the land and bring peace to the people. Bestowing blessings upon the region, one must dedicate oneself wholeheartedly, striving until the very end. Chapter 8. The boundless true Qi. These children could not comprehend the essence of Su Zhixing's words. The townsfolk outside the courtyard also failed to grasp the meaning. Yet, they discerned a fragment of his message. Mr. Su conveyed that being an official is indeed a worthy pursuit. That understanding alone suffices. Su Zhixing was not in a hurry to inundate them with excessive knowledge. After all, time was abundant, and many opportunities lay ahead. Thus, the Zhixing Academy in Longquan Town commenced its journey with ease. The academy welcomed a total of 6 students. Apart from Yuanqing, the remaining 5 were local children from Longquan Town. Although Yuanqing was literate and had attended school, he patiently joined the others in embarking on the journey of early education, delving into the 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, and 1,000-character classic. Naturally, Certain references in the three-character classic that were absent from this world were modified by Su Zhixing to mirror the historical context of their reality, preserving those precious principles within. Consequently, Longquan Town was adorned with a distinctive scene. Each morning, weather permitting, the townsfolk would witness Mr. Su leading a handful of students along the banks of the Longquan River, jogging while rhythmically reciting peculiar syllables. This picturesque sight never ceased to traverse the passage of time. Rain, the vernal equinox, Qingming festival, and grain rain came and went, and before one could blink, summer had arrived. The thick cotton garments were exchanged for coarse linen shirts. Mr. Su remained unchanged at the academy, embodying gentleness and refinement. In the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, Su Zhixing slowly opened his eyes while seated on a large stone by the Longquan River. Upon closer inspection, a fleeting glimmer of pearlescent light danced around his pupils, vanishing in an instant. Su Zhixing slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, which astonishingly lasted for half a minute. The tranquil surface of the river rippled gently in response. He glanced at his own body, a rare glimmer of surprise shimmering in his eyes. Indeed, I have truly cultivated the majestic true qi. He gently raised his hand, and a luminous white aura swirled around his fingertips. Su Zhixing flicked his fingers, and in an instant, a surge of energy descended upon the river's surface. The water erupted as if a firecracker had been tossed into it, sending forth a column of water that soared over a meter high. Su Zhixing couldn't help but smile. The fried fish was insufficient. However, although this strand of true energy was not particularly powerful, it noticeably rendered his body lighter and more vigorous. During this period, apart from his teaching duties, he had been engrossed in the study of the supreme Confucianism imparted by the system. Through reading, he sought to grasp its profound meanings, complemented by a unique method of cultivating energy. After 3 months of diligent practice, he finally succeeded in cultivating his first strand of Haoran true energy. The benefits it brought were indeed unexpectedly delightful to Su Zhixing. Having achieved personal cultivation, he felt confident in imparting knowledge to his students. Of course, the children were still struggling with their literacy, unable to memorize even a simple 3-character classic, rendering any teachings futile. Only Yuanqing possessed the capacity to learn the supreme Confucianism. This child was gifted with intelligence and a calm disposition, making him a natural seed for the study of Confucianism. Perhaps it was for this reason that the system rewarded Su Zhixing with the supreme Confucianism, enabling him to teach according to the aptitude of his students. Before long, Su Zhixing heard faint footsteps behind him. He turned around, momentarily taken aback. The person approaching was Yuanqing, yet at this moment, Yuanqing was clearly at least 20 meters away, making it improbable that he could hear such distant sounds. Su Zhixing keenly perceived that not only the sound of footsteps, but also the myriad chirps of insects and calls of birds around him had become much clearer than before. It seems that my senses have indeed been heightened as a result. Su Zhixing realized that it must be the effect of the Haoran true qi. Merely cultivating a strand of true qi had already produced such remarkable results. If in the future his true qi were to grow stronger, could it not truly enable one to be a scholar who remains indoors, yet knows all affairs of the world? Good morning, sir. Yuanqing approached Su Zhixing, bowing respectfully in greeting. Su Zhixing rose and returned the gesture, smilingly saying, Xiao Qing, once the junior brothers and sisters arrive, please lead them in their running and reading. Yuanqing was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement, responding, yes, sir. With that, Su Zhixing made his way back to the classroom, leaving Yuanqing in a state of contemplation. For some reason, the young man felt that today as teacher seemed somewhat different. Yet, he could not pinpoint exactly what had changed. This was the first time the teacher had asked him to guide the junior students in running and reading, which made Yuanqing feel a twinge of anxiety. He clenched his fist, rallying himself. You can do this. Do not disappoint the trust the teacher has placed in you. Meanwhile, upon returning to the classroom, Su Zhixing was engaged in another task. He meticulously copied a text from the Great Learning. This was a foundational classic within the teachings of Confucianism, and Su Zhixing relied on the principles contained within it, combined with his breathing techniques, to cultivate the first thread of true qi. Although Confucianism existed in this world, it bore significant differences from the teachings Su Zhixing was familiar with, as well as those imparted by the system's sacred Confucian texts. Notably, the Great Learning as a text did not exist here. After completing the transcription of this classic, Yuanqing, along with several junior students, finished their morning run and returned to the classroom. After a brief rest, they commenced their lessons for the day. Once the day's academic responsibilities were fulfilled, Yu Wenqing did not immediately head home like the other students. He needed to complete the cleaning of the entire classroom before he could return. Although the classroom was not in disarray, Yu Wenqing still approached the task with utmost diligence, leaving no corner unattended. Once the cleaning was done, Yu Wenqing approached Su Zhixing, bowed respectfully, and said, "Sir, I shall take my leave now. I will see you tomorrow." Su Zhixing waved his hand and said, "Do not rush. Come here." With a hint of perplexity, Yu Wenqing approached Su Zhixing and inquired, "What is your command, sir?" Su Zhixing presented the handwritten tome of university essays to him, saying, "This book has been meticulously transcribed for you by my own hand. Take it home and study it diligently. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek my guidance." Yu Wenqing was momentarily taken aback, but then his eyes sparkled with profound delight. He cradled the book in his hands as if it were a treasured artifact. "Thank you, esteemed teacher, for your impartation of knowledge." Su Zhixing smiled and remarked, "Moreover, there are certain matters that are not suitable for documentation. I shall convey them to you as well. So listen attentively." He then proceeded to impart the method of cultivating one's vital energy from the teachings of Confucianism to Yu Wenqing, offering clarifications in real time. The bond between master and disciple deepened through this exchange of knowledge, rendering them oblivious to the passage of time. It was only when the night sky became adorned with twinkling stars that Yu Wenqing departed from the academy. Being of a background and insight that set him apart from the common folk, Yu Wenqing had come to realize that the lessons imparted by Su Zhixing that day were anything but ordinary. Upon returning home, his father casually inquired, "Why are you so late today?" Typically, a paragon of decorum, Yu Wenqing did not immediately pay his respects. Instead, he turned with a grave expression and closed the door. He then approached his father and presented the handwritten copy of the great learning that Su Zhixing had gifted him. His father, a man afflicted by illness, furrowed his brow slightly. "What is this?" Yu Wenqing exhaled deeply and replied, "This is a book that my teacher bestowed upon me today, along with some unusual insights." The father's gaze faltered for a moment before he averted his eyes from the book and retreated to his own chamber. "This matter is for you to know alone." Chapter 9. The Trust of Orphans. Su Zhixing has moved out from Widow Zhao's residence and now resides within the school. Beneath the flickering glow of an oil lamp, he diligently practices his calligraphy, meticulously transcribing the spring and autumn annals from memory in a refined and elegant script. As a distinguished scholar in the humanities with over 2 decades of teaching experience, Su Zhixing's proficiency in soft brush calligraphy is commendable. In this moment, having cultivated a profound inner strength, his writing seems to possess an ethereal quality, appearing remarkably extraordinary. Furthermore, although the characters of this world are also Chinese, the development of scripts has only progressed to the level of clerical script. The small cursive script penned by Su Zhixing undoubtedly represents a pioneering font for the world. Should it be unveiled, it would undoubtedly become the progenitor of a new style. This is precisely why the County Respect Association of Ani County regards his ink treasures as invaluable. The comprehensive teachings of the revered Confucian classics imparted through the system are profoundly rich in content. To facilitate daily contemplation, Su Zhixing resolved to transcribe them entirely. This endeavor is undeniably monumental, one that cannot be accomplished in a brief period. As the night deepened, Su Zhixing set down his brush, rubbed his wrist, and contemplated extinguishing the lamp to rest. Yet, at that very moment, a sudden knock resonated from outside the thatched cottage. Su Zhixing was taken aback. Who could possibly be at his door at such a late hour? Just as he was about to rise and approach the entrance, a sudden wave of caution washed over him. Something felt amiss. With his heightened senses, it was inconceivable that he would not have detected someone's presence until they reached his door. The only plausible explanation was that the individual outside was no ordinary person. Knock. Knock, knock. 3 more knocks echoed, this time noticeably more urgent than before. Su Zhixing took a deep breath and inquired, "Who is it?" One of his hands concealed behind him, the palm had already gathered a strand of boundless true energy. "Mr. Su, it is I, the father of Yu Wenqing." Su Zhixing was taken aback, not expecting to see him. He approached and opened the door. Beneath the moonlight, he indeed beheld the pale visage of Yu Wenqing's father, along with Yu Wenqing himself, who appeared to be asleep on his back. "Brother Yu, what brings you here at such a late hour?" The man remained silent. Directly entering the room and placing Yu Wenqing onto a chair, Su Zhixing was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. After carefully placing Yu Wenqing down, the man turned to face Su Zhixing and suddenly knelt, bending both knees in a gesture of reverence. Su Zhixing was taken aback, hastily extending his hand to assist. However, he soon realized that the man resembled an immovable mountain, refusing to budge. Brother Yuan, what is the meaning of this? The man disregarded Su Zhixing's attempts to intervene and bowed 3 times in rapid succession. Su Zhixing has come to a profound realization. He understands that this man's true identity is that of a direct descendant of the royal family of the Yin state. Such an individual would never easily bow down to anyone. The only plausible reason for this act must be due to Yu Wenqing. Indeed, after performing the bow, the man spoke solemnly. Mr. Su, I entrust Qing to you from now on. If I do not return in 7 days, please tell Qing that she must never leave Longquan Town for the rest of her life. Su Zhixing was taken aback, sensing something unsaid. Brother Yuan, Xiao Qing is still young. Could it be that you? The man shook his head. My time is limited. I can wait no longer. I have complete confidence in Qing becoming your disciple. Mr. Su, I implore you. With that, the man bowed again, remaining in prostration for an extended period. Su Zhixing gazed at him, falling into silence for a brief moment before letting out a deep sigh. Alas, Brother Yuan, each person has their own aspirations. If you firmly believe this is your path, then you must pursue it. Rest assured, Xiao Qing, as my disciple, he will be well taken care of. The man rose, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Mr. Su, if I am fortunate enough to return alive, I, Yuan Cheng, shall undoubtedly repay your kindness. Su Zhixing shook his head, remaining silent. The man named Yuan Cheng cast one last glance at Yuan Qing, who sat in the chair, his eyes filled with reluctance. Yet, in the end, he departed without a moment's hesitation. Su Zhixing gazed at Yuan Qing, who sat upon the chair, and let out a helpless sigh. A fallen nation, a lost family, and now even the last remaining kin had departed from him. Why must this sensible child endure such a tumultuous fate? Su Zhixing gently carried him to the bed, tucking him in snugly, while he himself settled down beside him, remaining there throughout the night. The reason Yu Wenqing was able to slumber so soundly, Su Zhixing surmised, was likely due to the hypnotic techniques employed by his evidently extraordinary father. It was not until the following morning that Yu Wenqing finally opened his eyes. Upon surveying the environment, which felt both familiar and alien, he instinctively rubbed his eyes, momentarily at a loss. You are awake? Yu Wenqing was taken aback, turning his head to discover it was indeed Su Zhixing. Sir? How did I end up here? He distinctly recalled drifting off to sleep in his own home the previous night. How could he have awakened in his teacher's chamber? Su Zhixing fell silent for a moment, ultimately deciding against any concealment. Xiao Qing, from now on, you shall live with me as my disciple. Yu Wenqing's gaze faltered, as if a thought had struck him. A veil of mist slowly covered his eyes, and with a trembling voice, he inquired, Master, my father, he. Su Zhixing gently grasped his hand and spoke softly. Your father has departed. He made his choice, and you must not blame him. Tears brimmed in Yu Wenqing's eyes, cascading forth in an instant. He ultimately chose to leave. Father no longer desires me. He remained merely an 11-year-old boy. Despite his usual maturity and composure, such an event could easily unravel his emotions. Moreover, from his words, it seemed Yu Wenqing had an inkling of his father's intentions. Su Zhixing did not inquire further. Instead, he offered words of comfort. Your situation is unique. You must understand your father's lack of agency. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Wenqing, consumed by sorrow, failed to perceive the underlying message in Su Zhixing's words. Struggling to come to terms with his emotions, he lay on the bed, weeping uncontrollably. His profound grief stemmed not merely from his father's departure, but from the poignant realization that this absence was destined to be eternal. In his youthful naivety, he had not fully grasped the anguish of his nation's downfall. Yet now, his father was his sole remaining kin. The thought of losing even this one cherished connection weighed heavily upon him. Su Zhixing understood that at this moment, any words of comfort would be futile. He could only wait for him to find tranquility within himself. Su Zhixing rose to his feet, exited the room, and gently closed the door behind him. Gazing at the eastern horizon, which was already beginning to glow with light, he could not help but let out a deep sigh. The world is fraught with challenges, and life is inevitably a journey of farewells. Yet, as one who has been granted the chance to live anew, he possesses the clarity to let go. However, Yu Wenqing remains, after all, just a child. Su Zhixing only hoped that this incident would not cause Yu Wenqing to become despondent or drastically change his character, filling his heart with the same national grievances and personal vendettas as his father. If that were the case, his life would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. Gently exhaling a breath of stale air, Su Zhixing lifted his hand, a glimmer of pearlescent light shimmering in his palm. The once solitary thread of energy had finally paired itself. Thus, it became evident that cultivation was, in essence, the cultivation of the heart. Chapter 10. The return of cultivation. From that day onward, Yu Wenqing moved into the academy, sharing meals and living quarters with Su Zhixing. The jade pendant that Yu Wenqing originally intended to bestow upon Su Zhixing as a token of gratitude ultimately remained with Su Zhixing. However, Su Zhixing chose to pass it on to Yu Wenqing, as it represented the only lingering memory from his father. 7 days swiftly passed. As anticipated, Yu Wenqing did not return. Su Zhixing distinctly sensed that the glimmer in the eyes of the young Yu Wenqing had vanished with the passage of 7 days. As evening descended and the school day concluded, Yu Wenqing diligently continued to tidy the courtyard, just as he always had. This time, however, Su Zhixing joined him in the task. Yu Wenqing paused momentarily, but soon immersed himself once more in his chores. After they had completed the cleaning of the entire school, the master and disciple sat beneath eaves in silence, not exchanging a word. The only sounds that filled the air were the cheerful chirps of birds returning to the osmanthus tree, the hidden croaks of frogs in the reeds by the riverbank, and the symphony of insects that seemed to permeate the very fabric of the world beyond the school. After a prolonged silence, Su Zhixing finally spoke up. "Xiaoqing, you listen." Yu Wenqing was taken aback, uncertain of what Su Zhixing wanted her to hear. Su Zhixing, with his eyes closed and head slightly raised, wore a faint smile. "How lively it is." It was at this moment that Yu Wenqing realized that the master intended for him to listen to the sounds of insects and birds in the mountain fields. However, these chaotic sounds only served to heighten Yu Wenqing's agitation, stirring within him an overwhelming urge to flee. Su Zhixing gently rubbed his head and sighed softly. "Xiaoqing, the grievances of the nation and the family must not be forgotten. This is the fundamental principle of being a minister and a son. However, as your teacher, I sincerely hope that your life should not be solely filled with sorrow and hatred. Instead, it should resemble a summer night, where beneath the tranquil veil of darkness lies a surging vitality and exuberance. Life has never been confined to a single choice. The path you choose will define the person you become. This power lies within you, and I shall not intervene. Yet I merely wish for you to observe the world more broadly. Where there is darkness, there must surely be light. If you cannot find the light, then strive to become that very light." Yu Wenqing lowered his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Su Zhixing's words did not fully penetrate his mind. However, the final phrase, "if you cannot find the light, then become that light yourself," resonated repeatedly within his heart, bringing a sense of calm to his previously troubled soul. Yu Wenqing raised his hand to wipe his eyes, standing up to bow respectfully to Su Zhixing. The teacher's teachings would undoubtedly be etched in the disciple's memory. Su Zhixing smiled gently, resting his hand on Yu Wenqing's arm, and softly suggested, "Let us go while the sun still graces us with its light. We shall catch a few small fish and share a few cups of drink as master and disciple tonight." Fishing was one of the few pastimes that Su Zhixing cherished. Aside from his studies, in his previous life, in that remote mountain village, he had relied on fishing to alleviate the tedium of idle hours. The establishment of the Zhixing Academy by the banks of the Longquan River was perhaps influenced by this very affection for the sport. The two of them hoisted their fishing rods and made their way to the riverbank, selecting a comfortable spot to commence their angling. The Longquan River, though not particularly deep or wide, was nourished by the largest tributary, the Yue River, within Yangzhou, resulting in an abundance of fish and shrimp. In just half an hour, Su Zhixing's basket, submerged in the water, brimmed with a bountiful catch. As they prepared to return home, Su Zhixing lifted the heavy basket, his eyes crinkling in delight. "Oh, splendid indeed. A fruitful haul. Look, my dear Qing, this largest lotus carp was caught by none other than myself." Yu Wenqing chuckled, yet his gaze lingered on Su Zhixing. Being perceptive and understanding, he could easily discern that while the fishing was enjoyable, Su Zhixing's true intention was to guide him, steering him away from sorrowful thoughts. As he observed his teacher, illuminated by the golden rays of sunlight, an inexplicable sense of clarity washed over him. With such a remarkable mentor, what reason did he have to remain despondent? "Master, your skills are unparalleled. Allow me to prepare a renowned dish from my hometown, rice wine dragon carp, guaranteed to tantalize your palate." Su Zhixing laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Wonderful. It seems I am in for a treat." He lifted the largest carp from the basket and turned to release the rest of the fish back into the river, muttering to himself, "You have worked hard, Yu Wenqing, observing his mentor, felt the lost spark in his eyes rekindle. The past was but a memory. Embracing each moment in the present is what constitutes true living. That night, after completing his transcription of the texts, Su Zhixing intended to retire for the evening. Just as he settled down, his gaze suddenly shifted. He turned towards Yu Wenqing's room. Moments later, he exhaled deeply, genuinely marveling. What a remarkable lad. His potential is nearly unparalleled. His innate talent far surpasses my own as a teacher. He raised his hand, and a radiant white light shimmered in his palm, revealing a third strand of the vast righteous energy. The doubling of the apprenticeship return signified that Yu Wenqing, his sole disciple recognized by the system, had just cultivated the righteous energy from the sacred Confucian teachings. It had taken less than 10 days since he imparted the teachings of the great learning and the methods of nurturing energy to Yu Wenqing. Astonishingly, this youth had already achieved what had taken Su Zhixing 3 months to master. Such prodigious talent was indeed extraordinary and benefited Su Zhixing as well. That night was destined to be extraordinary. The next morning, Yu Wenqing arose early, waiting at Su Zhixing's doorstep, filled with curiosity and eager to seek guidance. He wished to inquire about the connection between studying the great learning and the method of nurturing energy, as Su Zhixing had not previously mentioned that it could lead to the cultivation of that internal essence. Upon seeing the look of confusion on Yu Wenqing's face, Su Zhixing understood the purpose of his disciple's visit. During their exchange, Su Zhixing articulated a phrase that would later be regarded as a profound maxim at the Zhixing Academy. A scholar must possess not only the ability to expound reason, but also the skill to command attention while doing so. At this moment, Yu Wenqing finally comprehended that the extraordinary essence he had cultivated was akin to the internal energy wielded by practitioners of martial arts. The notion that one could derive such inner strength from reading was something Yu Wenqing had never encountered before. Consequently, his admiration for his esteemed mentor deepened, blossoming into a profound reverence. Throughout history, those who have pioneered new paths are invariably immortalized in the annals of time, and his teacher was undoubtedly one such remarkable figure destined for eternal renown. Chapter 11. The outsider time flows gently, yet it races by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was already the summer solstice. Originally, Su Zhixing intended to grant the children a summer vacation, allowing them to remain at home to escape the heat. However, inexplicably, despite it being the sweltering season, the classroom remained refreshingly cool, reminiscent of early summer. The children, in fact, seemed even more eager to attend school. Thus, Su Zhixing decided to continue the lessons. Coincidentally, in February of the following year, Ani County was set to host its first county examination since the founding of the Great Zhou dynasty. If they prepared diligently, these children could participate together. Whether they succeeded or not was of little concern. The experience itself would enrich their lives. As for the unusual coolness of the classroom compared to the oppressive heat outside, Su Zhixing had a vague understanding of its source. It was all due to his own influence. From the beginning of summer to the summer solstice, over a month had passed, during which he had engaged in his own cultivation, complemented by the reciprocal teachings from Yu Wenqing's practice. Su Zhixing's cultivation of the Haoran True Qi has undergone a remarkable transformation. When his True Qi reached 10 strands, those Haoran True Qi inexplicably converged, coalescing into a more substantial and formidable essence of energy. Su Zhixing understood that this corresponds to the concept of entering the ranks in the teachings of the Supreme Sage Confucianism. Supreme Sage Confucianism categorizes the cultivation of the grand and righteous spirit alongside Confucian and Taoist practices into 9 ranks and 3 realms. The lowest rank is the 9th, ascending to the highest, the 1st rank. Beyond the 1st rank, there are still 3 realms, culminating in the attainment of the status of a Confucian sage. Su Zhixing has now successfully attained the status of a 9th grade Confucian scholar. When 10 strands of true energy converge into a single entity, the emergence of a second solidified true energy will mark the achievement of an 8th grade scholar. For solidified true energies signify the 7th grade, and so forth. Having successfully entered this esteemed rank, Su Zhixing naturally emanates a unique aura characteristic of Confucian scholars. This aura possesses the capacity to influence both the individuals and circumstances surrounding him, even extending to the very environment of heaven and earth. This is why the ancients spoke of the elevation of one's character through the company of virtuous individuals. This is largely the reason. Moreover, with Yu Wenqing's cultivation returning, Su Zhixing has not only entered the 9th rank, but in addition to the solidified true energy within him, he possesses 5 strands of ordinary true energy. He seems not far from the 8th rank. Yu Wenqing, indeed a prodigy, has nurtured 7 strands of true energy in just over a month, surpassing even his mentor, Su Zhixing, in speed of cultivation. However, Yu Wenqing's progress appears to have slowed recently. In the pursuit of Confucianism, the essence lies in one's character and literary talent. Given Yu Wenqing's age and understanding of Confucianism, cultivating 7 strands of Haoran true energy is already a remarkable achievement. To continue advancing, a period of consolidation is necessary. As teacher and disciple, both Su Zhixing and Yu Wenqing remain unhurried, allowing nature to take its course. As the days pass, life in Longquan Town unfolds with its inhabitants rising with the sun and resting at dusk. Following the unification of the Great Zhou, several national policies aimed at alleviating the burdens on the common people were enacted, including tax reductions. Many of the harsh levies established during the chaotic times of the former Wu Kingdom were abolished, leaving only basic taxation. With these policies in place, the populace finally glimpsed a sliver of hope. However, the town's demographic remains a concern. The elderly and infirm are numerous, and once they pass, the town's population may dwindle significantly. To address this, the county magistrate of Ani specifically gathered some displaced commoners and allocated them according to the capacity of each locality. Today marks the arrival of these relocated individuals to settle in Longquan Town. Accompanied by officials, the town is assisting in the resettlement of these refugees, allocating long-vacant houses for their habitation. As a result, Longquan Town welcomes over 100 newcomers. However, with spring plowing already concluded, it is not easy for these displaced individuals to establish themselves. Fortunately, the county magistrate had foreseen this need and allocated resources to construct an official road connecting Longquan Town to Ani County, as well as a dock along the Longquan River. Recruiting these refugees for the labor also serves as a means of relief through work. Initially, the local residents of Longquan Town exhibited some envy and wished to partake in the construction to earn a wage. However, they soon discovered that the compensation offered by the government was merely sufficient to stave off starvation. For the refugees, this was a tremendous boon, as it meant survival. Yet for the locals, who already had livelihoods, it seemed beneath their dignity. This was, in fact, a deliberate strategy by the county magistrate. The construction of the road and dock was intended specifically to accommodate the refugees. If the locals were to involve themselves, the primary purpose would be undermined. If they can endure this year, by the next spring plowing, these displaced individuals will find stability. With the increase in population, Longquan Town has finally become bustling. Gradually, some enterprising local residents began to engage in small businesses, selling rice, flour, oil, and other necessities. Longquan Town has finally taken on the semblance of a proper town. In addition to the resettlement of refugees, an intriguing event occurred in Longquan Town. A group arrived, driving ox carts and horse-drawn carriages, entering the town with great fanfare and settling into the largest residence. According to the elders of Longquan Town, this mansion once belonged to a local gentry family, who had relocated over 20 years ago due to the turmoil of war, leaving only an old servant to maintain it. The newcomers were distinctly different. They donned luxurious silk garments unlike those of the surrounding residents. The procession of ox carts carrying goods seemed endless, with at least 30 or 40 accompanying personnel. Several horse-drawn carriages, pulled by pairs of horses, suggested the presence of individuals of noble status. In the midst of the caravan, a carriage had its silk-draped window slightly ajar, revealing a pair of crystalline eyes that sparkled like clear springs. Judging by the brow, this appeared to be a youth. The boy's eyes were exceptionally lively, filled with curiosity about everything outside. Wow, sister, look. That child isn't wearing any pants. His backside is completely exposed. Moreover, oh dear, there is mucus clinging to the face, quite filthy indeed. How peculiar it is that they do not wear shoes. Alas, what a sight of indecency. As that woman brazenly bares her bosom in public to nurse, the youth chatter incessantly. Suddenly, a delicate and fair hand reached out to lower the curtain that the boy had lifted. Following this, a gentle and soothing voice resonated. Minji, be prudent in your words. The boy muttered in response, Sister, having finally escaped Father's strict rule, you come to impose upon me once more. Inside the carriage, besides a youth clad in luxurious attire, there were 2 others. One appeared to be a maidservant, while the other donned an ethereal gown of pale blue and white, her face veiled by a thin gauze. One could easily surmise, from her graceful form, that she must be an unparalleled beauty, presumably the sister the boy had mentioned. This is the ancestral land of the Qin family. Those whom you look down upon may very well be the ancestors of the Qin family from days of yore. Such disrespect is unwarranted. The boy pouted and ceased to speak. The maidservant, however, chuckled. Miss, one can only imagine the hardships our Lord endured to rise from such a humble background to become the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue in the Great Zhou dynasty. The young girl remained silent, her gaze cast downwards, her expression serene, lost in her own thoughts. Chapter 12. The pursuit of knowledge. It was only later that the people of Longquan Town discovered that the grand entourage they had witnessed was, in fact, the descendants of the gentry who had vacated the town over 20 years ago. Some elderly residents vaguely recalled that this family bore the surname Chun, once a prominent lineage in the area. Upon their return to Longquan Town, the Qin family hosted a lavish banquet for 3 consecutive days on the town's sole stone-paved street, inviting every villager to partake in the feast. Never before had the townsfolk encountered such a generous occasion. During ordinary times, even during the new year, they could scarcely indulge in a morsel of rich meat. Yet for 3 days they were nearly overwhelmed by the abundance of food. An array of exotic fruits and pastries, previously unseen, graced their tables, providing the entire town with a rare opportunity to broaden their horizons. Through this grand banquet, the people of Longquan Town learned that the Chun family's return comprised merely a pair of siblings, accompanied by a retinue of servants and guards dedicated to their safety. Observing the well-dressed maids and attendants, the townsfolk could hardly suppress their envy, even contemplating offering themselves as servants to the Qin family. Yet, fear of the family's authority restrained anyone from voicing such aspirations. The 3-day feast attracted nearly every resident of the town, including newcomers who had recently settled in Longquan, with the sole exception of the teacher Su Zhixing and his apprentice. Although they did not attend, they still benefited from the Chun family's generosity. Little Jinjin, ever considerate, took a food box from home, filling it with fruits and pastries for Su Zhixing and Yu Wenqing. The young girl was thrilled by the delightful array of treats she had never before tasted. Following the banquet, when the Qin family tallied attendance and learned of Su Zhixing, the only educator in the town who had not attended, the servants reported this to the de facto head of the Qin family, Miss Qin Yunlan. She paid little heed at first, but the next day, while practicing in the courtyard, she caught the faint sound of reading. Upon listening closely, the renowned young lady from the capital began to take notice. Her interest was piqued as she sought to learn more about this solitary teacher of Longquan Town. Motivated by her desire for her younger brother, Chen Minji, while she could instruct him herself, it was essential for children to interact with their peers, and a school would provide an excellent environment for this. The following day, veiled in light gauze, Chen Yunlan, accompanied by her brother Chen Minji, personally sought out Su Zhixing. Coincidentally, it was a day of rest at the school, allowing Su Zhixing the opportunity to receive the siblings. Upon entering, Chen Yunlan gracefully bowed, speaking softly and exuding an air of gentility. However, when her eyes met Su Zhixing's youthful visage, the seasoned lady could not help but pause in surprise. She had not anticipated that the esteemed Mr. Su, as he was referred to in Longquan, would be such a remarkably handsome young man, seemingly only a few years her senior. Su Zhixing discerned from Chen Yunlan's astonished expression what thoughts occupied her mind. Indeed, his appearance bore some divergence from that of the typical instructors found in ordinary academies. Su Zhixing remained unperturbed, graciously inviting the two to take their seats. Once settled, Chen Yunlan slightly inclined her body and said, "Mr. Su, I beg your pardon, I have been remiss." Su Zhixing waved his hand, smiling as he remarked, "Miss Chen, there is no need for concern. I indeed do not appear to be a particularly mature gentleman." Chen Yunlan responded with a gentle smile, courteously stating, "Talent is not necessarily dictated by age. Since you, Mr. Su, have garnered such esteemed admiration from the county magistrate, it is evident that your knowledge is exceptional." Su Zhixing did not indulge in excessive pleasantries. He got straight to the point. "Miss Chen, what brings you here today?" Chen Yunlan turned her head and beckoned to Chen Minji, who was squatting nearby, observing Yu Wenqing as he brewed tea. "My brother and I have just arrived, and with him now of the age for schooling, we have come to humbly request that you accept him as your student. We do not seek high achievement, merely a deeper understanding of principles." As soon as Chen Yunlan finished speaking, before Su Zhixing could respond, Chen Minji, hands on his hips, arrogantly declared, "Umph. I have no intention of coming here. I refuse to learn from him. Sister, you are a celebrated talent in the capital. Your teachings would be tenfold superior to his." Chen Yunlan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. her tone unexpectedly stern. "Minji, cease your insolence." Seeing his sister's anger, Chun Minji felt a twinge of trepidation. Yet he still maintained a defiant demeanor. Chun Yunlan quickly turned to Su Zhixing, apologizing. "Please do not take offense, esteemed teacher. My brother has been spoiled at home and has inadvertently disrespected you." Su Zhixing smiled lightly, seemingly unfazed. "Children speak without reservation, it matters not." Chun Yunlan felt a twinge of surprise, privately noting Mr. Su's remarkable composure. In the eyes of those gentlemen in the capital, Chun Minji's rudeness would surely provoke some discontent, despite their outward claims of indifference due to the Chun family's influence. Yet, Mr. Su appeared genuinely unconcerned. Recalling the sounds of children reading she had heard over the past 2 mornings, Chun Yunlan found herself increasingly intrigued by Mr. Su. She turned to Chun Minji. Her demeanor serious, Minji apologized to Mr. Su. Upon hearing his sister's tone, Chun Minji stiffened. Throughout his life, he had feared nothing, save for the genuine trepidation he felt towards his sister. Realizing that a forceful approach would not suffice, he resorted to his childhood tactic, beginning to whine. "Sister, you know I dislike studying. Please let me stay home and train with Master Lu instead." Chun Yunlan regarded him coldly, remaining silent. Su Zhixing regarded the pair of siblings with considerable interest. To be candid, he truly wished to accept Chun Minji as his disciple. Not only Chun Minji, but he also longed to take Chun Yunlan under his wing. The moment they entered the classroom, his mind system reacted, indicating that disciples with a potential value exceeding 80 points should be promptly accepted. Astonishingly, both siblings possessed potential values surpassing 80 points. However, despite his thoughts, Su Zhixing did not wish to impose his will. Observing his sister's stern demeanor, Chun Minji gradually conceded. With a dejected expression, he reluctantly stated, "All right. I will learn from him, but sister, you must promise to allow me to train with Master Lu. Otherwise, I shall resolutely refuse to come." Chun Yunlan, feeling helpless, acquiesced. "Very well, as you wish. First, apologize to Mr. Su." Only then did Chun Minji don a smile, turning to Su Zhixing, though his eyes still reflected a hint of disdain and pride. "I'm sorry." Chun Yunlan, witnessing his attitude, could not help but prepare to admonish him once more. Su Zhixing waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "It is of no concern." Chun Yunlan smiled gently and rose, saying, "Then I must trouble you, Mr. Su, with this matter." After speaking, she turned to her maid, her eyes conveying a silent understanding. The maid, grasping the implication, approached Su Zhixing with a meticulously prepared tray. Chun Yunlan stated with a serene demeanor, "A small token of appreciation, a humble offering from Minji. I kindly ask you to accept it, Mr. Su." Su Zhixing gazed at the silk blue cloth covering the tray, yet he smiled and shook his head. "There is no rush. The pursuit of knowledge is no trifling matter. If Master Chen's heart is not sincere, even if he were to be coerced into attending, it would only lead to wasted time. It would be more prudent to wait until Master Chen is genuinely willing to study before proceeding." Chapter 13. The enigmatic Mr. Su. Upon hearing Su Zhixing's words, the Chen siblings were momentarily taken aback. It appeared that Su Zhixing was, in fact, rejecting their proposal. To be candid, Chun Yunlan had only considered whether her brother was willing to learn. She had never contemplated the possibility of being refused. In her entrenched mindset, given their status, it was always they who turned others down, making it rather rare to encounter someone who would decline them. Chun Yunlan was momentarily stunned, and her brother, Chun Minji, felt similarly. She pointed to the tray held by the maid and tentatively inquired, "Mr. Su, is it that the offered stipend does not meet your expectations?" Su Zhixing shook his head. It was not a matter of wealth. As I mentioned, young Master Chun was not genuinely seeking knowledge. Rather than forcing oneself into an academic setting and wasting precious time, it would be better, as young Master Chun himself stated, to diligently practice martial arts and acquire skills, valuing depth over quantity. You two may take your leave now. With that, Su Zhixing lifted the teacup from the table and took a delicate sip. Observant as ever, Yu Wenqing approached the gate, opened it, and gestured for them to exit. Chun Yunlan, momentarily taken aback, could hardly fathom that a mere scholar from this small town would dare to dismiss her. Even in the capital, she had never encountered such treatment. The maidservant holding the tray, upon witnessing this, immediately turned cold and scolded, "Impudent scholar, do you not know who my young lady is? How dare you be so disrespectful?" Su Zhixing silently sipped his tea, not sparing her a glance. "You." The maid was about to continue her tirade when Chun Yunlan interjected, "Silence." Recognizing her authority, The maid dared not utter another word. Chen Yunlan cast a glance at Su Zhixing, noticing his resolute demeanor, and chose not to press further. She slightly inclined her body and said, "I apologize for the disturbance." With that, she turned to leave, accompanied by her brother and attendants. As they passed by Yu Wenqing, Chen Minji could not suppress a disdainful snort. "Humph, a country bumpkin, yet he carries himself with such arrogance." Yu Wenqing's gaze momentarily faltered, then he lifted his head slightly, a glimmer of luminescence flashing in his eyes. "Xiaoqing, see them off." Su Zhixing's voice floated gently through the air, and the glimmering light in Yu Wenqing's eyes faded in an instant. He turned slightly, extending his hand in invitation. Chen Yunlan, who had already taken a few steps forward, involuntarily paused, glancing back at the seemingly frail youth. A hint of astonishment flickered in her gaze. In that fleeting moment, she had distinctly sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from the young man. Yet, when she looked again, he appeared to be as unremarkable as before. After the Chen siblings departed, Yu Wenqing returned to Su Zhixing's side, his expression tinged with displeasure. Su Zhixing cast him a glance and chuckled. "What's the matter? Are you unhappy already?" Yu Wenqing did not conceal his feelings and replied in a deep, resonant voice, "They look down upon you, master, and I cannot abide their haughty demeanor." Su Zhixing smiled and poured a cup of tea for Yu Wenqing. "First, have a cup of tea to calm your nerves." Yu Wenqing accepted the cup with both hands and took a small sip. Observing Su Zhixing's serene demeanor, he could not help but inquire, "Are you not angry, sir?" Su Zhixing was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "What is there to be angry about? Miss Chen has, from beginning to end, exhibited a commendable sense of decorum. For someone of her standing, that is indeed quite rare." However, Yu Wenqing expressed his discontent, stating, "While she appears courteous and composed on the surface, she has never once inquired whether you would be willing to accept her brother. It seems she assumes that you should readily take him in, and this attitude, in my view, is even more infuriating than her brother's behavior." Su Zhixing looked at Yu Wenqing's expression of indignation and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha. Little Qing, you must understand the environment in which she has lived since childhood. Consider this from a different perspective. If you were in her position, would you still be able to treat those of a significantly lower status than yourself with equanimity?" Yu Wenqing was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Zhixing continued, "The sages say, consider others as oneself and reflect upon one's own actions. Morality is meant for self-discipline, not for casting blame upon others." Listening to Su Zhixing's teachings, Yu Wenqing could not help but fall into deep contemplation. Su Zhixing nodded with a sense of relief upon witnessing the scene. Naturally, the gentleman did not imply that her method of doing things was inherently correct. Rather, he conveyed that one should not allow the faults of others to disturb their own peace of mind. Yu Wenqing pondered for a moment, unable to suppress his frequent nods. He rose to his feet, bowing respectfully, and said, "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed teacher. I understand now." Understanding is all that matters. Come, bring forth the chessboard. Let us engage in a game." "Certainly, esteemed teacher, please wait a moment while I retrieve it." Meanwhile, Chen Yunlan returned to the Chun residence with Chen Minji. Throughout the journey, she felt a lingering sense of disorientation. She could assert with absolute certainty that she had sensed an exceptionally pure aura emanating from that youth. This kind of aura could only be possessed by those who had cultivated their internal energy to a certain level. Yet, how could a child of merely 10 years possess such a refined form of true energy when their vitality was still insufficiently developed? Among martial artists, there exists a consensus. They are classified into 9 ranks, with the lower 3 focusing on the refinement of physicality, blood, and energy. Only upon entering the middle 3 ranks can one cultivate true internal energy. Without exception, individuals under the age of 15 theoretically cannot cultivate internal true energy, as true energy arises from the refinement of one's vitality. The principle of refining essence into energy is based on this concept. Children under 15 lack the requisite vitality to condense true energy, unless they are exceptional prodigies with innate physical prowess. It is impossible for ordinary individuals to cultivate true energy before the age of 15. Given this, what then was the circumstance of that youth? Could it be that this small place, Longquan Town, has produced a prodigious talent of such extraordinary martial potential? If he is indeed such, what of the esteemed teacher? Chen Yunlan could not help but recall Mr. Su. At first glance, there was nothing extraordinary about him. Much like that young man, she could discern no difference when he did not reveal his aura. This was rather perplexing. A martial artist who has reached the realm of condensing true energy is, at the very least, someone who has trained for many years. Such individuals, regardless of how well they conceal their prowess, will inevitably exhibit some trace of their martial arts practice. For instance, those who cultivate external styles will, upon reaching a certain level, display a vigorous presence and an imposing aura. Similarly, swordsmen and fighters will, to varying degrees, reveal signs of their training. However, Mr. Su and that young man exuded an air of scholarly refinement from head to toe, with perhaps only a hint of poise. There were no discernible signs of martial training. If one were to seek an explanation, there would be but one possibility. It is said that once a martial artist transcends the first realm, their disposition returns to a state of purity, appearing as an ordinary person. Yet to suggest that Mr. Su and the youth were celestial beings of such exalted status was simply beyond Chen Yunlan's belief. How intriguing it was that such individuals could exist in Longquan Town. Her curiosity deepened. With this thought, she turned to her glum companion, Chen Minji, and said, "Minji, we shall seek out Mr. Su again tomorrow. If you dare to act up once more, I will send you back to the capital." Chen Minji was taken aback, ready to retort. But the undeniable firmness in his sister's gaze sent a chill down his spine. He had no choice but to respond obediently. "Very well, I shall heed my sister's words." Observing his forlorn expression, Chen Yunlan felt a pang of sympathy. She stepped forward, cupping the boy's face gently, and said softly, "Minji, you must not misbehave again. Perhaps this Mr. Su will surprise you in ways you cannot imagine." Chapter 14. Unheard verses of poetry. Early the next morning, the Chun siblings returned to the academy, only to be surprised to find that the students had arrived even earlier than they had. Under the guidance of the youth from the previous day, they were engaged in peculiar movements in the courtyard. In the first session, they performed stretching exercises. "Prepare, begin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Chen Yunlan observed the children's movements with curiosity. These actions did not resemble martial arts. Yet each posture seemed to serve the purpose of physical conditioning. Moreover, the movements were exceedingly simple, easily learned even by a child. Following the rhythmic chants of the youth, there appeared to be a wondrous cadence that captivated Chen Yunlan. Beside her, Chen Minji expressed disdain. These slow motions lacked any semblance of grandeur and bore no combat efficacy, further diminishing his desire to pursue studies at the academy. Chen Yunlan, aware of her brother's temperament, promptly reminded him, "Minji, do not forget what I told you yesterday." Reluctantly, Chen Minji nodded in agreement. At last, Yu Wenqing concluded the morning exercises with the younger students and intended to return to the classroom. Observing their completion from outside the courtyard, Chen Yunlan called out to Yu Wenqing, "Excuse me, young sir, may I inquire if Mr. Su is present?" The Chen siblings have come to pay their respects. Yu Wenqing had already noticed them. Upon hearing Chen Yunlan's greeting, he did not respond hastily but first ensured that the other students were seated quietly in the classroom before returning to the courtyard to bow respectfully to the Chen siblings. "Miss Chen, I apologize, but classes have commenced today, and the teacher is occupied. He may not have time to meet with you." Chen Yunlan was taken aback, not expecting Mr. Su to be so resolute in his demeanor. Chen Minji, upon hearing this, became furious and was on the verge of an outburst. Chen Yunlan shot him a warning glance, silencing him. "Young Master Yu Wenqing, I kindly request that you convey our message. It will not take up too much of the teacher's time." Yu Wenqing appeared somewhat troubled at this. Just then, Su Zhixing emerged from the room with a book in hand, having overheard the exchange between Chen Yunlan and Yu Wenqing. "Miss Chen, perhaps it would be best to discuss this after class," he suggested before entering the classroom, adding, "Xiaoqing, it is time for class." Yu Wenqing hurriedly bid farewell to Chen Yunlan and dashed into the classroom. Chen Minji, now seething with anger, exclaimed, "Goodness, this rural teacher is exceedingly arrogant." Chen Yunlan did not anticipate that Mr. Su would display such a lack of respect. However, being a woman of refinement, despite her inner displeasure, she refrained from resorting to the boisterous tirades typical of the village shrews. Instead, her curiosity towards Mr. Su deepened. Such a defiant individual must either be feigning profundity or genuinely possess remarkable talents. Turning to her servant, Chen Yunlan instructed, "Please bring a chair." Chen Minji, taken aback, inquired, "Sister, what do you intend to do?" With a smile, Chen Yunlan replied, "Today, we shall attend as auditors and listen to what this Mr. Su has to teach." Chen Minji, bemused, remarked, "Sister, you are the foremost among the 4 great talents of the capital. What qualifications does that impoverished gentleman have to instruct you? Let us return. Chen Yunlan merely cast a glance at him, remaining silent. With no other recourse, Qin Minji stood by her side. At that moment, the classroom came alive with the sounds of instruction. Class is in session. Please stand. Good day, sir. Good day, students. Please be seated. Students, did everyone memorize Quiet Night Thoughts as assigned? Yes. Very well, let us recite it together. In front of my bed, the bright moonlight gleams. I suspect it is frost upon the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower it to think of my hometown. Excellent. It seems everyone has diligently practiced at home, which deserves commendation. Before we conclude class at noon, if time permits, I shall narrate a tale from Journey to the West as encouragement. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing Mr. Su mention the classic tale, the classroom erupted in jubilant cheers. Wow, sir, I want to hear Journey to the West. All right. But we must first complete today's lessons. Today, we will discuss the virtue of a gentleman. With that, Su Zhixing turned and, on an improvised blackboard behind him, inscribed for elegant characters, Virtue of a Gentleman, using plaster as chalk. Outside the classroom, Chen Yunlan remained absorbed in the recitation of Quiet Night Thoughts. She recognized it as a poem, one characterized by simple words yet profound imagery. She had never encountered such a poem before, concise in expression. It vividly conveyed the sentiments of nostalgia. The most striking aspect was that, despite her extensive reading of poetry, she had never heard of such a gem. Chen Yunlan could not help but recall the sounds of reading she heard each morning. The great way of the university lies in manifesting virtue, in loving the people, and in striving for the utmost good. This too was a principle she had never studied or heard. However, upon careful contemplation, she felt that this doctrine encompassed the profound truths of the universe, elucidating the essence of human relations, the pursuit of knowledge, and the governance of the world. Chen Yunlan was taken aback, pondering to herself, could it be that these teachings are authored by this Mr. Su himself? Upon contemplating this, Chen Yunlan found the situation somewhat absurd, for it was truly beyond belief. If such timeless wisdom, capable of transcending generations, were indeed authored by the teacher from Longquan Town, it would imply that he could stand alongside those revered sages throughout history whose legacies endure. While she was lost in thought, the voice of Su Zhixing resonated once again within the classroom. Concerning the virtues of a gentleman, the most venerable sage had long established his principles. One must refrain from impulsive actions, avoid frivolous speech, eschew excessive desires, and shun insincerity. The notion of refraining from impulsive actions signifies that every movement must be purposeful. One should deliberate before making decisions. In all matters, one ought not to act recklessly. Outside the classroom, upon hearing just a single phrase, Chen Yunlan instinctively straightened her posture, her eyes brimming with contemplation. Her heart was profoundly shaken. Initially, she had assumed Su Zhixing would, like other teachers, focus solely on the content of the imperial examinations. However, upon hearing that single line, she realized her error, an egregious one at that. The teacher's discourse had transcended mundane pursuits, revealing a higher realm of profound truths. As time gradually passed, Chen Yunlan remained seated outside the classroom, enduring the blazing sun as she listened intently for the entire morning. That will suffice for today regarding the virtues of a gentleman. I encourage everyone to review after class, the teacher concluded. The disciples shall diligently heed your teachings. Just as the class was about to adjourn, a young boy in the classroom eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, "Teacher, please tell us about Journey to the West. Last time, we reached the part where Sun Wukong traversed mountains and crossed seas to seek a master for his arts. Did he indeed find the immortal?" Yes. Teacher, please share with us." Su Zhixing smiled, glanced out the window, and nodded, saying, "Very well, there is still ample time. Allow me to recount the tale once more." The narrative spoke of the Monkey King, who sought enlightenment but found himself adrift in the southern land, traversing the Great Wall and exploring small towns, unaware that over 8 or 9 years had swiftly passed. Chapter 15. What is unattainable is what we cherish. In the primordial chaos, there were no surnames. To shatter the stubborn void, one must attain enlightenment. What further accomplishments has the Monkey King achieved? Stay tuned for the next installment. Sir, why is it always stay tuned for the next installment? Please share a bit more. Indeed, sir, what wisdom did the master impart to the Monkey King? Please enlighten us. Upon hearing the phrase stay tuned for the next installment, the children below immediately expressed their discontent, clamoring for the teacher to continue. Outside, Chen Minji, who was engrossed in the story, anxiously tugged at his ears. Hey? This impoverished teacher halts the story midway. Do continue. Beside him, Chen Yunlan fell into contemplation. The tale contained numerous enigmatic phrases that, at first glance, seemed merely narrative, yet upon deeper reflection, appeared to harbor profound truths. Remarkably, even this renowned literary talent from the capital was captivated. Moreover, her thoughts traversed far beyond those of her brother, Chen Minji. From this story, she vaguely perceived the foundation of a theoretical system, akin to the religious traces of Buddhism and Taoism in the Central Land, albeit with elements that diverged notably from the traditions passed down through the 9 provinces. Could it be that this story was indeed crafted by Mr. Su? Chen Yunlan mused. Such a story, rich in philosophy and novelty, if it had already circulated, would surely be celebrated far and wide. Yet, she had never encountered it before. Truly, he is an extraordinary individual. Chen Yunlan's curiosity deepened. Who exactly is this Mr. Su? Could he genuinely be just a schoolteacher from a small town? Lost in thought, she suddenly heard Mr. Su say, stories serve merely to cultivate one's character and enrich imagination. One must not indulge in frivolity at the expense of ambition. Remember this well. The students dared not disturb him further and rose to bow, saying, Thank you for your hard work, sir. Ah, my dear students, you have worked hard as well. Go home now. Return after midday. During lunchtime, the children were to return home for their meals, making this a time for respite. The little ones bid farewell to Su Zhixing and immediately rushed homeward. It was not merely the anticipation of school in that drove them, but rather a desire to swiftly finish their meals and return to the classroom. The schoolhouse was far more pleasant than the sweltering outdoors, with numerous companions to play with, making it a comfort beyond home. Furthermore, if they were fortunate enough to encounter a cheerful teacher at noon, he might join them in games. Who could resist such excitement? At last, the school day concluded. Chen Yunlan quickly rose and approached the courtyard entrance, bowing respectfully towards the classroom, saying, Mr. Su, the Chen siblings have come to pay their respects. Su Zhixing was certainly aware that they had been waiting outside the courtyard. Now that the class had concluded, it was inappropriate to keep them waiting any longer, so he instructed Yu Wenqing to invite them in. Once seated across from each other, Chen Yunlan, though still as gentle and courteous as before, exhibited an added layer of humility that did not go unnoticed by Yu Wenqing, who stood nearby. Without further ado, Chen Yunlan addressed Su Zhixing directly. Mr. Su, I am fully aware that my younger brother displayed rudeness during our last encounter. This time, my sibling and I have come with sincere intentions to apologize, earnestly requesting your forgiveness. Su Zhixing shook his head and replied, There is no need for an apology. I have previously stated that what concerns me is not the demeanor of young Master Chen, but rather his earnest desire for knowledge. Before Su Zhixing could finish his words, Chen Minji immediately stood up and said, Mr. Su, I possess a genuine desire for knowledge. I have come to my senses and wish to pursue my studies. I earnestly implore you to impart your wisdom to me. Su Zhixing was taken aback, gazing at Chen Minji in astonishment. Even his sister was somewhat perplexed. However, given Chen Minji's attitude, she felt a sense of joy. Thus, she chimed in, Mr. Su, my younger brother truly acknowledges his mistakes. I earnestly implore you, considering the bond between us siblings and our lack of support, to accept him. Su Zhixing gazed at Chen Minji and suddenly had a thought, smilingly inquired. You did not come here merely to pursue your studies. Rather, you are seeking to hear tales, are you not? Chen Minji was taken aback, feeling somewhat awkward. I came to study, but I thought I might enjoy some stories along the way. Su Zhixing gazed at the two siblings, lost in contemplation. He rose from his seat and spoke with a calm demeanor. You may take your leave. After uttering these words, he turned to Yu Wenqing and instructed, Xiaoqing, tend to the fire and prepare the meal. Chen Yunlan promptly stood, her eyes following the retreating figure of Su Zhixing, torn between speaking and remaining silent. This time, Chen Minji appeared unusually subdued. Unlike the last occasion when he had been spurned by Su Zhixing and had reacted with frustration, he now regarded Su Zhixing's back with a look of perplexity. To be candid, Chen Minji had never encountered anyone quite like Su Zhixing in all his years. Other young men, upon seeing his sister, even from behind a veil, would be utterly captivated. Even those who managed to maintain composure merely feigned stability, their superficiality easily discernible at the slightest interaction with her. Yet, this Mr. Su had audaciously rejected his sister on 2 separate occasions, a feat that was indeed extraordinary. Observing Su Zhixing's resolute disposition, Chen Yunlan could only sigh in resignation, performing a slow bow before departing the academy with Chan Minji. Yu Wenqing, watching the trio as they distanced themselves, expressed his confusion. Sir, this time the Chen siblings exhibited a notably sincere attitude. Why then did you not accept them? As Su Zhixing washed the rice, he chuckled and said, Look at the water I used to rinse the rice, pouring it into the flower bed. Isn't it a pity? Yu Wenqing was taken aback, unsure why the gentleman suddenly posed such a question. He shook his head and replied, I wouldn't say it's a pity. It can nourish the flowers and plants, which is a form of resourceful reuse. Su Zhixing poured the cleaned rice into the pot, and, after placing the lid on, inquired once more, if this world were to remain devoid of rain for 3 consecutive months, leaving the earth parched and all living things withered, would it not be a lamentable waste to simply discard this water used for washing rice? Yu Wenqing could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, it would be a great pity. Not only the water used for washing rice, but even a single drop of water is invaluable. At this juncture, a sudden realization illuminated his mind. I understand now. The teacher wishes for them to comprehend the rarity and significance of the opportunity to pursue education in the academy, so that they may cherish it and devote themselves wholeheartedly to their studies. Su Zhixing chuckled. Indeed, it is the nature of humanity. We often overlook that which is readily accessible, only valuing what is painstakingly acquired as precious. The Chun siblings possess extraordinary talents, yet without a genuine desire for knowledge. Their presence would merely squander time, and their connections could significantly impact our academy. Thus, we must proceed with utmost caution. Yu Wenqing sincerely remarked. You truly exert a great deal of effort, but do you not worry that they may falter under scrutiny and choose not to come? Su Zhixing gazed at the verdant fields beyond the courtyard and softly remarked, Since Miss Chun of the Chun family is reputed for her talents, she must possess some discernment. She will surely come. At this point, Su Zhixing broke into a hearty smile. Even if she does not, it matters little to us, does it? Yu Wenqing paused, then similarly laughed with a bright spirit, saying, You are absolutely correct, sir. Chapter 16. Is Journey to the West authentic? After departing from the school, the Chen siblings were lost in their own thoughts. Chen Yunlan reflected on the morning's lessons imparted by Su Zhixing. The ancient poem Quiet Night Thought, The 4 Virtues of a Gentleman, and Journey to the West, each had profoundly reshaped her understanding of the world. The essence of these teachings seemed to harbor profound truths, unsettling her with their depth the more she pondered them. Abruptly, as she emerged from her reverie, she sensed something amiss. Turning her head, she realized that Chan Minji had not uttered a single word during their journey, an unusual silence for him. Curiously, Chen Yunlan inquired, Minji, what occupies your thoughts? Chen Minji started, chuckling sheepishly, Oh, it's nothing. Chen Yunlan, even more intrigued, noted that her brother, who typically could not contain his words, was now unusually reticent. You must be thinking about the school, right? Chen Minji froze, his embarrassment evident as he turned his gaze away. Humph, who would think of him? Chen Yunlan raised an eyebrow. Him? Mr. Su? Realizing he could no longer conceal his thoughts, Chen Minji reluctantly admitted, Indeed, it's that impoverished scholar. Chen Yunlan's interest piqued. She prompted, Do share, what thoughts have crossed your mind? Chen Minji contemplated for a moment before posing a question that left Chen Yunlan momentarily astonished. Sister, have you noticed? That school feels rather peculiar. What do you mean by peculiar? He continued, It was not hot at all inside. I stood at the entrance for an entire morning, sweltering. Yet upon stepping inside, I felt a remarkable coolness. It was an unusual coolness, not of the weather, but rather, as if an inner tranquility radiated from within. It is hard to articulate. Chen Yunlan paused, her perception of him shifting. Truth be told, she had not experienced this sensation as keenly as her brother. She had long been impervious to the elements. Even in the height of summer, under the blazing sun, she felt no discomfort. Nor did she shiver in the depths of winter snow. Thus, she had instinctively overlooked this aspect. However, upon hearing Chen Minji's observations, she too began to recognize the extraordinary nature of the courtyard. Feeling a sense of pride, Chen Yunlan continued, Is there anything else? After a moment's thought, Chen Minji replied, Moreover, Mr. Su is quite young. I have never encountered a man of his age who can so completely disregard the presence of my sister. He is capable of such feats, and it is not mere pretense. His gaze scarcely lingered on his sister. The most noteworthy aspect is that she had already humbled herself to plead with him, yet he still managed to decline. This is indeed extraordinary. Chen Yunlan was momentarily taken aback, her perception of her younger brother shifting significantly. What a remarkable young man. He is finally exhibiting the demeanor befitting a scion of a distinguished family. Chen Minji gave an awkward smile. Of course, one must consider who his sister is. Qin Yulan chuckled softly, playfully tapping Chen Minji's forehead with a finger as delicate as jade. Such a witty tongue. Ultimately, his noble lineage has endowed him with astute vision and insight, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Qin Yunlan took Chen Minji's hand, her tone turning earnest. Minji, you are the sole heir of the Qin family. Although I do not wish for you to endure undue hardship, you bear the family's hopes, a responsibility you cannot evade. Therefore, you must cease this folly. You are already 11 years old. In a few years, you will begin to shoulder responsibilities. You need to mature swiftly, do you understand? A profound sense of resignation flickered in Chen Minji's eyes. Since the age of 4 or 5, he had harbored a dream, to roam the world like those gallant knights, living freely and unrestrained. However, his status dictated that he must compromise, undertaking tasks he detested. Chen Minji understood this. He merely wished to escape for another day. Yet, it seemed that escape was no longer an option. Very well, sister, I am willing to attend school. Qin Yunlan smiled brightly, though a hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes. Very well, tomorrow we shall seek out Mr. Su once more. Indeed, very well. The following morning, Yu Wenqing, accompanied by others, was exercising in the courtyard when he spotted the Chun siblings approaching from a distance. A thought crossed his mind, and he could not help but commend. The teacher truly possesses remarkable foresight. They have indeed returned. This time, the Qin siblings had learned their lesson. They merely nodded slightly in greeting to Su Wenqing and then settled outside the classroom, unfurling a sunshade, patiently awaiting the lesson. It appeared they were once again intent on eavesdropping on a lecture. The morning's class was one that Qin Yunlan and her brother had never encountered before. They had heard Mr. Su mention that it pertained to mathematics. Naturally, Qin Yunlan was familiar with arithmetic. However, the method of arithmetic taught by Su Zhixing opened her eyes to new vistas. Particularly intriguing was the multiplication table, which distilled the originally convoluted calculations into a series of straightforward mnemonics. By simply memorizing these phrases, one could compute vast and intricate sums with remarkable speed. Upon hearing this, Qin Yunlan could not help but rise, exclaiming, Mr. Su is truly extraordinary. This time, even Chen Minji was somewhat impressed. He had never seen his sister hold anyone in such high regard. Indeed, Mr. Su was a person of genuine capability. As the morning's lesson drew to a close, the children in the classroom, along with Chen Minji outside, gazed eagerly at Su Zhixing, yearning for him to continue the tale from the previous day. Su Zhixing chuckled heartily and spoke. Upon receiving his name, the beautiful Monkey King felt elated and joyfully expressed his gratitude to the Bodhisattva. The master then commanded the assembly to lead Sun Wukong out of the second gate, instructing him on the etiquette of sweeping and responding, as well as the nuances of entering, retreating, and maneuvering. Su Zhixing, without any superfluous words, commenced his discourse. Instantly, the classroom fell into a profound silence, with every individual fully engrossed. Even Yu Wenqing wore an expression of eager anticipation. Su Zhixing paused as he recounted how Sun Wukong was sent back to Flower Fruit Mountain by Master Pewdie, igniting a fervent curiosity among his students. Well then, everyone, it's time to return for your meals. Outside the courtyard, Chen Minji was equally restless. What marvels awaited the Monkey King upon his return to his homeland? What encounters and challenges would he face? This anticipation was almost more unbearable than being forbidden to practice martial arts. Beside him, Qin Yunlan's thoughts diverged entirely. Her face bore an expression of astonishment, her eyes reflecting a hint of anguish. She strained to recall the profound incantations imparted to Sun Wukong by Master Pewdie. Yet, despite her certainty that such enigmatic verses existed, not a single word would return to her mind. The effort to remember nearly caused her to choke on a surge of internal turmoil, and she fought back the urge to expel blood. After a prolonged moment of self-regulation, she managed to regain her composure, though her heart was already filled with dread. Heavens, what tale does Journey to the West truly tell? Could it be that the figures of Sun Wukong and Master Pewdie were real? Were those miraculous powers genuine? Qin Yulan dared not dwell on such thoughts. Instead, she straightened her attire and, with utmost respect, approached the classroom, bowing gracefully. Qin Yulan of the Qin family, along with my brother Chen Minji, humbly request an audience with Mr. Su. Chapter 17. A great harvest. This marked the third encounter between Su Zhixing and the Qin siblings. Yet it felt distinctly different from their previous meetings. The siblings, filled with reverence, dared not take a seat, but stood before Su Zhixing with extraordinary deference. Chen Yunlan wasted no time and spoke directly. Mr. Su, my brother has sincerely repented and is now eager to learn under your guidance. I implore you to show him mercy and accept him as your disciple. My family will be eternally grateful and remember your kindness. Beside her, Chen Minji bowed respectfully, saying, Mr. Su, in my youthful ignorance, I failed to recognize your remarkable talents. I have now sincerely repented and request your permission to follow you in pursuit of knowledge. Vowing to be earnest and diligent in my studies, Su Zhixing gazed at the brother and sister duo, a serene smile gracing his lips. Your sincere intentions are evident in your repeated visits to my humble abode. Thus, I invite you to commence your studies here tomorrow at the 3rd quarter of the hour of the rabbit. Chen Yunlan's face lit up with joy, and Chen Minji also displayed a hint of delight. In unison, the siblings expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Su. At that moment, the attentive maid, who had been standing by patiently, stepped forward gracefully and placed the tray she held upon the table. Chen Yunlan explained, these are but trifles, and I hope you will graciously accept them, Mr. Su. Su Zhixing nodded and did not refuse. Xiaoqing, take it away, Yu Wenqing said as he reached for the tray, feeling a sudden weight in his heart. Is this silver? Naturally, he would not voice this thought, and he returned to Su Zhixing's room with the tray. Upon seeing Su Zhixing accept the bundle of gifts, Chen Yunlan secretly sighed with relief. Minji, quickly pay your respects to Mr. Su and acknowledge him as your master. Chen Minji nodded and prepared to kneel. In the Great Zhou dynasty, great importance was placed on the teacher-student relationship, and students were required to perform a bowing ceremony upon entering the school. Even as a prince, the same custom applied. However, Su Zhixing, being a person from the earth who had traversed to this world, was accustomed to the value placed on mentorship, but found this bowing to be somewhat unfamiliar. Thus, he remarked, there's no need for such bows. A man should not kneel lightly, for beneath a man's knee lies gold. Chen Minji was taken aback, glancing uncertainly at his sister. Chen Yunlan's eyes brightened as she pondered the phrase beneath a man's knee lies gold, finding it quite intriguing. Su Zhixing sat upright in his chair and addressed Chen Minji, saying, since you have the intention, you are henceforth a disciple of my Zhixing Academy. There is no need to be bound by mundane formalities. Chen Yunlan regarded Su Zhixing with even greater esteem in her heart. Minji, since the teacher has spoken, you should comply, she suggested. Chen Minji nodded, interlacing his hands and raising them above his head, bowing respectfully as he proclaimed, yes, I, Chen Minji, pay my respects to you, esteemed teacher. Su Zhixing nodded with a smile. Very well. Chen Yunlan, standing beside her, suddenly felt a twinge of envy. Over the past 2 days, she had attended 2 of Su Zhixing's classes and felt deeply inspired, her heart swelling with an increasing sense of longing. Su Zhixing discerned the unusual glimmer in Chen Yunlan's eyes and surmised the thoughts occupying the young girl's mind. Miss Chen, should you find yourself with some leisure, you are welcome to accompany me to school. Chen Yunlan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe his words. I can too. Although the Zhou dynasty harbored no legal restrictions against women's education, societal conventions had long dictated that the presence of girls in educational institutions was a rarity. The prevailing belief was that a girl's pursuit of knowledge bore little significance, as the imperial examination was solely reserved for men. The singular ambition of scholars was to excel in these examinations. Thus, if women could not partake, what purpose would their studies serve? It sufficed for them to engage a tutor at home to learn the written word. Su Zhixing smiled and remarked, although women cannot participate in the imperial examinations, acquiring knowledge and wisdom through reading is paramount. The imperial examination is merely one of many choices, not the sole path. Engaging in the pursuit of knowledge, regardless of gender, invariably yields numerous benefits. Chen Yunlan stood frozen in place, her mind a tempest of thoughts. In this world, among scholars and students alike, none had ever expressed the notion that the imperial examination was merely one option among many, as this Mr. Su had. It is widely acknowledged that the Great Zhou dynasty established its reign through martial prowess, sweeping across the lands. Now that stability has begun to take root, those military generals, who have contributed to the dynasty's rise, wield an influence in the court that surpasses all but the emperor himself. Should the day arrive when the emperor passes and a new sovereign ascends the throne, these generals could very well become a source of grave concern for the Great Zhou. Thus, during this period, the emperor is bound to support a substantial number of civil officials to stand against the military leaders in the court, achieving a balance of power. This implies that the scholars of recent years find themselves in the most advantageous era, one in which ascending to prominence is most feasible. At such a time, a teacher dares to proclaim that the imperial examination is not the sole purpose of education. Su Zhixing observed the profound fluctuations in her gaze, realizing that such sentiments were indeed rather avant-garde for women of this era. Just as he contemplated dismissing the matter, he was taken aback to see Chun Yunlan bowing to him with the reverence befitting a disciple. Disciple Chun Yunlan pays her respects to you, sir. Su Zhixing was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, very well, from this day forth, both of you shall be students of my Zhixing Academy. Chun Yunlan's eyes sparkled with joy. Upon witnessing Su Zhixing's gentle and refined smile, her heart involuntarily fluttered, and her cheeks flushed ever so slightly. Meanwhile, Chen Minji stood nearby, somewhat dumbfounded. Wasn't it agreed that he would be the one to apprentice under a master? How had his sister become entangled in this as well? Given her intellect, did she truly need to seek a teacher? Though he found himself perplexed, he nonetheless trusted his sister's judgment. Nevertheless, he had already begun to anticipate the scene of attending classes the following day. It wasn't that this young scion had suddenly developed a passion for learning overnight. Rather, he was simply eager to uncover the subsequent chapters of Journey to the West. This moment could be deemed a significant gain. With 2 disciples scoring above 80, the system responded promptly. However, with classes still ongoing, Su Zhixing was not in a rush to investigate. It was only after having dinner with Yu Wenqing post-class that he returned to his chamber, sat calmly in his chair, and began to examine the system with a tranquil mind. Name: Su Zhixing. Age: 22. Skills: mastery of 9-year compulsory education knowledge. 9th rank of the most sage Confucianism. Disciple return rate: 3x. Number of disciples: 3 disciple information: 1. Yu Wenqing, potential value: 92, 2. Chen Minji, potential value: 83, 3. Chen Yunlan, potential value: 85. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 additional disciples. There are 2 rewards awaiting collection. Would you like to claim them? The information displayed on the panel had undergone considerable change, with Su Zhixing most astonished by the return rate for disciples, which had remarkably increased to 3 times. This suggested that the multiplier for the return was determined by the number of disciples. If Su Zhixing were to amass 100 or even 1,000 disciples, would he not be able to swiftly attain an extraordinarily high level in the realm of the most sage Confucianism? Yet, such thoughts remained mere musings. Setting aside the probability of finding so many disciples with potential values exceeding 80, it was uncertain whether he would be willing to accept them all. Su Zhixing glanced at the 2 new rewards issued by the system, silently contemplating. Claim. Chapter 18. Rewards distributing. Su Zhixing paused momentarily, gently closing his eyes. Much like the last time, a multitude of memories suddenly flooded his mind, as if they had always been there. Once the system's inheritance concluded, Su Zhixing continued to keep his eyes shut, meticulously organizing the knowledge within his consciousness. The 2 rewards, as anticipated, comprised 2 sets of skill knowledge. The first was titled The True Essence of Martial Arts, encompassing the quintessence of martial arts from its most rudimentary to its most advanced forms. It could also be regarded as a comprehensive guide to martial arts, instructing individuals on their practice from the 9th rank to the 1st, culminating in the 2 realms beyond the 1st rank. In contrast to the Supreme Confucianism, which possesses 3 realms above the 1st rank, the martial arts only extend to 2 realms beyond the 1st. Su Zhixing was unaware of the nature of martial arts manuals from other realms, which rendered him unable to assess their worth. However, based on the initial reward, it was reasonable to assume they possessed considerable value. The second volume, titled The 8 Melodies of Heavenly Sound, revealed itself to be a treatise on the art of the zither. It guided practitioners from the foundational stages to the ultimate attainment of harmony through music, delineating 8 distinct levels, with the entry point corresponding to the 6th rank of mastery. This is due to the fact that the 8 Melodies of Heavenly Sound is rooted in the cultivation of Confucianism and Taoism, permitting practice only to those who have reached a certain level of scholarly achievement in these philosophies. Upon organizing this information, Su Zhixing deduced that these 2 tomes were likely associated with Chen Minji and Chen Yunlan. Chen Minji, being adept in martial pursuits, was well suited for the martial arts elucidation, while it seemed that Chen Yunlan possessed a natural affinity for the zither, thus explaining the system's reward of the 8 Melodies of Heavenly Sound. Consequently, it appeared that future lessons could encompass both martial arts and musical rhythm, engaging in scholarly study, martial practice, and zither performance. these endeavors were not mutually exclusive. Su Zhixing was quite content, for he never believed that studying was merely a matter of rote learning. Mastery in multiple disciplines is an essential prerequisite for any student, or indeed, any competent individual. He would not restrict the teachings of the martial arts secrets, which were bestowed by Chun Minji, to him alone. Rather, the children in the academy would all have the opportunity to learn. Ultimately, the extent of their understanding would depend on their individual efforts. The same principle applies to the 8 melodic techniques of Tianyin. However, as the saying goes, a method must not be lightly transmitted. Before imparting such specialized skills to his disciples, Su Zhixing would undoubtedly conduct thorough evaluations, both to assess their character and to gauge their potential. For instance, it would be a waste of time to compel someone tone-deaf to study music theory. The primary responsibility of an educator is to tailor instruction to the individual needs of their students. Nevertheless, Su Zhixing did establish a foundational curriculum for his academy, which included essential subjects such as classical Confucianism and mathematics, while allowing students the freedom to choose other areas of study. Once he organized his thoughts, Su Zhixing could not resist the urge to experiment. He stepped out of the academy and made his way to the riverbank. By this time, the sky was adorned with countless stars, the fields resonated with the chorus of frogs, and the flickering fireflies danced among the grass, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of a midsummer night. The content of the martial arts secrets was etched in Su Zhixing's mind, almost instinctively. He simply needed to follow the prescribed movements. The first 3 tiers of martial arts involve refining the skin and flesh, strengthening the sinews and bones, and cultivating the blood and marrow. Within the teachings lies a sequence of movements reminiscent of Tai Chi, yet also bearing semblance to yoga postures, and upon closer inspection, even echoing elements of modern fitness routines. Although Su Zhixing had never practiced this set of movements before, the system imparted to him felt instinctual, allowing him to perform them with natural ease. As he executed the motions, one after another, a profound warmth radiated from within his muscles. His skin gradually flushed a vivid red, his pores dilated, and the hair on his body stood erect, akin to steel needles. After approximately half an hour, the extraordinary sensations began to subside. Once his breathing stabilized, a flicker of astonishment crossed Su Zhixing's eyes. To his surprise, a casual practice session led him to achieve the initial stage of martial mastery. Indeed, within just half an hour, Su Zhixing had ascended to the 9th tier of martial prowess. In the case of an ordinary individual, even one with exceptional talent, such a feat would typically require no less than 3 months of diligent effort. Those of lesser aptitude might take 1 or even 2 years. Achieving the 9th tier in half an hour is unprecedented. However, Su Zhixing understood that this remarkable progress was likely due to his possession of pure qi. His physique had already been significantly nourished, enabling him to refine his skills at such a rapid pace in the first realm of martial arts. Su Zhixing seized the opportunity and continued his training. The vital energy coursed through his flesh, and a sensation of warmth enveloped him once again. He was refining his body with his own life force. Once the refinement of his flesh reached perfection, the power of his vital energy would naturally overflow into his bones and tendons, signifying his ascension to the 8th rank of martial artists. Time gradually passed, and Su Zhixing became fully immersed in his practice. It was not until he exhausted his last ounce of strength that he emerged from his meditative state. Though fatigued, he distinctly sensed that his flesh was merely a hair's breadth away from perfection. This indicated that he was on the verge of entering the 8th rank of martial artists. Such a pace of cultivation would surely astonish anyone who heard of it. The initial 3 ranks of martial artists, focused on body refinement, have no shortcuts. The enhancement of one's physique is inevitably a gradual process, built step by step. While one might experience sudden breakthroughs in the realm of refining true energy through enlightenment or the consumption of rare treasures, such occurrences have never been reported in the domain of physical cultivation. Su Zhixing is an exceptional case, for never has anyone first cultivated true energy and then returned to refine their physical form. After resting by the riverside for quite some time, Su Zhixing eventually made his way back to the academy. Following a thorough cleansing, he collapsed into slumber. It was not until the following morning, upon hearing the sound of Yu Wenqing leading everyone in their studies, that he stirred from his sleep. After a night of rest, Su Zhixing distinctly sensed a change within his body. The most immediate realization was the transformation in his strength. Although, due to the Howren true energy, his power had been somewhat greater than that of an ordinary person, it paled in comparison to the substantial difference achieved upon reaching the 9th rank of martial prowess. Su Zhixing gazed at his clenched fist, a smile gracing his lips. If this trend continued, perhaps the Zhixing Academy could indeed transform that statement he had made to Yu Wenqing into reality, compelling others to heed their reasoning. After freshening up, Su Zhixing partook of the breakfast that Yu Wenqing had thoughtfully prepared for him, and then made his way to the playground. At that moment, the children had just completed their morning reading and were being led by Yu Wenqing to prepare for their warm-up run. Chen Minji and Chen Yunlan were also among the group. This time, Chen Yunlan had chosen not to wear her veil, revealing her stunning beauty in full. The siblings had both shed their ornate garments for simpler attire, adopting a more modest appearance befitting students. Su Zhixing approached Chen Yunlan and said, "Yunlan, you need not accompany me in my running." Chen Yunlan was taken aback, her expression one of confusion. "Sir, may I inquire the reason for this?" Su Zhixing smiled and remarked, "The purpose of having them run is to strengthen their physique and enhance their health. For you, it is superfluous." Chen Yunlan was taken aback, glancing at Su Zhixing with surprise. It was evident that he had discerned her true nature. This revelation left Chen Yunlan incredulous, for she possessed a rare treasure that concealed her vital energy and blood. Only an individual of exceptional martial prowess could possibly see through it. Indeed, Mr. Su was unfathomable. She mused. Little did she know that Su Zhixing's insight into her background was solely due to the system. Disciple, Chen Yunlan, female, age, 17, skills, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, martial arts level 4 identity, disciple of Zhixing Academy, hidden identity, the sole surviving disciple of the true teachings from Fengming Mountain. A sacred site of the martial world in Zhongtian Prefecture, Chapter 19. Is Mr. Su a celestial being on Earth? Upon discovering Chen Yunlan's concealed identity, Su Zhixing was somewhat astonished. A martial arts level 4 practitioner at the tender age of 17 was remarkable, certainly indicative of a genius. There are countless individuals in this world, and many must share such talent. However, the fact that she was the only surviving true disciple from Fengming Mountain, a sacred site of the martial world in Zhongtian Prefecture, was rather daunting. Considering the ongoing tumult in the Great Zhou dynasty, it was easy to deduce that Fengming Mountain was likely one of the sects purged by the Iron Cavalry of Great Zhou. To speak candidly, should Chen Yunlan's hidden identity be exposed, the Chen family would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Even he, as her teacher in a humble town academy, would not escape the ramifications. Yet, after his initial surprise, Su Zhixing did not dwell on it excessively. Since it was a concealed identity, it was best to keep it well hidden. As long as no one discovered it, safety would be assured. Should the situation ever spiral out of control, that was a matter for another day. After all, who could truly predict what the future holds? Upon realizing Chen Yunlan's concealed prowess and identity, Su Zhixing naturally adjusted his method of cultivation for her. The practice of morning runs, in Chen Yunlan's case, seemed a futile expenditure of time. It would be far more beneficial for her to immerse herself in the revered text of Confucianism. Perhaps this endeavor might allow her to cultivate the true energy of Howren. After all, her previous martial skills were likely rendered obsolete, and the replacement of these with Howren's genuine energy would seem a more prudent course. Once the others had ventured out for their run, Su Zhixing summoned Chen Yunlan to his chamber in solitude. Chen Yunlan regarded him with a tinge of anxiety, uncertain of his intentions. In her estimation, Su Zhixing's ability to see through her hidden capabilities suggested he was a figure of extraordinary skill, perhaps even surpassing the first rank. When faced with such a personage, one must exercise caution, even towards the emperor himself. History has taught us valuable lessons during these tumultuous centuries. A first-rank master can single-handedly contend against 1,000 troops. An extraordinary master, transcending the first rank, is beyond the reach of any mortal army, no matter how numerous. The extraordinary master possesses a transcendent ability, the power of flight. How can one hope to thwart a divine being capable of soaring through the heavens, regardless of the legions amassed? Chen Yunlan recalled that among the 6 kingdoms annihilated by the Great Zhou, there was the kingdom of Yin, which housed a revered extraordinary master within its royal lineage. As Yin faced its impending doom, he erupted into action, slaying 3,000 cavalrymen with a single strike. In the aftermath of this battle, not a single soul remained from the 20,000-strong army of the Great Zhou, though ultimately that extraordinary master succumbed to exhaustion. Surrounded and slain by 13 first-rank masters of the Great Zhou, his valiant efforts imparted a profound truth to the world. A master is no longer of this earthly realm. Thus, they are often referred to as terrestrial immortals. if this esteemed educator before her truly embodies the essence of a terrestrial immortal, then Chen Yunlan's utmost respect and reverence would be entirely warranted. Su Zhixing was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Chen Yunlan's mind as he rummaged through his desk, meticulously sifting through his collection of books. Ultimately, he selected 3 volumes and presented them to Chen Yunlan. "What are these?" she inquired, gazing at the books in her hands with a hint of perplexity. Su Zhixing elucidated. "Since you bear the esteemed title of a talented woman, it is apparent that your knowledge is quite exceptional. There is no need for you to study alongside those children, engaging in rudimentary learning. These 3 volumes, The Great Learning, The Analects, and Mencius, are yours to explore thoroughly. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek my guidance." Chen Yunlan's eyes brightened. She had already discerned that the texts the children recited each morning were derived from The Great Learning. The act of the teacher entrusting this book to her clearly signified his recognition of her capabilities. Su Zhixing gestured towards a nearby chair and said, "You may read here with me. Once you have thoroughly studied these classics and grasped their profound meanings, I shall then impart further knowledge to you." Su Zhixing did not impart the methods of nurturing one's vitality to Chen Yunlan. Unlike Yu Wenqing, who arrived here as a blank slate, capable of absorbing whatever was taught to him, Chen Yunlan was already well-versed in classical literature. In fact, some of her prior knowledge was at odds with the teachings of Su Zhixing. Therefore, it was essential for her to first engage with and comprehend the concepts. Only then, if she could assimilate them into her own understanding, would it be appropriate to convey the methods of nurturing vitality to her, ensuring their true efficacy. Chen Yunlan respectfully bowed. "Indeed, I shall diligently adhere to your esteemed teachings." Su Zhixing was momentarily taken aback, sensing an unusual shift in the demeanor of the young lady from the Chen family, as if her respect had crossed into the realm of excessive reverence. He did not dwell on it for long. After offering a few words of advice, he departed, leaving Chen Yunlan alone in the room with her book. Seated at the desk, Chen Yunlan quelled her excitement and gently opened the volume before her. Upon encountering the neatly arranged small script within the pages, her eyes sparkled with delight. Such exquisite calligraphy. It was a style she had never encountered before. Yet it did not hinder her comprehension. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she sprang to her feet, stepping back in astonishment. The characters emanated an awe-inspiring power. As she immersed herself in the text moments ago, her inner energy began to stir restlessly. Chen Yunlan distinctly felt her state of mind influenced by the words on the page, as if she had been drawn into a profound rhythm. She gazed incredulously at the book on the table, murmuring, "It is said that only those who transcend the first rank can manifest their own spirit and influence others. Indeed, my mentor is a terrestrial immortal." If she had merely speculated moments ago, she could now assert with unwavering certainty that Su Zhixing was indeed a terrestrial immortal who had transcended the first rank. It was said that those who reached such heights would possess a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary mortals. Thus, it seemed that her mentor's true age might far surpass his outward appearance. No wonder she often perceived a depth of worldly wisdom in his gaze. A sudden thought sparked in her mind, igniting a flicker of excitement in her eyes. Since I am already a disciple of my mentor, could I perhaps beseech him to vindicate Fengming Mountain? However, she quickly dismissed this notion. An immortal is not someone to be trifled with. Should her efforts backfire, the entire Chen family might suffer the consequences. Setting aside such impractical thoughts, Chen Yunlan settled back into her seat, took a deep breath, and sought to restore her composure. After a considerable time, she resumed her gaze upon the tome. She understood that these words, imbued with divine meaning, would not only yield no adverse effects if harmonized with the essence of the text, but would also enhance her comprehension of the profound principles within, achieving results with half the effort. Initially, Chen Yunlan found it impossible to cultivate a tranquil heart. Only after the children outside had completed their morning exercises and commenced their lessons did the room resonate with the clear sound of reading. Upon hearing this, Su Zhixing, who had already ascended the podium, could not help but smile with satisfaction. Exceptional talent, at times, indeed defies reason. Chapter 20. A jar of osmanthus wine. As summer waned and autumn approached, the mid-autumn festival swiftly arrived. By the riverbank, Su Zhixing faced the dawn glow, holding a scroll and reciting the text with ease. Gradually, an aura began to emanate from him, potent enough to influence the surrounding atmosphere. A vibrant, crimson koi quietly surfaced, gently undulating beneath the stone upon which Su Zhixing sat. It seemed to listen intently to his reading, exhibiting an almost sentient quality. When Su Zhixing closed the book, The fiery koi submerged once more, disappearing from sight. Su Zhixing was well aware of the existence of the koi fish. He had first encountered it over a month ago while reading by the riverbank. Initially, Su thought it was merely a coincidence, but as time passed, he noticed that this koi appeared daily. In its fish-like eyes, there lingered an air of spirituality. Thus, Su feigned ignorance of its presence and continued to visit the riverbank each day to read, deliberately allowing his aura to radiate outward. If this koi were to derive any benefit from it, that would indeed be its own fortune. Today, on the occasion of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the school had a day off, allowing the children to return home and honor their families. Consequently, Su Zhixing found himself with rare leisure time. After returning to the school and having lunch, he took Yu Wenqing to the town, intending to explore. Over the past few months, Longquan Town had noticeably become more vibrant. The influx of migrants, along with residents gradually relocated by the authorities, had adapted to life in Longquan. As the population grew, a phenomenon that modern society refers to as a market began to emerge. Here, it was known as a bazaar. Given the ample space in Longquan Town, the increasing populace attracted villagers from nearby areas, who, having heard of the town's burgeoning activity, would occasionally bring fruits and vegetables from their fields to sell. Gradually, a bustling bazaar formed along the central street of Longquan. Even the house where Yu Wenqing once lived had been rented out as a fabric shop, resulting in Yu Wenqing becoming a landlord. As the master and disciple walked through the marketplace, they were filled with reflections. In less than a year, such profound changes had transformed the town. Today, the roads were wide enough for 2 carts to travel side by side, while the Longquan River had a dock. Although the dock was not yet fully constructed, several boats had begun to moor there occasionally. It was evident that before long, the dock would evolve into a lively hub. Notably, despite its remote location, Longquan Town was rich in resources. However, the previous Wu Kingdom had focused solely on exploitation, neglecting the development of its wealth. The newly appointed magistrate of Ani County had somehow learned of an iron ore source hidden within the valley behind Longquan Town. Within the ore source lay a stagnant lake, which the residents had traditionally avoided, for its water was undrinkable and emitted a foul odor, with not a blade of grass growing nearby. Ironically, this very stagnant lake was abundant in iron sand, reputed to be an excellent material for forging weapons. Upon learning this news, Su Zhixing finally understood why the Ani County government was so eager to construct roads and docks for Longquan Town. While settling the migrants was a secondary concern, the primary objective was perhaps the iron ore source. Nevertheless, regardless of the initial intentions, the resettlement of the migrants was indeed a reality. A situation that yielded multiple benefits. What could be more gratifying? Later, upon learning that the Qin family, specifically Qin Yulan, had secured a substantial share of the mining rights to Taisha Lake, Su Zhixing could not help but marvel. Their every action was never without purpose. The Qin family had long been aware of Taisha Lake and had discreetly negotiated terms with the county magistrate of Ani. Consequently, they sent their eldest daughter and only son back to Longquan Town under the pretext of pursuing their studies and personal development to oversee the operations of Taisha Lake. Why do the elite tend to remain in power? It is because the information, connections, wealth, and influence they possess enable them to effortlessly amass fortunes and advantages that the common folk could only dream of acquiring in a lifetime. For those at the bottom, the path to ascendance is fraught with difficulty, unless one, like Su Zhixing, is fortunate enough to receive inexplicable external assistance. The majority of the lower class can only rise due to the whims of those above them who decide to take on a pet, so to speak. It is a harsh reality, yet it is the truth. Of course, these so-called fame and fortune have never been Su Zhixing's aspirations. He exists in this world, yet perceives it from a perspective that transcends it. To him, everything resembles a script belonging to the inhabitants of this realm. Thus, Su Zhixing approaches life with a carefree demeanor, engaging with the world as a game. His mindset naturally radiates clarity and brightness. With such clarity, everything appears vibrant and flourishing. The central street of Longquan Town is not particularly long, and Su Zhixing and Yu Wenqing did not linger for long before reaching its end. Conveniently, Widow Zhao's distillery is situated right here. As the crowd grew, the business at Widow Zhao's distillery flourished considerably. As Su Zhixing and his companion arrived at the entrance of the tavern, they spotted 2 individuals seated outside, indulging in drink. Upon noticing Su Zhixing's approach, Widow Zhao's eyes sparkled with sudden brightness. "Mr. Su, you have come. Please, take a seat." Inside, the young Jinjin, hearing her mother's voice, hurriedly emerged. Her eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. Brother Zhixing, it has been far too long. Su Zhixing nodded towards Widow Zhao, then turned to Xiao Jinjin with a smile, saying, "Did you not attend the school yesterday, lingering to listen to a story? How is it that we have not seen each other for such a long time?" Xiao Jinjin pouted, replying, "It has indeed been a long time since we last met." Su Zhixing chuckled softly, playfully pinching the cheek of the adorable little Jinjin, and nodded, saying, "Very well, let us consider it a long-awaited reunion." Standing nearby, Yu Wenqing gazed at the clever and charming Jinjin, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. It was not until Su Zhixing took a seat and called out to him that he snapped back to reality. Su Zhixing observed keenly, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. Ah, the youth cannot conceal their little schemes. Soon, Widow Zhao presented a platter of delicacies alongside a jug of wine before Su Zhixing, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear as she smiled and said, "Mr. Su, do have a taste of this new brew I have crafted, named osmanthus wine, and let me know how it pleases your palate." With that, Widow Zhao personally poured a small cup for Su Zhixing. Su Zhixing did not decline. He lifted the wine cup to his nose, and a delicate fragrance of osmanthus wafted forth. Following that was the intoxicating aroma of the wine, intertwined with the scent of the osmanthus. Su Zhixing's eyes sparkled with delight as he sincerely exclaimed, "How fragrant!" The two gentlemen at the adjacent table also twitched their noses in agreement, echoing, "Indeed. It smells wonderful. Madam, please serve us a pot as well." However, the Widow Zhao smiled awkwardly and replied, "Esteemed guests, it is not that I am unwilling to serve you. It is simply that this osmanthus wine is still in the experimental phase, and I have only brewed this single pot. Should it prove delightful, I shall concoct more." The two wine drinkers exchanged glances with Su Zhixing, a hint of derision flickering in the corners of their eyes. Yet, they refrained from further comment, returning to their own indulgence in drink. After finishing a cup of wine, Su Zhixing picked up the remaining wine pot and approached the table of the two individuals, smiling as he said, "There is still quite a bit left in this pot. If you two do not mind, I shall share it with you, and you may simply pay half the cost. What do you think?" The two exchanged glances, surprised by Su Zhixing's generosity. The Widow Zhao hesitated, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes, yet she ultimately chose to remain silent. The two men, being connoisseurs of fine wine themselves, felt no hesitation in accepting the pot of osmanthus brew, especially given Su Zhixing's magnanimity. Su Zhixing turned around and gazed at Widow Zhao, smiling as he said, "Sister Zhao, I am grateful for your hospitality, but I must attend to some matters at the school and cannot stay any longer." With that, he began to take his leave. Widow Zhao was taken aback and hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Mr. Su, today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Please stay and celebrate this reunion with us." Su Zhixing paused for a moment, then turned and clasped his fists in a polite refusal, saying, "Thank you, Sister Zhao, for your generous invitation, but I must decline. Farewell." The Widow Zhao's gaze gradually dimmed as she watched Su Zhixing retreating further away. Ultimately, she found herself ensnared in place, hesitant to step forward. Little Jinjin, for reasons unknown, remained unusually quiet, watching Su Zhixing depart without the desire to follow. The two drinking guests exchanged knowing glances and could not help but smile in shared understanding. Su Zhixing, accompanied by Yu Wenqing, purchased some round cakes and daily necessities before heading towards the academy. Having lived over 40 years in his previous life, coupled with his experiences in this one, he was acutely aware of Zhao Widow's extraordinary enthusiasm, which exceeded the bounds of reason. However, matters of the heart cannot be solely dictated by one party's initiative. Acknowledging the impossibility of the situation, Su Zhixing resolved to act decisively, striving to eliminate any potential misunderstandings on her part. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted from his reverie, turning abruptly to gaze upwards. There, atop the rooftops lining the street, several figures gracefully glided by. Judging by their physiques, they were clearly formidable martial artists. When had Longquan Town become home to so many skilled practitioners of the martial arts? Chapter 21. Reunion of Yin and Yang. Su Zhixing merely cast a glance and chose not to observe further. The adept individuals glided effortlessly between the eaves, their movements so light that they scarcely produced a sound. Were it not for his extraordinarily heightened senses, he might not have noticed them at all. At that moment, the people in the street remained oblivious to the group swiftly traversing above them, engrossed in their own affairs. Only within the Qin residence did Qin Yulan, absorbed in her reading, suddenly lift her gaze and catch sight of those figures. A faint frown creased her brow as she murmured, "The fish dragon garb. What brings the heavenly tour pavilion to Longquan Town? In that instant, her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of lethal intent, though it was swiftly concealed once more. Su Zhixing took a few steps, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease creeping into his heart. Since his arrival in Longquan Town, he had never experienced such a sensation before. Resolutely, he halted his pace and surveyed his surroundings, murmuring to himself, "What is happening? Is something about to occur?" Just then, a sudden noise pierced the air, accompanied by a faint but discernible wave of disturbance. Shortly thereafter, he heard the distant sounds of screams and chaos emanating from the end of the street. Su Zhixing was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, realizing that someone was indeed taking action. The palpable wave of energy clearly indicated the stirring of true qi. He turned his gaze towards the end of the street, his expression shifting dramatically. This was not good. "Shaoqing, return on your own." After leaving behind this brief message, Su Zhixing leapt into the air, soaring forward with astonishing speed. Within mere breaths, he reached the end of the street. However, his steps suddenly halted, his face a mask of disbelief. The tavern he had just seen was now nothing but a desolate ruin. The 6 or 7 adept figures clad in uniform attire and wearing ghostly masks had once again taken to the skies, vaulting over the rooftops. And in no time at all, they vanished from sight. On the ground lay 2 headless corpses. Su Zhixing had already surmised something, yet he felt utterly indifferent to it. His gaze firmly fixed upon the ruins. More accurately, it was directed towards a hand that emerged from beneath the debris. Just moments ago, that very hand had shyly brushed aside strands of hair, pouring him a cup of freshly brewed osmanthus wine. Su Zhixing approached the ruins, fervently laboring to clear away the fallen debris and timber, intent on unearthing the woman. His hands soon became stained with blood, for he was, after all, merely human. Yet, Su Zhixing appeared impervious to pain, relentlessly continuing his excavation with bare hands. Before long, he had removed the shattered planks and stones, successfully uncovering Widow Zhao. The first thing Su Zhixing noticed was the gaping wound on Widow Zhao's chest, from which blood continued to flow profusely. "Sister Zhao, Sister Zhao." Widow Zhao slowly opened her eyes, and, upon seeing Su Zhixing, clutched at him as if he were a lifeline. With her last breath, she implored, "Save, save." "Shun." The remaining words faltered on her lips. Her gaze was filled with desperation and a heart-wrenching sorrow. Even in death, her eyes remained wide open, fixated on Su Zhixing, unwavering in their intensity. Su Zhixing trembled all over, an inexplicable pang of anguish gripping his heart. Yet, this was not the moment for sorrow. He promptly set aside the lifeless body of Widow Zhao and resumed his desperate digging through the debris with his hands. Relying on his acute senses, he detected movement beneath the rubble. At last, beneath a wooden plank, he glimpsed a diminutive figure, the buried Zhao Zhun. Su Zhixing, cautious and prudent, first took her pulse to assess her condition. Once he confirmed that her injuries were non-fatal, he swiftly lifted the fragile Jinjin into his arms and turned to hasten back to tend to her wounds. At that very moment, Chen Yulan, accompanied by the formidable swordsman Lu Zhou, approached from a distance, witnessing this poignant scene unfold. "Sir." Su Zhixing passed by Chen Yunlan without casting a glance at her, merely stating coldly, "Yunlan, you should be able to ascertain the identity of the murderer, shouldn't you?" Chen Yunlan nodded gently. Su Zhixing glanced at Zhao Zhen in his arms and pursed his lips. "I would appreciate it if you could take care of Sister Zhao's remains for me. I will take Jinjin to receive treatment first." Having spoken, Su Zhixing departed without a backward glance. As she watched his figure fade into the distance, Chen Yunlan's gaze grew increasingly frigid. She turned to Lu Zhou, who, without needing any instruction, nodded and took his leave. Chen Yunlan's eyes fell upon the lifeless body of Widow Zhao not far away, a palpable malice evident in her expression, one that belied her youthful age. The Xuantian Pavilion. How amusing. Before long, members of the Chen family arrived to assist in the proper arrangements for Widow Zhao's remains, also inquiring about the circumstances surrounding the incident. According to the local populace, moments earlier, 6 or 7 individuals clad in brocade and donning ghostly masks had descended from the rooftops. Upon reaching the entrance of Widow Zhao's distillery, they wasted no time and brandished their blades. 2 outsiders, clearly martial experts, engaged the assailants without hesitation. Yet, realizing they were outmatched, the 2 men resorted to using Widow Zhao as a shield, hoping this would deter the masked figures. A few of them hesitated, contemplating negotiation. But one of the masked men, showing no sign of mercy, struck down with a single blow, sending Widow Zhao flying. After the defeat of the two experts, their heads were severed, and the assailants vanished atop the rooftops. Upon grasping the full extent of the events, Chen Yunlan's expression darkened further. The Xuantian Pavilion was an extrajudicial organization established following the founding of the Great Zhou, intended to oversee, manage, and regulate the martial sects of the realm. Acting on behalf of the imperial authority, the pavilion wielded tremendous power, yet was bound by laws, one of which forbade harm to innocent civilians. The audacity of the masked assailants to disregard the laws of the Great Zhou was staggering, as they could execute an ordinary citizen without a second thought. Were Widow Zhao merely an unremarkable individual without connections, she might have perished without recourse for justice. Common folk often remain oblivious to the identities of their assailants, leaving them with no avenues for redress. However, Widow Zhao was different. Though she was an ordinary civilian, she had the backing of Mr. Su, and Chen Yulan was his disciple. The Chen family would not stand idly by in this matter. Yet, it was imperative to ascertain who within the Xuantian Pavilion had committed this heinous act. Chen Yulan would meticulously calculate whether this incident could be leveraged to exact a price from the entire pavilion, for she harbored a deep-seated animosity toward them. Chapter 22. Burdened by hatred in the academy, Su Zhixing gently wiped the dust from the face and hands of little Jinjin with a towel. His pure qi gradually enveloped her wounds, offering healing. After approximately half an hour, the little girl finally stirred, her eyes clouded with confusion. Upon seeing Su Zhixing seated beside her, her first words were, "Brother Zhixing, where's my mother?" Su Zhixing fell into a brief silence, gently stroking the little girl's head. Sensing something, her eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears, yet they remained imprisoned within her lashes, refusing to cascade down her cheeks. "What about my mother?" she inquired once more. Outside, just at the threshold, Chen Yulan could not help but feel a pang of sorrow in her nose. Originally, it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day meant for family reunions, but in the blink of an eye, Su Zhixing let out a gentle sigh and replied, "Jinjin, would you like to live with Brother Zhixing from now on?" Upon hearing Su Zhixing's words, the little girl could no longer contain herself and burst into tears, her sobs echoing with a heart-wrenching intensity as the tears streamed down her tender cheeks, leaving a glistening trail. "Brother Zhixing, please let me go back. I want my mother, I want my mother." Listening to the girl's almost suffocating cries, Su Zhixing found it difficult to suppress his own emotions. In his memories, at a similar age in his past life, he had lost his parents to an unfortunate accident, left to navigate the world alone in utter desolation. The feelings of confusion, fear, and despair were etched in his mind, never to be forgotten. Thus, when he returned to the mountain village to teach, nearly a third of his students were orphans he had gathered from various places. He understood better than anyone what a home meant to an orphan, and what it signified to have someone dependable by their side. Su Zhixing did not utter many comforting words. He understood that any attempt at consolation would ultimately be devoid of substance. Instead, he gently cradled the little girl in his arms, allowing her to rest her head upon his shoulder. His large hand rhythmically patted her back, striving to provide her with a semblance of support and warmth. The little girl clung tightly to Su Zhixing's neck, weeping inconsolably. Yet, fortunate for her, she possessed a sanctuary in which to release her emotions. At the doorway, Chen Yunlan observed this tender scene, her heart deeply moved. In her eyes, Su Zhixing, a figure she regarded as almost divine, could exhibit such gentleness towards an unrelated child. Gradually, her respect for him intensified beyond what it had been before. After weeping for nearly an hour, the little girl finally succumbed to slumber once more. The tumult of joy and sorrow can be profoundly exhausting. Thus, her ability to drift into sleep was, indeed, a blessing. Su Zhixing gently set the little girl down, wiping away the traces of tears from her face, and let out a soft sigh. He stepped out of the room, delicately closing the door behind him. Upon reaching the courtyard, Chen Yunlan, with a hint of sympathy, spoke. "Sir, Master Zhao's remains have been tidied up. Shall we allow Zhao Zhun to bid her mother a final farewell?" Su Zhixing gazed into the distance, where the undulating mountains lay, and said softly, "Let us postpone our journey until tomorrow. Although it may seem rather cruel, we must confront what we must." Chen Yunlan nodded, pondering for a moment before responding, "Sir, the identity of the murderer has been confirmed. It is a celestial envoy from the Celestial Pavilion, known as Wan Gui, a martial artist of the 6th rank. He has come to Longquan today to eliminate 2 remaining fugitives from the Random Gate. During the fierce battle with those 2, he also took the opportunity to kill Sister Zhao." Su Zhixing's gaze momentarily froze, and an unusual aura of malevolence enveloped his countenance. Why must Zhao Jie be slain? Upon uttering this phrase, Qin Yunlan could not help but feel an overwhelming weight of pressure. She let out a sigh and spoke softly. It is solely because the remnants of that arbitrary door have utilized Zhao Jie as a shield, thus she was inevitably struck down alongside them. Su Zhixing turned his head to Qin Yunlan and inquired, "Does the Celestial Surveillance Pavilion represent the Imperial Court?" Qin Yunlan nodded in affirmation. The Celestial Surveillance Pavilion serves as a substitute for the court, overseeing the realm and regulating the martial sects and practitioners of the Jianghu. However, the actions of the pavilion must also adhere to the laws of the Great Zhou. To harm a commoner is a crime deserving of the most severe punishment. Given the constraints of the Great Zhou's laws, how can one act with such impunity? Su Zhixing's inquiry left Qin Yunlan at a loss for words. Should she assert that in the eyes of those lofty individuals residing in the capital of Tian, the lives of commoners are, in fact, regarded as insignificant? Su Zhixing did not wait for her response and continued, "It seems that in this vast world, it is merely a realm of the survival of the fittest." "I comprehend it now." Qin Yunlan recalled her own sect, her voice tinged with both anger and resignation as she remarked, "Regardless of who holds dominion over the world, this truth remains eternally unchanged. The weak shall forever possess only the qualification to be governed by the strong." Su Zhixing gazed at the distant mountains, lost in silence for a long while. After a long while, a breath was finally released, the tone gentle, yet imbued with immense strength. The eagle soars through the vast sky, while fish glide gracefully in the shallows. All creatures compete for freedom beneath the frosty heavens. Is it truly the case that the weak are destined to remain weak for all eternity, and that the strong shall never face decline? Such notions have never held true in this world. At this juncture, Su Zhixing turned to glance at Zhao Zhan, who was peacefully asleep in the room, and softly murmured, "Is fate unjust? Let us put it to the test." Qin Yunlan was momentarily taken aback. Feeling an unexpected surge of fervor, she hesitantly inquired, "Sir, would you like me to compose a letter to send back to the capital?" Su Zhixing shook his head. "Do not interfere. That person is meant for Jinjin. Do they not perceive Sister Zhao as a weakling? Do they not regard Jinjin as feeble? Very well. I shall demonstrate to them what a so-called weakling can evolve into. When the day comes that Jinjin possesses the strength to trample everything beneath her feet, what expressions will they wear then?" Su Zhixing seldom experienced such intense anger, and it was not merely due to the death of Widow Zhao. It stemmed from a profound indignation towards the world and the so-called law of the jungle. He understood that perhaps if Qin Yunlan were to handle this matter, that wretched Wang Gui would swiftly receive the punishment he deserved. According to his usual principles, he might have taken that route. However, this time, he chose otherwise. He intended to leave the murderer for Zhaozhen, aiming to cultivate her into a formidable force that would instill fear in their hearts. He sought to demonstrate to them, through their own rules, that they were mistaken. Qin Yunlan glanced back, feeling a twinge of sympathy. At such a tender age, she bore the weight of deep-seated enmity. Even if Zhaozhen were to avenge her, her life might not necessarily be filled with joy. Much like her. "Yunlan." Suddenly, Su Zhixing called softly. Qin Yunlan was taken aback and quickly responded, "Yes. How have you found those 3 books?" Qin Yunlan pondered for a moment before replying, "I have gained some insights." Su Zhixing nodded and said, "Next, I shall impart to you the sacred method of Confucian cultivation of vital energy." Qin Yunlan was momentarily taken aback, only to be illuminated by a flicker of joy in her eyes. "Yes, master." Chapter 23. I Seek Revenge. Qin Yunlan had never encountered such an extraordinary method of inner cultivation. Rather than refining one's vital essence through the mere manipulation of blood and qi, this approach was rooted in the scholar's intellectual and literary prowess to cultivate true energy. Suddenly, she comprehended why the seemingly 11-year-old Yuan Qin possessed such an extraordinarily pure essence of true energy. It was surely achieved through this very method. No one would disdain the acquisition of an additional skill, and Qin Yunlan was no exception. That very night, in the solitude of her chamber, she recited the great learning while practicing the cultivation technique. Thanks to her robust foundation, after merely one cycle, she distinctly felt a strand of true energy manifest within her being. Moreover, this true energy was imbued with a unique spirit, radiating a sense of righteous clarity. In comparison to the martial essence she had originally possessed, this strand, cultivated through scholarly pursuits, may have lacked in intensity and destructive power. Yet, its agility and vitality far surpassed that of her martial qi. How wondrous! Is this truly what the master referred to as Confucian cultivation? To think that one could cultivate an inner master through study alone seemed almost fantastical. Chen Yunlan felt as if she were in a dream. Unlike Yuan Xing, her knowledge and capabilities far surpassed his. It was precisely for this reason that the method of Confucian cultivation resonated so deeply within her. After calming her thoughts, Chen Yunlan continued her studies and cultivation. Unbeknownst to her, dawn broke, and an entire night slipped away. Yet, fatigue did not mar her visage. Instead, her eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. She had unwittingly adopted a presence akin to Su Zhixing's, an aura unique to those who practiced Confucianism. Having traversed through the night, she mused, to have only reached this level in my accumulation of talent? Chen Yunlan believed that with her literary talent, she would nearly attain the 7th rank, condensing 4 strands of solidified chi of righteousness. However, reality dealt her a blow. After a night's effort, she had only managed to gather 10 strands of foundational chi, transforming them into a single solidified strand of true energy. This marked her entry into the 9th rank of Confucianism. At this juncture, her literary prowess had nearly been exhausted, necessitating a fresh accumulation. Meanwhile, in the Zhixing Academy, Su Zhixing had also spent a sleepless night. On one hand, it was due to Zhao Zhan's intermittent cries, and on the other, it was attributable to the return of his students following Chen Yunlan's elevation in cultivation. He now had 3 disciples, and the return multiplier had increased to 3-fold. The 4 strands of solidified chi that had been flowing through the Mud Pill Palace transformed overnight into 7 strands, with an additional 3 strands of foundational chi lingering nearby. This meant that Su Zhixing was merely 7 strands of foundational chi away from stepping into the 6th rank. Since accepting Chen Yunlan and Chen Minji, Su Zhixing had made remarkable strides in his Confucian cultivation over the past few months. This was due in part to his own diligent accumulation and partly to the contributions of Yu Wenqing, who had also ascended to the 9th rank. While his cultivation speed couldn't be deemed rapid, it was certainly steady. In addition to his Confucian advancement, Su Zhixing's martial prowess had seen astonishing progress. In just a few months, he had traversed the path of the first 3 ranks in martial arts, a journey that would typically take others 5 or 6 years. He now stood at the 7th rank. However, the path ahead posed greater challenges. The rapid advancement through the first 3 ranks was facilitated by the assistance of the chi of righteousness, which had already elevated his physical constitution to a commendable level. Yet, the 7th rank marked his limit. Beyond this, he needed to refine his blood and temper his true energy. The chi of righteousness and martial true energy are 2 fundamentally distinct entities, incapable of complementing each other. He could only rely on his own gradual training. Nonetheless, Su Zhixing had resolved to introduce the foundational principles of martial arts to his academy, allowing all his disciples to cultivate together. His motivation extended beyond merely seeking returns from his students to elevate his own cultivation. It stemmed from a deep consideration for their personal development. Following the incident involving Widow Zhao, he had an epiphany. Though the great Zhou dynasty valued civil examinations and esteemed scholars, this world was not akin to the ancient world of Earth. It was a realm where warriors could soar to great heights, effortlessly wielding a sword capable of demolishing a house. In this world, mere understanding of principles and mastery of knowledge was insufficient for survival. To avoid having their lives easily taken away, one must possess the strength to protect oneself and one's family. The children were still young, and their comprehension of Confucian texts was not adequate to cultivate the chi of righteousness. Thus, Su Zhixing chose to pass down the martial arts' true principles. As the sun rose, Yu Wenqing, who had also spent a sleepless night, rose early to prepare porridge. He remembered that Zhao Zhan enjoyed osmanthus honey, so he added a generous spoonful of the sweet and fragrant honey to the cooked porridge. Yet, for Zhao Zhan at that moment, even the most exquisite delicacies tasted like wax. After some encouragement from Su Zhixing, she reluctantly managed to drink a small bowl. Zhao Zhan descended from her bed, sniffled, and looked up at Su Zhixing, saying, "Brother Zhixing, I wish to see mother." Su Zhixing nodded gently. "Very well, I shall take you there." Yu Wenqing felt a twinge of compassion, yet did not intervene. He simply followed them out. In the courtyard of the academy, a multitude of students had gathered. They were all aware of the unfortunate demise of Widow Zhao from the distillery, and that the charming little girl was now an orphan. It was likely that she would become their little junior sister. Thus, these children, having grasped some understanding of the situation, spontaneously wished to accompany this young girl in bidding farewell to her only remaining kin. Su Zhixing smiled with a sense of comfort. Yet he did not invite everyone to join him. Xiaoqing was to remain at the academy, guiding her junior disciples in their studies. Yu Wenqing glanced at the sorrowful Zhao Zhan, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. As they led Zhao Zhan to the distillery, the ruins of the collapsed structure had been meticulously cleared away, and a memorial hall had been erected in its place. Chen Yunlan had long awaited their arrival within the hall, while Chen Minji stood beside her. He first bowed respectfully to Su Zhixing and then knelt down, casting a gentle smile at Zhao Zhan. Little Zhixing, do not be afraid. From now on, your elder brothers and sisters at the academy will protect you from harm. Zhao Zhan's lips quivered, tears welling in her eyes once more. Chen Minji, sensing her distress, felt a surge of panic and was about to offer an apology when, to his surprise, Zhao Zhan broke into a smile, albeit one that was scarcely less sorrowful than her tears. Thank you, Brother Minji. The sudden emotion overwhelmed him, rendering him momentarily speechless, unable to utter further words of comfort. Zhao Zhan released Su Zhixing's hand and turned her gaze toward the coffin resting at the center of the memorial hall. She understood that her mother lay within. The 5- or 6-year-old girl, though her face was streaked with tears, endeavored to maintain her composure, refraining from the typical wails of a child. Yet, this silent sorrow bore a profound poignancy that pierced the hearts of those present. Zhao Zhan approached the coffin, but due to her diminutive stature, she was unable to glimpse the remains of widow Zhao inside. Su Zhixing stepped forward, intending to lift her up. However, Zhao Zhan declined. There's no need. I am aware that mother is sleeping soundly, and that is sufficient. Su Zhixing was momentarily taken aback, even with his composure. He could not suppress the tremor of his heart. Zhao Zhan turned her head, raising her tear-streaked face to gaze at Su Zhixing. Brother Zhixing, do you possess martial arts skills? Su Zhixing nodded gently, understanding a fragment of the situation. Without any prior indication, Zhao Zhan suddenly knelt, speaking in a tone utterly uncharacteristic of a child. Brother Zhixing, I wish to learn martial arts. I seek revenge. The mere utterance of that desire for vengeance, despite her tender years, stirred the hearts of all present, leaving them profoundly moved. Chapter 24. The Sword Cannon. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new disciple. A reward awaits your collection. Do you wish to claim it? Zhao Zhan thus became Su Zhixing's disciple. Yet, intriguingly, this young girl did not refer to Su Zhixing as master, but rather insisted on calling him teacher. Interestingly, prior to this incident, Zhao Zhan's potential level had not surpassed 80. However, following this remarkable turn of events, her potential surged, surpassing 86, even exceeding that of Chen Yunlan. It was at this moment that Su Zhixing grasped a profound truth. A person's potential is not eternally fixed, much like the future of an individual, which is fraught with uncertainties. Even the system cannot definitively ascertain the lifelong potential of a person. Su Zhixing received a reward after accepting Zhao Zhan, and to his surprise, it was a sword manual. The title was quite simple, Sword Manual. While it bore similarities to martial arts, it possessed an intrinsic difference. Martial arts hone the physique and refine true energy, whereas the sword manual nurtures sword energy directly with the sword itself, using this energy to subsequently temper the body. According to the descriptions within the manual, this pure form of sword cultivation is exceedingly arduous. From the very inception of sword practice, one must endure the torment of sword energy slicing through flesh and gnawing at bones. This relentless suffering is unceasing, persisting until the body is refined into a congenital sword body, where one becomes the sword and the sword becomes one. Only then does the excruciating anguish of 1,000 swords piercing the heart dissipate. Therefore, those who achieve success in the cultivation of the sword manual must possess a spirit as resilient as steel. Yet, not everyone can withstand such trials. To abandon the path midway would render all prior efforts futile and may even jeopardize one's life. Crucially, the stronger the sword energy that tempers the body, the greater the agony inflicted. Practicing during childhood is deemed the most opportune period. However, with every cost comes a corresponding reward. Once mastery of the sword manual is attained, one becomes the epitome of pure sword cultivation, exuding lethal force that may even surpass that of martial cultivators of the same realm. Though Su Zhixing was reluctant to let Zhao Zhan endure such torment, the young girl was resolute in her quest for vengeance. Should she successfully master the sword scripture, her prospects would undoubtedly be significantly brighter, paving the way for her to become an unparalleled force in the world. However, before imparting the sword scripture to Zhao Zhan, certain preparations were essential. The foremost task was to forge a treasured sword that would accompany her throughout her life. Within the sword scripture, there exists a method for sword forging. This technique differs markedly from that employed by ordinary martial artists. While many of the materials remain the same, there are also some that are not utilized in conventional sword making. The methods, steps, and ultimately the forging process vary significantly, necessitating Zhao Zhen's full participation. 3 days after the widow Zhao's burial, Su Zhixing elucidated the virtues and challenges of cultivating the sword scripture to Zhao Zhen, along with the pain she would need to endure. Zhao Zhen simply lowered her head in contemplation and posed a single question: can mastering the sword scripture enable one to kill? Su Zhixing remained silent for a considerable time before responding. Yes, but you must remember, the highest realm of swordsmanship is to refrain from killing. Zhao Zhen was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Su Zhixing's words about refraining from killing. All she needed to ascertain was whether mastering this sword manual would enable her to exact revenge and become a true master. The rest was of no concern to her. As for the suffering spoken of by her master, Zhao Zhen paid it no mind. Su Zhixing sighed softly, choosing to remain silent. In the days that followed, with the assistance of Chun Yunlan, a forge for sword making was established within the academy. Chun Yunlan was taken aback to discover that Mr. Su was indeed a swordsmith, a profession of considerable standing in the martial world. Since the news of the Iron Sand Lake had spread, Longquan Town had seen the emergence of 2 or 3 blacksmith shops. On the surface, these establishments appeared to craft only ordinary farming tools and hatchets, yet their primary focus was on forging weapons. One such shop belonged to the Qin family. However, it was peculiar that Su Zhixing insisted on bringing along the young Zhao Zhen whenever he entered the forge. Naturally, she dared not interfere with the affairs of her mentor. During this period, the students at the academy found their studies increasingly demanding, as Su Zhixing had introduced an additional subject: martial arts. Each morning, after their lessons, the children began to practice a martial art form that Qin Yulan had never encountered before. It seemed rather unremarkable at first glance, appearing to lack complexity. Initially, as a practitioner of the 4th rank in martial arts, she did not pay much attention, merely participating in the practice to comply with her teacher's teachings. However, as she continued, she began to sense something amiss. Logically, given her current level, practicing such fundamental techniques should have yielded no discernible results. Yet, contrary to expectations, this basic technique, intended for those at the 3rd rank of body refinement, produced visibly tangible effects after her practice. Her physique was once again tempered, and her foundation grew increasingly solid. 3 days later, due to a chain reaction, Chun Yunlan experienced a breakthrough, elevating her martial arts proficiency from the early 4th rank to its pinnacle. With one more step, she would ascend to the upper echelons of the 3rd rank, attaining the status of a first-rate master as recognized in the martial world. At this moment, Chun Yunlan comprehended the true value of the martial arts technique imparted by Su Zhixing. With her background as a disciple of a revered martial arts lineage, she had never witnessed such a formidable body-refining technique. Should this martial art be revealed to the outside world, it would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed and turmoil. Yet, Su Zhixing remained unperturbed, generously teaching it to the academy's students, who, devoid of any profound understanding, merely regarded it as a means to enhance their strength and health, failing to appreciate its true significance. Ultimately, the one who benefited most from the transmission of this martial arts knowledge was Su Zhixing himself. After taking Zhao Zhen under his wing, the multiplier effect of his teachings surged to 4-fold. Both Chun Yunlan and Chun Minji exhibited exceptional martial arts talent. Chun Yulan grasped the fundamentals within a single day, providing Su Zhixing with a substantial return of martial arts proficiency. 3 days later, Chun Minji also successfully entered the fold. Although he had yet to attain a rank, he had already begun to yield returns in his cultivation. Meanwhile, Yu Wangqing practiced the martial arts teachings and achieved entry into the ranks within half a month. The progress of these 3 individuals propelled Su Zhixing's martial arts level to the pinnacle of the 7th rank. With only the refinement of the qi cultivation section of the martial arts teachings remaining, he could ascend to the 6th rank. However, Su Zhixing was not in a rush. He noticed that despite his physique reaching the pinnacle of the 7th rank, the student's cultivation achievements continued to yield returns, and his own physical strength was still on the rise. With this in mind, he decided to explore the limits of this enhancement. At present, his primary task was to forge a sword that would be perfectly to Zhao Zhen's and his own satisfaction. Chapter 25. Mo Yuan. The iron sand from the Iron Sand Lake in Longquan Town is an exceptional material for sword making. It possesses unique properties that bestow remarkable resilience and strength upon the crafted swords. However, the sword-making techniques detailed in the scriptures require not only the iron sand from Longquan Town, but also over 10 other materials. Aside from 1 or 2 exceptions, these materials are not particularly rare. After dedicating some time, he quickly gathered everything needed before embarking on the crafting of the unique sword as dictated by the scriptures. Su Zhixing spent over a month forging 2 swords with ordinary materials as practice. The knowledge imparted by the system enabled him to learn without a teacher. His only deficiency lay in the lack of proficiency. With 2 practice swords completed, Su Zhixing felt confident. Once he commenced the actual forging, he and Zhaozhen spent every morning in the forge. The reason for Zhaozhen's presence was that the scriptures stipulated that the crafting of a pure sword must involve the direct participation of its owner, even requiring the owner's essence to nourish it. This ensured a bond between the sword and its master and, through a special sword training method, would cultivate the sword's aura, allowing it to merge with the owner's body and forge a congenital sword body. Thus, Zhaozhen's involvement was essential. She not only had to be present, but also participate in the crafting process. Of course, given her current abilities, she could only assist in minor tasks. Inside the forge, where temperature soared, the young girl often found herself nearly exhausted after half a day's work. Yet, despite this, she persevered without uttering a word of fatigue. Her resilience evoked both admiration and concern in those who observed her. As the Mid-Autumn Festival passed, the days grew increasingly shorter. 2 months have elapsed since Su Zhixing and Zhao Zhen entered the sword furnace to forge swords. Within the confines of the furnace, the rhythmic clanging of hammers resounds daily. Over the span of these 2 months, there have likely been at least 1 million strikes. On the 21st day of the 12th month, during the peak of winter, a heavy snowfall blanketed the entire Longquan Town in a shimmering layer of white. Yet, in the courtyard of the academy, warmth akin to spring prevailed. The children, having grown considerably, were energetically practicing their martial arts, their spirited voices filling the air. The boys, with bare torsos and steam rising from their heads, showcased their youthful vigor. The sole female student, clad in a short shirt that revealed her arms, was also drenched in sweat. After more than 2 months, these 5 disciples, who were not officially recognized by the system, had made significant progress in their training, though they still had a considerable journey ahead to reach the next level. Among them, Chun Minji, possessing the highest martial aptitude despite being only 12 years old, had successfully attained the 9th rank of martial artist a fortnight prior. Although Yuan Qing had achieved the rank before him, it was primarily due to the earlier refinement of his physique through the infusion of pure qi, thus allowing him to progress more rapidly than Chen Minji. However, in terms of genuine martial talent, he was no match for Chen Minji, whose mastery of martial arts was bestowed upon him by the system as a reward for his apprenticeship. In the courtyard, Chen Yunlan, donned in a fitted attire and with her long hair elegantly tied up, stood before all the disciples, guiding them in their practice of the fist techniques. When Su Zhixing was absent, the responsibility of cultivating martial arts largely fell upon her. Just as all the disciples were wholeheartedly practicing their punches, an unexpected sound of a sword's resonance echoed through the courtyard. Instantly, everyone's spirits were stirred, and their gazes were irresistibly drawn toward the source. Following that, an even more brilliant sound of a sword rang out, shaking the snow from the treetops outside the courtyard. All the disciples halted, their expressions a mixture of astonishment as they stared toward the sword furnace. Chun Yunlan, with a look of disbelief, observed the sword furnace. Despite her own mastery at the 4th level of martial arts, she felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from that sound of the sword. In the martial world of the Central Plains, there exists a renowned sword catalog, listing 100 famous swords of the realm. Among them, the top 10 swords are all legendary weapons that have dominated numerous eras. Chen Yunlan had the fortune to once behold the 5th-ranked sword, known as Morning Dew. When a famous sword is unsheathed, it does not require its master to wield it. The aura of the sword alone can instill fear. Yet, even at a distance from the sword furnace, Chen Yunlan could distinctly sense the latent sword energy, its oppressive force rivaling that of the top 10 swords in the catalog. Indeed, the master was a celestial being. The sword he forged with ease could stand alongside the world's 10 most renowned swords. Chen Yunlan couldn't help but marvel, filled with genuine admiration. In today's world, there exists but one swordsmith capable of crafting a sword that could be compared to the 10 most famous swords. As the door of the sword furnace swung open, 2 figures, one large and one small, emerged together, each holding a long sword wrapped in cloth. Su Zhixing appeared to be fine, yet Zhao Zhen's countenance was already pale, her breath weak. The final step in forging the sword, the nourishment of one's essence, proved to be somewhat taxing for a child of her tender age. Nevertheless, it remained an indispensable part of the process. Su Zhixing found himself unable to assist her. Zhaozhen, once you have recuperated, I shall impart to you the art of swordsmanship. Zhaozhen nodded in acknowledgement and bowed, responding, Yes, master. I shall take my leave to rest. As he observed Zhaozhen's departing figure, Su Zhixing let out a deep sigh. The once nimble and vivacious little girl seemed to have vanished alongside the widow Zhao. The wounds of the soul do not heal swiftly. They require the gentle passage of time. The completion of the sword forging did not significantly impact Su Zhixing. It was merely a matter of some vital essence. And with his current physical resilience, he would soon recover. Thus, he personally conducted the cultural lessons that afternoon. As night fell, Su Zhixing sat at his desk. The long sword lay before him. Unwrapped from its cloth, the blade shimmered with a cold light reminiscent of autumn waters. Evoking a sense of standing at the edge of a profound abyss, Su Zhixing gently brushed his hand across the blade. The frigid sensation akin to caressing a shard of ice. Since he was to impart the swordsmanship to Zhaozhen, it was only fitting that he first master it himself. From this moment forth, you shall be called Mo Yuan. Su Zhixing whispered softly. The long sword seemed to possess a spirit of its own, gently quivering and emitting a low, resonant sound reminiscent of a sword song. Su Zhixing grasped the hilt of the sword, and an immediate sense of affinity surged through him. This blade, forged through countless strikes of his own hand and imbued with his very essence, was almost an extension of himself. Holding the sword felt as if a part of his arm had been elongated. With the sword in hand, Su Zhixing stepped out of the room and into the courtyard. He inverted the Moyin's sword and stood still for a considerable time. The once warm and spring-like courtyard began to slowly crystallize with a layer of frost. This phenomenon occurred as Su Zhixing retracted his entire aura, concentrating all his thoughts and spirit upon the Moyin sword, engaging in a silent communion with it. In the cold night, delicate snowflakes began to descend, soon blanketing the courtyard in a soft layer of snow. Su Zhixing remained standing there, nearly resembling a snowman. Suddenly, a crisp sound of metal resonated, and his eyes flew open. Within his pupils, a sharp gleam flickered. The accumulated snow in the courtyard swirled upward, as if a tornado had arisen from the ground. Though Su Zhixing had never practiced the sword techniques from the sword manual, he wielded them with remarkable proficiency upon his first attempt. The essence of swordsmanship lies primarily in the mastery of body movements. Like a swimming dragon, the sword follows suit. In the courtyard, it appeared as though multiple afterimages had manifested. Amidst the howling wind and snow, Su Zhixing remained oblivious to the countless swords he had unleashed. Suddenly, his form trembled, and his steps faltered, causing his movements to become completely disordered. Su Zhixing came to a halt, leaning on his sword, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Yet, he paid no heed to his own condition. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Zhaozhen's room. His eyes filled with concern. Chapter 26. Zhaozhen's Choice. Su Zhixing finally comprehended the profound essence of the phrase piercing the heart and eroding the bones as depicted in the sword classics. Given his temperament, he found himself momentarily overwhelmed, with his swordsmanship revealing numerous flaws. What more could be expected from the merely 6-year-old Zhaozhen, who had yet to complete this year? Once the practice of the sword classics commenced, it could not be abandoned midway. Thus, Su Zhixing believed it prudent to exercise greater caution. At worst, he could impart the martial arts and the sword techniques practiced by the warriors of the present Jianghu. With his guidance, she would undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats. However, it remained uncertain whether the profoundly transformed Zhaozhen, following her recent experiences, would heed his counsel. Su Zhixing retracted his sword intent and exhaled slowly. Although the pain was not as acute as before, a wisp of sword energy had nonetheless infiltrated his meridians, roaming unabashedly within his body. Thus, until he became a natural sword body, Su Zhixing had to endure this torment continuously. It is difficult to fathom how resilient a person's spirit would become if they could endure such daily suffering. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, after 10 days of recuperation, Zhaozhen had completely recovered. Early that day, Su Zhixing took Zhaozhen and Yu Wenqing to the market. Despite the fact that only the three of them would be celebrating the new year in their school, it was essential to procure the necessary festive supplies. Rice, oil, meat, and sugar were, of course, indispensable. As Zhaozhen held a skewer of candied hawthorn, her eyes finally reflected a glimmer of the innocence befitting a child of her age amidst the bustling and festive atmosphere of the streets. The townspeople, bustling about, greeted Su Zhixing with respectful gestures and warm smiles, wishing him a prosperous new year. Over the past year, the residents of the town had come to understand, influenced by outsiders, the significance of education and literacy for the common folk. As the sole teacher in the town school, Su Zhixing's status naturally rose in their esteem. The trio meandered from the street to the alley, their arms laden with an assortment of New Year goods. Yet, Yu Wenqing had not spent a single coin from his purse. Ultimately, they paused before the newly opened tavern at the end of the street, which retained the name Zhao's Tavern. Once merely a modest establishment, it had now transformed into a two-story courtyard. Upon noticing the trio at the entrance, the tavern keeper promptly came out to greet them. Seeing Zhao Zhen, he respectfully addressed her, "Young mistress, you have arrived." Zhao Zhen was momentarily taken aback and looked up at Su Zhixing. Su Zhixing gently ruffled her hair and spoke softly. "It is your senior sister who ordered the reconstruction of this distillery, and it is under your name." Zhao Zhen's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears as she entered the distillery, wielding a long sword nearly as tall as herself. Silently, she surveyed her surroundings and finally inquired, "Shopkeeper, do you have osmanthus wine?" The shopkeeper paused, awkwardly shaking his head. Returning to the young master, "The distillery has just opened, and the osmanthus season has passed. Moreover, our vintner is not." Zhao Zhen's expression remained largely unchanged. Yet her cheeks were already streaked with tears. Her fingertips gently brushed over the wine jars on the shelves, and memories of her mother brewing wine flooded her mind. Those images were etched into her consciousness as if carved by knife and chisel. A faint smile involuntarily graced Zhao Zhen's lips as she murmured, "I will." The shopkeeper, standing nearby, could not help but feel a surge of joy. "That's wonderful. When August arrives next year and the osmanthus blooms, the young master can offer some guidance." However, Zhao Zhen shook her head in silence. Turning, she exited the distillery and approached Su Zhixing, lifting her gaze. Her voice was soft yet filled with determination. "Master, I have recuperated. When may I begin studying the sword manual?" Su Zhixing chuckled softly and nodded gently. "Indeed. Let us return." On New Year's Eve, the three of them sat facing each other in a newly constructed pavilion within the school. At the center of the table rested a small red clay stove, upon which sat an iron pot the size of a basin. Within the pot, vibrant red chili oil bubbled and simmered, mingling various ingredients in a steamy embrace. All three were perspiring from the heat, with the young girl Zhao Zhen occasionally sticking out her tongue to draw in a breath of cool air. "Sir, this hot pot is aptly named. It truly feels as if it's ablaze," remarked Yu Wenqing, as he too inhaled sharply for relief. Su Zhixing puffed his cheeks and blew on a steaming slice of meat freshly taken from the pot before placing it in his mouth, causing his palate to tremble with delight. After swallowing, he expressed his satisfaction, saying, "In my hometown, there are countless ways to enjoy hot pot, each more exquisite than the last. It is a pity, however, that the ingredients here are rather limited, and one must make do." This was the first time Yu Wenqing and Zhao Zhen had heard Su Zhixing speak of his homeland, and curiosity sparked within them. The hometown of such a remarkable individual as their teacher must surely be a land of ethereal beauty, rich in natural treasures and cultural wealth. Su Zhixing smiled gently and nodded. Although there may be some petty pursuits in comparison to the Great Zhou, the citizens there do not suffer from hunger or the ravages of war. They cultivate their fields, pursue their studies, engage in commerce, and fulfill their official duties. In summary, from a certain perspective, it is indeed a veritable paradise on earth. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenqing could not help but gaze longingly. Does such a wondrous place truly exist? Or perhaps, is the teacher himself a celestial being descended from the heavens? Is the realm he describes, in fact, the abode of the immortals? Zhao Zhen swallowed a piece of meat and blurted out, "Then master, why do you still choose to come here?" Su Zhixing was taken aback and offered a wry smile. "I have no idea how I ended up here, and even if I wished to return, I could not find the way back." Zhao Zhen hastily lowered her head, feeling as though she had posed an inappropriate question. Yu Wenqing quickly intervened, saying, "Our esteemed teacher has taught us that the world, vast as it is, must have its limits. Surely, in due time, our esteemed teacher will discover the path back." Su Zhixing nodded. "Indeed, there is no difficulty in the world that cannot be surmounted with determination." As he spoke, Su Zhixing suddenly paused. Then, with a swift motion, he rose and approached the edge of the pavilion, leaning forward to expel a mouthful of fresh blood. Yu Wenqing and Zhao Zhen's expressions shifted dramatically. Their eyes filled with alarm. "Master, teacher." Su Zhixing waved his hand, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and took a sip of tea to rinse his mouth. He then turned to Zhaozhen and spoke gently, Zhenjin, this is the Sword Sutra. Before mastering it, one must endure an unrelenting agony that pierces the heart and gnaws at the bones. Should you falter, the consequences could range from disability to death. Though you are still young, I know you possess your own judgments. Therefore, I hope you will contemplate this deeply. Aside from the Sword Sutra, I can also guide you to become a master through other means. Zhao Zhan gazed at Su Zhixing in a daze. Although she had previously heard her master speak of the hardships and suffering involved in cultivating the Sword Sutra, she had never anticipated the gravity of the situation. At that moment, the young girl, who was facing a monumental shift in her life, was filled with a sense of hesitation and fear. Meanwhile, Yu Wenqing was profoundly shaken. He had heard of the Master's Sword Sutra and was aware that the Master spent months forging a sword solely to impart the sutra to his junior sister. Yet, he had not expected the cultivation of this Sword Sutra to be fraught with such peril. In a moment of urgency, Yu Wenqing disregarded propriety and grasped Zhao Zhen's hand. Imploring, junior sister, there is no need for such a path. Master is a sage of unparalleled wisdom and has myriad ways to empower you. Let us choose another route. Shall we? Only after speaking did Yu Wenqing realize his breach of decorum and quickly withdrew his hand. However, for a young girl like Zhao Zhen, holding hands bore no unusual implications. She was oblivious to her surroundings, her mind consumed by Su Zhixing's words regarding the merits and dangers of the Sword Sutra. Stepping forward, Zhao Zhen gently wiped the blood from Su Zhixing's lips and inquired, Master, does it truly hurt? Su Zhixing was about to nod in agreement. But upon seeing Zhao Zhen's gaze, he hesitated. In her eyes, there was only concern, not the dread of impending suffering. Su Zhixing smiled gently and said, Zhenjin, regardless of the choice you make, your master will always support you. I merely hope that you will contemplate deeply and observe thoroughly. Zhao Zhen lowered her head, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. Master, I am feeling a bit weary. I shall take my leave to rest now. Su Zhixing nodded. Indeed, go ahead. Once Zhao Zhen returned to her room, Yu Wenqing hurriedly remarked, Master, the young junior sister is still quite young. She cannot be left to make her own choices. What if she cannot endure? Have faith in her. Yu Wenqing was taken aback, gazing at Su Zhixing with a hint of disbelief. Su Zhixing rose to his feet and gazed towards Zhao Zhen's room, reiterating, have faith in her. Whether she lives or perishes, trust in her. Yu Wenqing silently lowered his head, yet the concern in his eyes remained unmistakably evident. Su Zhixing sighed deeply and slowly articulated, though Zhenjin is young, her disposition is far more mature than that of her peers. Her singular thought now is to avenge her mother. While the Sword Sutra is not her only option, it is possible that Zhenjin seeks more than mere revenge. Therefore, no matter how we advise her, she will inevitably choose the Sword Sutra. Yu Wenqing felt a slight sense of relief. Thankfully, it was not as he had initially feared. However, there is no however. Only by overcoming this hurdle can she be reborn and rediscover the hope of living. It is well known that a parent's love for their child is as heavy as a mountain. Yet, for a child, their love for their parents is often even more pure, as they are the sole anchor in their lives. Once that anchor is lost, they become like a rootless reed, unable to find direction in life. At this moment, revenge is the only direction in which Zhao Zhen can find purpose. In the dead of night, the wind and snow began to rise again. Su Zhixing stood quietly in the courtyard. Amidst the whispers of the wind, the sound of footsteps gradually approached. Su Zhixing opened his eyes, not looking back. Have you made your decision? Zhao Zhen, cradling the long sword in her hands, replied softly. Since my master forged this sword for me, it signifies that he understands the sword scripture is the most suitable path for my cultivation. Pausing momentarily, her voice trembled yet remained resolute as she continued, Master, please help me. After a prolonged silence, Su Zhixing turned around and nodded gently. Very well. Today I shall impart the sword scripture to you. Meanwhile, in Yu Wenqing's study, he leaned against the door and let out a deep sigh. His gaze swept across the sacred text on the desk, and he approached it, opening a copy of the Analects to begin reciting silently. A layer of pearlescent light quietly enveloped his body, radiating a brilliance that was both magnificent and awe-inspiring. Observing Zhao Zhen practicing her swordplay from the courtyard, Su Zhixing glanced toward Yu Wenqing's room and smiled softly. He couldn't help but marvel once more at the extraordinary potential of the youth, whose worth was assessed at an impressive 92 points, a testament to his exceptional nature that defied conventional understanding. Su Zhixing sighed softly, remarking that a 12-year-old scholar of the 8th rank would likely remain an insurmountable chasm for Confucian practitioners for many years to come. for a child of such tender age. Grasping the profound meanings within the sacred texts of Confucianism is no simple feat. How much more challenging would it be to cultivate literary grace and transform it into the majestic true qi? Su Zhixing felt the vast and profound true energy within his dantian, having solidified 13 strands of it. Just moments ago, he had manifested an additional 4 strands of foundational true energy, drawing nearer to the esteemed 16 strands of the 5th grade realm. As his Confucian cultivation deepened, Su Zhixing gradually discerned various other remarkable applications of this true energy. When infused into his calligraphic works, they assumed a function akin to talismans, capable of exerting corresponding effects. For instance, when he inscribed the characters gentle breeze and clear skies, upon activation, they could influence a small domain, rendering it warm as spring and filled with a gentle breeze. Alternatively, writing sword qi spanning 30,000 miles would encapsulate boundless sword energy within the characters, which, once unleashed, could slay enemies from afar. Of course, Su Zhixing's cultivation level remained modest, thus the range and potency of his calligraphic works were limited. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that such a method transcended the comprehension of ordinary folk. Upon reaching the 5th grade, this ability would surely enhance further. The following day, the first of the new year, the academy was bustling from morning with visitors. Students from the academy and townsfolk alike came to pay their New Year's respects. Whether it was merchants or local officials, Su Zhixing welcomed them all with warmth, demonstrating impeccable social grace. As the town grew livelier, so did the number of children, prompting inquiries about the next enrollment at the academy. However, Su Zhixing found himself in a quandary. Given the current scale of the academy, it could accommodate no more than a dozen children. Initially, due to limited funds, only a small space could be constructed. If he were to establish a larger institution, the existing area would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Moreover, with an increase in students, managing solely by himself would be quite challenging. Thus, Su Zhixing could not promise the townsfolk anything, but resolved to devise a solution over time. After the Lunar New Year, early February would bring the first imperial examination since the founding of the Great Zhou dynasty. The county magistrate of Anding had sent an official letter announcing that the examination would take place on the 5th of February, right in the county. As it was the inaugural examination, and considering the lingering challenges of past years, the literacy rate among the populace was quite low. Consequently, the questions would not be overly difficult. This signified a golden opportunity. Su Zhixing possessed a profound aura of vitality, capable of unconsciously influencing those around him and the environment itself. Thus, within his classroom, students would inevitably immerse themselves in the atmosphere of learning, acquiring knowledge that was remarkably solid. Although the specific examination questions remained unknown, the students, having engaged in nearly a year of study, had undoubtedly mastered the foundational principles of their curriculum. The examination for the young scholars primarily assessed basic knowledge, and it was reasonable to anticipate commendable results. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the classroom remained lively from morning until noon before finally settling into tranquility. Once the well-wishers departed, Zhao Zhan, who had refrained from sword practice for half a day, eagerly retrieved her longsword, which she had named Chuxue, and commenced her training in the cultivation of sword techniques. The intricacies of the moves were secondary. The primary focus lay in nurturing and communicating with the sword itself. Employing a unique method of channeling energy, she aimed to create a bond between the sword and herself, guiding the sword's energy into her being. This particular step took Zhao Zhan 15 days to accomplish. On the night of the Lantern Festival, 15 days later, the classroom was adorned with glimmering lanterns. However, Zhao Zhan chose not to remain indoors. Instead, she took her longsword to the tavern. The tavern's manager, Wu, had graciously provided her with an extra key, allowing her unrestricted access. As the Lantern Festival was a time of celebration, Wu and his staff had naturally returned home to partake in the festivities. Zhao Zhan unlocked the door and stepped inside. After lighting a lantern that she had crafted herself, she settled at a table within the tavern, gazing thoughtfully at the flickering light. In the past, during the Lantern Festival, her mother would lovingly create a lantern for her, inscribing her birth date and placing it in their home until it burned out. This was a ritual of prayer for Zhao Zhan's safety and well-being. Yet today, the role of the observer had transformed into that of the creator. Zhao Zhan did not shed tears. Rather, her eyes sparkled with joy. "Mother, I am doing well now." In the hazy glow of the lantern, she seemed to perceive her mother sitting across from her, smiling warmly. Zhao Zhan laid the Chushua sword horizontally across the table. Resting her hands upon the sword sheath crafted from bamboo by Su Zhixing, and gently lowered her head. Mother, my master treats me with great kindness. Master is now my brother Zhixing. My senior brother is also very kind to me, and everyone else is wonderful as well. I am warm in my clothing and well fed. Everything is well, but mother, dear girl, how I long for you. In the serene embrace of the night, beneath the glow of a solitary lantern, the soft murmurs of Zhao Zhan reverberate through the air. Outside, Su Zhixing sits upon the rooftop, gazing vacantly at the resplendent, full moon. After so many years, he can scarcely recall the visage of his parents. Yet, this yearning for departed loved ones is not something time can easily erase. At times, Su Zhixing deliberately reflects upon his parents, for he feels that as long as there remains someone in this world who remembers them, they have not entirely vanished. Should the day come when every trace they left behind fades away and no soul recalls their existence, perhaps that would signify the true end of life. Thus, Su Zhixing never offers Zhao Zhan the comfort of urging her deceased dwelling in the sorrow of her mother's passing, for that longing is her last possession and cherished memory of her mother. Uncertain how much time has elapsed, Su Zhixing suddenly hears a crisp, low sound. His complexion pales abruptly, and he expels a mouthful of blood. Within his meridians, for strands of pure sword energy manifest without warning. The stronger his physique, the more potent the backlash of the sword energy. Nevertheless, Su Zhixing disregards his own condition, leaping down from the rooftop and hastening toward the wine house. In the area illuminated by the lantern, Zhao Zhan leans against the sheath of the Jin sword, her body trembling uncontrollably. No one understands better than Su Zhixing the torment Zhao Zhan currently endures. Yet, once the cultivation of sword scriptures commences, there is no turning back. Su Zhixing found himself utterly powerless to assist her. He could only watch helplessly as Zhao Zhan gritted her teeth, enduring the torment. Despite the lingering chill of early spring, Zhao Zhan's body was drenched in perspiration. This ordeal had far exceeded the threshold of endurance for a child. Mother, it hurts so much. Mother, hold me. Zhao Zhan managed to utter a few words through clenched teeth, her spirit wavering in a haze. Su Zhixing clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, desperately restraining himself from intervening. Yet, witnessing the young girl on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Su Zhixing's gaze abruptly halted. His brow instinctively furrowed, and a flickering, ethereal light danced in his eyes. What manner of demon is this? He felt a chilling aura materialize within the distillery, causing the righteous energy within him to stir uncontrollably. However, just as he was about to take action, Su Zhixing caught sight of an unexpected figure, an apparition that defied all his anticipations. Su Zhixing stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. Zhao, Sister Zhao? A chilling aura gradually enveloped Zhao Zhan's body, and in Su Zhixing's eyes, it appeared as though the late widow, Zhao, gently embraced Zhao Zhan. Su Zhixing immediately comprehended that this was, in fact, the soul of widow Zhao, who had passed away. It became evident to him that the existence of souls was indeed a reality in this world. A miraculous event unfolded as Zhao Zhan's trembling form gradually settled into tranquility. The anguished expression upon her visage slowly dissipated, transforming her countenance into that of a child peacefully slumbering in the embrace of its mother, radiating serenity and calm. Su Zhixing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his immense aura of righteousness entirely reined in, not a trace of it escaping. Once Zhao Zhan had settled into complete silence, the soul of the widow Zhao finally relinquished its hold on her body, gently kissing her forehead. Subsequently, she gazed at Zhao Zhan, her eyes lingering for an extended period, unwilling to look away until the night receded and the east was tinged with the light of dawn. At last, the widow Zhao reached out, delicately brushing a strand of hair from Zhao Zhan's ear, before turning to face Su Zhixing. She parted her lips, yet no sound emerged. Nevertheless, Su Zhixing nodded in understanding. Sister Zhao, rest assured, I comprehend. The widow Zhao responded with a radiant smile, then bowed deeply, remaining in that position for a long time without rising. Su Zhixing clasped his fists in a respectful gesture, deeply bowing and lingering in his posture, reluctant to rise. The chilling aura gradually dissipated until at last not a trace remained. Su Zhixing straightened his back, gazing at the desolate distillery before him, and let out a deep sigh. At that moment, Zhao Zhan, who had spent the night resting her head on the scabbard, abruptly awoke with a start. Mother, Zhao Zhan called out in haste, only to swiftly realize that it had all been but a dream. Suddenly, her face contorted in distress, and she instinctively clutched her chest. Her complexion turned ashen. Her master had spoken true. Once one embarks on the path of swordsmanship, one must endure the relentless agony of sword energy piercing the heart and corroding the bones. Recalling the events of the previous night, Zhao Zhan felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. In that moment, she genuinely believed she would not endure. Yet, at the critical juncture, she experienced a gentle force enveloping her body, enabling her to persevere through the most arduous challenge. In that instant, she felt her mother beside her, embracing her with boundless tenderness and love. Compared to the initial onset of pain, the torment had lessened somewhat, while it remained quite severe. She could at least manage to endure it. Zhao Zhan rose to her feet, intending to leave the distillery. However, upon turning, she discovered Su Zhixing standing at the doorway, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. "Master, how did you come to be here?" Su Zhixing smiled and replied, "Noticing that you hadn't returned all night, I surmised you might be here, so I came to find you. Let us head back." Zhao Zhan nodded and exited the tavern. On their way back, Su Zhixing glanced at the Chuxue sword in Zhao Zhan's hand and casually inquired, "Have you cultivated your sword aura?" Zhao Zhan nodded, her complexion still pale. Su Zhixing nodded in agreement, then squatted before Zhao Zhan and said, "Come, master will carry you home." Zhao Zhan was momentarily taken aback as she gazed at her master's broad shoulders. Despite having shed no tears throughout the night, her eyes suddenly brimmed with moisture. She raised her arm and vigorously wiped away her tears, revealing a smile that had often graced her face in the past. With a chuckle, she exclaimed, "Master, I am going to jump on." With a slight bend of her knees, Zhao Zhan leaped, landing securely upon Su Zhixing's back. Su Zhixing stumbled slightly, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Our little Jinjin weighs merely 3 taels, yet her sword aura possesses the might of 10,000 Jun. She shall undoubtedly become an extraordinary sword immortal in the future." Zhao Zhan's eyes sparkled like crescent moons, and the corners of her mouth once again revealed the 2 dimples that Su Zhixing had first noticed upon their meeting. With a single hand, she brandished the initial snow sword and exclaimed with excitement, "Indeed, my master is an unparalleled sword immortal, and I, Zhao Zhan, shall be the remarkable little sword immortal. Master, let us return home." Chapter 29. A reasonable discourse, yet capable of fisticuffs. After the Lantern Festival, the atmosphere within the academy noticeably transformed. The students were on the brink of participating in their inaugural imperial examination, marking the first step in their quest for scholarly distinction. Despite their growing awareness of the world beyond, this very understanding only heightened their apprehension. Among them, only Yu Wenqing stood apart, for he held no interest in the so-called fame and fortune. Deep within, he felt no sense of belonging to the entire Dezhou. Nevertheless, he resolved to partake in the examination, not merely to participate, but to excel and surpass all scholars of Dezhou. The county examination spanned 5 days, a considerable test of endurance for the candidates. Fortunately, the students of the academy had engaged in martial arts training, although, aside from Qin Minji and his companions, none had truly reached proficiency. Yet, they had all grasped the fundamentals of martial arts, making their physical condition far superior to that of ordinary students. Thus, facing the 5-day examination should pose no significant challenge. On the eve of the examination, the 4 male disciples, accompanied by their parents, ventured to the county town in advance. Yu Wenqing, however, entered the city aboard the carriage of Qin Minji from the Qin family. Su Zhixing did not accompany them. He remained at the academy, awaiting favorable news. Upon arriving in the county town, Yu Wenqing discovered that the number of participants in the county examination of Ani County was dismally low. The various towns and villages had even fewer candidates, with only a handful present. The county town itself barely managed to muster a sufficient number of participants, while surprisingly, Longquan Town had the highest representation, with 6 individuals taking part. This unfortunate situation was a consequence of centuries of warfare, which had largely severed the cultural lineage of the realm. With survival being exceedingly challenging, it was no wonder that so few pursued scholarly endeavors. This also elucidated why the county magistrate placed such significant importance on Su Zhixing, the esteemed educator. After all, if these students were to succeed in their examinations, it would reflect positively on him, showcasing the efficacy of his teachings. On the day of the examination, as dawn approached, the entrance of the examination hall was sparsely populated with candidates. A cursory glance revealed that there were barely 30 individuals present. Nearly 20 of them hailed from the county town, while other regions could scarcely boast 1 or 2. Consequently, Three distinct groups naturally formed before the examination hall. One group primarily comprised candidates from the county town. Another consisted of students from the Longquan Town Academy, including Yu Wenqing and his peers, while the last group comprised scattered candidates from various towns. Among these, the Longquan Town contingent stood out as peculiarly youthful. The eldest among them was Yu Wenqing, at merely 12 years of age. The other students were even younger, around 9 or 10, in stark contrast to the other two groups, which were populated by numerous elderly individuals with gray hair. They were remarkably distinct. Who were these young lads who could scarcely recognize all the characters yet dared to participate in the imperial examination? It was a source of mockery for some. As anticipated, derisive comments were exchanged, eliciting laughter from Yu Wenqing and Chen Minji, who felt an increased admiration for Su Zhixing. Before their departure, Su Zhixing had warned them that they might encounter meddlesome individuals lacking in competence, who would belittle them for their youth. Yu Wenqing had inquired how they should respond to such provocations. Su Zhixing smiled and said, having learned so many principles, isn't this the moment they come into play? Yu Wenqing then inquired, what if he refuses to reason? Su Zhixing laughed heartily and said, it is even more convenient when reason is cast aside. You too, as dignified ninth-rank warriors, embody the spirit of righteousness. Dealing with a few unreasonable Confucian scholars should be a mere trifle for you. As for the possibility of being disqualified from the examination, Su Zhixing had already discerned the truth. There was no way that the esteemed county magistrate would willingly revoke the examination qualifications of the few candidates in Ani County. After all, if we are in the right, what is there to fear? Just as Su Zhixing anticipated, a voice of derision soon emerged. Yu Wenqing exchanged glances with Chen Minji, silently inquiring whether he would take the lead. Chen Minji, puffing out his chest and lifting his chin, exuded confidence, as if proclaiming his rightful place. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a deep, resonant voice befitting a warrior. I wonder from where this old pedant has emerged, aged, and perhaps only capable of recognizing a few characters. How dare he bark so wildly? Instantaneously, silence enveloped the examination hall. Yu Wenqing discreetly gave a thumbs up, while his fellow disciples stifled their laughter. Such audacity from a mere boy. Among the county's assembly, an elderly man with graying hair stepped forward, cursing at the students from Longquan County. What a brazen old fool. Almost as soon as the words left the elder's lips, Chen Minji retorted with a raised voice. The old scholar's lips trembled in fury, pointing at Chen Minji, stammering incomprehensibly, unable to form a coherent sentence. What a sharp-tongued little wretch. From which corner of the earth did you crawl out? He exclaimed. This examination is the first of its kind established by the Dezhou dynasty, and yet you presume to join us in this momentous occasion? Depart swiftly, lest you embarrass yourselves further. At this moment, a young man, perhaps in his 20s or 30s, emerged from beside the old scholar, his demeanor haughty. Chen Minji's expression darkened, a glimmer of frost evident in his eyes. As the son of a high-ranking official, he was accustomed to respect, even in the capital, and few dared to speak to him with such insolence. Sensing the tension, Yu Wenqing pulled him back and addressed the young man coolly. Knowledge knows no precedence. The worthy are the true teachers. Throughout history, the wise have always accommodated the shortcomings of others while respecting their strengths. Only the petty-hearted, constantly brooding, are narrow-minded. In my view, that you may be older than us, your demeanor is still inferior to that of a child learning to walk. It is you who should leave. The young man's countenance shifted dramatically, his companions erupting in uproar at the audacity of a mere child chastising him with such reasoned arguments. Stung by the rebuke and unable to muster a better counterargument, he felt his pride wounded. Impudent brat, a country bumpkin dares to lecture me. Guards, throw him out. As his command echoed through the air, a group of thuggish servants rushed forward, clearly the young man's entourage. With menacing expressions, they completely disregarded Yu Wenqing and his companions, viewing them as mere children. Yet, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the faces of Yu Wenqing and the other children bore no trace of fear. Upon closer inspection, a flicker of excitement danced in their eyes. Were these children truly daunted? Why did they not plead for mercy? The people of the county were indeed unreasonable. Each candidate had their own examination to face, so why meddle with others? Alas, there is little to say. The world is thus, and there is no remedy. Yu Wenqing and Chen Minji exchanged a glance and chuckled. 3 each? Chen Minji laughed heartily. Indeed, let's see who can resolve them more swiftly. With that, he charged toward the approaching ruffians. Yu Wenqing, however, was far more composed, strolling as if in a leisurely garden, entirely unconcerned by the throng. What unfolded next was beyond the imagination of the onlookers. The two youths, who appeared to be mere lambs, were now playing the role of tigers among sheep. In mere moments, not a single ruffian remained standing. Chun Minji dispatched the last one, clapping his hands with a confident glance toward Yu Wenqing. To his astonishment, he found that Yu Wenqing had already dealt with his three assailants, standing with his hands clasped behind his back and a smile upon his face. Chapter 30. Chun Minji's Banquet. Chun Minji felt a sense of helplessness, despite being the one who primarily practiced martial arts. He could not shake the feeling that this senior brother, who was merely a few months his elder, was progressing in martial prowess at a far greater pace than himself. He had heard from his sister that Yu Wenqing also practiced Confucianism and had surpassed her in cultivation, truly astonishing. The young man gazed incredulously at the fallen servants around him, pointing at Yu Wenqing and Chun Minji, exclaiming, You are mere brutes. How dare you disrupt the examination hall? Are you not afraid of the county magistrate's wrath? Chun Minji detested being labeled as a mere brute by scholars and immediately retorted, Do not cast aspersions. Which law of the Great Zhou states that martial practitioners are forbidden from participating in the imperial examinations? Is it your decree? You dare to speak ill of the laws of the Great Zhou? Such intentions are worthy of punishment. The young man's complexion paled, and he hastily defended himself. Nonsense. I have not spoken ill of the law. That is unfounded. Silence. Just as the two were embroiled in their dispute, the official overseeing the examination arrived. The young man promptly approached to lodge a complaint, detailing the alleged crimes of Chun Minji and Yu Wenqing. Yet, the official merely cast a cold glance in his direction. Offering no response, the youth, momentarily taken aback, attempted to leverage his family background. My lord, I am from the Wang family. Speak no further, or your qualifications shall be revoked. The official showed him no semblance of respect, directly reprimanding him. Chun Minji and Yu Wenqing exchanged furtive smiles. The young man dared not utter another word. He merely cast a fierce glance at the two before obediently lining up to enter the examination hall. Enduring 5 days of examinations was no trivial feat. At least 4 or 5 candidates had to be carried out from the testing area. When the final examination concluded, regardless of their performance, everyone involuntarily exhaled a sigh of relief. As they exited the examination hall, Chun Minji stretched languidly and turned to his junior disciples with a grin, exclaiming, At long last, the examinations are over. Come, let your senior brother treat you to a splendid meal. The junior disciples erupted in cheers, praising Chun as generous. Technically, according to their entry sequence, Chun Minji should be considered their junior. Yu Wenqing shook his head in resignation, choosing not to intervene. After all, everyone had endured considerable hardship over the past few days and indeed deserved a moment of relaxation. They could always find an inn to share for the night before heading back the next day. Under Chun Minji's guidance, they traversed the streets and alleys until they finally discovered the most renowned tavern in the county. Yu Wenqing, reluctant to spend extravagantly, was about to persuade Chun Minji to consider an alternative venue. However, Chun Minji had already ushered his junior disciples inside, calling for the waiter to take their orders. Realizing this, Yu Wenqing felt it inappropriate to contradict Chun Minji. On the second floor of the tavern, Chun Minji reserved an elegant private room and boldly ordered an extravagant feast. To the Chen family, such expenses were trivial and hardly worth concern. Yet, the junior disciples from impoverished backgrounds stared at the lavish spread, uncertain of how to begin. They could hardly fathom that a single fish could fetch 70 or 80 coins in this tavern. 70 or 80 coins could sustain a family in Longquan Town for several days. The exorbitance of just a fish left them overwhelmed when contemplating the entire banquet. Having spent considerable time with them, Chun Minji understood their apprehensions. He laughed heartily, reassuring them, Fear not. Eat freely. As you all know, I may lack many things, but I am certainly not short on money. This feast is but a trifle. While this was indeed his genuine sentiment, it was somewhat misinterpreted by the others. After his declaration, they remained hesitant to pick up their chopsticks. Observing this, Yu Wenqing interjected with a smile, Everyone, feel free to indulge. Among brothers, there is no need for such restraint. Should Minji ever require assistance in the future, you would not hesitate to lend a hand, would you? Upon hearing Yu Wenqing's words, one of the junior disciples, known affectionately as Big Tiger, stood up and declared loudly, Of course. We are all disciples of the same master, as close as brothers. Whether it is Brother Minji or any other senior, should I, Big Tiger, be called upon for help in the future, I shall certainly respond without hesitation. After a year of diligent study, the children in the town have developed eloquence. The other junior disciples have also responded in kind. It is at this moment that everyone truly relaxes and begins to indulge in a hearty meal. Chun Minji smiled, turning his gaze towards Yu Wenqing, a sense of admiration blossoming within him. That brief utterance not only alleviated his awkwardness, but also fostered a deeper bond among the brothers. It is no wonder that in the absence of their master, this eldest disciple assumes the role of instructor, earning the wholehearted respect of his peers. Chun Minji felt a twinge of inferiority in comparison to this charismatic figure. Reflecting on it, even in the capital, few scions of noble families could rival Yu Wenqing. Observing these seemingly inexperienced junior disciples, a surge of ambition welled up in Chun Minji's heart. These individuals, despite their humble origins, represented a network of close connections. He firmly believed that among them lay future luminaries. After all, these children are disciples of Su Zhixing, all engrossed in the cultivation of martial truths and the teachings of Confucius. Given a decade, perhaps 15 years, they are destined to carve out their own place in this world. When he returns to the capital, amidst the swirling vortex of power, the assistance of these brothers will undoubtedly illuminate his future. This conviction was one of the reasons why his sister, Chen Yunlan, insisted on his enrollment in the Zhixing Academy. It was only later that Chun Minji grasped the significance of this choice. Among them, he held Yu Wenqing in the highest regard. His innate talent and social acumen positioned him as one of the most extraordinary individuals of their time. It was unfathomable to consider what remarkable feats Yu Wenqing might achieve in the future. Chun Minji poured a cup of glutinous rice wine, approached Yu Wenqing, and said with a smile, "Brother, I raise this cup to you, as a preemptive toast to your anticipated success." Yu Wenqing was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Having just completed the exam, it seems premature to discuss such matters. Yu Wenqing shook his head, adding, "I too participated in the examination. I know the content of the paper must have been child's play for you, so there is no need for modesty." Yu Wenqing waved his hand, about to say more when suddenly a commotion erupted outside the private room. "Get out of here. Can't you see the young master of the Wang family has arrived? Do you even care about keeping your establishment open?" Yu Wenqing and Chun Minji exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. What a coincidence. Are they really coming back for another round? Chun Minji peered towards the entrance, chuckling. It does seem so. How amusing. The numerous junior disciples, who were in the midst of their meal, paused and stood up to gaze towards the entrance. Despite their youth, not a single one displayed any hint of trepidation. Indeed, it was not long before a familiar figure appeared at the door, the very young man who had clashed with the youths from Longquan Town 5 days prior at the examination hall. Chapter 31. The fury of the senior brother. Upon noticing Chun Minji and his companions in the private room, the young man appeared taken aback for a moment. His expression then turned as frigid as ice, and he exclaimed in anger, "So it is you? A bunch of country bumpkins. Daring to come here for a meal. Surely you do not expect to dine without paying?" With that, he turned to the innkeeper, sneering, "Be cautious, innkeeper. These brash youngsters are nothing but muddy-footed peasants and are unlikely to afford your meals." The innkeeper, visibly embarrassed, attempted to clarify, "Young Master Wang. They have already settled the bill." The young man named Wang paused, his countenance darkening slightly. The innkeeper did not dare to offend him, for the Wang family held significant sway over the commerce in Ani County, and even this establishment was leased from them. Approaching Chun Minji, he spoke with a forced cordiality. "My apologies, young sir. It is indeed our oversight. This private room was reserved by young Master Wang long ago. Perhaps I could refund your meal or find you another table and serve your food there. What do you think?" Though the innkeeper was polite, Chun Minji was unaccustomed to such treatment. Even in the capital, not even a prince would have addressed him in such a manner. How could he endure such indignity in this small county? Ignoring the innkeeper, he strode directly to young Master Wang and fixed him with a piercing gaze, stating, "I advise you one last time. Leave this place immediately, or you shall come to know what despair truly means." Young Master Wang instinctively retreated a few steps, for he had witnessed the young man's prowess firsthand. Yet, this was Ani County, where the Wang family had long established dominance, and they were not the sort to easily relent. Standing his ground, young Master Wang summoned 2 companions to shield him and shouted, "Your bravado is amusing, country boy. What can you possibly do to me? I warn you, should you dare to act, I will ensure the authorities take you away. You shall see whose side the government favors, the Wang family or a mere rural upstart like you." Chun Minji was nearly incredulous with laughter. If the noble youths of the capital were to learn of his humiliation at the hands of such a character in a small county, they would surely mock him mercilessly. The innkeeper, sensing the escalating tension, quickly urged, "Young sir, perhaps it would be best to yield. It is my fault. I am willing to make amends. Let us not ruin the atmosphere." Shinminji brusquely pushed the innkeeper aside. "This is not your concern." He turned to his fellow disciples, declaring, "Let us continue our meal. We shall discuss matters once we are satiated." Yuan Qing remained seated, fully aware of Chun Minji's identity. Even the county magistrate would not dare show any disrespect towards the scion of a prominent family, so he naturally harbored no concerns for Chen Minji's well-being. Rather, witnessing the murderous intent in Chen Minji's eyes, he feared that the youth's impetuous nature might lead to dire consequences. "Minji, a lesson is all that is necessary. There is no need to ignite true wrath." Chen Minji nodded in agreement. "Very well, for the sake of my senior brother, I shall spare his life." Though this was a sincere statement, it sounded like a grand jest in the ears of young Master Wang. He could not fathom that anyone in Ani County would dare to take his life. What a pitiful frog at the bottom of a well. Unaware of the vastness of the world and the cruelty of its inhabitants. Having grown up amidst chaos alongside his father, Chen Minji was far from a useless dandy. The act of taking a life was something he had long come to terms with. "How audacious to claim you would spare my life. Just wait. I shall make you regurgitate every morsel you have consumed." With that, young Master Wang turned to leave, instructing his companions to summon the master of a martial arts school in the county. A wise man avoids immediate danger. He understood the prowess of Chun Minji and his companions and dared not confront them directly. Thus, he chose to retreat for the time being. Chun Minji scoffed, "Senior brother. Even if we spare him, he is unlikely to live long." Yuan Qing chuckled, unperturbed. In this county, even if true masters existed, he felt no trepidation. After all, could any master surpass Lu Zhou, the storm sword, who was quietly indulging in his drink on the first floor of the tavern? Lu Zhou had accompanied the Chun siblings to Longquan Town primarily to safeguard Chen Minji, the sole heir of the Chen family. How could Lu Zhou possibly refrain from following when Chen Minji came to the county for examination? Good words cannot persuade a dead man. As young Master Wang truly summoned a group of thugs, Yuan Qing lifted his gaze, observing the flow of profound energy in their eyes, indicating their blood vitality was indeed significantly more robust than that of ordinary individuals. Though most had not attained any rank, they were evidently stronger than the average person. Among them, 2 led the group and had indeed reached a rank, yet in Yuan Qing's eyes, they were utterly unremarkable. Their foundations were so shallow that they might have merely stumbled into their rank by sheer chance. Compared to him and Chen Minji, they were almost worlds apart. Clearly, Lu Zhou on the first floor recognized this, as he merely cast a glance and then chose to ignore them. Such individuals were not worthy of his intervention. Young Master Wang, emboldened by his newfound allies, regained his arrogant demeanor. "Master Luo, it is these 2 rascals. Cripple them for me, but leave them breathing. I shall grant you a 2-year rent exemption." Master Luo, without any inquiry into the matter, readily acquiesced. Yuan Qing, furrowing his brow, rose and gazed at Master Luo, questioning. For those who practice martial arts, one should prioritize righteousness over mere ambition. How can you, who ingratiates yourself with the powerful and aids in tyranny, claim to be worthy of the title master? Master Luo was taken aback, unprepared to encounter a youth who espoused reason. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Youngster, you are mistaken. In the realm of martial arts, strength commands respect. My fist is my truth." Chen Minji interjected, pulling Yuan Qing aside. "Brother, it's futile to reason with such a simpleton. One must speak the language of strength." Yuan Qing sighed in resignation. No wonder the great Zhou court seeks to trample the rivers and lakes. If this world is filled with such individuals, it would be better to fill it in. Master Luo, baffled, could not comprehend their discourse. His understanding barely grazed the lowest echelons of the martial world. "What nonsense! Begone!" he bellowed, launching a punch with considerable force. Chen Minji prepared to retaliate. But Yuan Qing was quicker. Without evasion or technique, he simply extended his fist, colliding with Master Luo's blow. A resounding thud was followed by a sharp crack. The onlookers gasped as Master Luo's arm twisted into grotesque angles, his knuckles a bloody mess. Master Luo, momentarily stunned, let out a wretched scream. His arm and fist lay incapacitated by the seemingly frail youth before him. "You commit acts of violence, aiding in tyranny without discernment. Let this consequence serve as a lesson. You need not pursue martial arts any further, lest you harm more innocents." At that moment, not only Prince Wang and his entourage, But even the students from the Jixing Academy, including Qinminji, were shaken. Little did they know that their senior brother had inherited the true teachings of Master Su. Jixing Chapter 32. Power Prince Wang turned pale, unable to fathom that the formidable Master Luo had been rendered incapacitated by a mere punch from this boy. Yu Wenqing, ignoring the fallen Master Luo, slowly approached the now trembling Prince Wang, who was clearly a head taller. Yet, Yu Wenqing emanated an aura that loomed like a mountain, impossible to gaze upon directly. What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am the young master of the Wang family. Should you harm me, my family will not let you off easily. Yu Wenqing sighed lightly, shaking his head. It's pointless to reason with you, as my teacher said. Dealing with someone like you requires the application of power. Having spoken, Yu Wenqing turned to glance at Qinminji. The astonished Qinminji quickly regained his composure. All right. This is my forte. With that, he tossed a piece of broken silver to a servant of a nearby tavern, instructing, go to the county office and summon County Magistrate Liu, stating that Qinminji of the Qin family has a matter to discuss. The servant, elated by the reward, dashed off towards the county office without delay. Meanwhile, the young Master Wang, seated on the ground, began to sense the gravity of the situation. Yet he remained reluctant to accept that Qinminji could indeed summon the county magistrate. Even more incredulous was the notion that the magistrate would favor him. It was well known that the Wang family was a true powerhouse in Ani County, on the most prosperous street in the county town. At least half of the establishments belonged to them. To disregard the Wang family's standing would surely jeopardize Magistrate Liu's position. However, at that moment, he dared not retort to Yu Wenqing and his companions any longer, regardless of the consequences that awaited them upon the magistrate's arrival. He understood that defiance could lead to a fate akin to that of Master Luo. Yu Wenqing then addressed his fellow disciples with an apologetic tone. Have you all had enough to eat? The day is still young. Shall we return to Longquan Town? Hu and the others comprehended that it was no longer appropriate to linger and promptly stood up, nodding in agreement, ready to follow their elder brother's lead. Yu Wenqing approached Qinminji, saying calmly, Minji, I would appreciate it if you could handle this matter first. I shall escort them back. Qinminji nodded in response. Very well, brother. You may go ahead. I will follow shortly. As Yu Wenqing and the others prepared to leave, Master Wang wished to intervene but lacked the courage to do so, merely watching helplessly as they departed. Before long, County Magistrate Liu indeed arrived. Even before entering, his voice resonated. Where is young Master Qin? I beg your pardon for my inadequate reception. The County Magistrate, Liu, addressed Qinminji as this humble official, a gesture entirely befitting the circumstances. Qinminji, blessed by the fortunes of his ancestors, had been bestowed a baronial title by the current emperor following the establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty. By rank, he was considered of the 5th grade, while Liu, as a 6th grade county magistrate, naturally regarded himself as the inferior in Qinminji's presence. However, Liu had little desire to engage extensively with Qinminji, or the Chun family for that matter. Thus, even though Qinminji was taking examinations in the county, Liu chose to feign ignorance and refrained from making a formal visit. Yet now, with Qinminji having initiated contact, Liu could no longer maintain his pretense of unawareness. He was obliged to adopt the appropriate demeanor. Upon hearing the magistrate's self-reference, the young Master Wang felt a chill descend upon him. When Liu ascended the stairs and encountered Qinminji seated at the table, bowing respectfully, Wang's countenance had already turned ashen. Qinminji merely nodded slightly as a greeting, then, with a gaze as frigid as ice and devoid of any warmth, remarked, Liu County Magistrate, my sister, Princess Fengyang, and I have returned to our ancestral land for our studies, drawn by the promise of Ani County's remarkable talents and resources. Yet, it appears the reality may not align with our expectations. Upon hearing this, sweat began to beat on Liu's forehead. The mere mention of Princess Fengyang, a royal figure, the only one outside the imperial family to be conferred such a title by the emperor, set him on high alert. He had heard her name echo through the capital. In the presence of one who could speak before the emperor, he felt like an insignificant ant. It is a failure on my part. I shall conduct a thorough investigation, he declared. Qinminji, momentarily softening his stern expression with a smile, left Liu momentarily bewildered. Do not blame yourself. In the early days of the realm stabilization, there are bound to be remnants of chaos. A thorough cleansing is all that is required. Qin spoke in a mild tone, yet Liu felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine at the implication. A cleansing? How might one achieve such a feat? Qin glanced at young Master Wang before continuing. It has come to my attention that recently, in Ani County, affluent merchants have been colluding with remnants of the 6 dynasties. plotting rebellion. This matter bears significant weight, Lu Darren. You must exercise caution. Lu, momentarily taken aback, caught a glimpse of the now paralyzed Wang from the corner of his eye. He then fervently nodded. Rest assured, Your Highness and Baron. I shall conduct a thorough investigation and will not allow a single rebel to escape. Chun Minji nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he turned back with an expression of innocent curiosity, saying, "Oh, by the way, my senior brother advised against killing," with that cryptic remark lingering in the air. Chun Minji vanished through the doorway. Do not kill? Unbeknownst to many, death can sometimes serve as a form of liberation. Lu, the steward accompanying County Magistrate Lu, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and inquired, "My lord, if the accusation of colluding with the remnants of the 6 dynasties is truly established, you too will undoubtedly be implicated." Magistrate Lu gazed outside, resignedly uttering, "Alas, I cannot evade these individuals. What can a mere county magistrate like myself do?" Despite his words, Magistrate Lu was acutely aware that should he successfully resolve this matter, not only would he evade repercussions, but he would also forge a connection with the Qin family, ensuring a smooth pathway in his future career. However, this would signify his allegiance. From that moment forth, he would be considered one of the Qin family. To the citizens of Ani County, he appeared as a just and noble official. Yet, who could fathom that to those seated at the helm, surveying the realm, he was but a trifling county magistrate, indistinguishable from the common populace? With a sympathetic glance at young Master Wang, Magistrate Lu gently shook his head. Those scions of noble families, particularly those of this generation who survived the chaos, were hardly virtuous. One wonders why they would provoke such a fate. It seems the Wang family was destined to face this calamity. Young Master Wang was rendered speechless, his mind a blank slate. After years of dominance in Ani County, having evaded the ravages of war, the Wang family was ruthlessly extinguished by the mere words of a 12-year-old boy. Power. No wonder countless individuals are drawn to it, consumed by madness. As for the fate of young Master Wang and his family, Yuan Qing no longer cared. Upon exiting the county town, he hastened along the path back to Longquan Town, accompanied by his fellow disciples. With over 50 li still to traverse, they would likely arrive only after nightfall. At this moment, Yuan Qing found himself pondering a question, or perhaps engaging in self-reflection. The conflict with young Master Wang, had it befallen an ordinary student, could potentially alter the course of their life, even impacting matters of life and death. Their ability to remain unscathed stemmed partly from their own advantageous position and formidable strength. Moreover, the presence of Chun Minji, a scion of the influential, ensured that no matter the route taken or the method employed, they would remain unscathed. Yet, devoid of such external assistance, how would he navigate the challenges? After much contemplation, Yuan Qing broke into a smile. Why should one be troubled by the trivialities of others? Are not the advantages and means one possesses part of their own strength? There is no need to be ensnared in a narrow perspective. Yuan Qing experienced a moment of enlightenment, shedding the notion of bullying others through his power. This is the essence of reality. Strength begets weakness. The saying "a gentleman is not an instrument" suggests that rigidity without adaptability leads to mere pedantry. As long as one's spirit remains expansive and illuminated, both martial prowess and authority are inherently enhanced. Those who embody a radiant spirit, wielding greater martial power and authority, are better positioned to benefit the masses. The opposite holds true as well. Ultimately, it all boils down to the cultivation of the heart. With this understanding, Yuan Qing felt an overwhelming sense of ease and a newfound openness. Most notably, his cultivation had visibly progressed, having recently ascended to the rank of an 8th-grade scholar. He unexpectedly found 4 additional strands of radiant true energy manifesting within his Niwen palace. His demeanor elevated even further, subtly echoing the profound influence of Su Zhixing, who, at that moment, paused in his studies and practice of calligraphy, intrigued by the sudden surge in cultivation. What remarkable event had transpired to cause such a dramatic increase? Just moments ago, 16 strands of radiant true energy had appeared in his own Niwen palace, augmenting the 4 he already possessed, culminating in the formation of 2 distinct solidified energies. This advancement elevated his cultivation to the level of a 6th-grade scholar with 15 solidified strands of true energy, leaving him just 1 step away from attaining the 5th-grade realm. Su Zhixing couldn't help but marvel at how fortunate he was to have such a disciple. Returning to the road leading from the county town to Longquan Town, after briefing County Magistrate Lu, Chun Minji hurriedly exited the city. He declined the carriage sent by the Qin family and sprinted, soon catching up with his classmates. Upon seeing Yu Wenqing, he signaled an okay gesture he had learned from Su Zhixing, indicating that matters had been settled. Yu Wenqing did not inquire further. He had no desire to delve into the remaining details. The group of 6, all of similar age, despite the lingering cold, traversed the long path ahead with radiant smiles on their faces. They engaged in playful banter and spirited antics, completely oblivious to the fatigue of their journey. Remarkably, they completed the 50-mile trek without even realizing it. Upon returning to Longquan Town, the brothers did not rush home but instead made their way to the school to meet Su Zhixing. Together, they discussed the examination questions from the past few days. After reflecting and summarizing, they concluded that their performances had been quite commendable. Even Chen Minji, who least enjoyed studying, had fared reasonably well. As for the final results, they would have to await the official verdict. Su Zhixing inquired once more whether there had been any unusual occurrences during this county examination. The crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Yu Wenqing did not hold back and recounted the events in their entirety. Su Zhixing did not comment on the matter but addressed the gathered students, saying, "It appears that the world is far from tranquil. In addition to your studies, you must not neglect your cultivation of martial arts." The students exchanged knowing glances and stifled laughter, realizing that their esteemed senior brother's fiery reputation stemmed from his teachings. Upon returning, Su Zhixing granted the students a 3-day holiday to enjoy themselves. This break coincided with the day the county examination results would be released, with notifications to be sent to Longquan Town. Beyond providing a respite for the students, there was a significant reason for this decision. Su Zhixing had been quite occupied lately. When he accepted Qin Yunlan as his disciple, the system rewarded him with a treatise on the art of music, titled The 8 Melodies of Heavenly Sound. This was no ordinary musical manuscript. It was a tome that could rival the extraordinary techniques of martial arts and swordsmanship. The 8 Melodies of Heavenly Sound is categorized into 8 ranks, beginning with the 6th, as it is a musical cultivation method grounded in Confucian and Taoist principles. Once mastered, one could shape sound into form and wield the music of the zither as a weapon. However, to practice the 8 Melodies of Heavenly Sound, one must meet a foundational requirement, much like the forging of a sword that resonates with the practitioner's intent. Similarly, the 8 melodies demand the crafting of a zither unlike any ordinary instrument. The materials employed are entirely distinct, and the methods of construction vary significantly. Among the most precious components are the strings. While a typical zither requires ordinary silk, the strings for the 8 melodies must be made from heavenly silkworm silk that has matured for over a decade. Such silkworms are exceedingly rare, and whether heavenly or ordinary, none can survive for 10 years. The life cycle of a silkworm, from hatching to maturity and ultimately spinning silk before dying, spans merely a few dozen days. It is inconceivable for a silkworm to live for a decade. It would be considered an extraordinary species. Su Zhixing understood that it was impossible for him to find it on his own, so he entrusted Qin Yunlan to seek assistance in the matter. Qin Yunlan, possessing remarkable intelligence, recalled how Su Zhixing had devoted several months to forging a sword that rivaled the famed 10 great swords for Zhaozhen. She immediately surmised that Su Zhixing must be endeavoring to create something extraordinary once more. Given her own proficiency in the art of music, she could not help but wonder if this endeavor was for her benefit. Consequently, Qin Yunlan promptly ordered the Chun family to mobilize their resources across the vast expanse of Central Plains, leaving no stone unturned in their search. The manpower, material resources, and financial costs involved were beyond imagination. Heaven does not forsake those who are diligent. After more than half a year and at great expense, they finally discovered this rare species among the southwestern barbarian tribes, successfully bringing back half a pound of silk. Su Zhixing was acutely aware that such treasures were hard-won, and he dared not allow even the slightest misstep. Thus, over the course of 3 days, he devoted himself entirely to the meticulous processing of the silkworm silk. Transforming the silk into strings for a zither entailed numerous intricate steps. The first phase was nurturing and refining the silk, which required a combination of dozens of medicinal herbs, minerals, and the blood of the zither's owner, a process that spanned 108 days. Following this, the silk would need to be infused with pure, vital energy to be fashioned into usable strings. Much like the previous occasion when he forged a sword alongside Jinjin, over these 3 days, Qin Yunlan remained inseparable from him. With each step, Su Zhixing not only involved her, but also provided detailed explanations, truly embodying the essence of imparting knowledge. As the 3rd day swiftly passed, all procedures were completed, The next phase was left to the passage of time. Today marked the day of the county examination results. At the entrance of Longquan Town, the official road leading to the county city was already thronged with people early in the morning. In truth, only a handful of candidates' families were directly concerned. The rest were merely there for the spectacle. Everyone was aware that if the candidates succeeded, there would be an official announcement sent to the town. Yet no one knew precisely when it would arrive. They had not even considered the possibility of a collective failure, which would mean no announcement at all. Yu Wenqing, as was his custom, preferred solitude, staying in the academy with a book of classics, engrossed in study. Meanwhile, Master Su Zhixing sat in a pavilion, practicing the zither in solitude. His junior disciple, Zhao Zhen, was in the courtyard, deftly wielding her sword. Compared to a little over a month ago, she seemed to have flourished like blossoms nourished by spring rain, growing rapidly. Apart from the copywork assigned by Su Zhixing, she dedicated nearly all her time to sword practice. The sword energy accumulating within her had reached a considerable magnitude, indicating the deepening of her daily trials. The reason she could still move freely, seemingly unaffected, was that she had grown accustomed to it, much like Su Zhixing. Yu Wenqing found this life to be quite satisfactory, with a master and a junior disciple present. The tranquility of studying and training in martial arts made each day feel insufficient. His sole wish was for his junior disciple and master to soon cultivate their innate sword bodies as prescribed in the sword scripture, freeing them from the excruciating pain of countless swords piercing the heart. The official announcement had arrived. "Brother, you have succeeded." From a distance, clusters of students from the academy were rushing toward the classroom, followed closely by breathless villagers. Compared to these children who had already embarked on the path of martial arts, the villagers were physically inferior. Yu Wenqing set down his book, Zhao Zhen sheathed her sword, and Su Zhixing pressed down on the ancient zither he had purchased in the county city for 20 taels of silver. The three turned their gazes toward the academy's entrance, where Dahu was exuberantly sprinting towards them, clutching a scroll. Upon entering the courtyard, Dahu came to an abrupt halt, first bowing respectfully to Su Zhixing. "Greetings, master." Then, turning to Yu Wenqing, he said, "Senior brother, you have succeeded. You are the top candidate." Yu Wenqing smiled and inquired, "I see. And what about you? Everyone else?" Dahu exclaimed with excitement, "We all passed. We all passed. According to the official who delivered the news, we will attend the provincial examination in May. And if we succeed in the imperial examination next February, we will be among the first scholars of the great Zhou dynasty." Yu Wenqing, feigning seriousness, replied, "Dahu, remember not to become complacent. We must tread this path step by step." Dahu nodded vigorously, understanding that they must work even harder to achieve their goals. Su Zhixing observed the exhilaration radiating from the children, understanding that it was futile to expect them to concentrate on their studies today. "Well, it is indeed a joyous occasion. Go home and celebrate with your families, for there shall be no classes today." The students, brimming with delight, bid farewell to their teacher and dashed away with spirited enthusiasm. Dahu wished to invite Yu Wenqing to join him in flying kites, but his invitation was graciously declined. Once the disciples had departed, Su Zhixing turned to Yu Wenqing and remarked with a smile, "Shaoqing, congratulations on achieving the title of top scholar. Why not join in the festivities?" Yu Wenqing shook his head, replying, "There is nothing to boast about in attaining the top position. With the world in its nascent order, there are few scholars among us. My rank is not a reflection of superior ability, thus, I must remain diligent." Su Zhixing said nothing more and returned to the pavilion to practice the guqin. Zhao Zhen glanced at Yu Wenqing several times, secretly contemplating. "My senior brother is truly remarkable. Apart from our master, surely no one can surpass him." Noticing Zhao Zhen's gaze upon him, Yu Wenqing smiled and inquired, "Little junior sister, are you weary from sword practice? Perhaps you should take a moment to rest?" Zhao Zhen shook her head. "Not tired," she replied, and resumed her sword practice. Yu Wenqing stood by, quietly observing her as she practiced, occasionally offering a few words of guidance. Zhao Zhen understood that her senior brother was an unimaginably extraordinary talent, excelling in both scholarly pursuits and martial arts. Thus, despite Yu Wenqing's lack of practical swordsmanship, she earnestly heeded his advice. Whether it was correct or not, she would verify through practice, and most of the time, it proved to be accurate. In the pavilion, witnessing this scene, Su Zhixing felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Having such a remarkable disciple truly alleviated many burdens. The following days unfolded much like the past year. Every day at the hour of the rabbit, the academy buzzed with activity, commencing a new day of studies. Since all 6 disciples of the Jixing Academy had successfully passed the county examination, even producing a top score, the county magistrate of Ani began to genuinely recognize and support Su Jixing's academy with tangible actions. The county office allocated a sum of funds to commence the expansion of the Jixing Academy based on its current location. According to the blueprints, the expanded academy would increase in area by at least tenfold, accommodating 300 to 400 students. Su Jixing held no objections to this matter. He merely requested County Magistrate Liu to recruit several more instructors to assist him in establishing the academy. The original site of the Jixing School was preserved, serving as the inner courtyard of the newly expanded Jixing Academy. Only Su Jixing and his approved disciples would be permitted to study within this inner sanctum. According to the plan, the expansion project was set to be completed by late July, allowing all children of Longquan Town to enroll in school. Thus, Jixing Academy would officially assume the status of a public institution. Yet, the true authority of the academy remained firmly in the hands of Su Jixing, marking it as a collaborative venture between public and private interests. The county's actions were swift. The construction workers in Longquan Town were plentiful. With the necessary funds in place, work could commence without delay. Notably, Ani County was currently abundant in resources, although much of the Wang family's estate had been confiscated and submitted to the national treasury. The specific amounts were still determined by County Magistrate Liu. This funding could be aptly allocated to this endeavor, even allowing for the long-stalled dock project to be resumed. Who could have anticipated that Yu Wenqing and his companions, by participating in an examination, would inadvertently bring about such significant changes to both the Jixing School and Longquan Town? By the end of February, the construction had already commenced. Along the Longquan River, a continuous flow of vessels transporting materials docked conveniently at the shore, facilitating their transfer to the Jixing School. The progress of the project was exceedingly promising. By the spring of March, the 3 teachers promised by County Magistrate Liu had finally arrived. Su Jixing had met with them briefly and exchanged a few words. On that very day, an elder teacher became quite agitated and even approached the county magistrate, claiming that Su Jixing had insulted him. Chapter 35, The Teacher's School. The elder teacher's intense reaction is, in fact, quite understandable. This is because Su Jixing had instructed the 3 of them to attend classes alongside the students from the inner academy starting the next day, in order to adapt to the teaching methods of the Jixing Academy, ensuring that there would be no discrepancies between the instructional approaches of the inner and outer academies in the future. The 3 gentlemen, the youngest of whom was already in his 30s, were older than Su Jixing himself, making it somewhat awkward for them to address him as the dean. Now, they were being asked to attend classes with a group of young students, which was naturally difficult for them to accept. Su Jixing did not impose, but rather, with a gentle yet resolute demeanor, conveyed to them the conditions for remaining as educators at Jixing Academy. Everything was voluntary, with no coercion whatsoever. Even if they chose to decline, Su would ensure that the county magistrate was notified, assuring them that they would not face any difficulties. Among them, the eldest and most agitated departed that very day. After a moment of hesitation, the other 2 ultimately decided to stay. The compensation offered was indeed appealing, and they were also wary of potentially offending the county magistrate. Thus, they adopted a posture of reluctant acceptance. The following morning, at the crack of dawn, the 2 gentlemen appeared in the classroom, still bleary-eyed. In their student days, they had never risen so early, and now, as educators, they found themselves compelled to do so. Burdened with grievances, they embarked on their inaugural day at Jixing Academy. At the appointed hour, the morning reading commenced. To their surprise, it was not conducted within the confines of the classroom, but rather outdoors, where they were required to run while reading aloud. Such absurdity! How could one possibly retain knowledge in such a manner? The 2 began to grumble, but nevertheless endured, running and reciting alongside the students. By the end, both adults were nearly exhausted, while the students remained invigorated, scarcely breaking a sweat. After the running session, they returned to the courtyard, where the students commenced their martial arts practice, shouting and cheering until a quarter past the 3rd hour. Upon concluding their morning exercises, all the children orderly made their way to the kitchen for breakfast. The 2 gentlemen followed suit, only to find that while everyone was feasting, there was no portion for them. Anger welled within them, and just as they were about to express their indignation, Yu Wenqing approached with a tray bearing some food. "Gentlemen, here is your breakfast," he announced. With stern expressions, they accepted the tray and glanced at the others, frowning as they inquired, "Why is everyone else's meal different?" Yu Wenqing smiled and explained, "They brought their provisions from home." The academy has limited resources and cannot provide for everyone. However, rest assured, your meals will not be lacking. Silently, they began to eat, their hunger from the morning's exertion finally alleviated. After finishing their breakfast, their spirits lifted somewhat. It was then that they noticed Su Zhixing leisurely emerging from his quarters, even waving to greet them. How fortunate he was to rise at such a late hour. The two murmured quietly, their tones rife with dissatisfaction. Unbeknownst to them, despite their hushed voices, Yu Wenqing and the others heard every word clearly. Su Zhixing was certainly indifferent to the matter at hand. However, his two disciples, Yu Wenqing and Shenminji, felt a degree of discontent. Yet, due to the dictates of decorum, they refrained from voicing their opinions. After a brief respite following their meal, the morning lessons commenced. The two men followed the students into the classroom, taking their seats at the back. As they watched Su Zhixing ascend to the podium, a cold smirk crept across their faces. They were eager to see what he could possibly teach. In their eyes, Su Zhixing's youth suggested that, regardless of his knowledge, it could not be exceedingly profound. They anticipated that, when he faltered during his lecture, they would seize the opportunity to expose him in front of his students, ultimately directing criticism towards him and rendering him a figure of ridicule among his own pupils. They believed that by then, the children would discern what truly constitutes a commendable teacher. As the class began, the traditional greetings ensued. Please stand. Good morning, teacher. Good morning, classmates. You may sit. This entire ritual left the two novice instructors utterly bewildered. They had never encountered such a formal greeting before and were at a complete loss. Clumsily following the students through the motions, they had scarcely settled into their seats when Su Zhixing commenced his lecture. Students, please turn to page 23 of your textbooks. Last lesson, we discussed the formula for the area of a rectangle, which is width multiplied by height. Now, I will pose a question for us to review. Subsequently, Su Zhixing gracefully inscribed a problem and the area formula on the blackboard with a chalk pencil. Witnessing this scene, the two apprentice teachers were left completely dumbfounded. What was this? What did area, width, and height mean? What was an unknown variable? An equation? The two educators, whose knowledge was limited and whose experience was minimal, were utterly perplexed. Once the lesson concluded and during the break, they could no longer contain their curiosity and approached Su Zhixing, inquiring, Director Su, might we ask what subject matter you just covered? From which classic text does it originate? Su Zhixing smiled gently, saying little more than to present them with a textbook he had authored on the fundamentals of geometric mathematics. Everything you need is in this book. You may begin by studying it on your own, and during class, feel free to inquire with Yu Wenqing if there are any uncertainties. Su Zhixing's actions were not intended to humiliate them. Rather, he sought to impart the lesson that knowledge knows no bounds of age. Scholarship is not determined by one's years. Without the humility to learn from the young, how can one possess the sincerity to teach the world? In the second session of the morning, the subject at hand was the examination scriptures. For the scholars of this world, this constitutes an imperative area of study. However, for the students of the Zhixing Academy, it represents merely a minuscule fragment of their overall curriculum. The teachings they engage with, while broadly akin to the revered Confucian classics, appear superficial, lacking in both profundity and breadth. Were it not for the imperial examinations, Su Zhixing might even hesitate to allow his students to delve into these texts. Nevertheless, with a foundation rooted in the teachings of the sage, the students of the Zhixing Academy find these scriptures remarkably accessible, akin to pupils proficient in basic arithmetic tackling elementary problems with ease, often without the need for guidance. Thus, in the Zhixing Academy, the examination scriptures are but a trivial portion of their studies. Yet, even this small segment leaves the two esteemed gentlemen in sheer awe. The dialogues between Su Zhixing and his students during class are akin to profound philosophical discourses. Many concepts, which elude even their understanding, are articulated with clarity by these young minds. In that moment, Su Zhixing feels more like a student, while the children assume the role of teachers. The gentlemen finally grasp why Su Zhixing insists they attend classes together, not out of disdain, but because, in comparison to the children of the Zhixing Academy, they appear woefully inadequate. Chapter 36. 3 years after a day of lessons, the two gentlemen shed any remnants of pride. The morning's subjects were manageable, yet by afternoon, when Su Zhixing introduced the Zhouyi, they found themselves utterly lost amidst a fog of confusion. They discerned the depth and elevation of the teachings, yet their lack of foundational knowledge rendered them incapable of comprehension, even failing to grasp the essence of Su Zhixing's discourse. Following the lesson, They set aside their egos and approached Yu Wenqing, earnestly seeking enlightenment. It was not until dusk, when Zhaozhen summoned them for dinner, that they departed, still yearning for more knowledge. From that point onward, the inner courtyard of the Zhixing Academy welcomed 2 university students, old enough to be the fathers or even grandfathers of other students. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Boat Festival arrived. After the festivities, the children of the academy traveled together to the county city to participate in this year's provincial examination. Yu Wenqing, having secured the top rank, was exempt from the provincial exam, awaiting the opportunity to participate in next year's Yangzhou examination. Nevertheless, he accompanied his junior peers to the county city, ensuring their safety along the way. The 2 gentlemen also joined the provincial examination, leaving the academy unusually quiet, with only Su Zhixing and Zhaozhen remaining. Additionally, there was a female disciple in the academy, fondly nicknamed Arya, whom Su Zhixing had bestowed with the elegant name Lu Yuyu. In the Great Zhou dynasty, women were prohibited from participating in the imperial examinations, thus Lu Yuyu focused primarily on the martial arts taught by Su Zhixing. Though she was a woman, her training progressed at a pace surpassing that of her male counterparts. After more than a year of diligent practice, she had yet to attain a formal rank but was tantalizingly close to achieving her goal. Perhaps influenced by the myriad tales shared by Su Zhixing, Lu Yuyu harbored dreams of venturing into the distant world of chivalry, fantasizing about one day riding a white horse with a long sword to explore the realm. Consequently, after the onset of spring this year, she implored Su Zhixing to forge her a sword so she could train in swordsmanship alongside Zhaozhen. Su Zhixing has always treated everyone equally, and thus he agreed to forge for her a long sword named Luming. However, he did not impart to her the sword scriptures. For with Lu Yuyu's aptitude, practicing the scriptures would undoubtedly lead to a perilous and near-fatal journey. Su Zhixing evolved a sword technique from the sword classic and imparted it to her. Since then, on the lawn behind the academy, one could witness the graceful silhouettes of 2 young women diligently practicing their swordsmanship each day. Zhaozhen thus found a companion for mutual sparring and refinement. And the 2 sisters became inseparable, always in each other's company. Occasionally, Su Zhixing would bring her Guqin, sitting on the stones by the river, observing their swordplay while playing melodies. The vibrant red koi in the river often emerged to join the lively scene. In time, Su Zhixing sourced dozens of peach trees from the mountains, which she planted in this locale. The students of the academy emulated her, and every year on the tree planting festival she spoke of, they would contribute additional peach trees to the area. Perhaps influenced by the aura of Su Zhixing, the peach trees flourished remarkably, blossoming splendidly by the second spring. This scene became the most exquisite tapestry ever witnessed by many disciples of the Zhixing Academy. Many years later, regardless of how far they roamed or how many breathtaking landscapes they encountered, they would find that none could rival this moment. Among the peach grove, the young girl practicing swordplay gradually blossomed into a graceful maiden. Since the passing of her mother and the impact of her swordsmanship training, Zhaozhen's temperament had grown increasingly aloof. She often donned plain white attire, and apart from sharing smiles with her fellow students, she remained distant and reserved towards outsiders. Conversely, Lu Yuyu was her polar opposite, always favoring vibrant red garments. As she matured and her martial prowess deepened, she exuded an air of commanding presence. Her personality became increasingly extroverted, contrasting sharply with Zhaozhen, akin to ice and fire. Despite their inherent differences, the bond between them flourished. Over the span of 3 years, the Zhixing Academy saw little change. The disciples had matured significantly, yet the essence remained the same. The newly established Zhixing Institute in front of the academy attracted a multitude of students. In addition to local children from Longquan Town, many scholars came seeking knowledge. The disciples of Su Zhixing had garnered considerable acclaim during this period. Led by Yu Wenqing, several disciples had become renowned figures in Yangzhou. A year prior, Yu Wenqing excelled in the provincial examination, securing the top position, and his essay advocating for the encouragement of trade was even forwarded to the imperial court, reportedly placed on the emperor's desk. The other disciples also performed admirably, consistently ranking among the top in the academy's examinations. As the literary spirit of the realm began to revive, the desire for scholarly achievement grew among both noble families and commoners alike. Those nearby sought ways to attend the Zhixing Academy in Longquan Town. When the influx became overwhelming, Su Zhixing, through the county magistrate, issued a decree stating that the academy would only accept students with local residency. This effectively curtailed the influx of eager scholars. However, when individuals earnestly pursue a goal, they inevitably find solutions, and soon, Some began purchasing properties in Longquan Town to adjust their residency. Indeed, they successfully gained admission to the Zhixing Academy, inspiring others of means to follow suit, thus giving rise to a groundbreaking concept of the era, the school district housing. Su Zhixing found himself in a predicament, realizing that regardless of the world, the common people were ultimately bound to the fate of becoming slaves to their homes. Unlike the bustling external academy of Zhixing Academy, the internal courtyard, comprised of a few humble huts, was eerily quiet. Over the past 3 years, Su Zhixing had not accepted a single disciple into the inner courtyard. It remained populated only by those he had previously instructed. Moreover, his former disciples, such as Yuan Qing, Zhao Hu, known as Big Hu, and 3 others, spent their days not only in personal study but also teaching students at the external academy, though still mere teenagers. Their scholarly prowess was indeed unparalleled among the literati of the great Zhou dynasty. A year prior, Su Zhixing had imparted the method of nurturing one's vital energy through Confucian teachings to them, and now, aside from Yuan Qing, all 4 disciples had cultivated their own vast true qi. Big Hu was progressing the fastest, having reached the 9th rank of Confucian scholars, while the other 3 were on the cusp of attaining their ranks. Yuan Qing, among the disciples, had made remarkable strides and now stood at the 6th rank. Thanks to this senior disciple, Su Zhixing's own mastery of Confucianism had also flourished, elevating him to the 4th rank, with 50 solidified strands of true qi within his Niwen palace. However, Big Hu and the others had yet to gain recognition from the system, preventing their cultivation from being credited back to Su Zhixing. Otherwise, his advancement would have been even swifter. Beyond the realm of Confucianism, these disciples had not lagged in martial arts, all achieving the 9th rank. Chun Minji and Yuan Qing had even reached the 7th rank in martial arts, just one step away from perfecting their vitality and refining it into martial true qi. Because of their progress, Su Zhixing could no longer suppress his own martial realm. He found himself unable to ascertain the true strength of his physique at present. For 3 years, Su Zhixing's physicality had been on a steady rise. Although he had already reached the pinnacle of the 7th rank, only needing to transition to refining his vital energy to ascend to the 6th rank. He was curious to discover whether this enhancement had any limits. Thus, under the return of his disciples and his own rigorous training, he had restrained himself for 3 long years. Lu Yuyu, one of his female disciples, had already achieved the 8th rank in martial arts. Alongside Chen Minji, Chen Yulan, and Yuan Qing, the quadruple return had left him unable to estimate his own strength. He had attempted to shatter a rock the size of a human head without employing true qi, merely needing to flick it gently with his finger. Common blades could not even pierce his skin. The kitchen knife had dulled during his experiments, leading to Zhao Zhan's complaints for an entire day. At last, he could no longer contain himself. His vitality had reached its saturation point, necessitating its refinement into true qi to open his Dantian sea of energy. He was already well versed in the methods of refining essence into energy as described in the martial texts. On a particular morning, before the sun had risen, Su Zhixing sat cross-legged on a large stone that had become his personal sanctuary, engaging in his practice. As the eastern horizon began to glow with a faint white light, he finally succeeded in refining his first strand of martial true qi. However, before he could exhale in relief, an overwhelming aura surged forth from him. An invisible force erupted abruptly, causing the river before him to rise dramatically in waves. His long hair whipped about, and the aura of his robes billowed, making him appear as though he had gained considerable weight. This was troubling. He found himself unable to maintain control. Within Su Zhixing, it was as if a long-sealed floodgate had suddenly been flung open. His vital energy surged forth like a torrent, unstoppable and overwhelming. While others typically refined their vital energy in gradual strands, he experienced an influx akin to entire basins. In the blink of an eye, his Dantian's reservoir was breached, signifying his ascension into the 6th realm of martial arts. The act of expanding and filling the Dantian's reservoir is a requisite task for reaching the 6th tier. For an ordinary martial artist, this process is a gradual accumulation. The amount of vital force directly correlates to the quantity of vital energy that can be refined, and it must be approached incrementally. After all, vital force is not an inexhaustible resource and requires time to replenish. However, Su Zhixing's vital force was alarmingly excessive. He could only watch as his Dantian was filled to capacity in mere moments. Yet, the vital energy within him remained in a state of extreme saturation, continuously generating more. The excess vital energy began to overflow from his Dantian, coursing through his body's meridians. This indicated his transition into the fifth realm. A fifth-tier martial artist is characterized by the ability to circulate vital energy through the 12 primary meridians. Once these 12 pathways are interconnected, a small microcosmic circulation is established within, allowing the vital energy to flow endlessly and become remarkably prolonged. Su Zhixing's 12 principles had been cultivated through the sword techniques he had mastered, allowing his sword aura to flow seamlessly. Thus, this step unfolded with remarkable ease. He traversed the fifth-tier realm in a mere instant. Upon completing the small circulation of energy, his vital force began to overflow, circulating through all the meridians of his body, including the two most crucial channels known as the Ren and Du meridians, often referred to as the bridges of heaven and earth. Once the flow through the Ren and Du meridians was completed, the vital energy would coalesce within his body to form the Great Circulation, signifying the completion of the fourth-tier realm. At this stage, Su Zhixing's internal vital force finally began to stabilize. The numerous acupoints along the Ren and Du meridians resembled simplified dantians, all requiring fulfillment. This provided a long-awaited sanctuary for the surplus vital energy within him. Finally halting the surge of his cultivation, Su Zhixing let out a breath, finally coming to a halt. The previous moment had indeed been quite alarming. He clapped his hands, preparing to rise, when suddenly his expression shifted dramatically, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Could it be another wave? This time, it was not true energy but rather sword chi. After 3 years of cultivating the sword scripture, coupled with Zhao Zhan's quadrupled return of cultivation, Su Zhixing had amassed an extraordinarily formidable amount of sword chi within him. This sword chi incessantly honed his physique, not only strengthening his body, but also gradually transforming his constitution. Initially, this sword chi was docile, methodically and patiently reshaping him. However, for reasons unknown, it suddenly erupted into chaos. Likely spurred by the surging true energy, these sword chi seemed to join in the turmoil. If the pain of sword chi piercing through heart and bone could be measured as a 10 on a scale, then at this moment, the agony Su Zhixing endured soared to 100. Even he could not suppress a low groan. His flesh, which was impervious to any blade, began to ooze blood. Drops of blood seeped from his pores, quickly staining him a crimson hue. Most alarmingly, these blood droplets contained terrifying sword chi, which, upon striking the ground beneath him, created a multitude of dense, small craters. Su Zhixing clenched his teeth, executing the sword technique with his hands, his eyes bloodshot as he endured the ordeal. He understood that this might be what the sword scripture referred to as the formation of the innate sword body. If he persevered, he would acquire an extraordinarily formidable physique. If he faltered, the consequence could be the disintegration of his flesh, leading to his ultimate demise. Meanwhile, in the peach grove of the back courtyard, Zhao Zhan, who was practicing swordplay with Lu Yuyu, suddenly halted. She abruptly turned her gaze towards the riverbank, a sudden intuition stirring within her, sensing something amiss. What's wrong, Xinjin? Zhao Zhan pointed in the direction where Su Zhixing sat cross-legged, frowning as she spoke. Master. No sooner had the words left her lips than a resounding sword cry erupted. Within the confines of Su Zhixing's room in the academy, the Meiyuan sword inexplicably unsheathed itself, transforming into a streak of luminous flow that soared forth, descending before Su Zhixing. The sword body trembled, emitting a persistent low hum. A subtle wave of energy radiated outward. Zhao Zhan and Lu Yuyu suddenly discerned that the swords in their hands began to quiver, almost as if yearning to break free. It was not only they who felt this. Even from afar in Longquan Town, every sword-shaped weapon began to vibrate mysteriously, producing a resonant clanging sound. Within the Qin family courtyard, Qin Yunlan awoke with a start, gazing towards the academy with a look of shock. What has transpired? A figure flashed, and the one-armed middle-aged Lu Zhou appeared before Qin Yunlan, his grip firm on the sword that had accompanied him for decades, his eyes reflecting his astonishment. 10,000 swords bow in submission. Is it truly 10,000 swords bowing in submission? Who could it be? Qin Yunlan glanced towards the academy and murmured, "It is the master." Lu Zhou found it hard to believe. The master? That teaching scholar? How could it be possible? In the annals of martial history, there had only been one recorded instance of 10,000 swords bowing in submission. It was said that 5 centuries prior, a swordsman from the state of Qin known as the sword god, Gainye, upon breaking into the realm of the transcendent land god, had also invoked the phenomenon of 10,000 swords bowing in submission, with every long sword in the city paying homage. How could that teaching scholar possibly be of the caliber of a sword god? At that moment, from the direction of the academy, A beam of radiant white sword energy surged skyward. Instantly, every long sword within the forges of Longquan Town could no longer contain themselves. All soaring forth with a whoosh, they hovered above the courtyard of the academy. Lu Zhou, employing his vital energy, managed to control the sword in his hand, preventing it from joining the others in flight. At least 1,000 swords were suspended in midair, creating a spectacle that would undoubtedly be etched into the memories of all who witnessed it. Regrettably, Longquan Town remained ensconced in slumber, and only a handful of individuals were fortunate enough to behold this extraordinary sight. Chapter 38. The stone infused with sword chi. It was only when the innate sword body was finally perfected that Su Zhixing comprehended the profound difficulty of cultivating the sword scriptures. To encapsulate it in a saying, a decade to forge a sword, concealing its edge within the sheath. Once one transcends that threshold, one is no longer of the mundane realm. Sword immortal. In Su Zhixing's mind, these two characters emerged vividly. At the moment the innate sword body was perfected, he transcended into the legendary sword immortal. Riding the sword upon the wind, he could sever the heads of his foes from 1,000 miles away. Such prowess was no longer within the grasp of mere mortal warriors. The piercing sword energies, which could penetrate heart and bone, had become indistinguishable from him, seamlessly merging with his very bloodline. The agony endured for over 3 years dissipated entirely in that instant, leaving him light and ethereal, as if he were destined to ascend to the heavens. Su Zhixing was merely a thought, and all the swords flying in from all directions returned to their respective origins. Only the final sword remained, suspended before him. It was the Moyan sword, which he had forged with his own hands. At the moment the sword reached its pinnacle, the Moyan sword underwent a transformation, not only enhancing its quality to a new echelon, but also significantly increasing its spiritual essence. Su Zhixing could distinctly perceive the tender emotions emanating from the Mo Yuan sword, akin to those of a newly born infant. To his astonishment, he realized that the Jianjing was not merely a martial art of swordsmanship, but rather a celestial technique of the sword. Su Zhixing murmured softly, as he concentrated his thoughts. The Mo Yuan sword transformed into a beam of radiant light, seamlessly merging into his meridians. This sword transcended the mundane realm, evolving into an ethereal celestial blade. Not only did it rival the 10 renowned swords listed in the annals of legendary blades, but it also stood equal to the mythical swords of ancient lore. Su Zhixing quietly contemplated the situation, pondering how formidable his strength would be if he were to engage in battle solely with this sword and its accompanying sword energy. However, after half a day of calculation and reflection, he found himself unable to ascertain the true extent of his capabilities due to a lack of practical verification. Furthermore, after mastering the sword technique and the sword body, 3 additional realms awaited him. The chasm between each of these realms was akin to a vast abyss, with each step representing an elevation to a new celestial plane. Achieving the sword body was indeed an unexpected delight. Su Zhixing had not anticipated this himself. Previously, according to his calculations, it would take at least another year or 2 of arduous effort, coupled with Zhaozhen's cultivation being returned fourfold, for it to be feasible. However, now, the process has indeed become significantly simpler. Su Zhixing gazed at his own body, observing that the blood oozing from his pores had dried, forming a crust of coagulated crimson. His garments were thoroughly stained with the remnants of this sanguine ordeal. Overcome by discomfort, he resolved to plunge into the river, seeking to cleanse himself. The dispersing streaks of blood were carried away by the flowing water, while a swarm of fish and shrimp eagerly vied to consume the river water tainted with Su Zhixing's essence, displaying an extraordinary fervor. Among them, a vibrant scarlet koi swam in close proximity to him, exhibiting an unprecedented liveliness. Su Zhixing, intrigued, waved at the koi. To his astonishment, the koi, measuring over 1 meter in length, truly swam towards him. Su Zhixing reached out to stroke the head of the koi, jesting, "Little carp, you listen to my readings and observe my cultivation daily. You won't end up becoming a koi maiden, will you?" The vibrant red koi shook its head and swished its tail, nudging Su Zhixing's chest with its head, seemingly responding to his words. "Ha ha ha, very well. If all things possess a spirit, and you truly awaken your consciousness, then I shall take you as my disciple." The koi appeared to genuinely comprehend Su Zhixing's words, leaping exuberantly from the water in joyous celebration. Zhaozhen and Lu Yuyu finally broke free from the earlier oppressive aura, regaining their ability to move. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with astonishment. "Let us seek our master. Indeed, let us find the teacher." The two spoke in unison, then dashed out of the peach grove, making their way toward the riverbank. They chanced upon the scene of Su Zhixing frolicking with the koi. Upon noticing their arrival, Su Zhixing waved at the koi, saying, "Off you go, be wary of the fisherman's net." The koi blew a bubble at Su Zhixing, then flicked its tail and vanished beneath the water's surface. As Zhao Zhen and Lu Yuyu approached the riverbank, intending to greet Su Zhixing, Lu Yuyu suddenly turned pale, retreating abruptly. She halted after creating a distance of about 10 meters. Zhao Zhen was somewhat better off, but still retreated a good distance away. What is that? How can it harbor such astonishing sword energy? Zhao Zhen gazed incredulously at the large rock by the riverbank, where their master often sat in meditation. Just moments ago, they had reached the vicinity of that stone, preparing to approach when they were met with a terrifying wave of sword energy that assailed them indiscriminately. Had it not been for their quick reflexes, they might have sustained injuries by now. Su Zhixing leapt from the water's surface, landing upon a stone, and was momentarily taken aback. He exerted a modicum of his internal energy, causing the moisture to evaporate, and in an instant, his garments became dry. Reaching down to touch the stone beneath him, he could not help but exclaim, "This rock has absorbed my sword aura, transforming into a treasure capable of channeling it." At this juncture, a sudden inspiration struck Su Zhixing, and he turned to Zhao Zhen and Lu Yuyu, saying, "Jinjin, Yuyu, from now on, you shall practice your swordsmanship here." Inching closer to the stone, the day you find yourselves effortlessly seated upon it will signify your mastery of the sword techniques. Zhao Zhen and her companion recalled the overwhelming sword energy they had just experienced and shivered involuntarily. Practicing swordplay here felt akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade. A moment's carelessness could result in their utter annihilation. Nevertheless, they understood that for any swordsman, this place was an invaluable treasure beyond compare. In unison, they clasped their hands and replied, "Yes, master." "Indeed, sir." Zhao Zhen then inquired, "Master, was that soaring sword aura just now?" Su Zhixing nodded, fully aware of Zhao Zhen's unspoken question. "Indeed, by a stroke of fortune, I have succeeded." A profound joy flickered in Zhao Zhen's eyes. This meant that the master would no longer have to endure the torment of 1,000 swords piercing his heart. "Congratulations, master." "Congratulations, sir." Within the confines of the academy, Yu Wenqing, peering through the window, discerned the recent spectacle and quickly grasped its significance. Standing by his desk, he slightly bowed and remarked, "Congratulations, sir." In truth, aside from those present who witnessed the phenomenon, there was another individual, weathered by the storms of life and recently arrived in Longquan Town, who also beheld this astonishing event. This man, with hair like silver threads and garments in tatters, appeared to be nothing more than a decrepit beggar. Yet, within his gaze lay an extraordinary aura. Upon witnessing Su Zhixing's breakthrough to the innate sword body, he felt an involuntary tension return, his eyes dimming, his back hunching, trembling and devoid of any peculiarities. Upon entering Longquan Town, the old beggar leaned against a stone bridge, a worn bowl placed before him, seemingly begging for alms. The addition of this beggar went unnoticed by the townsfolk. Passers-by, some compassionate souls, would occasionally toss a copper coin his way. In those moments, the beggar would nod in gratitude. He remained squatting by the stone bridge leading to Zhixing Academy for 3 consecutive days, until Yu Wenqing chanced upon him while crossing the bridge. The beggar's squinted eyes suddenly widened, his lips parting slightly as he uttered 3 words, "Yu Wenqing." The passing Yu Wenqing paused momentarily, his hand instinctively clenching within his sleeve. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment before he regained his composure and continued to walk across the bridge, seemingly unfazed. This night, at the stroke of midnight, at the local land temple outside the town, the old beggar spoke once more before closing his eyes, appearing as though he had succumbed to slumber. Yu Wenqing did not linger, maintaining a serene countenance as he traversed the stone bridge and entered the Zhixing Academy. Yet, upon pausing momentarily on the bridge's surface, 2 distinct footprints were left behind, surrounded by cracks radiating outward like a spider's web. Chapter 39. The old minister of the previous dynasty. The weather tonight is rather dismal. Dark clouds blanket the sky, obscuring the stars and the moon. A profound darkness envelopes the entirety of Longquan Town, rendering visibility near to nil. On the outskirts of the town, at the foot of its tallest mountain, stands a land temple, reputed to be a shrine to the mountain deity. This place is the sole beacon of light amidst the vast darkness. Typically, only a few incense sticks would be lit here, as the risk of fire discourages the use of candles at night. However, this evening, an unexpected presence graces the temple. It is none other than the old beggar who had been squatting by the stone bridge for 3 days, now standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently at the 3-foot-tall statue within the temple. At a closer glance, he bore no trace of the frailty and hunch typical of daylight. Instead, he emanated an air of formidable authority without fury. As the hour neared its end, the temple remained desolate save for him. The old beggar remained composed, firmly believing that the young man would surely arrive. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the youth did not appear. A flicker of confusion and disappointment began to mar the beggar's expression, tinged with a hint of anger. Upon the altar, the white candle had finally burned down completely, plunging the land temple into an impenetrable darkness devoid of any light. The old beggar sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting an unfathomable sense of loss and melancholy. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, accompanied by the sharp sound of air being sliced apart. Almost immediately, the beggar sensed a chill and a sharp sensation against his throat. His heart raced, instinctively prompting him to retaliate, but he ultimately restrained himself, a smile of relief breaking across his face. "You have indeed come," he thought, filled with unexpected joy. This young man before him exceeded his expectations by far. Perhaps the youth had arrived sooner, yet chose to remain hidden until the moment the candle extinguished, seizing the opportunity while the beggar's eyes had yet to adjust to the darkness. Indeed, Yuanqing had come. How could he not? Yuanqing, his father, had departed for years ago. Not a single day had passed without longing for his father, yearning for the moment they might reunite. Today, upon suddenly hearing his father's name, Yuanqing nearly lost his composure. Nevertheless, he managed to maintain his rationality. Uncertain of the old beggar's intentions, he could not place his trust in him. Yet, he felt compelled to approach. Thus unfolded the current scene. Yuanqing tightened his grip on the sword, its edge nearly piercing the old beggar's skin. "Who are you? Why do you seek me?" If Zhaozhen and the others were present, they would surely be astonished. Over the years, they had never witnessed Yuanqing speak with such chilling authority. However, to his astonishment, the old beggar, upon hearing his inquiry, suddenly knelt down, bowing his head in reverence. "Your humble servant, Ji, pays his respects to His Highness." A tremor coursed through Yuanqing's heart, disbelief washing over him. In his memory, the last time he was addressed as His Highness felt like a lifetime ago. When the state of Yin fell, his father, the crown prince, had escaped the royal palace with him, sheltered by loyal ministers who fought valiantly to protect them. From that day forth, he had never again heard the title of prince. Yet here was a man who claimed to be a servant, honoring him with such a title. He recalled that the former chancellor of Yin was indeed Ji, who had been appointed at the tender age of 20 by the king of Yin, wielding immense talent that kept the state of Yin in a position of parity with the mighty Zhou. Alas, despite its strength, Yin ultimately met its downfall. The once most powerful kingdom among the 7 had become but a memory. Yuanqing could hardly fathom that Ji still lived. The state of Yin had long since vanished. What remnants of royalty remained? Who are you truly? The old beggar, his head bowed to the ground, lamented. "It is my incompetence that failed to safeguard the ancestral legacy of the state of Yin, causing the prince to wander among the common folk. I bear the guilt." Trembling, the old beggar retrieved an object from his bosom, extending it toward Yuanqing. In the dim light of night, Yuanqing could not discern its nature. Yet his body instinctively shuddered. "Your Highness, you should recognize this. It was personally entrusted to me by the crown prince. The crown prince of Yin, namely Yuanqing." The father of Yuanqing felt a surge of tension as he slowly extended his hand to receive the object wrapped in yellow cloth. The moment he grasped it, he recognized its significance, an imperial seal, a treasured heirloom of the Yin royal family. He understood the weight this item bore for his father. It could only be entrusted to one in whom absolute faith was placed. Yet, there existed a grim possibility that his father had met with foul play, resulting in this individual seizing the seal. Yuanqing remained steadfast, his sword still drawn, the palpable aura of menace causing the old beggar to shudder. Yet, a sense of comfort swelled within him, for the young master possessed such resolve that he, as a loyal subject, felt a flicker of hope still lingered. Observing Yuanqing's skepticism, the old beggar continued, "Your Highness, if you ponder upon it, you may recall that during the days when the Yin kingdom still flourished, the monarch hosted a grand banquet for the ministers to celebrate your birth. I, in my cups, succumbed to slumber in a pavilion while wandering through the royal gardens with His Majesty. It was you who kindly draped your cloak over me to shield me from the chill. I often reflect on this act with profound gratitude." As the old beggar's words echoed in his mind, Yuanqing found himself momentarily adrift in memories. In those days of yore, his grandfather, the formidable king of Yin, celebrated his birthdays with great pomp and circumstance. The royal lineage had always been sparse, and tracing back through 3 generations, he was the sole heir. Thus, from the moment of his birth, he was destined to inherit the throne, receiving boundless affection from his grandfather. Suddenly, memories flooded back from many years prior, to a resplendent palace where he could never have fathomed the downfall that awaited him. At the tender age of 7, he had fled the palace with his father, while his grandfather, the once mighty king of Yin, valiantly defended the capital alongside a loyal cadre of ministers for 3 long years, until the city was stripped of its last soldier and ultimately fell to the forces of the Great Zhou. It was said that when the Great Zhou army breached the walls, they found the city had been bereft of supplies for over 3 months, leaving behind only the elderly, the weak, and the children. Eventually, Yuan Qing and Yuan Qing sought refuge in Longquan Town, where they made their final home. Emerging from this reverie, Yuan Qing retracted his sword and bent to assist the old beggar to his feet. "My lord, I beg your pardon," he said, as the old beggar's tears flowed freely, nearly rendering him speechless. After a long while, Ji calmed his emotions and took out a fire starter and half a candle, reigniting it once more. Bathed in the flickering light, he gazed intently at Yuan Qing for an extended period. It was as if the prince bore an uncanny resemblance to the late emperor. Yet, Yuan Qing shook his head. "Do not call me prince anymore. The state of Yin has perished, and with it, the title holds no meaning." "No," Ji suddenly exclaimed loudly. Yuan Qing was taken aback, a look of astonishment crossing his face. "No. As long as the prince remains, as long as the royal bloodline of Yin exists in this world, the state of Yin has not been extinguished." Yuan Qing's heart seemed to flutter violently. In Ji's countenance, he perceived anger, defiance, and hope. However, Yuan Qing did not wish to witness these sentiments. Having followed Su Zhixing in his studies for so long, he had discerned the inevitability of Yan's downfall. In the words of his mentor, the world, after long divisions, must inevitably unite, and after long unifications, must divide again. It is the inexorable trend of history. They were merely the inconsequential mantises beneath the relentless wheels of history. Chapter 40, Cuckoo. Cuckoo Prime Minister Yuan Qing had intended to urge him to accept reality. Yet, the words lodged in his throat, refusing to escape his lips. Unaware of Yuan Qing's expression, Ji continued earnestly. "The state of Yin has endured for over 360 years. With 27 sovereigns before and after, it ought to have swept the world and unified the realm. The Zhou state, originally a minor barbarian nation to the west, steadily secured its position among the 7 warring states through the support of the Yin kings, only to betray its benefactor in a display of unbridled ambition." At this juncture, Ji's gaze turned slightly fervent as he looked at Yuan Qing. "Prince, this world was meant to belong to our great Yin. It was destined to be the domain of the Yuan family. We must reclaim it, we must seize it back, to avenge the emperor. To avenge the soldiers who perished in defense of Yin for 3 years." Yuan Qing observed Ji's impassioned demeanor in silence. Noticing his reticence, Ji presumed he was hesitating. Thus he pressed on. "Rest assured, Prince, over these years, we have been secretly developing and amassing strength, awaiting your return to take charge." Yuan Qing quietly regarded him, and after a long pause, he let out a soft sigh. Ji was momentarily taken aback, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Yuan Qing turned away, evading Ji's fervent gaze. "Prime Minister, have you ever considered that the current world is quite satisfactory?" Ji was momentarily stunned before quickly grasping Yuan Qing's implication. He felt as though struck by lightning and retorted angrily, "Prince, the better the world becomes, the more imperative it is that I seize it, for it rightfully belongs to the great Yin." Yuan Qing shook his head. Speaking slowly, "The world belongs to the people of the world. For centuries, the warring states have been engulfed in ceaseless conflict, leaving the land of the Central Plains perpetually ravaged by war. The common folk have suffered immensely. Now that the world is beginning to stabilize, why stir the flames of war anew?" Ji swiftly approached Yuan Qing, bowing respectfully as he spoke. "Your Highness, your kindness is understood by this old minister. Yet, how can you ascertain that if our great Yin were to govern this realm, and if you were to become the sovereign, it would be an improvement over the present situation?" Yuan Qing shook his head once more. "It is difficult to judge what has not transpired, at least for now. The great Zhou seems to be faring adequately." Ji stamped his foot, frustrated by his prince's lack of resolve. "Your Highness, do not indulge in maternal compassion. Our great Yin has endured through 27 generations of rulers, treading a path fraught with hardship, all in pursuit of unifying the realm. Now that you have matured, it is time to inherit the aspirations of your ancestors, restore Great Yin, and reclaim the world. Yu Wenqing fell silent again. After a prolonged pause, he slowly lifted his gaze to Ji and then turned to exit the temple. Minister, you are advancing in years. Take care of your health. Today is the last time I shall see you. Do not come again. Upon uttering these words, Yu Wenqing stepped out of the land temple, his figure rapidly fading into the encroaching darkness. After a moment of hesitation, Ji called out, "Very well, even if you forsake the Yin kingdom. Do you not care for your father?" Yu Wenqing paused, turning back to face Ji. Though his form was indistinct in the night, his eyes revealed everything to Ji. The crown prince has been scheming, holding on until now. As a son, should you not share in your father's burdens? A flicker of pain crossed Yu Wenqing's face. Ji gazed at him, earnest and anxious. Ultimately, Yu Wenqing returned to the land temple. In the enveloping darkness, the elder and the youth, the lord and the minister, engaged in profound conversation throughout the night. It was not until dawn broke and the rooster's crow echoed through the town that Yu Wenqing wearily returned to the school. Back already? Yu Wenqing was taken aback and looked up to find Su Zhixing seated in the pavilion, a small clay stove before him as he brewed tea. Yu Wenqing quickly greeted him. "Good morning, sir." Su Zhixing nodded and gestured towards the chair opposite him. "Come, have a cup of tea." Yu Wenqing walked into the pavilion and took a seat. Upon noticing the small heap of discarded tea leaves in the tea tray and the fallen remnants of a burnt wick beside it, his expression momentarily faltered. A hint of moisture gathered in his eyes as he inquired softly, "Sir, have you not slept all night?" Su Zhixing chuckled softly. "Perhaps I've had too much tea and can't sleep." Yu Wenqing remained silent, his head bowed, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Su Zhixing remained silent, methodically preparing tea for him. As the kettle on the small clay stove came to a boil, Su began to wash the teacups and rinse the tea leaves. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Yu Wenqing felt that the process of tea preparation today seemed unusually intricate, taking significantly longer than usual. Nevertheless, no matter how slow it was, the tea was ultimately brewed to perfection. Su Zhixing gently poured half a cup of clear tea for Yu Wenqing, but ultimately filled it to the brim. Yu Wenqing expressed his gratitude and was about to lift the cup to drink, only to have Su Zhixing gently press down on the back of his hand. "It's hot. Wait until it cools a bit before sipping." Yu Wenqing glanced at the tea, nearly overflowing, then turned his gaze to Su Zhixing. His lips moved, yet he remained silent. The pavilion was enveloped in a profound stillness, broken only by the occasional crackle of the charcoal in the small earthen stove. "When shall we depart?" "Sir, After a prolonged silence, they both spoke almost in unison. Yu Wenqing was taken aback, a sudden pang of emotion swelling at the tip of his nose. Su Zhixing let out a faint sigh, lifting the teacup to take a small sip, only to find it devoid of tea. "Since the day you arrived, I have pondered whether this day would come. Of course, as children grow, they inevitably must leave home. Yet, I never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly, so unexpectedly." Yu Wenqing was already in tears, standing up and kneeling before Su Zhixing, bowing his head to the ground, and lamenting, "Sir, I am truly sorry." Su Zhixing smiled helplessly and said, "Have I not taught you that a man's knee is worth gold?" Yu Wenqing remained on his knees, choking back tears, and replied, "Your kindness to me surpasses that of my parents. This bow is one that no one but you deserves." Su Zhixing extended his hand, intending to assist him. Yet in the end, he merely caressed Yu Wenqing's head gently, time and again. "Silly child, it's not as if you won tea return. The master will always be here, and the academy shall forever remain. When you are weary, just come back." Yu Wenqing straightened himself, kneeling on the ground with both hands clasped in a fist. "Master, as soon as I have resolved those mundane matters, I shall return immediately, following in your footsteps, never to depart again." Su Zhixing smiled gently and nodded. "Indeed, sir. I understand." He indicated the teacup on the table and softly remarked, "The tea is cooled. Let us drink it and then depart." Yu Wenqing rose, reaching for the teacup. That hand, which would never tremble whether wielding a sword or a pen, inadvertently spilled some of the tea. He sipped slowly, reluctant to finish it. Yet the cup was of a finite size, and no matter how gradually he drank, it would inevitably reach its end. Su Zhixing rose and returned to his chamber, emerging with a package in hand. "The gentleman has prepared some items for you. Should you encounter peril, utilize them. If you find yourself utterly overwhelmed, pen a letter to the gentleman. He will certainly assist you if he is able." Yu Wenqing accepted the package, sheathed his long sword, and glanced towards the other rooms. Su Zhixing shook his head and said, "Let us forego farewells, as they would only serve to amplify our sorrow." Yu Wenqing nodded in agreement, then turned and walked towards the courtyard exit. Upon reaching the gate, he turned once more, knelt down, and bowed 3 times with a resounding thud. Rising to his feet, he departed without looking back. On the banks of the river, a cuckoo perched upon the willow tree, calling out in its melancholic refrain, "Cuckoo, cuckoo." Su Zhixing felt a peculiar sense of unease. He extended his hand and inscribed the character for silence in midair. A flash of white light ensued, and the cuckoo seemed to lose its voice, opening its beak, yet emitting not a single sound. Chapter 41. Life is destined to be a journey of parting. Inside the room, Zhaozhen had long since awakened. She observed the lights in the pavilion outside, which had illuminated the night. She had awaited for an entire night. She heard every word exchanged between Yu Wenqing and Su Zhixing with clarity. Yet, she refrained from stepping outside, even as tears streamed down her face. Even with an overwhelming desire to implore her senior brother to return, she still managed to restrain herself. For Zhaozhen understood that her senior brother must have compelling reasons for his departure. Thus, it was better to allow him to leave without any burdens on his heart. After a considerable time had passed, as the sky began to brighten, Zhaozhen finally emerged from her room. The moment she opened the door, she was met with a relentless drizzle. The rain of the grain rain season still carried a hint of the lingering chill of spring. Yet, Zhaozhen resolutely grasped her sword and stepped into the rain, making her way to the peach grove in the backyard, where she stood still, sword in hand. The torment of the sword energy raging within her had been endured for 3 long years. She had thought she would have grown accustomed to it by now. However, today, for reasons unknown, it was particularly unbearable. With the initial snow drawn from its sheath, the sword's light illuminated the dim morning. Zhaozhen moved like a dragon through the peach grove, her sword resembling frost, weaving gracefully among the trees. She tirelessly practiced her sword techniques, repeating the motions without fatigue. Ultimately, the sword slipped from her grasp, piercing a peach tree, the hilt still quivering. Zhaozhen collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. An opened oiled paper umbrella shielded her from the rain, and as she lifted her gaze, it was difficult to distinguish whether the moisture at the corners of her eyes was from tears or rain. "Master." Su Zhixing extended his hand to assist her, his fingertips gracefully waving, causing the initial snow blade lodged in the distant peach tree to transform into a streak of light, soaring back to hover before Zhaozhen. "Return now. Swordsmanship is not practiced in this manner." Zhaozhen grasped the hilt, sheathing the sword, and gazed up at Su Zhixing. "Master, it hurts so much. When will I be able to master the sword technique?" Su Zhixing was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond to her. He understood that Zhaozhen was not inquiring about the sword manual. Gently, he ruffled Zhaozhen's hair and sighed. "When the time comes for mastery, it will naturally be achieved." In the days that followed, Su Zhixing frequently received letters from Yu Wenqing. Within these correspondences, Yu Wenqing made no mention of his circumstances, offering only words of warmth and concern. Aside from his mentor, the only other subject he spoke of with any frequency was Zhaozhen. Su Zhixing yearned to respond to him, yet he found himself at a loss as to where to send his letter. Yu Wenqing had never disclosed his whereabouts, or perhaps he himself was uncertain of where he would find himself the following day. Thus, it fell solely upon Su Zhixing to compose his missive. As spring yielded to autumn, winter swiftly approached. Longquan Town had been blanketed in snow for 3 consecutive days. The elders of the town remarked that this was the coldest weather they had encountered in many years. Within the schoolhouse, the warmth of spring had long since faded. Su Zhixing has withdrawn all external influences from his surroundings, allowing this small courtyard to experience the changing seasons akin to the outside world. The primary reason for this transformation is that the children in the school have matured, owing to their martial arts training. They're all robust and unafraid of the biting cold. Early in the morning, the Qin siblings hurried to the school. Qin Minji came to seek Su Zhixing's guidance. But upon noticing that Qin Yunlan accompanied him, he understood there must be a significant matter at hand. Qin Yunlan, who learned the Tianyin 8 techniques from Su Zhixing, seldom visited the school as it required an environment of absolute tranquility. In the expanse of white snow, the siblings were a striking sight, one clad in a dark outfit with a snow-white fox fur scarf, while the other donned a green dress complemented by a sky-blue outer robe. Their presence added a touch of vitality to the otherwise desolate snowy landscape. At 15, Qin Minji stood nearly as tall as Su Zhixing, his brows sharp as swords, and his gaze piercing, exuding the charisma of a noble scion. He remained as lively and spirited as ever, playfully tossing snowballs at his sister as they walked through the snow. Chen Yunlan, unfazed, merely smiled and deftly returned the snowballs with greater velocity. Chen Minji even resorted to the footwork taught by Su Zhixing to barely evade his sister's onslaught. Amid their laughter, he remained oblivious to the slight trace of worry etched upon his sister's brow. Last month, a letter had arrived from the capital, summoning the siblings back to Beijing. Not only did it carry their father's message, but it also bore correspondence from the palace. Though it was not an imperial edict, it was nonetheless an invitation she could not decline. After a month of delay, it was time for them to depart. After all, in March of the coming year, the first spring examination since the founding of the Great Zhou dynasty was to be held in the capital. Having studied alongside Su Zhixing for many years, Chen Minji's primary focus remained on martial arts, yet Chen Yulan hoped to encourage him to participate in the examination as well. Today, she had come to bid farewell to her teacher. As they gradually approached the school entrance, the boisterous Chen Minji instinctively quieted down. Upon entering the school, he immediately paid his respects to Su Zhixing. After the formalities, Chen Minji cheerfully exclaimed, "Teacher, have you had breakfast? I brought some pastries made by my sister. Do try them." With that, he produced a food box and unveiled a sealed container of delicacies, still emanating wisps of warmth, placing it on the table before Su Zhixing. Su Zhixing smiled, took a piece of pastry and tasted it, exclaiming, delightful. It is sweet yet not cloying, leaving a fragrant aftertaste, a true delicacy." Chen Yunlan responded with a smile, "Thank you for your kind words, sir. If you enjoy it, I shall have my servants bring more shortly." Su Zhixing waved his hand dismissively. "No need. Just tasting these is sufficient." After finishing a piece of pastry, he closed the food box and turned to Chen Minji with a smile. "Minji, you seem in good spirits today. Has something wonderful happened?" Chen Minji nodded eagerly, rushing to Su Zhixing's side and kneeling beside him as if seeking praise. "Sir, yesterday while practicing at home, I suddenly felt a surge of vitality. My blood and energy overflowed. My sister said that I have reached the pinnacle of the 7th rank in martial arts and can now begin cultivating true energy." Su Zhixing was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of disorientation. Several months prior, on a similar morning, he had inexplicably found 4 strands of pure martial energy surging within him. Su Zhixing understood that it must be his esteemed disciple who had ascended to the 6th rank of true qi. Before leaving, Yu Wenqing had copied the method of refining essence into qi from the martial Tao truth and placed it in his belongings. However, he did not anticipate that shortly after their parting, this disciple would achieve a breakthrough. Ironically, it was Chen Minji who possessed superior martial talent. That lagged behind in this instance. Su Zhixing smiled with satisfaction and remarked, "Very well. Shortly I shall impart to you the method of refining essence and transforming qi." Chen Minji was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude profusely. In truth, given his standing, acquiring the method of refining essence and transforming qi would pose little challenge. However, both he and Chen Yunlan were acutely aware that Su Zhixing's techniques diverged significantly from those found elsewhere. Since he had practiced the methods taught by Su Zhixing in the earlier stages, it was only natural that he would continue to pursue Su Zhixing's teachings in the subsequent phases. Before long, De Hu and the others arrived in succession, marking the commencement of the day's lessons. Yet, the atmosphere in the classroom was noticeably different today. De Hu and the other 3 male disciples seemed to be preoccupied with some inner turmoil, while Chen Minji remained blissfully unaware, completely oblivious to any undercurrents. As the day's lessons drew to a close, De Hu and his companions did not depart immediately. Instead, Chen Yulan held Chen Minji back, leaving him in a state of confusion, utterly uncertain of their intentions. Su Zhixing had already surmised the situation. He first returned to his chamber, and upon emerging once more, he held 6 scrolls of calligraphy in his hands. These scrolls were imbued with the essence of his Confucian and Taoist cultivation. Su Zhixing gazed at the assembly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Do you recall the words I imparted on our very first day?" The crowd looked on in confusion. After a moment of contemplation, De Hu responded, "Master, I remember. On that inaugural day at the academy, you enlightened us with the wisdom. As a teacher, one cultivates a realm of knowledge. As a public servant, one has the power to enlighten an entire community. Those in governance must safeguard the land and ensure the well-being of its people, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly, to the point of self-sacrifice." Su Zhixing gazed at De Hu with unreserved admiration, nodding slightly. As they prepared to part ways, he remarked, "I have little to offer you, but please accept this piece of calligraphy as a farewell gift." Farewell? Why must there be a farewell? Who is departing? Who? Are you leaving? Who lowered his head, remaining silent. The other three companions also chose to remain mute. Upon noticing Qin Minji's glance directed towards her, Lu Yuyu quickly waved her hand, exclaiming, "I never said I was leaving." Qin Minji turned to Hu and the others, his voice tinged with agitation. "Why is everyone leaving? Yu Wenqing left without a word, and now you wish to depart as well. What is the reason behind this?" "Enough, Minji," Qin Yunlan sighed softly. She then stepped forward to accept the scroll from Su Zhixing's hands. "Thank you, sir." Qin Minji was taken aback. "Sister, what are you doing?" "This is the teacher's farewell gift." At this juncture, Qin Minji seemed to sense something amiss. With a resigned sigh, Qin Yunlan replied, "Minji, it is not just them. We too must depart." Qin Minji stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. "Why?" Qin Yunlan chose not to respond further. Su Zhixing let out a gentle sigh as he approached Qin Minji, slightly bending forward to pat his shoulder. "Minji, did you not vow to become a renowned general in this world? How can you achieve that by remaining in the academy?" However, before he could finish his thought, Su Zhixing continued, "A true man should set his sights on the vast horizons. The world is immense, and one must venture forth courageously. The academy will always stand here. The teachers will always welcome your return." Qin Minji's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He had contemplated the day he would leave the academy. Yet he never imagined it would come so swiftly. The days spent within those walls were the happiest and most joyful of his life. He understood that only in the academy could he be his most authentic self, unguarded and unreserved. Once he returned to the capital, to the swirling vortex of power and influence, he would have to revert to being the sole heir of the Qin family, donning a mask to navigate the duplicitous life that awaited him. After all, he was still merely 15, a youth. Qin Yunlan too felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of her brother returning to the capital, yet the imperial consort's handwritten letter was unequivocal, summoning the siblings back to the court. "Minji, the spring examination is approaching, and Hu and the others will be participating, as must you. Therefore, do not be so willful." Qin Minji was taken aback. The spring examination? He had completely forgotten about it. Suddenly, everything became clear to him. He grasped the aspirations of Hu and the others. As scholars, they had toiled through the long nights of study, their sole desire being to achieve fame and success, to leap through the Dragon Gate. After years of diligent study, they could not afford to miss the first spring examination of the great Zhou dynasty. Though they were still young, their knowledge was no less than that of anyone else. If they were to succeed at such a tender age, their names would surely echo throughout the land. Not everyone in this world was like Su Zhixing, who placed no value on fame and wealth. Hence, it was entirely understandable for Hu and the others to wish to participate in the examination, a sentiment that both Su Zhixing and Qin Minji could fully comprehend. At this moment, Qin Minji came to realize that this matter had become a certainty. They must depart. With tears welling in his eyes, Qin Minji accepted the scroll from Su Zhixing's hand and bowed deeply. "Teacher, take care." Su Zhixing felt a tinge of melancholy. Earlier this year, his eldest disciple departed, and now, one by one, the other disciples were following suit. The once vibrant classroom was destined to descend into silence. Fortunately, Zhaozhen and Lu Yuyu remained, preventing the place from being entirely empty. At that moment, Zhaozhen and Lu Yuyu stood in the corner of the classroom, observing the scene of their senior brothers bidding farewell to Su Zhixing, unable to suppress the tears welling in their eyes. Zhaozhen grasped Lu Yuyu's hand and inquired, "Sister, will you also leave in the future?" Lu Yuyu proudly patted her slightly protruding chest and replied, "I will not be like them. I have no need to seek fame." Zhaozhen smiled, as if a weight had been lifted from her heart. The following day, the Chen siblings began to pack their belongings to leave Longquan Town. Just then, Hu and his three companions happened to be departing alongside the Chen siblings, providing mutual support on their journey. The 6 disciples reached the stone bridge at the exit of Longquan Town and paused in unison. With an unspoken understanding, they turned to face the direction of the classroom and offered a deep bow of farewell. Atop the highest peak near Longquan Town, Su Zhixing, clad in white, returned the gesture with a clasped fist. "Dear friends, may your journey be safe and smooth, free from calamities and hardships." He harbored no lofty aspirations for his students, merely wishing for them to be free from bullying and misfortune, to lead lives of peace and smooth sailing. After Qin Minji and the others departed, The academy fell into a profound silence. Zhao Zhun and Lu Yuyu continued their daily rituals of reading and sword practice. Yet the absence of their senior brothers rendered the experience considerably less enjoyable. Zhao Zhun observed that their master seemed to spend an increasing amount of time in a state of reverie. At times, he would sit upon the formidable stone imbued with lethal sword energy, gazing into the distant mountains, remaining there for an entire afternoon. When the instructors from the academy invited him to lecture the students, he would acquiesce. However, whenever the academy's teachers endeavored to recommend a few personal disciples, he would invariably decline. As the days passed, winter's snow gradually melted away, and life began anew. Longquan Town became lively once more, as did the academy, particularly the lively back courtyard. Ever since the peach trees had flourished in the back courtyard, a profusion of visitors arrived each spring to admire the blossoming peach blossoms. Most of these were scholars from the nearby Zhixing Academy, who, enamored with literary pursuits, relished the chance to display their eloquence. Standing amidst the blooming peach grove, they would puff out their chests, recite grand verses, and perhaps even capture the attention of a passing young lady, thereby indulging their vanity. Year after year, as the peach blossoms became ever more resplendent, this grove gradually transformed into a celebrated attraction in Longquan Town. Even officials from the provincial capital had heard whispers of its beauty and made special journeys to visit. To avoid disturbing the scholars of Zhixing Academy, Longquan Town constructed a stone bridge from the opposite side of Longquan River, providing direct access to the other side of the peach grove. At this moment, a group of elegantly dressed individuals rode upon the stone bridge. Their attire and demeanor indicated that they were certainly not of humble origin. "Brother Ching," remarked a young girl, approximately 14 or 15 years old, who rode a chestnut steed with an air of superiority as she surveyed the peach grove, clearly unimpressed. To her left was another woman, slightly older, garbed in white, with cascading hair and breathtaking beauty. Paired with her snow-white steed, she could easily be mistaken for a celestial being descended to earth by any ordinary onlooker. Though she remained silent, her expression revealed a hint of disappointment. The boy, referred to as brother by the girl on the chestnut horse, was slightly older than the two, mounted on a sleek black stallion, equally striking. "Sister," he remarked, "you are unaware of the true charm of the 10-mile peach grove. What we see upon entering is merely the most ordinary part of the grove. If we venture further in, each step reveals something more exquisite than the last, thus preventing visual fatigue and enhancing our delight, making the experience increasingly enchanting." As he spoke, Brother Chung turned to the young woman in white, affectionately assuring her, "Qing Yao, rest assured, you shall not be disappointed." The girl in white merely nodded lightly, her demeanor remaining cold and distant. Chapter 43. The Wall of Ghosts. As they entered the peach grove, the three rode their horses deeper into the enchanting scenery, which indeed grew increasingly breathtaking, just as Brother Ching had foretold. The peach trees within were not only more robust, but the blossoms were also strikingly more vibrant. It was curious. Why did the trees flourish so much better as they ventured further into this land? Could there be some hidden secret within? The girl on the chestnut mare could not help but inquire. Brother Ching chuckled. "Thus, this 10-mile peach grove has become a remarkable sight in Ani County, and even the entire Yangzhou prefecture. I have heard whispers of even more astonishing tales." Intrigued by Brother Chang's words, both young women leaned in closer. "What else is there? Please, do share, Brother Chung." Brother Ching glanced at the girl in white, noticing her curious gaze directed at him, which filled him with a sense of satisfaction. He cleared his throat and continued. "It is said that not only do the blossoms differ in their brilliance, but their blooming periods vary as well. The initial section we entered is quite similar to ordinary peach blossoms, blooming in February with a fleeting period of merely 5 or 6 days. However, as we delve deeper, the blooming duration extends. It is rumored that in the innermost part of the grove, the peach blossoms can last for a month or two, from the vernal equinox until the beginning of summer, enduring without fading. Yet, Ani County has imposed a regulation stating that this particular grove belongs to private ownership, and outsiders are forbidden to enter. We should catch a glimpse of it shortly." Upon hearing Brother Cheng's account, the two young women felt a surge of curiosity. Though they had seen many peach blossoms, they had never heard of such extraordinary ones before. Eagerly, they anticipated witnessing the grove known for its prolonged blooming. Though merely strolling, the three on horseback moved faster than an ordinary walk. As they traversed the preceding peach grove, amidst the already splendid blossoms, their eyes suddenly brightened at the sight of an even more resplendent cluster of peach flowers not far ahead. "Brother Ching, Could that be the grove you mentioned? The girl on the chestnut mare exclaimed with delight. Brother Cheng lifted his gaze, nodded, and replied, "It must be. The blossoms there are distinctly different. Come, let us hasten there." The trio urged their horses onward and soon arrived at the enchanting peach orchard. Upon witnessing the breathtaking sight before them, even the composed young maiden could not conceal her astonishment. The peach trees stood remarkably robust, their bare branches adorned with blossoms far larger than ordinary peach flowers. The hues exhibited a striking depth and richness, truly deserving the title of a marvel. "How beautiful!" the maiden in white softly exclaimed, her eyes brimming with awe. The girl on the chestnut mare wore an expression of utter fascination, and even Ching, the male companion, found himself entranced by the scene. After a considerable time, the chestnut-haired maiden furrowed her brow and remarked, "While it is indeed beautiful, this fence obstructs the view too much. Why must such a lovely peach grove be enclosed?" Indeed, a circle of bamboo fencing surrounded the grove, devoid of any entrance, clearly indicating a desire to keep outsiders at bay. Brother Chung sighed in resignation. This is private property. It seems the owner is not particularly magnanimous. It's merely a peach grove, yet it is enclosed. The chestnut-haired maiden nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is rather petty. The maiden in white smiled gently and suggested, "Since they do not wish to share their view, let us return." Brother Chung quickly responded, "Very well, let us go back. I shall take Sister Qing Yao to another place to explore." With that, the two turned their horses around, intending to leave. However, the chestnut-haired maiden lingered, her curiosity piqued. Noticing she had not followed, the maiden in white called out, "Qingji, we are leaving." The chestnut-haired maiden pouted, prepared to depart, yet paused once more. "Sister Qingyao, listen. There seems to be some movement inside." The maiden in white halted to listen attentively, and indeed, she discerned a sound. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she whispered, "A sword." The people inside are practicing swordplay. The chestnut-haired maiden's interest was immediately ignited. Is there truly someone here practicing swordsmanship? "Sister Qingyao, let us go in and take a look." The maiden in white shook her head. "Qingji, do not be foolish. This enclosure clearly indicates a desire for privacy. We should not stir up trouble." To her surprise, the chestnut-haired maiden disregarded her caution, already leaping down from her horse. "Oh, sister, just a glance. Perhaps we might even make friends through our shared love for the sword." As soon as the words left her lips, the girl on the chestnut horse executed a graceful leap, soaring over the fence. "Qingji," the girl in white called out urgently, but her companion had already vanished from sight. Left with no choice, she too leapt forward to follow. Seeing both of them enter, Brother Chung secured the horses and leaped over as well. This was the peach grove in the back courtyard of the academy, planted by Su Zhixing himself many years ago. Later, due to the threat posed by the sword chi stone, Su Zhixing, concerned about the safety of those who might inadvertently wander in, erected a fence around it and requested the magistrate of Lu County to issue an official notice prohibiting outsiders from entering. Furthermore, Su Zhixing inscribed calligraphic works imbued with righteous energy on each peach tree surrounding the grove, creating a perplexing field of force. Should anyone trespass, they would be ensnared by this field, unable to approach the sword chi stone. However, by merely retracing their steps, they could return to the other side of the fence. Thus, after the three entered, they inevitably found themselves ensnared in this field of force. At first, they were oblivious to their predicament, but after walking for a while, the girl in white was the first to sense something amiss. She halted the others, frowning as she said, "Stop, something's not right." The other two paused, confusion etched on their faces. "What's the matter, senior sister?" After a moment of contemplation, the girl in white pointed ahead. "The sound is coming from that direction. Judging by the sound, it shouldn't be too far. However, the distance we've covered far exceeds that of the sound. Yet now, it appears unchanged." Upon hearing her words, the two exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions betraying a hint of panic. "How could this be? What is happening, senior sister?" Brother Cheng's face was solemn. He had not anticipated encountering such a situation. The girl in white was equally perplexed. Nevertheless, she recalled certain folk legends that spoke of individuals walking alone at night, only to find the path beneath their feet stretching interminably, no matter how far they walked. This phenomenon was known as ghost wall. The thought sent a wave of unease through her, but she resolutely dismissed her fears. As a martial practitioner who had cultivated true energy, even in the presence of a ghost, she would fearlessly draw her sword to vanquish it. The girl on the chestnut horse evidently shared her apprehension. Yet, being extraordinary individuals, they quickly steadied their nerves. "What should we do now?" The girl on the chestnut horse inquired. Brother Qing glanced back, catching a faint glimpse of the fence they had crossed, and suggested, "Perhaps we should return?" The girl in white remained silent. But the girl on the chestnut horse objected vehemently. "Returning like this feels far too frustrating. In this wretched peach grove, if they dare to bully me, I shall bring about its ruin." Upon uttering these words, she unsheathed her long sword, ready to unleash her true energy to obliterate the grove. "Halt!" At that moment, an irate voice rang out, and two graceful figures emerged from the depths of the peach grove, standing before the three. Chapter 44. A Duel of Swords. Stop. Just as the girl on the chestnut horse was about to strike and destroy the grove, Zhao Zhan and Lu Yuyu timely appeared from within the grove. They had long been aware of the trio's presence and initially believed that their inability to approach would prompt them to depart. However, they were taken aback when they realized that one intended to lay waste to the peach grove, an act they could not tolerate. This grove had been painstakingly planted by their master, each tree cultivated with great effort. Even the thought of breaking off a single branch filled them with sorrow, let alone the destruction of the entire grove. The chestnut horse girl, startled, retracted her sword's momentum and turned to look. Two younger girls approached from the grove, each wielding unsheathed swords, their delicate brows furrowed in anger. Recalling the earlier enchantment of the grove, the chestnut horse girl felt a surge of indignation, her heart ablaze with fury. She pointed her sword at Zhao Zhan and Lu Yuyu, demanding, "Were you the ones conspiring just now? What do you intend to do in this dilapidated peach grove, sneaking about like ghosts?" Taking the initiative, she turned her inquiry upon Zhao Zhan and her companion. Zhao Zhan and Lu Yuyu were momentarily taken aback, clearly intimidated by her presence. Having spent years at the academy, they had never encountered such unreasonable behavior. Lu Yuyu, being slightly older and possessing a more fiery temperament, was the first to respond. "This place is the private property granted to my family's master by the county office. You have trespassed without invitation, which is already unlawful. The maze of the peach grove was designed to dissuade you, yet you instead seek to destroy it. And now you dare to question us? I must ask, do you have parents or mentors who have imparted wisdom to you? Do you understand right from wrong?" The chestnut horse girl was clearly taken aback by the sharp retorts of this 12 or 13-year-old girl, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Her face flushed with anger and frustration. Zhao Zhan secretly gave Lu Yuyu a thumbs up. The academy students had never lost a verbal spar. Cheng, the senior brother accompanying the chestnut horse girl, had initially wished to avoid conflict, but upon witnessing his companion being harshly reprimanded, he felt compelled to defend her for the sake of pride. "Preposterous. You two village girls, so quick to insult others' parents and mentors. Lacking in education, what manner of upbringing do your elders provide?" The girl in white, named Qing Yao, furrowed her brow and softly said, "Senior brother Qing, please refrain from further provocation." The chestnut horse girl, emboldened by Qing's support, retorted defiantly, "Indeed, you two village girls, unrefined and lacking guidance, are the ones truly bereft of parental and mentor instruction." Qing Yao hastily tugged at the sleeve of the chestnut mare girl, imploring her to cease her words. Yet, the defiant Lu Yuyu countered, asserting that it was these intruders who had brazenly trespassed into the peach grove, intent on destroying the peach trees. How could it be that she was the one deemed lacking in moral instruction? It appeared that all you foreigners were adept at distorting truth and spreading falsehoods. I wonder what audacity you possess to speak to me of moral education? Is this what your mentors have imparted to you? The principle of disregarding right and wrong while usurping the possessions of others? Lu Yuyu stood her ground, her righteousness evident in her demeanor. "Preposterous. You dare." This statement ignited fury not only in the hearts of Brother Qing and the chestnut mare girl, but even drew a frown from the typically serene girl in white. "Young lady, even if we were at fault initially, you should not involve our elders. Isn't that excessive?" Lu Yuyu let out a cold laugh, preparing to retort when Zhao Zhan, standing nearby, pulled her sleeve to halt her. Confusion washed over Lu Yuyu, yet Zhao Zhan stepped forward, clasping her hands in apology. "My senior sister spoke in haste and should not have implicated our elders. I apologize on her behalf. Let us put this matter to rest. You may leave." Lu Yuyu understood Zhao Zhan's nature. She was not yielding, but merely wished to avoid wasting time with these people. However, she did not expect that despite Zhao Zhan's lowered stance, the girl named Qing Ji would push further. "Leave? Who do you think you are? You believe you can dismiss me? To insult my elders. Today I shall teach you a lesson." With that, she brandished her sword and charged at Lu Yuyu. The white-clad girl gasped in shock, wanting to intervene but refrained, trusting that Qing Ji would exercise restraint and not take her opponent's life. After all, to allow such an affront to her elders would necessitate some form of retribution. Otherwise, how could their Qing Ping sword sect maintain their standing in Longquan Town? Yet, this scene was perplexing to Zhao Zhen and Lu Yuyu. How could those in the wrong act so brazenly against them? Could it be that the outside world was so devoid of reason? Unable to endure any longer, Lu Yuyu unsheathed her sword with a swift motion and exclaimed, "You are far too unruly. Do you think we are made of clay?" As she spoke, she advanced to confront the chestnut mare girl. The two swords clashed, their blades glistening coldly as they intertwined. Amidst the vibrations of their fierce energy, delicate pink petals danced in the air. What was a contest of life and death appeared to onlookers as an exquisite display. Qing Yao, watching the duel, was taken aback and could not help but exclaim, "What a brilliant sword technique!" Brother Cheng, too, furrowed his brow, recognizing some underlying principles. However, he would never admit defeat. But she is merely at the 8th rank. If Sister Qing Ji were to suppress her cultivation, one move would suffice to determine the victor. Qing Yu remained silent, yet her mind was racing with thoughts. If one required an absolute advantage in cultivation to defeat someone younger and less skilled, it truly highlighted the gravity of the situation. Qing Ji was regarded as a prodigy within the Qing Ping sword sect. Her mastery of the Qing Ping sword technique distinguished among disciples under 30. However, the battle between the two revealed that Qing Ji's swordsmanship was evidently suppressed by the technique employed by the young girl opposite her. To be precise, it was the Qing Ping sword technique that was overshadowed by the girl's style. How could this be? The Qing Ping sword technique is considered one of the finest in the current martial arts realm. Qing Ye was astounded. How could such an exceptional swordsmanship lineage exist in a humble village? Meanwhile, after exchanging blows with Lu Yuyu for over 10 rounds, Qing Ji's composure began to waver. Having practiced the Qing Ping sword technique since the age of 5, she had devoted 10 years to its mastery. Yet she found herself outmatched by a mere 12 or 13-year-old country girl. This was an unbearable reality for her. As they disengaged from a swift exchange, a flicker of true fire ignited in Qing Ji's eyes. "Where did you learn your swordsmanship? Who are you truly?" Lu Yuyu, slightly breathless, replied with pride. "What does it matter to you? In any case, I am stronger." Qing Ji's elegant brows furrowed, her demeanor already tinged with a hint of murderous intent, seeking death. Suddenly, the petals that had fallen at her feet rose into the air without warning, a surge of energy swirling around her form. And the long sword in her hand began to emanate a subtle glimmer. Qing Yao, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback and hastily called out, "Qing Ji, do not." But it was too late. Qing Ji leaped into the air, thrusting her sword fiercely towards Lu Yuyu. In an instant, Qing Yao unsheathed her sword and attempted to intercept Qing Ji's strike from afar. Lu Yuyu's expression turned serious, sensing an aura of death approaching. Zhao Zhen, standing nearby, had long sensed the unsettling demeanor of the girl on the chestnut horse. The moment the adversary struck, she swiftly appeared before Lu Yuyu. Forcefully controlling the sword energy within her, and without hesitation, the Chushue's sword lunged forth. Chapter 45, the pure heart of the sword. 3 streams of sword energy clashed almost simultaneously. A formidable force erupted, sending a flurry of petals swirling through the peach forest. Lu Yuyu, positioned closest to the collision, raised her sword in defense, yet her body was still propelled backward by the sheer power of the impact. Her face paled slightly, her eyes ablaze with fury. Qing Ji's earlier strike was evidently aimed at her life. Such disregard for human life ignited a fierce anger within Lu Yuyu. However, in that fleeting moment, she sensed a gentle force enveloping her. Otherwise, even with Zhao Zhen's intervention, she would have sustained injuries. Lu Yuyu immediately thought of Su Zhixing. "Sir." She understood that everything occurring here was under his watchful gaze. "If you intend to take my life, then I shall not be blamed, sir. You would not hold it against me, would you?" Lu Yuyu reached into her bosom to retrieve a scroll, preparing to unfurl it. "Senior sister, do not." Zhao Zhen interjected, swiftly positioning herself before Lu Yuyu to halt her. Lu Yuyu could not help but retort in anger. "Zhenzhen, she sought to kill me first." Zhao Zhen nodded but replied, "She is unworthy of employing the master's power against you." Lu Yuyu paused, slowly regaining her composure. At that moment, the girl in white had swept to Qing Ji's side, sternly admonishing, "Qing Ji, you have overstepped your bounds." Although the bloodshed instigated by the great Zhou dynasty had long ceased, should Qing Ji dare to take a life here, the repercussions would surely befall the Qing Ping sword sect. At the very least, Their ambitions to establish a branch in Longquan Town by the Iron Sand Lake would be dashed. Qingji recognized her moment of impulsiveness, nearly leading to a grave error. Thus, she dared not respond to her senior sister's rebuke. The girl in white shot her a glare, then turned to Lu Yuyu, clasping her hands in apology. "Miss. My junior sister acted out of impulse. Thankfully, no grave mishap occurred. I hope you can forgive us. We are willing to make amends." Zhaojun grasped Lu Yuyu's arm and stepped forward, declaring, "We do not covet compensation. Simply leave your names and sect, and you may depart." Qingji's expression turned frosty. And just as she was about to retort, Qing Yao interjected, "I am Qing Yao of the Qingping Sword Sect, and this is my junior sister, Qingji. Our sect will soon establish a branch in Longquan Town, and we cordially invite you both to attend the inauguration." Lu Yuyu advanced a step, raising her sword and pointing it at Qingji, her voice icy. "Remember this sword today. I, Lu Yuyu, shall undoubtedly seek retribution." Qingji executed a flourish with her sword, sheathing it with disdain. "Is that so? Very well. I shall await your arrival at the Qingping Sword Sect." Qing Yao shook her head helplessly and then cupped her fists in farewell. After the trio departed, Lu Yuyu slumped to the ground, her sword planted beside her. Her face a mask of indignation. "Xinjian, I should have unleashed the ink treasure and dealt with her." Zhaojun chuckled softly, settling beside her and casually linking her arm with Lu Yuyu's. "I have already stated, she is unworthy." Lu Yuyu retorted, "I know she is unworthy, but I cannot bear it." Zhaojun gazed at Lu Yuyu's profile, a smile gracing her lips. "Sister, consider it from another perspective. This may indeed serve as your trial and opportunity." Lu Yuyu paused, looking at Zhaojun in confusion. Zhaojun sighed, drawing forth her own sword, Chushue, her gaze serene. Her voice resonant. "My master once said, for a sword cultivator, the essence lies in the heart of the sword. If the sword heart is clear, then the sword technique knows no bounds." At this juncture, she turned to meet Lu Yuyu's eyes and posed a question. "Sister, if you had truly employed the ink treasure bestowed by our master to slay her, would that act be considered your own or the master's? Her demise would be swift. Yet the defeat you suffered, the pressure and fear instilled by her single strike, might etch itself into your heart for a lifetime. An indelible burden you could never cast off. Her life or death is inconsequential. However, if your sword heart loses its purity, it could adversely affect your future path in swordsmanship, rendering the gain not worth the cost. Thus, one must ponder the wisdom of utilizing this ink treasure." Upon hearing Zhaojun's words, Lu Yuyu was suddenly engulfed by a wave of trepidation. Indeed, as Zhaojun had articulated, the sword strike from the young girl had instilled in her an overwhelming sense of pressure and fear, causing her to forget the strategies that Su Zhixing had imparted to them. Consumed by fury in the aftermath, she had fixated solely on the desire to vanquish her opponent, neglecting to consider the profound psychological shadow that had now become a significant peril. In both martial arts and swordsmanship, the essence of purity is paramount. Should the heart of the sword lack purity, one's aspirations of becoming a true swordsman would be fraught with difficulty. In the heat of battle, hesitation and fear would inevitably arise. The ramifications of such a state were beyond her imagination. Having grasped this crucial insight, Lu Yuyu experienced a moment of clarity. She rose and respectfully clasped her fists in front of Zhaojun, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, junior sister, for your enlightening words." Zhaojun, with a radiant smile, helped Lu Yuyu to her feet. "Sister, must we exchange words of thanks between us? Were our roles reversed, you would undoubtedly consider my well-being as well." Lu Yuyu laughed heartily indeed. "We are sisters, no need for such formalities." Their eyes met in a brilliant smile, illuminating the surroundings. At that moment, the blooming peach blossoms served merely as a backdrop to the two young women. "Ah, splendid, Yuyu. It is wonderful that you can comprehend Xinjian's intentions," a voice interjected. They turned to see Su Zhixing, clad in simple white garments, standing beneath a peach tree, observing them. The young girls gracefully approached him, flanking him on either side. "Master, I nearly committed a grave error. I implore you to punish me," Lu Yuyu said, her face etched with remorse as she bowed respectfully. Su Zhixing gently patted her head, reproaching her. "Nonsense, you have done no wrong. It is they who lack reason. Even if you had just taken her life, it would be entirely justified. Though it may not serve your own interests, it is certainly not a fault." Upon hearing Su Zhixing's words, Lu Yuyu's brows lifted in a smile, feeling that her master truly is the finest in the world. Su Zhixing turned to Zhaojun, nodding in admiration. "Xinjian, it is remarkable that you could contemplate so much in that fleeting moment." To empathize with your senior sister is even more commendable. Zhao Zhen's eyes resembled crescent moons, adorned with charming dimples, as she replied, "It is the master's teachings that are truly exceptional." Su Zhixing, filled with contentment, laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha! With disciples like you, master has no further desires." Outside the peach grove, the three rode back to the entrance of the stone bridge. Qingxi remained sullen, her eyes glinting with malice. As if plotting something, Qingyao discerned her thoughts at a glance and spoke earnestly, "Qingxi, the establishment of our sect in Longquan Town came at a great cost to our elders over several generations. If you were to jeopardize this, even your father would not be able to protect you. Do not say I did not warn you." Qingxi nodded, squeezed her legs against the horse's belly, and galloped away. Qingyao shook her head in resignation, suddenly feeling that bringing this junior sister along had been a grave mistake. Brother Qing quickly offered consolation. "Qingxi is still young and impulsive. Qingyao, you should not stoop to her level." With a sigh, Qingyao flicked the reins and pursued her. Brother Qing gazed at the back of the girl in white, his smile gradually fading, and he let out a cold snort. He then donned a gentle smile and followed suit. Chapter 46. The Saintess of Qingping Sword Sect in a Courtyard of Ani County. The white-clad girl named Qin Yao sat in the courtyard during the day, gently polishing the treasured sword in her hands. The moonlight enveloped her, casting a halo around her. The sword reflected glimmers akin to ripples on autumn waters, both radiant and chilling. Footsteps approached, and a man clad in tight-fitting attire, bearing a long sword on his back, entered the courtyard. He stopped 3 meters away from Qin Yao, clasped his fists, and bowed. "I report to the Saintess, we have obtained the girl's information." With that, he retrieved a letter from his bosom and presented it with both hands. Qin Yao waved her hand slightly, channeling her energy to draw the letter into her grasp. "Thank you for your trouble." The man said nothing, merely bowed and exited the courtyard. Qin Yao opened the letter, reading its contents under the moonlight. However, upon finishing, she couldn't help but furrow her brow in confusion, muttering to herself, "There is nothing special about the previous 3 generations. Does this mean she has cultivated such swordsmanship at her tender age solely due to that Mr. Su? 11 years old, and she has already harnessed true energy. No, wait." As she pondered, Qin Yao suddenly rose, her toes lightly touching the ground as her figure floated gracefully into the air. She swept her sword across the blade, and then executed a horizontal slash. A streak of azure sword energy descended, cleaving the stone table in the courtyard in two. Qin Yao then landed elegantly before the bisected table, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Indeed, it was sword energy, but why did her sword energy seem somewhat different? She reminisced about the moment during the day when that young girl unleashed a formidable sword aura. A moment so urgent that others scarcely had the luxury to reflect upon it. Yet, Qin Yao was quick to discern the uniqueness of that sword energy. What struck her most was the fact that the girl was merely in her early teens. How could a girl of such tender age wield a sword aura capable of countering the strike of a 6th-grade sword genius from the Qingping Sword Sect? Qingxi, at 15, had already ascended to the 6th grade before her birthday, mastering true qi, making her a rare prodigy even within the Qingping Sword Sect. Yet, in comparison to this 11-year-old girl who could evoke sword energy, she felt overshadowed. After departing from the peach orchard, Qin Yao promptly dispatched individuals to investigate Zhao Zhen's background. The findings revealed that Zhao Zhen was nothing more than a rustic girl from the countryside. The sole distinguishing factor was that she was a disciple of Mr. Su from the Zhixing Academy. Qin Yao, with her sword held in a reverse grip, gazed deeply, tinged with curiosity. If the disciple was remarkable, how extraordinary must the master be? As the saintess of the Qingping Sword Sect, Qin Yao bore many burdens. The sect had set its sights on the iron sand mine at the Iron Sand Lake in Longquan Town, expending countless resources to secure an opportunity from the Imperial Tianqing Pavilion to establish a branch there. Although it was termed a branch of the Sword Sect, it essentially served as a sword manufacturing facility for the Qingping Sword Sect. The primary duty of the Longquan branch was to forge swords for the Qingping Sword Sect while also bearing the responsibility of crafting swords for the Imperial Court. This was one of the costs that allowed the Qingping Sword Sect to establish a presence in Longquan Town. As a martial arts sect that had managed to preserve itself in the tumultuous world following the Great Zhou's rise, the Qingping Sword Sect faced considerable hardships. Every step was taken with utmost caution. Therefore, Qin Yao, who was spearheading the establishment of this branch, could not afford any uncontrollable variables. Previously, she had not anticipated that this remote town would harbor anything beyond her grasp. However, After encountering those two young girls today, she realized she had underestimated the capabilities of the world. After a moment of contemplation, Qingyao murmured softly, "It seems I must pay a visit to this Mr. Su." The following morning, after completing her early lessons, Qingyao intended to venture out. Upon reaching the entrance of her residence, she spotted a young man named Cheng standing there. Qingyao could not help but frown. This young man, Cheng Yuanzhou, was not a disciple of her Qing Ping Sword sect, but rather the second son of the renowned Mingjian Manor in Yangzhou. Due to the long-standing relationship between Qing Ping Sword sect and Mingjian Manor, coupled with the recent establishment of a branch sect in Longquan Town, Oni County, their paths had inevitably crossed. Ever since their initial meeting, this young man had persistently sought her company. Reluctant to offend the manor's reputation, Qingyao found it difficult to decline, allowing him to accompany her. Yet, deep down, she held a profound disdain for this young scion, whose eyes were filled with lasciviousness. Were it not for the successful establishment of the branch sect, she might have drawn her sword in defiance. "Qingyao, are you heading out?" Cheng Yuanzhou approached her eagerly. "I happen to be free today. Where are you off to? Allow me to accompany you." Qingyao slightly inclined her head and replied, "There is no need to trouble yourself, Brother Cheng. I can manage on my own." Oblivious to the rejection in her words, Cheng Yuanzhou cheerfully took the reins of a horse for her, saying, "What trouble is there? Once the Qing Ping Sword sect settles in Longquan Town, we shall be like family. There is no need for formality among kin." With no choice but to acquiesce, Qingyao proceeded with him. The two set off together toward Longquan Town. Cheng Yuanzhou soon noticed that Qingyao was not traveling light. She bore a gift. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Qingyao, who do you intend to visit? Who in Ani County merits such a visit from you?" Qingyao replied coolly, "It is no great personage." Having said this, she chose not to engage further, momentarily at a loss for words. Cheng Yuanzhou felt a surge of annoyance but suppressed his temper, maintaining a pleasant demeanor as he continued to converse with her. Before long, they arrived at Longquan Town. Observing the few thatched cottages before him, Cheng Yuanzhou expressed surprise. "The Knowledge and Conduct Academy? Why has Qingyao come here?" He had indeed heard of the Zhixing Academy, which was reputed to have exceptional teachers whose students had garnered considerable fame in previous imperial examinations, even producing a top scholar during the provincial test. As a result, the academy's renown soared, attracting numerous eager learners, prompting the magistrate of Ani County to establish a Zhixing Institute in Longquan Town. Although the academy held significant prestige within the scholarly community, it was regarded with disdain by martial practitioners like Cheng Yuanzhou. In his eyes, no matter how profound one's knowledge, a mere flick of his hand could extinguish it. Such individuals were merely likened to ants in his worldview. The martial world traditionally held a contempt for scholars, just as the latter looked down upon those who practiced martial arts, which led to the former adopting the label of warrior as their own. As Qingyao cast her gaze upon the humble thatched cottage, she dismounted from her horse. After securing her mount, she approached the door with a gift in hand, knocking gently. "Who is it?" A young girl's voice resonated from within. The door swung open to reveal a maiden clad in a simple white attire. Cheng Yuanzhou paused, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the girl. "Is it really you?" Zhao Zhen, seeing the two figures at the gate, was equally surprised. "What brings you here?" Chapter 47. Each with their own intentions. Qingyao inclined her body slightly, politely stating, "I am Mo Qingyao from the Qingping Sword sect. Here to offer my apologies to you and Mr. Su." Zhao Zhen was taken aback, never expecting such a visit was meant for an apology. Cheng Yuanzhou was also astonished that the esteemed saintess of the Qingping Sword sect, one of the most formidable prodigies in the current martial realm, would come to apologize to this rural girl. Given her status, even officials in the court would treat her with respect. What right did this country girl have? At that moment, a gentle voice emerged from within the academy. "Jinjin, guests are here. Let them in." Reluctantly, Zhao Zhen stepped forward, opened the gate, and invited the two inside. Su Zhixing also emerged from the room. Qingyao turned to gaze at Su Zhixing, and just as she was about to pay her respects, she found herself momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that this Mr. Su would be so youthful, appearing to be only a few years her senior. However, she quickly regained her composure, having met Mr. Su before. Su Zhixing nodded and beckoned the two to take a seat in the pavilion. Zhao Zhen, however, reluctantly went to boil water and brew tea. Once seated, Qingyao glanced around, noticing the absence of Lu Yuyu. Where could that young lady be today? Su Zhixing naturally understood whom she referred to. Yuyu had matters to attend to today and could not come. Qingyao nodded, placing the gift she brought on the table. and apologized. Yesterday, my junior sister acted impulsively and offended Mr. Su's esteemed disciples. Feeling remorseful, I have specially brought a unique elixir from our sect today to offer my sincere apologies to Mr. Su. Su Zhixing smiled lightly and pushed the gift box back. The conflicts among children need not be taken to heart. It is best to allow them to resolve their own disputes. Mo Qingyao felt a moment of pause. Su Zhixing's words were unmistakably clear. While he may choose to remain indifferent, his disciples would inevitably seek to reclaim their dignity in the future. With a soft sigh, Mo Qingyao chose not to elaborate further. Instead, she deftly shifted the topic, inquiring, Mr. Su, with your remarkable talents, what brings you to this modest Longquan Town? With a gentle smile, Su Zhixing surmised the purpose of Mo Qingyao's visit today. Longquan Town, renowned for its exceptional talents and rich heritage, held nothing but promise. Mo Qingyao nodded, seemingly pausing for a moment before proceeding. The disciples under your esteemed guidance are all remarkable individuals, which surely speaks to your exceptional teaching methods. If you would be willing, our Qingping Sword Sect's Longquan branch humbly requests that you take on the role of our master. We seek only a few moments of your time to offer guidance to our disciples. What are your thoughts on this matter? Su Zhixing was somewhat taken aback. Pondering the directness with which the young lady articulated her intentions, leaving no room for ambiguity. Beside him, Cheng Yuanzhou nearly spewed his tea upon hearing Mo Qingyao's words. To regard a mere educator as a master? Surely there must be a misunderstanding. What esteemed place is the Qingping Sword Sect? It is universally acknowledged as the pinnacle of swordsmanship within the martial world, founded by the legendary sword god centuries ago. Despite the ravages of time and the loss of some heritage through the ages, the Qingping Sword Sect continues to stand proudly at the zenith of swordplay. The current sect leader, Mo1, is recognized as one of the top 3 sword masters in the realm, renowned for his extraordinary prowess. How could such a revered sect ever consider inviting an ordinary teacher to instruct their disciples in the art of the sword? With this in mind, Cheng Yuanzhou could not help but exclaim, Qingyao, Mr. Su is merely an instructor. Asking him to teach the disciples of the sword sect would surely be an imposition. Mo Qingyao's expression shifted slightly as she cast a glance at Cheng Yuanzhou. Her fingers trembled, and an impulse to draw her sword and eliminate this man surged within her. Fool! How could a teacher be an ordinary educator when the disciples' sword skills are so remarkable? Mo Qingyao's heart was filled with indignation. Were it not for Su Zhixing's presence, she might very well have erupted in anger right then and there. Su Zhixing cast a gratified glance at Cheng Yuanzhou, thinking that such foolishness ought to be more prevalent. This brother spoke the truth. I am merely a teacher, unable to impart swordsmanship. Miss Mo should seek a more accomplished instructor. Mo Qingtian sighed softly, no longer insisting. Rising to her feet, she offered a respectful bow and declared, on the 3rd day of April this year, our Qingping Sword Sect will establish a branch by the shores of Taisha Lake in Longquan Town. Qingyao sincerely invites you, esteemed sir, to attend the ceremony. Su Zhixing also rose and nodded. If there are no mundane affairs to entangle me, I shall come. He bid farewell. Take care. After the two departed, Zhao Zhen approached Su Zhixing, contemplating thoughtfully, Master, it seems her intentions are not sincere. Su Zhixing smiled casually and remarked, perhaps it is due to your sword. Zhao Zhen was taken aback for a moment, but then swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. In this realm, those who can cultivate true energy before the age of 15 possess an exceptionally rare physique. Such individuals inevitably become targets for recruitment by various sects and even the imperial court. At merely 11 years of age, she had, in a moment of desperation the previous day, unleashed the sword energy accumulated within her. However, her sword energy was a result of the unique forging technique of the initial snow sword, combined with her nurturing efforts, rather than being refined from true energy. Who would believe such a claim? In this world, it has always been impossible for anyone to manifest sword energy without true energy. Thus, Zhao Zhen understood that the female disciple of the Qingping Sword Sect had misunderstood her, mistakenly believing her to be an extraordinary talent who had cultivated true energy at the tender age of 11. She had likely come today to test her. Master, could this lead to trouble? Zhao Zhen asked with a hint of concern. Su Zhixing smiled lightly, seemingly unperturbed. Who can tell? As long as we are strong. Whether we encounter trouble ultimately depends on our own attitude. There is no need to dwell on it. Zhao Zhen nodded, truly unconcerned. In her heart, her master was a sword immortal, a celestial being from the heavens. In this mundane world, what trouble could possibly challenge her master? Master, I shall practice my swordplay now. With a light and lively step, Zhao Zhun made her way to the backyard. Once she vanished from sight, the smile on Su Zhixing's face gradually faded. He gazed at the overcast sky and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, merchants pursue profit and warriors relish combat. Perhaps there truly are troubles ahead. Previously, he had not interacted with others from the martial world, so he remained unaware. However, from the duel between Lu Yuyu and that female disciple of the Qingping sword sect yesterday, it appeared that the sword techniques he had evolved from the sword canon were rather formidable. Although the female disciple's swordplay possessed its merits in his eyes, it was evidently not on the same level as the sword canon. Given that it was called a sword sect, one would expect its techniques to be commendable in this world. Yet, they still paled in comparison to the sword techniques he had derived from the sword canon. Mo Qingyao had clearly recognized this situation, which was why she sought him out. In the martial novels he had read in his previous life, it was not uncommon for those in the martial world to slaughter entire families for a single secret technique. Su Zhixing felt a twinge of concern, pondering whether the Qingping sword sect might attempt to seize what was not theirs. Moreover, an intriguing incident unfolded as well. The moment Mo Qingyao, a female disciple of the Qingping sword sect, made her appearance before him, the long-dormant system unexpectedly sprang to life. How fascinating. Should he contemplate a subtle maneuver to allure her away? Chapter 48. A sword's radiance chills 19 continents. Su Zhixing merely spoke casually. It was inconceivable that he would truly attempt to undermine others. He discerned that Mo Qingyao was of a similar age to Chen Yunlan, appearing to be in her 20s. However, her cultivation had already reached the third rank, not far from the second. Such a disciple would undoubtedly be considered a treasure within any sect. Should he successfully recruit her, it was likely that the Qingping sword sect would retaliate fiercely. Meanwhile, after leaving the academy, Mo Qingyao mounted her horse and galloped back with fervor. Cheng Yuanzhou followed closely behind, eager to engage in conversation, yet Mo Qingyao's steed consistently outpaced him, leaving him unable to utter a single word throughout the journey. Upon reaching the entrance of her temporary residence, she dismounted, and immediately, a servant approached to take the horse. Cheng Yuanzhou hoped to accompany her inside for a few words or perhaps to share a meal. However, as Mo Qingyao reached the door, she suddenly turned around and, in an unassailable tone, addressed him. Young Master Cheng, I am feeling rather unwell and require some rest. Please, you may leave. Before Cheng Yuanzhou could utter another word, she commanded her servant to escort him out and promptly slammed the door shut. Cheng Yuanzhou was left outside, feeling a profound sense of embarrassment. Beneath his calm exterior, a tempest of anger brewed within him. Here he was, the esteemed second son of the Mingjian manor, relegated to a position akin to a sycophant, trailing after her day in and day out, yet this woman showed him no gratitude whatsoever. For days on end, she had scarcely offered him a smile. Earlier that day, in the rural schoolhouse, she had treated a mere teacher with such courtesy, even going so far as to invite him to the Qingping sword sect to instruct her disciples. The thought of it left Cheng Yuanzhou nearly maddened with frustration. Never before had he experienced such blatant disregard. Yet, he understood that Mo Qingyao was the holy maiden of the Qingping sword sect, a third-grade martial artist, and possessed both formidable influence and strength that far surpassed his own. Resorting to violence or any unorthodox methods was simply out of the question. This awareness was the primary reason he had managed to endure her disdain for so long. With a grim expression, Cheng Yuanzhou departed from Mo Qingyao's residence, his agitation growing with every step. The fire of indignation within him found no outlet, leading him to seek solace in a brothel where he indulged in reckless abandon. As a fifth-grade martial artist, his physical prowess was unmatched by ordinary men. Of the 3 courtesans he summoned, 2 perished on the bed, while the third was left in a state of utter exhaustion. The brothel owner, understandably distressed, attempted to reclaim his honor. However, under the threat of Cheng Yuanzhou's sword severing the beams of the establishment, he had no choice but to relent. In the end, the loss of 2 lives cost Cheng Yuanzhou a mere 200 taels of silver. The brothel owner did not even consider reporting the incident to the authorities. After all, there was no guarantee that Cheng Yuanzhou would face justice, yet he would surely meet his demise. Having somewhat vented his pent-up frustration, Cheng Yuanzhou felt a modicum of relief and gradually regained his composure, allowing himself to ponder matters that had previously eluded his consideration. For instance, what could have compelled Mo Qingyao to seek out that teacher without any apparent reason? What was it about this instructor that warranted the personal invitation from the holy maiden of the Qingping sword sect? As he reflected on this, an epiphany struck him. He seemed to have overlooked a crucial detail. The girl he encountered in the peach grove yesterday was seemingly a disciple of that very teacher. Recalling their encounter, he realized that although her cultivation was lacking, her swordsmanship appeared commendable. Could that have been the reason? At the time, his focus had been solely on Mo Qingyao, leaving him oblivious to Lu Yuyu's swordplay. Now, upon further reflection, it dawned on him that Lu Yuyu had managed to suppress Mo Qingji, who was several realms above her, with her sword techniques, suggesting that her skills were indeed impressive. If that were the case, it was highly likely that Mo Qingyao's visit to Mr. Su was motivated by this very factor. What kind of swordsmanship could possibly warrant such significance in Mo Qingyao's eyes? Upon contemplating this, Cheng Yuanzhou could not help but muse. If I were to acquire this sword technique and present it to my father, perhaps his delight would grant me the esteemed position of heir to the renowned Sword Mountain Manor. The very concerns that Su Zhixing harbored have indeed materialized. If it were someone like Mo Qingyao, even if such thoughts crossed her mind, her actions would invariably be more rational. In contrast, the likes of Cheng Yuanzhou exhibit a complete lack of restraint in their endeavors, acting with an audacity that endangers the innocent. Indeed, as soon as the notion struck him, Cheng Yuanzhou dispatched individuals to inquire about Lu Yuyu's whereabouts. He did not even contemplate seeking the sword technique from Su Zhixing. Instead, he approached Lu Yuyu directly. As fate would have it, Lu Yuyu was absent from the academy that day, due to her mother's ailments, which had not improved despite visiting a physician in town. She had hired an ox cart to take them to Ani County. While Cheng Yuanzhou sent his men to Dragon Spring Town for information, he fortuitously encountered Lu Yuyu, who was attending to her mother's health. Thankfully, despite his lack of intellect, he understood the necessity of refraining from public confrontation in the county town. Seizing an opportune moment, he intended to negotiate with her, hoping to purchase the sword technique. Lu Yuyu, caught off guard by this encounter and still harboring a negative impression of Cheng Yuanzhou due to their previous altercation, promptly declined his proposition to sell her sword technique without a moment's hesitation. Cheng Yuanzhou, undeterred, left with a smile. Yet, an unsettling premonition lingered in Lu Yuyu's mind. After accompanying her mother to receive treatment and gather medicine, she instructed the ox cart to return home with her mother while she feigned further exploration of the town. Only departing once she deemed sufficient time had passed. After traversing over 10 miles, her intuition proved correct. Cheng Yuanzhou appeared. In a quite cliché turn of events, he, emboldened by his numerical superiority and greater strength, openly demanded the sword technique. Although Lu Yuyu was young, she remained composed in the face of adversity. Armed with only her sword, she stood resolute against 6 or 7 adults, each a decade her senior. Observing her unwavering stance, Cheng Yuanzhou commanded his subordinates to subdue her without hesitation. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. Lu Yuyu, despite being only an 8th grade martial artist, showcased her exceptional swordsmanship, easily outmatching the adults, all of whom were 7th grade practitioners. Among them, 2 6th grade fighters dared not unleash their full strength in an attempt to capture her alive. Consequently, they were unable to restrain Lu Yuyu, with 2 of them inadvertently suffering severe injuries as she deftly severed their tendons with her swift strikes. Seeing his men injured, Cheng Yuanzhou could no longer remain a bystander. He personally joined the fray. As a 5th grade martial artist, his formidable strength was evident even without employing true energy. Under his pressure, Lu Yuyu found herself struggling to maintain her ground, her sword nearly knocked from her grasp. A powerful strike from Cheng Yuanzhou struck her chest, sending her several meters away, blood spilling from her lips. Yet, her visage betrayed no hint of fear. She understood that she was outmatched. Yet she engaged them not only to test the efficacy of her sword technique in the crucible of battle, but also to lull her opponents into a false sense of security, leading them to underestimate her capabilities. After spitting out blood, she feigned unconsciousness on the ground, though her eyes remained partially open, keenly observing her adversary's movements. Predictably, the dim-witted Cheng Yuanzhou, brimming with arrogance, sheathed his sword and approached her, commanding his entourage, "Bind her and take her back." As several individuals were about to strike, Lu Yuyu abruptly opened her eyes. Grasping a scroll in her hand, she forcefully unfurled it and proclaimed in a commanding voice, "A sword's brilliance chills the 19 provinces." In an instant, a frigid light materialized, and sword energy surged forth, reminiscent of a raging tempest that swept across everything in its path. It was as though a celestial sword ascended into the heavens. Amidst the flickering sword light, the winds and clouds underwent a dramatic transformation. This formidable power utterly transcended the limits of what Cheng Yuanzhou and his companions could endure. They scarcely had time to react before being engulfed by the sword energy, severing all traces of life. Seeing this, Lu Yuyu hastily retracted the scroll, causing the soaring sword energy to dissipate immediately. Glancing at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, her heart raced, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of panic and dread. After all, she was merely a 13-year-old girl, and her first act of violence had resulted in the loss of 6 or 7 lives. It was only natural for her to experience such turmoil. At this moment, her mind felt blank, consumed by a singular thought: to flee, to escape this place and clear her name. She stowed the scroll away, retrieved her sword, and took off running, leaving behind a scene of carnage and the lingering traces of sword energy in the air. After sprinting 4 or 5 miles in a state of disarray, she finally began to calm herself. Gasping for breath, she placed a hand on her chest and murmured to herself, "The teacher said this is called justifiable self-defense. They sought to kill me, so I killed them to protect myself. There is no fault in that." At that moment, a streak of light streaked across the sky, and a figure descended not far from Lu Yuyu. "Yuyu, are you all right?" Lu Yuyu was taken aback, turning to see her teacher, a wave of joy washing over her. "Teacher, how did you come here?" As soon as the words left her lips, a sense of grievance welled up within her. Her eyes reddened, and with a slight choke in her voice, she called out again, "Teacher." Su Zhixing stepped forward and promptly examined her body, relieved to find no visible injuries. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that Lu Yuyu was experiencing a blockage of vital energy in her chest, with her internal organs in turmoil and her sternum seemingly compromised. A wave of concern washed over him as he inquired, "Are you injured? Who has harmed you?" At that moment, Lu Yuyu recalled her own wounds, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in her chest, her breath becoming labored, and an overwhelming weakness threatening to render her incapacitated. Su Zhixing enveloped her in his embrace and leaped into the nearby forest, finding a clearing where he gently set her down. He then channeled his profound qi to heal her wounds. After approximately an hour, Lu Yuyu finally felt the oppressive sensation in her chest begin to ease, and the pain emanating from her bones had significantly diminished. Her vital energy flowed smoothly, and she was no longer in a critical state. Su Zhixing withdrew his vital energy and inquired once more, "What has transpired?" At the mention of this, Lu Yuyu felt a twinge of grievance and proceeded to recount the events that had unfolded in meticulous detail. Upon hearing her tale, Su Zhixing couldn't help but furrow his brow and replied, "Please wait here for a moment. I shall attend to this matter." With that, Lu Yuyu witnessed Su Zhixing soar into the air, transforming into a beam of sword-like light as he departed. Staring in astonishment at this spectacle, Lu Yuyu found herself momentarily speechless, her mouth agape for quite some time. It dawned on her that her mentor was indeed a celestial being. Su Zhixing was in a great hurry to take flight, undoubtedly to address the remnants left by Lu Yuyu. In his eyes, Cheng Yuanzhou and his companions were deserving of the gravest punishment. However, even the blind could perceive that Cheng Yuanzhou hailed from a well-off family, indicating that he was no ordinary individual. Such individuals are often the least reasonable. Once they learned that Lu Yuyu was the one who ended Cheng Yuanzhou's life, they would undoubtedly resort to all means, lawful or otherwise, to exact vengeance upon her, or even her family. Furthermore, others would not simply accept your word, believing that Lu Yuyu acted in self-defense. To avert such a dire outcome, the most effective course of action would be to obliterate all traces of the crime. Su Zhixing soared through the air, traversing a distance of 4 to 5 miles, guided by the resonance of the sword energy emanating from the calligraphy he had inscribed himself. With this instinct, he swiftly located the scene of the incident. Su Zhixing was able to arrive swiftly from Longquan Town because he sensed that the inscription he had left for Lu Yuyu had been activated. He was acutely aware that Lu Yuyu must have encountered some insurmountable danger. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to using that inscription lightly. The proximity of their locations allowed Su Zhixing to pinpoint her exact whereabouts. Had he been farther away, even he would have been powerless. Upon landing in the forest just a few dozen meters from the scene of the incident, Su Zhixing felt a sudden pang of apprehension. This was troublesome. The bodies were indeed still there, but several individuals had gathered nearby. Judging by the situation, it seemed they were examining the corpses. In order to conceal the secrets of his disciple, Su Zhixing resorted to the heinous act of silencing a few innocent souls. As anticipated, those individuals, upon inspecting the bodies, promptly made their way towards the county town, presumably to report the incident. After their departure, Su Zhixing approached the lifeless forms, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Ultimately, he abandoned the notion of obliterating the evidence, merely dispersing the residual sword energy that lingered around the corpses. Returning to the forest, Lu Yuyu awaited Su Zhixing with bated breath. Upon his return, she dared not utter a word, lowering her gaze in silence. Su Zhixing said nothing as he escorted Lu Yuyu back to Longquan Town. Inside the classroom, Lu Yuyu still appeared pale and anxious. After all, she had taken lives 6 or 7, to be precise. It was a heavy burden for a girl in her teens to bear all at once. Zhao Zhen sensed something was amiss and hurriedly approached her, inquiring, "Sister, what troubles you?" With reddened eyes, Lu Yuyu grasped Zhao Zhen's hand and choked out, "Zhenjin, I've caused a calamity." Zhao Zhen was taken aback, glancing at Su Zhixing, who maintained an expression of calm indifference, as if the matter were not grave at all. "Oh, what is there to fear? Even if you've stirred up a monumental disaster, our master will surely shield you," she reassured, then turned to Su Zhixing and smiled. "Isn't that right, master?" Su Zhixing was taken aback, his mind clouded with confusion, and his brows furrowed in distress. This disciple, truly, was a paragon of filial piety. Unable to allow Lu Yuyu to bear any burden in her heart, Su Zhixing nodded and said, "Although Zhenjin's words may not have been appropriate, fret not. With the teacher present, what is there to fear? However, remember this. As long as it is not your fault and you are in the right, the teacher will always stand by you. I have previously conveyed to your senior brother a sentiment, which I now share with you. As scholars, we must possess not only the civilized knowledge to reason with others, but also the ability to command their respect. Since the teacher has bestowed upon you that calligraphy, it is to ensure your safety. In times of life and death, there is no need to hesitate. Yet, you must also remember that excess in all things is detrimental. The teacher is indeed your steadfast support, but he is certainly not an accomplice to your reckless abandon. Should you take advantage of the teacher's backing to look down upon others and act without kindness, the teacher will be sorely disappointed." Lu Yuyu, with her eyes glistening, raised her gaze to Su Zhixing, her heart seemingly blossoming with boundless radiance. Zhao Zhen, having heard similar sentiments from Su Zhixing before, felt a profound resonance anew. As if struck by a thunderous clarity, these words would serve as a guiding light for the two young women throughout their lives, often becoming a standard for self-discipline and introspection. They would be venerated by them and by all the students of the Zhixing Academy as a lifelong principle. Chapter 50. The culprit. The death of Cheng Yuanzhou immediately stirred the county office into a state of alarm. County Magistrate Lu was particularly shaken. Though Mingjian Mountain Manor was merely a sect of the Jianghu, it held an official status within the imperial court, categorizing it as an extrajudicial entity. Moreover, due to the manor's master, Cheng Feng, known as the sword enthusiast and holding the title of guest elder in the Celestial Observation Pavilion, the manor's influence far surpassed that of a mere 6th-grade county magistrate. With the second son of Mingjin Mountain Manor found dead within his jurisdiction, Magistrate Lu naturally had to assume responsibility. Upon receiving the report, the county officials ventured to the outskirts and retrieved several corpses. Once Magistrate Lu learned that it was Cheng Yuanzhou, he hurried to the mortuary, instructing the coroner to conduct an autopsy while sending word to Mingjian Mountain Manor. Additionally, he dispatched a messenger to inform Mo Qingyao, the saintess of the Qingping sword sect. Upon discovering Cheng Yuanzhou's demise, Mo Qingyao's initial reaction was one of relief, soon followed by a wave of perplexity. In Ani County, aside from herself and Qingji, who else possessed the capability to slay Cheng Yuanzhou? Although Cheng Yuanzhou was deemed ineffectual, he nonetheless possessed the strength and rank of a 5th-tier cultivator, accompanied by a retinue of followers. In Ani County, where even 7th-tier warriors were considered elite, it was inconceivable that anyone could slay him. With these questions lingering in their minds, Mo Qingyao and Mo Qingji made their way to the coroner's office at the county government. After glancing at the coroner's autopsy records and personally examining the injuries on Cheng Yuanzhou's body, Mo Qingyao was momentarily taken aback. A sword wound? Qingji, observing closely, also noted the peculiarities. How curious. Are there truly such skilled swordsmen in Ani County? Cheng Yuanzhou had been struck down in a single blow, devoid of any chance to retaliate. The individual wielding that sword might possess martial prowess equal to, or even surpassing that of her senior sister. As she examined the wounds, Qingji remarked to Mo Qingyao. The latter's expression grew inscrutable, and she remained silent. After a brief pause, she turned and departed. Qingji, left in a state of confusion, followed closely behind. Upon exiting the coroner's office, County Magistrate Liu immediately approached them with deference, inquiring, "Might the saintess have discerned any clues?" Mo Qingyao shook her head, replying, "I regret to inform you that I can only ascertain that young Master Cheng succumbed to a sword wound. Beyond that, I know nothing." The assertion of death by sword wound offered little insight, as the coroner had reached the same conclusion. Magistrate Liu, expressing his helplessness, voiced his concerns. "I have already dispatched a messenger to Mingjian Villa. Perhaps the villa's master will come in person, should he express displeasure. I hope the saintess might lend her assistance." Mo Qingyao nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the necessity of maintaining a favorable relationship with Magistrate Liu, especially with the subsect establishing itself in Longquan Town. After bidding farewell to Magistrate Liu, Mo Qingyao and Mo Qingji returned to their residence. Once home, the pent-up curiosity of Mo Qingji could no longer be contained. "Senior sister, have you discerned anything?" she inquired. Although Mo Qingji had her suspicions, she quickly dismissed them. She could not believe that the young girl they had previously encountered possessed such capabilities, yet she could not rule out the possibility of others supporting her. However, her prideful and preconceived notions made it difficult for her to accept that a third-tier swordsman could exist in Longquan Town. Since the rivers and lakes of the Central Plains had been ravaged by the Great Zhou, very few third-tier warriors remained, most having either submitted to the imperial authority or been constrained in their actions. Who would dare to murder the second son of Mingjian Villa? The master of Mingjian Villa, the sword fanatic Qing Feng, was a peak second-tier expert. In a world where first-tier individuals were under imperial restrictions, those capable of traversing the martial world were already among the strongest. Second-tier warriors were formidable indeed. Who would dare to offend this sword enthusiast? In response to Qingji's inquiry, Mo Qingyao shook her head. "Do not dwell on this matter. It bears no relevance to us. When Master Cheng arrives, we shall merely put on a show of compliance, and we should not involve ourselves further." Mo Qingji nodded and then broke into a smile. Frankly speaking, death would be preferable. Cheng Yuanzhou clung to his senior sister all day long. Who could fail to perceive his sinister intentions? He ought to reflect on his own character before daring to harbor feelings for her. Now that he is dead, it has brought a certain tranquility. Mo Qingyao smiled helplessly and gently tapped Qingji's forehead, appearing to admonish her while actually expressing warmth. "Enough, even if such thoughts linger in your mind. It is imperative that you refrain from voicing them. Do you understand?" Qingji, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Sister, you underestimate me. I am not so foolish. Such sentiments are only expressed in your presence." Mo Qingyao sighed inwardly, relieved that her sister was not entirely naive and had not drawn connections to Mr. Su. In Mo Qingyao's view, the suspicion surrounding Cheng Yuanzhou's demise fell squarely on Su Zhixing. Yet, she remained puzzled about Su Zhixing's motive for murder. If he had indeed taken a life, why leave the body for discovery? Was it an oversight, or did he simply not care whether he was found out? Mo Qingyao could not fathom the reasoning. Upon returning to her courtyard, she promptly summoned her subordinates and commanded, "Investigate whether Mr. Su from the Zhixing Academy departed from Longquan Town today." Her subordinates complied and were about to leave when Mo Qingyao added, "Also, look into the other members of the Zhixing Academy." In the serene confines of Longquan Town's Zhixing Academy, Su Zhixing continued his customary pursuits of playing the guqin and indulging in scholarly readings. It had been over a year since Yuan Qing's departure, and the other disciples who had ventured to the capital for the imperial examinations had also been away for several months. By now, they must have completed the spring examination, though it remained uncertain whether they had progressed to the palace examination. Su Zhixing harbored little concern for these disciples, under the guardianship of the Chen siblings. They would likely fare well in the capital. His primary worry lay with his eldest disciple, Yuan Qing. Initially, after his departure, there had been a steady exchange of letters. But in the past 2 to 3 months, he had received only a single letter from Yuan Qing, just before the eve of the Lunar New Year. The content of this communication was sparse and lacked the depth of heartfelt expression. As a disciple recognized by the system, Su Zhixing was generally aware of Yuan Qing's fundamental circumstances. Over the course of the past year, while Yuan Qing was ostensibly focused on Confucianism and Taoism, he had made remarkable strides in martial arts, achieving the pinnacle of the 5th rank this year. The power he had returned to Su Zhixing had even allowed him to ascend to the 3rd rank, crossing the chasm of the upper 3 ranks. This rapid advancement in martial prowess was a source of concern for Su Zhixing. It suggested either extraordinary talent or a tumultuous environment demanding greater strength for survival. Conversely, Yuanqing's progress in Confucianism and Taoism had been exceedingly slow, remaining at the 6th rank even after a year's absence. From this, Su Zhixing deduced that Yuanqing's mental state was troubled. Regrettably, he had no knowledge of Yuanqing's whereabouts, and any hope of a reunion, even for a brief conversation, was unattainable. He could only hope that his esteemed disciple would navigate his challenges independently. However, Su Zhixing was acutely aware that his own trials were imminent. Chapter 51. Discussing the path to enlightenment 2 days after Lu Yuyu's act of violence, Mo Qingyao, the saintess of the Qingping sword sect, paid another visit to Zhixing Academy. This time, she brought with her 2 tales of renowned Yangzhou tea, known as lineage, and presented her visit under the guise of a friendly discussion on swordsmanship. Su Zhixing was aware that she must have ulterior motives, yet he chose not to reveal this insight. He feigned ignorance and engaged in the tea drinking and conversation alongside her. To be candid, Mo Qingyao was indeed earnest in her pursuit of a sword duel. In her mind, Su Zhixing was a swordsman of equal caliber. And given their similar ages, she found it rare to encounter a worthy opponent like him. Unbeknownst to her, Su Zhixing was nearing 30, though his appearance belied that fact, making him seem merely in his early 20s. After finishing a cup of lineage tea, Mo Qingyao directly inquired, "Mr. Su, I have been practicing martial arts since the age of 3 and swordsmanship since 6, totaling 16 years. However, in the past year, I have felt engulfed by a haze of uncertainty, my path ahead obscured and unclear. Has Mr. Su ever encountered such a predicament in his sword training?" Su Zhixing was somewhat taken aback. This young lady truly came to inquire about matters concerning his swordsmanship. Consequently, Su Zhixing was able to ascertain the nature of this Mo Qingyao. Like Chen Yulan, she was indeed an extraordinary talent. However, in contrast to Chen Yulan, who devoted her thoughts primarily to the development of the Chun family's influence, the vindication of Fengming Mountain's grievances, and the cultivation of her younger brother, Chen Minji, Mo Qingyao possessed a different focus. Su Zhixing imparted to her the celestial sound 8 techniques, and yet, after several years, she has only just managed to break through to the 1st realm. Logically speaking, given her innate talent and the system that has tailored specific techniques for her, her progress should not be so languid. The truth lies in her overly scattered thoughts. In contrast, Mo Qingyao exhibits a profound obsession with martial arts and an unwavering passion for the way of the sword. Perhaps it is precisely this fervor that enables her to discern the remarkable swordplay employed by Lu Yuyu at that time, and to recognize Su Zhixing's extraordinary nature. For she possesses the heart of a true swordsman. Su Zhixing momentarily composed himself and smiled. "Miss Mo hails from a prestigious lineage. Surely you have elders in your sect to enlighten you. It is not for me to intrude with my words." Mo Qingyao was taken aback for a moment, then responded with a helpless smile. "Sir, you jest. I have indeed consulted my elders, yet their methods yielded little in the way of results. Your esteemed talent, evidenced by the exceptional students you have nurtured, suggests you possess unique insights. Thus, I have taken the liberty to seek your guidance." Su Zhixing, recognizing her sincere inquiry, began to treat the matter with the gravity it deserved. After a moment of contemplation, he set down his teacup and spoke slowly. "The myriad sword techniques in the world are as numerous as the stars, each possessing its own merits and flaws. No one can claim that their practice or understanding is infallibly correct. Thus, I cannot assert that what I convey will be unequivocally beneficial to you. Merely listen, if you will." Mo Qingyao nodded, and with this brief exchange, her esteem for Su Zhixing had already risen several notches. "Please, continue, sir." Su Zhixing rose to his feet, clasping his hands behind his back as he approached the pavilion, and spoke slowly. "Although there are myriad paths and countless schools in both martial arts and swordsmanship, I believe that fundamentally, they all lead to the same destination. The ultimate aim is singular, to attain enlightenment." Mo Qingyao was taken aback. "Attain enlightenment?" she mused, having never encountered such a concept before. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired further, "Might I ask, esteemed sir, does attain enlightenment refer to entering the realm of the extraordinary, the domain of terrestrial immortals?" Su Zhixing smiled gently and shook his head. "No, it is not merely so. The realm of a terrestrial immortal is but a state of being. Those who embark on the path may attain such a realm. Yet it does not equate to truly entering the Tao. To enter the Tao refers to discovering the profound truth one seeks in the practice of martial arts and swordsmanship. Some wield their swords to protect those dear to them, while others strive to eradicate the injustices of the world. Yet there are those who pursue mastery of the sword solely for its own sake, to become swifter and stronger, to find one's own path. To pursue it and embody it is to have entered the Tao. Thus, some may lack the requisite realm but possess a clear understanding of their own path. Such individuals, whether they throw a punch or unsheath a sword, embody a purity and freedom that resonates with their innermost essence. For them, the concept of realm becomes inconsequential, as they have already attained their desired goals, while realm, combat prowess, and techniques are merely ancillary to their pursuits. Upon hearing this, Imo Qingyao appeared entranced, standing motionless, lost in thought. Beside her, Zhaozhen and Lu Yuyu also seemed contemplative. Notably, Zhaozhen's ever-present sword, the initial snow, trembled slightly, emanating wisps of sword energy that surrounded her. At that moment, centered around the Zhixing Academy, an invisible yet palpable Tao rhythm began to radiate outward, felt by those attuned to it. The osmanthus tree in the courtyard swayed gently, unexpectedly sprouting buds in the March season. Adjacent to the academy in the Longquan River, a vibrant red koi, over a meter long, floated and sank gracefully, its head bobbing as if bowing. The two whiskers at its mouth grew visibly, soon extending to half its body length, appearing increasingly mystical, as if it were a creature of another realm. In the back courtyard, the fenced peach orchard blossomed more resplendently. Clusters of peach blossoms vying for attention, starkly contrasting with the flowers outside the courtyard. By the riverbank bordering the orchard, the sword chi stone unveiled its extraordinary nature within this Tao rhythm. Soft, melodic sword sounds emerged from the stone, surrounded by a luminous sword energy, adorning it like a celestial stone from beyond the heavens. Unfortunately, the residents of Longquan Town, being of mortal perception, were oblivious to the anomalies present. Even if some martial artists sensed something amiss, their insufficient realm rendered them incapable of fully appreciating the peculiarities. In the pavilion, Lu Yuyu was the first to regain her senses. Once awakened, she leaped from the pavilion, drawing her sword and immersing herself in practice. As her swordplay flowed seamlessly, a trace of grandmasterly elegance emerged. Su Zhixing gazed at Lu Yuyu's swordsmanship, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. After more than 4 years of dedicated practice, Lu Yuyu had finally mastered this sword technique, which had evolved from the foundational sword scriptures. The advancement in her swordplay stirred the vital energy within her, causing it to permeate her bones and begin refining her marrow. This signified that Lu Yuyu had ascended to the 7th rank. At merely 13 years of age, her achievement placed her among the ranks of prodigies. The second to regain her senses was Zhaozhen. The Chushue's sword in her embrace trembled violently, emitting a piercing cry as it flew from her grasp, autonomously executing sword techniques in the courtyard. After several moments of vigorous practice, it finally returned to Zhaozhen, exhausted. However, the surge of sword energy overwhelmed her, and her body struggled to adapt, under the intense pain of the sword energy piercing her heart and gnawing at her bones. She coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Upon seeing this, Su Zhixing not only felt no concern but instead smiled with relief. Both he and Zhaozhen had long since grown accustomed to the occasional spitting of blood. The blood expelled was merely the waste refined by the sword energy within, and its release was, in fact, a positive sign. Zhaozhen wiped the corner of her mouth and smiled broadly. "Master, I am close to mastering it as well." Su Zhixing smiled and nodded, praising, indeed. Just at that moment, Imo Qingyao finally regained her composure. However, unexpectedly, as soon as she came to her senses, her breath instantly faltered, her complexion flushed, and like Zhaozhen, she spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood. Chapter 52, The Collapse of Power. Su Zhixing was taken aback and hurriedly approached to assess the situation. To his astonishment, he discovered that Imo Qingyao's vital energy was in turmoil, and her bloodline was surging uncontrollably. This was indeed a sign of a dispersal of her cultivation. What could be causing this? What truly constitutes my path? How can one attain enlightenment? Imo Qingyao's consciousness was hazy as she mumbled incoherently. "This is dire." Shui Zhixing silently lamented. He had not anticipated that this young lady would take his words so earnestly, to the extent that she found herself ensnared in an inescapable predicament. As a result, the vital energy within her began to surge chaotically, leading her to falter in her cultivation. This incident signified that Imo Qingyao, influenced by Shui Zhixing's utterance, began to question her swordsmanship honed over the past decade. Consequently, she found herself in a state of self-denial, unable to discern a new path forward, and thus her cultivation inevitably waned. In truth, had it been an ordinary individual delivering such words, Imo Qingyao might have been profoundly moved and engaged in deep contemplation. Yet her reaction would not have been so intensely charged. The crux of the matter lay in Xue Zhixing's current prowess in Confucianism and Taoism, which allowed his every word and deed to wield substantial influence over the world around him. His inherent aura inadvertently shaped the thoughts and perceptions of those in his vicinity. Unarmed and devoid of any defenses, Imo Qingyao was seamlessly drawn into the scenario conjured by Xue Zhixing's remarks, ensnaring her in a web of inner conflict from which she struggled to extricate herself. Conversely, Zhaozhen and Lu Yuyu stood apart. Their lower levels of cultivation and relatively brief training periods rendered them less susceptible. Moreover, they had consistently received Xue Zhixing's guidance throughout their journeys, with their chosen paths significantly influenced by his teachings. Thus, when they encountered Xue Zhixing's philosophical discourse, it did not evoke any internal discord. Rather, it deepened their appreciation for him, allowing them to grasp the concepts on a more profound level. Consequently, under the auspices of the Taoist resonance and the influence of his third-tier Confucianism, they experienced a notable enhancement in their cultivation. Su Zhixing swiftly lifted Imo Qingyao, instructing Zhao Zhen and Lu Yuyu, "Guard this place diligently. Do not allow anyone to disturb me." The two young women, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, nodded earnestly and promptly stationed themselves outside Su Zhixing's door, resembling two steadfast sentinels. Inside the room, Su Zhixing gently set down the flushed Imo Qingyao, whose skin had turned crimson from the surging of her vital energy. He felt a twinge of anxiety within him, for Imo Qingyao remained in a state of confusion, muttering incoherently to herself. Su Zhixing understood that if this continued, more severe consequences would inevitably ensue. Thus, he extended his hand and inscribed the two characters "calm mind" in the void with his third-tier Confucian cultivation. These characters permeated into Imo Qingyao's being. An inexplicable force rippled forth, gradually gathering her scattered thoughts and restoring a sense of tranquility. Although Imo Qingyao ceased her nonsensical utterances, the true energy within her still revolved chaotically, continuously leaking out. In the blink of an eye, she had plummeted from the third-tier realm to the fourth. Su Zhixing had never encountered such a situation and was at a loss as to how to proceed. The only method that came to his mind was to forcibly harness his own vital energy to regulate the turbulent energy within Imo Qingyao, striving to calm it and restore it to its normal course. Although he was uncertain of its efficacy, he found himself with no alternative at that moment. Su Zhixing propped himself up, one hand resting gently on her back, and the other placed on Imo Qingyao's lower abdomen, at the position of her dantian. For the girls of this world, such an action transcends the conventional boundaries of gender. It is an act that could only be performed by a married couple. Su Zhixing, as a person who has traversed from another realm, harbors no such reservations. Thus he acts with remarkable ease. Fortunately, at this moment, Imo Qingyao lies in a deep slumber, oblivious to his presence. Su Zhixing began to mobilize the true energy within his body, directing it into Imo Qingyao's dantian and the governing meridian along her back. Once the true energy entered her system, it forcefully penetrated her meridians, seeking to capture the errant and chaotic flows of energy within her. The formidable impact caused Imo Qingyao's unconscious body to tremble involuntarily, eliciting a soft moan from her lips. This sound could easily lead to misunderstandings. Outside the door, Zhaozhen and Lu Yuyu, filled with curiosity, wondered what could have prompted such a sound from the woman. Fortunately, their youth shielded them from comprehending the deeper implications of that sound. Upon the infusion of Su Zhixing's vital energy into Imo Qingyao's meridians, he discovered that, in stark contrast to his own, her vital energy was remarkably fragile. In his attempt to capture that energy, he inadvertently caused it to dissipate, resulting in Imo Qingyao's cultivation level plummeting from the 4th rank to the 5th rank. Su Zhixing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, offering a sheepish smile. "I apologize, but please understand that I acted to save you." He then meticulously focused his vital energy, akin to the delicate art of embroidery, as he began to assist Imo Qingyao in restoring her energy meridians. Fortunately, after several cycles of pursuit, he successfully captured her errant vital energy. Inevitably, some loss occurred during this process. Perhaps, once calm was restored, she would only retain the vitality of a 6th-grade practitioner. Yet, it was, after all, a life saved. Was it not? Outside, Zhao Zhen and her companion sat motionless on the threshold for over an hour, their anxiety mounting. At last, the door swung open, and Su Zhixing emerged. The two young women hastily inquired, "Master, how did it go?" Su Zhixing smiled and replied, "Fortunately, my life is preserved." The two young ladies also sighed in relief. Zhao Jin could not help but express her curiosity. She is rather peculiar. How could one lecture from the master affect her so profoundly? Is her psyche that fragile? Lu Yuyu also pouted and remarked, "Indeed. I had thought she was a formidable expert." Su Zhixing couldn't help but chuckle, raising his hand to deliver a playful thump to each of the two individuals. "Ouch, master. Why did you hit me?" Su Zhixing, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "In moments of quiet reflection, one should contemplate their own shortcomings, and in casual discourse, refrain from discussing the faults of others. Have you forgotten the lessons imparted to you?" Zhao Zhun and Lu Yuyu exchanged glances, sticking out their tongues in playful contrition. They then clasped their hands and bowed, saying, "Yes, esteemed teacher, we acknowledge our errors." Su Zhixing smiled helplessly and said, "Go prepare some porridge. And add a bit of minced meat." The two young girls hurried to the kitchen, fearing that Su Zhixing might impose further punishment on them. Su Zhixing could only smile indulgently at their eagerness. After all, children are bound to falter at times. Is it not the role of a teacher to guide them, ensuring they tread the righteous path? Thus, while Su Zhixing would administer discipline, he would never harbor disappointment towards them. About an hour later, Imo Qingxuang finally awoke. Sitting up in bed, she pondered for a while before letting out a weary sigh. She remembered everything that had transpired, but at that moment, she had been overwhelmed, grappling with her own turmoil. Thankfully, Su Zhixing had been quick to provide her with aid. Had she allowed her vital energy to spiral out of control, her body would have succumbed to the surging forces within, leading to unimaginable damage to her heart and mind. Even if she had narrowly escaped death, she would have emerged a mere shell of herself, if not entirely incapacitated. Although her cultivation had plummeted to the 6th rank, she was grateful to still be alive. A loss of life meant losing everything. Yet, recalling the place Su Zhixing had touched during her rescue made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. How could she face anyone after such an encounter? Perhaps it was an unavoidable circumstance, and she could just pretend it had never occurred. Imo Qingxuang whispered to herself, seeking solace for her fluttering heart. Chapter 53, Underappreciated. Stepping out of her room, Imo Qingxuang gazed at the dimming sunlight on the horizon. Feeling somewhat disoriented, she had not anticipated that a simple visit, initially intended to leverage the case of Qing Yuanzhou in her conversation with Su Zhixing, would lead her to a philosophical discourse that cost her over a decade of hard-earned cultivation. Truly, the caprices of fate are unpredictable. However, despite her diminished powers, Imo Qingxuang inexplicably felt a sense of lightness. The scant vital energy remaining within her now seemed far more substantial and agile than before. Reflecting on Su Zhixing's earlier remarks about entering the path, her heart was no longer burdened with confusion. Instead, she found herself eager to contemplate and savor the wisdom he had shared. Exiting her room, she lifted her gaze and found Su Zhixing still seated in the gazebo, playing the chain. Although she had never heard that particular melody before, its elegance was unmistakable. Even someone like her, who had little interest in music, could discern that it was far beyond the reach of ordinary talent. Clad in simple coarse linen and with his long hair casually tied back, Su Zhixing exuded an ethereal quality that set him apart from the mundane world. How could such a figure exist? Who exactly was he? Imo Qingxuang stared blankly at Su Zhixing's silhouette, silently questioning herself. "Have you awakened? Here, this is minced meat porridge. You should have some." Zhao Jin suddenly stated as she approached with a tray, startling Imo Qingyao from her reverie. Imo Qingyao flinched, her gaze evasive, and a wave of unease washed over her. Zhao Jun, keenly perceptive, sensed something amiss. She glanced into Imo Qingyao's eyes, then turned her attention to Su Zhixing, who was playing the qin in a nearby pavilion. Her expression sharpened. "Are you secretly observing my master? What are your intentions? Are you plotting something nefarious?" Imo Qingyao was taken aback, quickly retorting, "Miss Zhao, you misunderstand, Mr. Su is my savior. How could I ever harbor ill intentions towards him?" Zhao Jin furrowed her brow, puzzled. "Then why have you been staring at my master?" Suddenly enlightened, she lowered her voice and chuckled. "Oh, I see now. You fancy my master, don't you?" Imo Qingyao's face flushed crimson, her heart racing in turmoil. She snatched the tray from Zhao Jin's hands, somewhat flustered. "Miss Zhao, please don't jump to conclusions. I. After stammering for a while, she failed to articulate a complete thought. Zhao Jin stifled her laughter, her eyes gleaming with mischief. He. I guessed correctly. Humph. You have good taste, yet my master is a celestial being descended from the heavens, you." At this juncture, Zhao Jin appraised Imo Qingyao from head to toe. shaking her head in mock disapproval. "TSK, TSK, TSK. You are indeed quite lovely, but you still fall short compared to my master. You are not worthy." With that, she turned on her heel and departed, leaving Mo Qingyao, bewildered, standing in a state of disarray in the wind. For the first time in her life, she had been deemed inadequate. "Do not take it to heart. Jinjin is still young and speaks without thought," came a voice that startled Mo Qingyao once more. Turning around, she found Su Zhixing had silently appeared beside her. Her face burned with embarrassment as she retorted, "You too? Do you walk without making any sound? You nearly scared me to death." With that, she hastily retreated into the room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Now, it was Su Zhixing's turn to be flustered. He had made no effort to conceal his footsteps, and had even called out to her before approaching. Why was he now being blamed for his silence? Having been a bachelor in 2 lifetimes, he was utterly clueless about the complexities of a woman's heart. Seeing this, she could only let out a helpless sigh, hesitating to knock on the door again to inquire. Initially, she had intended to ask about his well-being, but it seemed prudent to forego that. His confidence was so palpable, indicating that he likely had no serious afflictions. Once inside her room, Mo Qingyao leaned against the door, her face flushed with embarrassment. As the esteemed holy maiden of the Qingping sword sect, she had never found herself in such an awkward predicament. She placed a hand on her chest, feeling as though her heart might leap from her mouth. The rapidity of her heartbeat must surely be a consequence of her diminished cultivation. Yes, that must be it. After a considerable time, Mo Qingyao finally calmed her emotions. When she stepped outside once more, she noticed that dusk had already settled. The master and disciple pair were absent from the academy. They had likely retreated to the back to practice their swordplay. Mo Qingyao let out a weary sigh. Her initial plans were undoubtedly falling through. 2 days prior, she had dispatched someone to Longquan Town to investigate Su Zhixing's whereabouts, but the findings revealed that he had never left the academy, at least. No one had seen him traverse that official road. However, his disciple, Lu Yuyu, had ventured to the county town just yesterday. Moreover, she had a brief encounter with Cheng Yuanzhou on the streets. Given all these clues, Lu Yuyu was undeniably the prime suspect. Yet, her capabilities were insufficient to have slain Cheng Yuanzhou and his entourage. The sword wounds on Cheng Yuanzhou, along with the devastation of his internal organs, indicated that his assailant could not have been a mere swordsman. As Su Zhixing's disciple, Lu Yuyu would certainly call upon him in times of peril. This led to the inference that Su Zhixing was the true mastermind behind the murder. However, he possessed an alibi, despite Mo Qingyao's firm belief in his guilt. She could not fathom how he had executed the act. Thus, she had 3 aims for her visit today. Firstly, she genuinely wished to engage in a discourse on swordsmanship. Secondly, she sought to test Su Zhixing's sword techniques, attempting to deduce how he had managed to kill Cheng Yuanzhou. Her final objective was to extend another invitation for Su Zhixing to become the master of their Qingping sword sect branch. With his involvement in Cheng Yuanzhou's demise, it was likely that he would be less inclined to refuse. Yet, the unpredictability of life had taken her by surprise. She would never have anticipated that a mere discussion on swordsmanship would lead to such upheaval. Had Su Zhixing not intervened in time, she might have already become a cold, exquisite corpse. With this debt of gratitude for saving her life, how could Mo Qingyao possibly voice her intentions? Moreover, deep within her heart, she found herself less inclined for Su Zhixing to assume the role of their branch's master, a person so pure and ethereal. She truly could not bear to see him ensnared in the quagmire of martial affairs. With this resolution in mind, Mo Qingyao strolled to the back courtyard of the academy, where she beheld a garden full of peach blossoms. Zhao Zhun was practicing swordplay amidst the grove. Su Zhixing sat upon a stone, gently polishing the sword's blade, which had grown as profound as an abyss. Noticing Mo Qingyao approaching, Zhao Zhun halted his sword practice, and Su Zhixing ceased his polishing, inquiring, "Has Miss Mo recovered somewhat?" Mo Qingyao nodded softly, pausing just outside the peach grove, and gracefully bowed to Su Zhixing. "Mr. Su, the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me is unforgettable. As the day wanes, I must take my leave, but I shall return to express my gratitude on another occasion." Su Zhixing waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for formality. It is getting dark. If you wish to return, be cautious on your way." Mo Qingyao expressed her gratitude, and then gave a slight nod to Zhao Zhun before intending to depart. However, at the very moment she turned, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of an unremarkable stone beneath Su Zhixing that suddenly radiated a brilliant white light. A sharp, fierce aura surged forth. causing the void to resonate with a piercing whistle. Chapter 54. Misunderstandings revisited. Mo Qingyao's gaze faltered, her heart racing in astonishment. Could a mere stone truly evoke such sword energy? She was taken aback by the revelation. She had heard tales of sword masters from the land of immortals who could infuse their sword energy and divine intent into objects, endowing them with a semblance of extraordinary power. Yet, those were beings of the celestial realm. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck her. Could it be? Is he? As Su Zhixing observed her fixated gaze upon the stone beneath him, he chuckled and elucidated. This stone has inadvertently absorbed sword energy. Should anyone approach, they would be met with an attack. Hence, I have enclosed this peach grove. Mo Qingyao found herself somewhat dazed. Inadvertently? Absorbed sword energy? Is it truly so easily absorbed? It was confirmed. This fellow was indeed a master of the earth immortal realm. With this realization, she suddenly comprehended how Su Zhixing had dispatched Qing Yuanzhou from several dozen miles away in Longquan Town. Most likely, it was his disciple, Lu Yuyu, who possessed an item forged with this very sword energy, and Qing Yuanzhou, in his folly, had attempted to take advantage of Lu Yuyu, resulting in his demise. With this thought, Mo Qingyao felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful that she had not disclosed her true intentions for this visit. Had she provoked such a formidable being, the Qingping sword sect might have faced utter annihilation. With utmost respect, Mo Qingyao withdrew from the peach grove, mounted her white steed, and rode away gracefully. Her previously calmed heart surged once more with uncontainable excitement. After all, he was an earth immortal, a being that, in the present world, existed only in legends. With her status, she was aware of only 3 individuals who were suspected to have reached the earth immortal realm. The first was the esteemed master residing within the imperial court of the Great Zhou, renowned as the foremost expert of the realm. It was he who led 13 first-rate masters to besiege the earth immortal of the Yan Kingdom during the war that annihilated that nation. It is said that following that battle, he attained enlightenment beyond the first-rate level and has since ascended to the earth immortal realm. The second was the preeminent swordsman of the present age, who dwells in seclusion in the great wilderness city of Shiliang province. One man embodies an entire city, known among the martial world as the Sword Immortal. Although her master, Mo1, the leader of the Qingping sword sect, is equally famed and dubbed the Sword Saint. He once confided in Mo Qingyao that in comparison to the Sword Immortal, he was not. The last, and most enigmatic, is said to reside on a celestial island above the East Sea, with no one knowing his name and few having ever laid eyes upon him. Only tales of his existence circulate, leading the world to refer to him as the Hidden Immortal. These 3 individuals represent the most probable candidates for the Earth Immortal realm in today's world. Beyond them, there are only first-rate masters like her own master, the Sword Saint. In truth, one could assert that even a first-rate master, provided they do not oppose the great Zhou imperial family, is an entity no one dares to provoke within the Central Plains. A sect boasting even a single first-rate master could rightfully claim the title of a holy land within the martial world. Yet, in the Central Plains, there were originally over 20 such holy lands. After the Great Zhou court's relentless campaigns across the martial world over the past few years, only 7 remain. After all, the number of first-rate masters nurtured by the Great Zhou imperial family exceeds that of the entire martial world by half. How then can the Holy Lands contend against such might? In recent times, the Grand Zhou has established the Celestial Vigilance Pavilion, replacing the Emperor in overseeing the realm. Any individual from the martial world or sects who dares to transgress with force shall swiftly learn from the Celestial Vigilance Pavilion who truly holds dominion over this land. However, I digress. Mo Qingyao's thoughts had wandered a bit too far. It is hardly surprising, considering that in the eyes of those within the martial world, the experts of the immortal realm are far rarer than the Emperor himself. Upon returning to Ani County, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. The moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, which did not hinder her journey. Yet, upon reaching her doorstep, an inexplicable sense of oppression washed over Mo Qingyao. Dismounting her horse, and before entering, a servant at the entrance whispered to her, "Saintess, the master of Mingjian Villa, Cheng Zhuangzhu, and his elder son, Cheng Jianhao, have arrived and are awaiting you in the parlor." Mo Qingyao furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Cheng Yuanzhou had passed 3 days prior, and his body had been taken back by the people of Mingjian Villa on the very first day. By now, one would presume his funeral arrangements were yet to be completed. Why then had Cheng Zhuangzhu and Cheng Jianhao come at this particular juncture? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she proceeded inside. Before she reached the hall, she spotted Qingji seated before the rockery. Upon seeing Mo Qingyao return, Qingji immediately rose and rushed over. "Senior sister, you have returned." Mo Qingyao gently patted her hand and inquired, "What is it?" Qingji gestured toward the parlor with a nod of her chin, replying, "It's them. They arrived this afternoon, and upon finding you absent, they simply sat in the parlor in silence. It's quite eerie." Mo Qingyao sighed, offering comfort. "It's fine. You should go rest. I will handle this." Qingji hesitated, asking, "Are you sure you can manage alone, senior sister?" Mo Qingyao smiled, casting a glance toward the parlor. "Have you forgotten? We are disciples of the Qingping sword sect." Qingji paused, then exhaled in relief, responding with a grin, "Indeed, if they dare to bully you, I shall have my father-level Mingjian villa." Mo Qingyao chuckled, encouraging Qingji to retreat. Adjusting her attire and composing herself, Mo Qingyao strode into the parlor. Inside, the room was ablaze with light. Seated in the prominent position of the left side of 2 rows of guest seats was a middle-aged man, poised in a grand chair, his eyes half-closed and expression impassive. Behind him stood a young man of striking demeanor, wielding an ancient long sword, the Qingfeng sword, ranked 13th on the list of renowned blades. As Mo Qingyao entered, the young man smiled slightly, nodding in greeting. Mo Qingyao returned the gesture with a nod of her own before approaching the middle-aged man, slightly bowing. "Greetings, Cheng Zhuangzhu." The middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes, producing a sound from his nasal cavity. Mo Qingyao felt a sudden pang in her heart, realizing that the visitor bore ill intentions. The master of the Sword Mountain Manor had shared a past with the leader of the Qingping sword sect in his youth, and they had been friends, leading to a long-standing camaraderie between their families. Until now, Cheng Feng had always treated Mo Qingyao with utmost courtesy. Such a cold demeanor was unprecedented. It seemed he had unjustly linked his son's death to her. Mo Qingyao remained unperturbed, taking her seat at the head of the table and calmly instructed, "Someone, please serve tea to Master Cheng." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, replying icily, "No need for tea. I did not come for that." Mo Qingyao smiled slightly. "Might I inquire the purpose of your visit, Master Cheng?" Cheng Feng sneered, his gaze sharp as a sword, directly aimed at Mo Qingyao. "What purpose? My son devoted himself to you, followed you to Ani County, and now he has met a tragic end. You dare to ask me why I am here?" Chapter 55. Inquisition for Justice. Mo Qingyao regarded the icy-eyed Cheng Feng without a trace of panic. Lowering her gaze slightly, her tone turned somber. "Master Cheng, I too mourn the loss of your son. Please accept my condolences. However, I must disagree with your assertion. I never compelled your son to accompany me. If you insist on linking his death to me, I am afraid I cannot comprehend or accept that." Cheng Feng's eyes widened in indignation as he slammed his palm on the table. "My son came to Ani County because of you, and now he is dead while you remain unharmed, living comfortably. Do you truly believe that because you are the saintess of the Qingping sword sect, you can so easily disregard the honor of my Sword Mountain Manor?" Mo Qingyao remained composed, seated serenely at the head of the table. With a tranquil expression, she gazed at him and smiled gently. "Master Cheng, such words are beneath your dignity. First, I have never demanded that your son accompany me. Second, whatever troubles he encountered in Ani County and the errors he committed that led to his demise are his own affairs. Perhaps this incident was aimed at your Sword Mountain Manor all along. Third, you accuse me of relying on my status as the saintess of the Qingping sword sect." She paused for a moment, her eyes gradually turning frigid. "Master Cheng, I respect your past acquaintance with my master and refer to you as Master Cheng. Do you truly believe you can assume the role of my elder?" Cheng Feng was taken aback, his face instantly flushing with anger. To be honest, he was not adept at the art of intrigue. Otherwise, he would not have earned the moniker of sword enthusiast. Most matters of the Sword Mountain Manor were handled by his eldest son, the young man currently standing behind him. Sensing the tension in the air, Cheng Jinhao quickly stepped forward to defuse the situation, saying, "Father, junior sister Qingyao did not mean it that way. Please, sit down and calm your temper." Cheng Feng found himself with a moment of respite and promptly seated himself, though the violent rise and fall of his chest betrayed his tumultuous emotions. Cheng Jianhao turned to Mo Qingyao and bowed respectfully, saying, "Junior sister Qingyao, my father, having lost his son to such tragedy, is understandably overwhelmed with sorrow. I implore you to show him some understanding." Mo Qingyao sighed softly and nodded. After all, he was a longtime friend of her master, and she felt reluctant to be overly stern. Cheng Jianhao continued, "The primary purpose of our visit is singular, to uncover the identity of the murderer who took my brother's life. As you have spent considerable time in Ani County, your familiarity with the local circumstances surely surpasses ours, which is why we seek your assistance in identifying this villain and avenging my brother. Cheng Jianhao maintained a more rational demeanor. Concerning the death of his brother, Cheng Yuanzhou, he felt no surprise. He understood his brother's character well. A person like him, deprived of the protection of the Mingjian villa, could hardly expect to survive long in this treacherous world. Yet, he was still his brother, and regardless of their strained relationship, he felt compelled to act. Mo Qingyao shook her head, replying, I am genuinely sorry to hear of young Master Cheng's demise. Upon receiving the news, I immediately dispatched someone to investigate. All I have learned is that the assailant was a skilled swordsman, but I possess no further leads. Cheng Jianhao fell into contemplative silence, while Cheng Feng scoffed, Humph, a swordsman. In Ani County, who could possibly rival you? Mo Qingyao? Mo Qingyao's expression shifted slightly, and Cheng Jianhao shook his head in resignation. Such thoughts, however true, must never be voiced aloud, for they were not confronting an ordinary individual but rather the esteemed holy maiden of the Qingping sword sect, the foremost sect of swordsmanship in the realm. The Mingjian villa remained far inferior in stature. Indeed, upon hearing those words, Mo Qingyao rose abruptly. Her voice icy as she declared, Cheng Feng, I advise you to choose your words with care. Cheng Feng's gaze darkened, his anger beginning to boil. Cheng Jianhao quickly interjected. Junior sister Qingyao, please, do not take offense. My father did not intend it that way. Mo Qingyao inhaled deeply, her tone growing even more severe. It is late. You both should take your leave. With that, she turned and departed. Cheng Jianhao attempted to say more, but Mo Qingyao had already vanished from sight. Enraged, Cheng Feng shattered the teacup beside him, his internal energy surging violently, causing the sword at his waist to tremble. Cheng Jianhao hurriedly sought to pacify him. Father, please calm your anger. Calm my anger? A mere junior dares to disregard me so? You expect me to remain composed? Cheng Jianhao, feeling helpless, replied, Father, she is, after all, the holy maiden of the Qingping sword sect. Should matters escalate, Mo Zongzhu may not feel inclined to honor past friendships. Cheng Feng was taken aback, sitting down dejectedly after a moment of stunned silence. But what about the enmity towards Yuanzhou? Cheng Jianhao pulled Cheng Feng up, saying, Let us return and discuss this further. With no other choice, Cheng Feng reluctantly followed his son, Cheng Jianhao, as they departed. Mo Qingyao observed their retreating figures from a distance, secretly relieved. With her current diminished cultivation, now only at the 6th tier, she felt considerable pressure in the presence of this father-son duo. Fortunately, she had the formidable backing of the Qingping sword sect. Even if Cheng Feng was enraged, he could not truly lose his reason. Mo Qingyao could discern that his seemingly reckless and furious demeanor was merely a faade to exert pressure upon her. Whether she believed it or not, even if she offered her neck for him to strike, he would hardly dare to do so. After all, the sword saint's reputation was not mere bluster. It was forged through countless bones and bloodshed. However, Mo Qingyao harbored some concerns. She worried that these two might trace the matter back to Su Zhixing. Yet, her apprehension did not stem from fear for Su Zhixing himself. In her heart, he was the legendary master of the land, a celestial being. Her anxiety lay in the potential for these two to provoke Su Zhixing, thereby jeopardizing the establishment of her Qingping sword sect's branch. Nevertheless, no amount of worry would alter the reality. This situation was beyond her control. Once Cheng Feng and his son departed the residence, the anger on Cheng Feng's face dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming chill and intent to kill. He had witnessed his son Cheng Yuanzhou's corpse, which indeed had succumbed to the hands of a top-tier swordsman. Yet, how could such a small place as Ani County possibly harbor a third-tier swordsman? Besides Mo Qingyao, he could not conceive of anyone capable of slaying Cheng Yuanzhou. Though Mo Qingyao was proud, she would certainly not act in such a reckless manner, disregarding the greater picture. Moreover, after his earlier probing, he could reasonably conclude that Mo Qingyao was not the one responsible for his son's death. Cheng Feng turned to Cheng Jianhao and said coolly, Immediately investigate whom Yuanzhou interacted with and what he did prior to his demise. Cheng Jianhao nodded in agreement. Cheng Feng's gaze was icy as he looked at his eldest son, intoning gravely, Remember, regardless of whether you become the master of Mingjian Villa in the future, Yuanzhou will always be your brother. If you dare to treat this matter with indifference. Cheng Jianhao bowed his head respectfully, responding, Father, you need not worry. As a brother, Jianhao is equally burdened by this fraternal enmity. Cheng Feng snorted coldly and began to walk away. Cheng Jianhao remained in a bowed position, not rising. Furthermore, they must also investigate Imo Qingyao. Her aura was unstable, her bloodline agitated, and her vital energy fluctuated far below its previous state. Something must have transpired. Understood. Chapter 56. Peeling back the layers in the early morning, Imo Qingyao woke from her slumber, letting out a deep sigh. After a night spent cultivating her inner energy, the results were scarcely perceptible. The aftermath of her previous evening's turmoil suggested that her descent in rank was far more complex than merely losing her standing. It appeared that even her foundational strength had been compromised. The vitality within her was significantly diminished, rendering the process of refining her inner energy exponentially more challenging than before. A wave of anxiety washed over Imo Qingyao. Her esteemed title as the Holy Maiden of the Qingping Sword sect was primarily anchored in her remarkable prowess, unparalleled among her peers. At merely 22 years of age, she had achieved the status of a third-tier swordsman, an accomplishment few could rival across the realm. Yet now, with her abilities in disarray, could she still lay claim to her position as the Holy Maiden? In that moment, uncertainty enveloped her. At the current rate of her cultivation, the prospect of reclaiming her former rank seemed a distant dream, perhaps even an unattainable one in her lifetime. After all, she had already reached the age of 22. To regain her third-tier status would demand at least 2 or 3 decades of unwavering dedication. Moreover, for martial practitioners, significant progress after the age of 50 was nearly impossible. As vitality waned and resilience faltered, after much contemplation, Imo Qingyao ultimately resolved to seek guidance from her master, hoping he might possess the wisdom to help her navigate this predicament. Without delay, she penned a letter and dispatched it via the Qingping Sword sect's messenger pigeon. However, unbeknownst to her, the pigeon had scarcely left Ani County when it was struck down by a swift arrow. The letter it carried was promptly delivered into the hands of Cheng Jianhao. Upon reading its contents, Cheng Jianhao rose abruptly, disbelief etched across his face. No wonder her aura was unstable. She had inexplicably fallen to the 6th tier. Curiosity piqued, he wondered how Imo Qingyao, a once prominent third-tier master and a renowned prodigy destined for greatness as a first-tier grandmaster, could have plummeted to such depths without cause. What had transpired in her life to bring about this unforeseen decline? Out of curiosity, Cheng Jianhao dispatched a considerable number of individuals to investigate the recent events involving Imo Qingyao and Cheng Yuanzhou, while he himself remained vigilantly stationed near Imo Qingyao's residence, observing her movements. However, 3 days elapsed without Imo Qingyao ever stepping outside. Matters concerning the branch sect in Longquan Town were managed by others. On another front, the agents he sent out finally unearthed some information. According to their findings, after Imo Qingyao and her entourage arrived in Ani County, they had been preoccupied with branch sect affairs, engaging solely with ordinary folk. During this period, Cheng Yuanzhou had behaved himself and had not offended anyone. Yet, there was one individual whose behavior stood out. Imo Qingyao had once visited a local scholar in Longquan Town, bearing gifts. Upon returning that day, it seemed that the second young master of the Cheng family was in a foul mood, leading him to the Baihua Tower, where he ended the lives of 2 courtesans. The following day, Cheng Yuanzhou was murdered. The county office of Ani County had also considered the Baihua Tower as a suspect. Yet the strongest thug there was merely a 9th-grade warrior, certainly no match for Cheng Yuanzhou. After perusing this information, Cheng Jianhao began to synthesize his thoughts, grappling with the perplexing detail of the local scholar from Longquan Town. How could a mere schoolteacher prompt the esteemed Holy Maiden of the Qingping Sword sect to pay a formal visit with gifts? Furthermore, what could have provoked Cheng Yuanzhou to unleash his wrath upon 2 courtesans upon returning from his sojourn with Imo Qingyao? Something must have transpired. Just as Cheng Jianhao was about to send someone to investigate the teacher in Longquan Town, Imo Qingyao, who had been confined to her home for several days, finally made a move. Concealed in the shadows, Cheng Jianhao observed her departing the city with several attendants, heading towards Longquan Town. Having lost her 3rd-tier cultivation, Imo Qingyao was oblivious to his presence, allowing him to follow her undetected. Upon arriving at Longquan Town, she made her way directly to the banks of Taisha Lake, where a substantial construction site was underway. This was the domain of the Qingping Sword sect's Longquan branch. It appeared that the project was nearing completion, with only a few finishing touches remaining. Cheng Jianhao followed at a distance, noting that Imo Qingyao exhibited no unusual behavior. She merely inspected and directed the work at the site. During this time, she also met with representatives from the Qin family of Longquan Town, who were co-owners of half of Taisha Lake, sharing a meal together. It seemed they were discussing business regarding the iron sand from Taisha Lake. After observing for a considerable time, Cheng Jianhao found nothing beyond the ordinary in their interactions. Just when he thought the day would yield no significant findings, he noticed Imo Qingyao dismissing everyone and heading alone to the opposite end of Longquan Town. Navigating through the alleys of the town, she arrived at the banks of the Longquan River. After crossing a stone bridge and walking for a short distance, Cheng Jianhao witnessed her entering a modest courtyard of a thatched cottage, where she remained until the sun began to set. The place was the Shuozhang Academy. Could this be the home of the teacher that Cheng Yuanzhou and Imo Qingyao had visited together? Cheng Jianhao found it perplexing that a mere teacher could possess such significance, compelling Imo Qingyao to visit repeatedly. Upon returning to Ani County, Cheng Jianhao promptly began to investigate Su Zhixing. The deeds of Su Zhixing are not difficult to investigate, and many in Ani County are familiar with his disciples. Thus, detailed information about Su Zhixing soon emerged. However, Cheng Jianhao remained somewhat perplexed after reviewing it. Although this individual had a distinct approach to teaching his disciples, it pertained to the realm of scholars, and Imo Qingyao was not a scholar. How could she possibly be connected to Mr. Su? Nevertheless, Cheng Jianhao stumbled upon a clue that might be linked to the demise of Cheng Yuanzhou. On the day of Cheng Yuanzhou's demise, a female disciple of Su Zhixing visited Ani County with her mother for medical treatment. At the entrance of the medical clinic, she encountered Cheng Yuanzhou. However, the attendants and the physician could not recall the specifics of their conversation, merely noting that the atmosphere seemed rather tense. From this perspective, if one were to insist that Cheng Yuanzhou had offended someone in Ani County, the only plausible candidate would be this disciple of Mr. Su. Contrary to Imo Qingyao's initial thoughts, Cheng Jianhao would not entertain the notion that Lu Yuyu was responsible for Cheng Yuanzhou's death. The sword wounds on Cheng Yuanzhou were unmistakable, indicating he had been slain by a swordsman of at least the 4th rank, if not higher. Lu Yuyu? Impossible. Nevertheless, as the sole lead, Cheng Jianhao would not disregard it. Possibilities aside, an investigation was warranted. To avoid alarming the culprit, Cheng Jianhao refrained from confronting Dragon Spring Town directly. Instead, he dispatched subordinates to inquire about Mr. Su's activities on the day Cheng Yuanzhou was murdered, as well as what the 13-year-old girl had been doing. The findings, however, did not satisfy Cheng Jianhao. Setting aside whether Mr. Su had the capability to kill Cheng Yuanzhou, his subordinates spoke to numerous individuals in Dragon Spring Town, all of whom affirmed that Mr. Su had not left the town on that day. Moreover, it was revealed that while Mr. Su possessed some martial skills, he was not renowned for his prowess. The widow Zhao, who had taken him in, was brutally murdered in the street, yet Mr. Su did not seek vengeance for her. This led to the conclusion that even if Mr. Su had some combat ability, it was likely rudimentary and unremarkable. As for his disciple, the 13-year-old girl, though she often wore a sword at her waist, those observing from Mingjian Villa discerned that she was merely a novice who had yet to cultivate her internal energy. She was certainly incapable of killing Cheng Yuanzhou. Upon gathering this information, Cheng Jianhao felt increasingly perplexed. Although all evidence suggested that Cheng Yuanzhou's death was unlikely connected to these two individuals, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Recently, Mingjian Villa had thoroughly searched both Ani County and Dragon Spring Town without uncovering any swordsmen of 5th rank or above. This thought ignited a flicker of suspicion in Cheng Jianhao's mind. Could it truly be that Imo Qingyao had slain Cheng Yuanzhou? Despite his suspicion, he found it difficult to comprehend. Even if Cheng Yuanzhou had been disrespectful to Imo Qingyao, she, out of consideration for Mingjian Villa's reputation, would likely only have reprimanded him. Even if she had injured him, it was improbable that she would have killed him. But if not Imo Qingyao, then who could it be? Cheng Jianhao found himself utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, in Longquan Town, Su Zhixing had also observed some unusual occurrences in recent days. The town was populated by a plethora of unfamiliar faces, predominantly swordsmen, among whom were individuals of considerable prowess. Though these newcomers concealed their intentions adeptly, Su Zhixing nonetheless discerned their presence. It was evident that they were in search of someone, and they would occasionally and subtly inquire about him. Su Zhixing immediately recalled the individual slain by Lu Yuyu. A few days prior, Imo Qingyao had made a special visit, during which she had deliberately mentioned the young gentleman who had accompanied her on the first day. It was only then that Su Zhixing realized that Lu Yuyu had slain none other than the second son of the esteemed Mingjian mountain manor, the foremost swordsmanship sect in Yangzhou. This revelation from Mo Qingyao served as a subtle hint to Su Zhixing, suggesting that she had deduced that he was the one responsible for the death of Qing Yuanzhou. Yet, for reasons unknown, this companion of his refrained from reporting Su Zhixing to the Mingjian mountain manor, instead choosing to forewarn him in advance. Su Zhixing likely surmised that Mo Qingyao intended to employ this method to have him guide the disciples of the Qingping sword sect in their swordsmanship in the future. However, Mo Qingyao's approach was not objectionable. She did not resort to coercion. After all, given his current abilities, if the Mingjian manor were to seek revenge, it would indeed pose a significant predicament. Su Zhixing was not overly concerned. If he wished to depart, it was highly probable that no one in this world could hinder him. After all, he possessed the ability to soar, and as far as he knew, even the most accomplished martial artists could not ascend to the skies. This unique advantage placed him in an invincible position. The only source of unease for Su Zhixing was his disciple, Lu Yuyu, and her family, who could predict whether the people from the Mingjian villa might resort to ruthless measures, using innocence as leverage. Contemplating this, Su Zhixing felt compelled to take action. Seizing the opportunity during a day of respite, he set out early in the morning. Upon arriving at the peach grove in the backyard of the academy, he transformed into a beam of sword light, shooting towards the heavens. In the temporary residence of the Qingping sword sect within Ani County, Mo Qingyao sat cross-legged on her bed. Upon opening her eyes, a fleeting expression of fatigue crossed her visage. A day had passed, yet her cultivation showed no signs of improvement. Mo Qingyao had attempted numerous methods, even reverting to training from the body refinement stage. However, the results were negligible. Was it truly impossible to return to her former state? It had been several days since she sent a letter back to the sect, and logically, her master should have received it by now. Yet, for reasons unknown, there had been no response. As once the most brilliant prodigy of the Central Plains, this blow felt more excruciating than death itself. Were it not for Mo Qingyao's resilient spirit, she might have already crumbled under the weight of despair. With a sigh, she rose from her bed. Regardless of the circumstances, her responsibilities remained. With the establishment of the branch sect imminent, there was much that required her attention. Mo Qingyao opened her door, intending to step outside, when her gaze fell upon a man seated at the stone table in her courtyard. Startled, she instinctively darted to her sword rack and drew her blade. Yet, upon looking outside again, she froze in astonishment. "Mr. Su, what brings you here?" The figure in the courtyard was none other than Su Zhixing. Su Zhixing stood up, bowing with an air of apology, and said, "I beg your pardon for intruding. I hope you will forgive my impertinence. The necessity of avoiding prying eyes during this visit compelled me to resort to such a stratagem. I humbly ask for your understanding." Miss Mo Qingyao immediately grasped that the prying eyes Su referred to were likely those of the renowned Jian Mountain Manor. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, trespassing into a woman's residence at the break of dawn was hardly the conduct befitting a scholar. Regardless of whether the individual in question was a terrestrial deity or Su Zhixing himself. Yet, it was undeniable that upon recognizing Su Zhixing, the murderous intent that had briefly ignited within Mo Qingyao dissipated in an instant, replaced by a trace of the bashfulness characteristic of young maidens. Despite this, she maintained her composure, her expression still icy, and did not sheath her sword. She stepped into the courtyard, halting a few meters away from Su Zhixing, and inquired, "Mr. Su, what urgent matter brings you here?" Su Zhixing nodded, and, with a courteous gesture, addressed Mo Qingyao. "I, Su, have come here today with a request." Upon hearing that Su Zhixing sought her assistance, Mo Qingyao felt a sudden jolt of surprise. The appeal of a terrestrial immortal carries an extraordinary weight. Discarding her earlier formality, she nonchalantly waved her hand, sheathing her long sword back into its stand within the room. With clasped fists, she returned the salutation, saying, "Please do not hesitate to convey your request, esteemed sir." Su Zhixing smiled and said, "I dare not presume to command. I merely wish to request Miss Mo to assist me in safeguarding a few individuals." Mo Qingyao was taken aback, a look of surprise crossing her face. "Protecting people? Given your capabilities, sir, surely there is no one in the world who could pose a threat to you." Su Zhixing was taken aback, somewhat bewildered. Was he truly that formidable? It seemed he had not showcased any extraordinary abilities before this woman. It must be due to some unknown reason that led her to misconstrue him, conjuring an image of him as an unparalleled master. Although he recognized the misunderstanding, Su Zhixing had no intention of feigning sincerity by revealing his true self to her. With this misconception in place, it might even spare him from numerous troubles. Thus, Su Zhixing acquiesced to Mo Qingyao's words and said, "After all, I am but a mere mortal, prone to oversight. With so many under your command, Miss Mo, if you could keep a watchful eye, it would certainly alleviate my concerns. Should you agree, I shall surely repay your kindness in the future." Mo Qingyao, without suspicion, nodded and inquired, "Whom would you like me to protect, Mr. Su?" "My disciple, Lu Yuyu, and her family. I merely hope that, should you discover any ill intentions towards them, you might extend your assistance as much as your capabilities allow." Mo Qingyao's mind whirled as she began to surmise why Su Zhixing sought her protection for Lu Yuyu's family, likely due to the people from Mingjian Villa. Without pondering for too long, she readily acquiesced, "Rest assured, sir. If the individuals from Mingjian Villa truly intend to harm Lu Yuyu's family with my intervention, they should be inclined to show me some measure of respect." Su Zhixing expressed his gratitude with a fist salute and a bow, saying, "I am most grateful to Miss Mo." Having said that, he focused his gaze and raised his hand gently. The long sword that Mo Qingyao had placed on the rack within the room unexpectedly unsheathed itself and flew before Su Zhixing. Su Zhixing grasped the hilt of his sword and smiled, saying, "Your cultivation has significantly declined. Allow me to bestow upon you some means of self-defense." Su Zhixing raised his hand to wipe the sword hilt, swiftly dancing through the air. The speed was so remarkable that Mo Qingyao could only discern that it was a line of poetry. Its exact content eluded her grasp. Once the poem was inscribed, a brilliant white light flickered before her eyes. In an instant, an endless stream of sword energy was born out of thin air, contained within the blade. Mo Qingyao stood there, utterly astonished. Such an incredible technique was indeed indicative of a celestial being on land. She suppressed her inner excitement, accepted the longsword from Su Zhixing's hand, and said respectfully, "Thank you, sir." At that moment, Su Zhixing turned to glance outside the courtyard and then smiled. "In that case, I shall take my leave. Should you require assistance in the future, simply send someone to inform me at the Zhixing Academy." Mo Qingyao nodded and bowed in response, saying, "You are too kind, sir." When she straightened up, Su Zhixing had already vanished from her sight. In the distance, a streak of sword light soared swiftly into the sky. Mo Qingyao felt her heart sway, her eyes brimming with excitement, completely oblivious to the footsteps behind her. Mo Qingji stood beside her, mimicking her gesture of looking up at the sky, yet saw nothing at all. "Senior sister, what are you looking at?" Mo Qingyao, in a daze, exclaimed, "Look, a celestial being." Chapter 58. The immortal caresses my sword. That final act was, of course, a deliberate display by Su Zhixing. His intent was not to show off, but rather to wield a modicum of extraordinary ability in a world that revered martial prowess. Perhaps to instill awe and deter potential adversaries, thereby alleviating unnecessary troubles. For Su Zhixing, traversing several dozen miles by sword flight was but a fleeting moment. As the radiant sword light descended upon the peach grove in the academy's rear courtyard, no one in Longquan Town fathomed that he had just visited the county city. From that day forward, Mo Qingyao assigned personnel to remain vigilant in Longquan Town, watching over Lu Yuyu's family. Should any ill intentions arise against them, they would be prepared to intervene promptly. However, to her surprise, while Lu Yuyu's family remained unharmed, she herself encountered a series of complications. Cheng Jinhao, having investigated for several days without uncovering any valuable information, redirected his suspicions towards Mo Qingyao. Yet, he did not confront her openly. Instead, he visited with several disciples from the Mingjian Villa, claiming a desire to spar and learn from the disciples of the Qingping Sword sect. Mo Qingyao was initially reluctant to acquiesce, but her eager disciples were itching for a challenge. Having been away from the sword training environment at headquarters for some time, they were restless. Since the visitors from Mingjian Villa sought engagement, it seemed an opportune moment to relieve their boredom. As the senior sister, Mo Qingyao felt compelled to honor their wishes and consented. Little did she realize that the true aim of this so-called sparring was to target her directly. The sparring consisted of 5 matches, with the initial 4 being contests among her junior disciples. Mingjian Villa performed slightly worse, losing 3 matches while narrowly winning 1. The disciples of Qingping Sword sect assumed that since 5 matches were set, the victor would be the first to achieve 3 wins. However, the final match was still to be fought, with Cheng Jinhao himself stepping into the arena. With deliberate strides, Cheng Jinhao approached the center of the field. unsheathing his sword with an air of grace, and proclaimed, "In the central plains of the 9 provinces, among those under 30 who wield a sword, only 4 are worthy of the title Heavenly Prodigy. The first, the suspected sole disciple of the sword immortal from great wilderness city, Yiqing. The second, the foremost disciple of the Xiang mountain sect, Su Ziying. The third, the military deity of the great Zhou, Zhao Wui, son of Zhao Wui. And the final one, the saintess of the Qingping sword sect, Mo Qingyao." The gathered crowd, upon hearing those illustrious names, could not contain their fervor, their eyes ablaze with passion. They were all practitioners of the sword, and notably, they were youthful disciples. The 4 names they had invoked countless times stood as towering monuments to the swordsmanship of this era. To exist alongside such legends was both a sorrow and a fortune. The sorrow lay in the fact that no matter how hard one might strive, their shadows remained perpetually out of reach. The fortune, however, was in witnessing the rise of these legendary figures firsthand. In the newly established realm of the Great Zhou, these 4 individuals had carved their names through the chaos of war, their reputations untainted and beyond reproach. Yet, the words that followed from Cheng Jianhao struck like a thunderclap in the hearts of all present, including the disciples of the Mingjian villa. "I, Cheng Jianhao, the eldest son of Mingjian villa, am but a trivial existence in the grand tapestry of the world. Nevertheless, I remain a swordsman, one unafraid to challenge those stronger than myself. Thus, in front of all of you, I have resolved to challenge the saintly figure in your hearts, the esteemed senior sister of the Qingping sword sect, the renowned young prodigy, Mo Qingyao." At this proclamation, the venue fell into an uncanny silence, disbelief etched across every face. Challenge Mo Qingyao? What a jest! She was Mo Qingyao, a 3rd-rank swordsman, who had once triumphed over a 2nd-rank swordsman. Such a peerless genius, so rare in the world, undoubtedly possessed the ability to fight beyond her rank. Cheng Jianhao, though he was also a talented individual with some renown in the martial world, being a 4th-rank swordsman in his 30s was indeed commendable. Yet, when compared to Mo Qingyao, the disparity in both cultivation and accomplishments was vast. How could one even contemplate a contest? After the initial shock, the crowd turned their gazes toward Mo Qingyao, who sat not far away. She too had not anticipated Cheng Jianhao's bold challenge. In the past, she would have dismissed it without a second thought. But now, trouble loomed. With her current cultivation diminished to the 6th rank, engaging in combat with Cheng Jianhao would surely result in defeat. Such a loss would be inconsequential for her. But the disgrace it would bring upon the Qingping sword sect was another matter entirely. With this in mind, Mo Qingyao resolved that this battle must not take place. Yet her countenance betrayed no change. She merely replied calmly, "Senior brother is jesting. Blades have no eyes. It would be best for us to refrain from this duel." Upon hearing her words, the onlookers found nothing amiss. Rather, they deemed her response entirely appropriate. What stature did Mo Qingyao possess? Surely, she would not casually accept an invitation to spar. Victory should be assured, yet in the event of defeat, the consequences would be dire. However, Cheng Jianhao remained unfazed. Pressing on with an air of challenge, "Junior sister Qingyao, do you truly believe my swordsmanship to be inferior, unworthy of being your opponent?" Mo Qingyao shook her head, her demeanor still detached as she replied, "It is not that I look down upon you. Rather, my sword, once drawn, seeks blood, and it is perhaps best left sheathed." A slight smile crept upon Cheng Jianhao's lips as he remarked, "If I am fortunate enough to experience the unparalleled swordplay of junior sister Qingyao, I would not lament even death, should it come to that." At this juncture, he abruptly shifted his tone, infused with provocation. "Surely, junior sister Qingyao is not afraid of losing to me?" The disciples of the Qingping sword sect immediately turned pale, with some unable to contain themselves, exclaiming, "Cheng Jianhao, our senior sister merely declined to save your face. How dare you press further? Do not be so ungrateful. Indeed, senior sister Qingyao's swordsmanship is unrivaled in this era. How could she fear you?" Cheng Jianhao merely regarded Mo Qingyao with a smile, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. Mo Qingyao furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding beginning to take root. Given Cheng Jianhao's audacious demeanor, it seemed he might have already uncovered the truth of her diminished prowess. Reflecting on the lack of response to her messages sent to her sect, Mo Qingyao speculated that perhaps the carrier pigeon she had released had been intercepted by the Mingjian villa, revealing her circumstances. After a brief moment of contemplation, a scornful smile crossed her lips, which Cheng Jianhao found perplexing. "What are you laughing at?" he inquired. Ignoring him, Mo Qingyao grasped her sword, holding the hilt with a gaze as deep as water, seemingly murmuring to herself. Now, I shall witness what wonders this celestial sword, touched by the divine, truly possesses. Cheng Jianhao was momentarily taken aback, unable to clearly decipher her words. What did you say? Mo Qingyao finally lifted her gaze, locking eyes with him. Her tone frigid. Do you truly believe you have discerned my limits? If so, prepare yourself for the embrace of death. As she spoke, her sword was gradually drawn, revealing a shimmering blade, radiating with a white sword aura. In that instant, a terrifying pressure enveloped the arena, and all present felt as though their lives hung solely upon Mo Qingyao's whims. Cheng Jianhao's hair stood on end, an icy chill coursing down his spine, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? You? Were you not supposed to have suffered a great decline in your abilities? How can you still wield such formidable sword energy? What responded to him was but a long sword, suffused with an endless aura of sword energy. Cheng Jianhao's heart was engulfed in despair, compelling him to muster all his strength to confront the impending strike. Yet, Mo Qingyao's sword energy surged forth like a mighty river, overwhelming him in an instant, submerging him within its relentless tide. Chapter 59. Journey to the capital for the examination. Mo Qingyao did not slay Cheng Jianhao. After all, the Mingjian villa had recently lost a second son, and should the eldest son meet a similar fate, the sword enthusiast would undoubtedly descend into madness. Though she spared his life, Cheng Jianhao was nonetheless gravely injured, confined to his bed for a fortnight before he could rise. He remained perplexed, unable to fathom why Mo Qingyao, despite her evident decline in cultivation, still wielded such formidable power. That single strike extinguished any thoughts of resistance within him, vast and boundless. Cheng Feng, the master of Mingjian Villa, was furious upon learning of his eldest son's injury at the hands of Mo Qingyao. However, once he discovered that Cheng Jianhao had initiated the challenge, his fury was quelled, confined within his heart. To challenge someone superior in skill was a foolish endeavor, and merely surviving without being killed was, in itself, a concession to his honor. This incident was irrefutable, given the multitude of witnesses present. Yet, upon witnessing Cheng Jianhao's injuries, Cheng Feng could not help but chuckle. Cheng Jianhao was bewildered, pondering why his father, despite his evident favoritism towards Cheng Yuanzhou, would find such delight in his own misfortune. Cheng Feng, disregarding his eldest son's grievances, remarked to himself, the next generation of the Qingping sword sect seems to be doomed. Cheng Jianhao was taken aback, struggling to comprehend his father's cryptic words. Cheng Feng appeared in high spirits, unusually elaborating, though Mo Qingyao seemingly wounded you with a single strike. The residual sword energy you bear is clearly not characteristic of the Qingping sword sect's unique Qingping sword qi. This power is undoubtedly on par with her own, indicating that she must have utilized some external force to inflict this injury upon you. This confirms that Mo Qingyao's cultivation has indeed fallen significantly. She is no longer the once illustrious prodigy. Upon hearing his father's analysis, Cheng Jianhao began to grasp the underlying truth. Reflecting on that day, it was evident that while Mo Qingyao's strike had been grand and awe-inspiring, it did not adhere to the sword techniques of the Qingping sword sect, nor did it embody her unique sword energy. This suggested that she had likely employed some external influence. Yet, both father and son found themselves perplexed, unable to ascertain what external force could empower one whose cultivation had diminished so drastically. Unable to unravel this mystery, they chose to set it aside for the time being. Thus, for the past fortnight, Mingjian Villa enjoyed a period of relative tranquility, while Mo Qingyao found solace in addressing her own dilemmas. Su Zhixing maintained his daily routine of reading, playing the lute, and occasionally practicing swordsmanship and martial arts, leading a leisurely existence. However, in stark contrast to him, the students from Zhixing Academy preparing for their examinations in the capital were far from relaxed. The four brothers, led by Chun Minji, journeyed thousands of miles northward, taking over 2 months to finally arrive at the heart of the realm, the central Tianzhou, the capital of the Great Zhou, the imperial city of Taiyan. As boys hailing from a remote township, De Hu and his companions felt both constrained and exhilarated. During their studies in Longquan Town, they often listened to Chun Minji boast about the wonders of Taiyan, describing it as a veritable paradise. Initially, they lacked any conception of such grandeur. But as they entered the city beneath the towering walls nearly 20 zhang high, stretching endlessly on either side, they understood the limitations of their previous perspectives. De Hu vowed he had never before encountered so many people. The broad streets could easily accommodate 10 horse-drawn carriages side by side, yet they remained bustling with activity, exuding a sense of congestion. The buildings lining the streets predominantly rose to 2 or even 3 stories, showcasing an array of goods and shops filled with novelties previously unseen by the 4 youths, leaving them in awe. Chen Minji playfully wrapped his arm around Dahu's neck, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder, and exclaimed, "Well, did I deceive you?" Dahu, with a serious demeanor, nodded and gestured around, responding, "Indeed. It is even more conservative than I imagined." Chen Minji laughed heartily and declared, "Now that we are in the capital, consider it my domain. How about I show you a good time for a few days?" Before Dahu could respond, the other disciples enthusiastically agreed. Emerging from under Chen Minji's arm, Dahu shook his head earnestly, saying, "Do you all remember what our teacher advised us before we departed? The allure of the world can easily lead one astray. We are not ordinary scholars. Let us not compromise our own principles." The other 3 immediately straightened their postures and bowed, affirming, "What the senior brother says is true." Chen Minji, taken aback, remarked, "You're starting to sound more and more like that rascal you wenching. You were the most mischievous as a child. Our teacher punished you more than me." Dahu chuckled and replied, "Minji, one must mature eventually." Chen Minji, feeling somewhat disheartened, was met with Chun Yunlan's laughter from the carriage beside them. "Minji, you should take a page from Dahu's book. At 16, it's time to focus." Chen Minji pursed his lips, expressing his helplessness. "Yes, I understand." Dahu and several other junior brothers could not help but chuckle softly. Clearing his throat, he sidled up to Chen Minji and said with a smile, "However, it wouldn't hurt to unwind occasionally. After all, the teacher mentioned that there is a balance between tension and relaxation." Chen Minji paused for a moment, then pointed at Dahu and burst into hearty laughter. "Huh? I knew it. How could you possibly be so honest? Haha. All right then. Come with me to pay respects to mother and father. Later tonight, I shall take you all out for some merriment." Inside the carriage, Chen Yunlan shook her head in resignation, yet her eyes sparkled with undeniable amusement. Having spent several years studying and interacting together, how could she be unaware of Zhaohu's character? Always having regarded Yu Wenqing as his role model, Zhaohu was the most knowledgeable and composed among these disciples. Moreover, this young man possessed an acute sense of observation, well-versed in the intricacies of human relationships. His previous refusal to heed Chen Minji's advice was intended to set a tone for this upcoming imperial examination in the capital, ensuring that none of them would be swayed by the opulence of the city, thereby compromising their cultivation. After all, they were individuals of Confucian and Taoist training, distinct from ordinary scholars. Should their mental state falter, their practice would inevitably suffer grave consequences. With this understanding, Dahu chose to utter the phrase about balance, so as not to dampen Chen Minji's spirits. As an observer, Chen Yunlan perceived all of this with clarity. She couldn't help but feel fortunate that Minji had such a supportive group of senior brothers. It truly was a blessing from his past life. With these companions by his side, how could Chun Minji worry about preserving the Chun family's legacy? Perhaps they could even elevate the family to greater heights. Yet, the Chen family had already received immense favor. How much higher could they truly ascend? Chapter 60. A lack of agency. Zhao, who had never imagined that a single residence could be so vast. Upon entering the Chen estate and following the Chen siblings through a winding path, they finally reached the main hall after what felt like a quarter of an hour. There, Zhao encountered one of the most powerful figures in the world, Chun Minji's father, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Chen Shuyuan. He was a gentle man, perpetually adorned with a warm smile, displaying boundless tolerance towards his children and meticulous care for Zhao Hu and his fellow companions. The familial atmosphere of the Chun household enveloped Dahu and his friends in a sense of familiarity, starkly different from the scheming and machinations often portrayed in theatrical tales of affluent families. Although it was their first encounter with such grandeur, Dahu and his companions exhibited no signs of trepidation. Instead, their eyes sparkled with curiosity and aspiration, devoid of fear or inferiority. After years of studying under Su Zhixing, they had cultivated an innate sense of confidence. Moreover, even the youngest among them, He Zhiqiu, had achieved the rank of a 9th-rank scholar. With the presence of true energy within him, he naturally exuded an extraordinary elegance. Not to mention Dahu, who had already attained the status of a 7th-rank scholar. Furthermore, all of them practiced martial arts, having entered the ranks of true practitioners, rendering them robust in physique and rich in vitality, far surpassing the typical scholarly demeanor. During their conversation, even Chun Shuyuan, a second-rank official in the court, expressed genuine admiration, referring to them as prodigious youths, while also appreciating the other three disciples. Listening to his father's praises for his companions, Chun Minji could not help but stand a little taller, his face radiating pride, as though he were the one being lauded. During the banquet, Chun Shuyuan, feeling the effects of the wine and genuinely fond of Dahu and the others, proposed that they stay at the Chun estate for a while to look after one another. However, Dahu and his companions had previously discussed the matter and felt it would be burdensome to continue imposing upon the Qin family after having already accompanied the siblings to the capital. Qin Shuyuan, unable to persuade them further, reluctantly acquiesced, yet he promptly dispatched someone to inform the local association in Yangzhou to keep a closer watch over them. After the banquet, Chun Minji could no longer remain seated. He bid farewell to his parents and hurriedly took Dahu and the others out. In the living room, only Qin Shuyuan and his daughter, Chun Yunlan, remained. After finishing a cup of tea, Chun Shuyuan felt the effects of the alcohol begin to wane. He glanced at his daughter, whom he had not seen for 4 or 5 years, and his eyes grew misty. Yunlan, he began. Dad. Qin Yunlan shook her head, her voice trembling. I know, father, there is little you can do. With a heavy sigh, Qin Shuyuan reflected wistfully. I had originally believed that by sending you and your brother to such a distant place in Yangzhou, we could evade our troubles. Alas, at this juncture, Chun Shuyuan lowered his voice and smiled with a hint of helplessness, saying, It is said that my Chun family possesses the merit of dragon riding, and I, Qin Shuyuan, am the most favored by the divine grace. Yet, who truly understands that to serve the sovereign is akin to accompanying a tiger? Even if I remain unobtrusive and refrain from vying for power, the one above remains unconvinced, insisting on imprisoning my children alongside me. At this point, he turned to Qin Yunlan, expressing his regret. Yunlan, your marriage to the third prince is a decree personally issued by His Majesty. In this realm, there is no one who can defy it. However, that third prince harbors great ambitions and is not one to remain content. Forcing you into matrimony with him, dear, truly weighs heavily on my conscience. Qin Yunlan's heart brimmed with helplessness. As the daughter of a minister, matters of marriage were beyond her control, and even her parents' wishes held little sway. Moreover, in the face of the emperor's bestowed union, they must express profound gratitude, for any dissent would be seen as defying the imperial will. Suddenly, she recalled some discourse by Su Zhixing at the Zhixing Academy. The people are of utmost importance, followed by the state, while the sovereign is the least significant. The world belongs to all its inhabitants. All are born equal, whether noble or common. One's character knows no hierarchy. Such sentiments, surpassing the constraints of her era, seemed to open a window in Chun Yunlan's heart. Yet upon returning to the capital and seeing her father, now with streaks of gray, she understood. Although these principles held truth, they were impractical in this realm. At this very moment, even if she were endowed with 100-fold courage, she would not dare to confront the emperor and proclaim that the realm belongs to all its people. It was not fear of death that restrained her, but the realization that uttering such words would obliterate the Chun family's very existence. Unless she could transcend the mortal realm and rise above secular and imperial authority, much like that solitary sword immortal residing in his own city, who had never uttered a word of transgression against the great Zhou emperor. Alas, only individuals such as that master could genuinely embody these principles and voice such treasonous sentiments. Prior to her return, she had anticipated this outcome, even amidst the biting cold. She deliberately slowed her pace to prolong her journey. Yet the path lay before her, and it was inevitable she must traverse it. Despite having attained the third rank in cultivation, she possessed no means of resistance. Chun Shuyuan sighed wearily. Lanner, there is still time. The Empress Dowager passed away at the end of last year. After 3 years of national mourning, your marriage to the third prince will be arranged. As for the gentleman Su you mentioned in your letter, Father, Mr. Su is a recluse. He must not be implicated. Qin Yunlan spoke with righteous fervor. Chun Shuyuan nodded, harboring little hope for Mr. Su. The father and daughter exchanged worried glances, feeling helpless. Meanwhile, Qin Minji, the only son of the Qin family, was blissfully unaware of any troubles, joyfully wandering the streets with his brothers, including Dahu. The nights in the capital were devoid of curfews. Rather, they were even more vibrant than the days. Everywhere was aglow with lights, particularly along the most bustling thoroughfares, teeming with tourists. Dahu and the others, following Qin Minji, were witnessing a spectacle unlike any they had seen before. What sights could they have encountered in Longquan Town? The nights there were lifeless and shrouded in darkness. In contrast, the night in the capital resembled another realm altogether. As Chun Minji led them through winding streets, they entered an unusually distinct alley. Upon their arrival, Dahu and the others were greeted by a faint, intoxicating fragrance. It was not particularly pleasant, yet it compelled them to inhale deeply. Shortly thereafter, Dahu encountered a scene that left him flushed with embarrassment. At the edge of the street, from the windows of a flower house, scantily clad women leaned out, smiling at him. Some even playfully cast seductive glances and subtly shrugged their shoulders. Dahu and his companions had never before witnessed such a spectacle. Flushed and hesitant, they dared not raise their heads to look. Although Chun Minji had not been in the capital for several years, he had witnessed such scenes countless times before and felt no discomfort. However, for someone of his aristocratic lineage, the courtesans of the streets held little allure. The purpose of Chun Minji's visit was not to indulge in such trivialities, but rather to seek out the innermost sanctuary of this street, the true entertainment venue for the elite of the capital, the Wanjin Tower. Chapter 61. Wanjin Tower. Wanjin Tower is the most renowned establishment in the capital. Though termed a tavern, it is, in essence, a luxurious club offering much more than mere food and drink. To put it simply, it is a gathering place of sorts. Initially, the group, led by Dahu, could not comprehend the significance of the name Wanjin Tower. However, upon entering the building, which appeared only slightly taller than its neighbors, they soon understood the reason behind the name. The opulence of Wanjin Tower's interior surpassed mere description. The columns, beams, and chandeliers gleamed as if crafted from pure gold. Chun Minji elucidated that while these pillars, beams, and lights appeared golden, they were indeed adorned with gold. The surfaces of the columns were painted with gold powder lacquer. The patterns on the beams were gilded, and the chandeliers were fashioned entirely from solid gold. Yet, Wanjin Tower offered more than just gold. The gilded embellishments did not evoke a sense of vulgarity or crassness. Rather, they served as mere accents to an overall aesthetic that exuded grandeur and elegance, leaving no room for criticism. Initially, the guards at the entrance did not recognize Chun Minji and thus barred their entry. It was only after he revealed his identity that they were granted access, indicating that this place was not open to the ordinary populace. Upon learning that Chun Minji had arrived, the second manager of Wanjin Tower rushed forth with an enthusiastic demeanor. He was a middle-aged man with a rotund figure, resembling a ball from a distance. His face was perpetually adorned with a smile, devoid of any other emotion. The people of the capital often jested that this meatball must be wearing a mask. Consequently, the second manager earned the nickname Laughing Buddha. "Oh, my little ancestor. You have been away for 5 years. I've missed you dearly." At this voice, Daha couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. Such a corpulent figure had a voice as delicate as a young maiden's. Yet, Chun Minji paid no mind, cheerfully patting the Laughing Buddha's face. "I see that after years of absence, you've grown even rounder. Aren't you afraid of bursting from your own size?" The smiling Buddha chuckled. "Young Master Chin, your keen eye is commendable. Is it not the flourishing of the great Zhou that uplifts my spirits? When my heart is light, my health naturally follows suit." Chun Minji rolled his eyes. The smiling Buddha was ever thus, his words either flattering or preparing to flatter. Without further ado, he declared, "Today, I have brought my younger disciples to seek some amusement. You must make the necessary arrangements for us." The smiling Buddha turned to the group, still sporting a cheerful demeanor, his face a picture of respect. "Rest assured, upon your return, the Wanjin Tower will ensure you feel entirely at home." With that, he led them up to the second floor. Following closely behind, the youngest disciple, Hijichio, gazed at the smiling Buddha's laborious ascent and couldn't help but voice his concern to Dahu. "Senior brother, I worry he might tumble down." Dahu shot him a glare and whispered, "Mind your own business. How could he possibly crush you?" To Dahu's surprise, Hijichio actually nodded in agreement. Dahu found himself at a loss for words. Among their brethren, this young disciple was the most innocent, pure-hearted as a child. Even their mentor had remarked that Jichio possessed a rare clarity of spirit. Such a disposition was undoubtedly admirable, though it occasionally verged on naivety. The smiling Buddha appeared to have overheard their exchange, turning to them with a grin. "Fear not, gentlemen, my legs are still quite nimble. I shan't roll down." Hijichio was momentarily taken aback, his cheeks flushing. Meanwhile, Dahu mused silently. "He can actually hear us?" A profound aura of energy flickered in his gaze, and with just a glance, he sensed a weighty presence emanating from the portly manager that nearly scorched his vision. Dahu clasped his hands in a bow, stating, "My younger brother is brimming with youthful exuberance. I beg your forgiveness, esteemed manager." The smiling Buddha chuckled, "Oh dear, you flatter me, young master. How can a distinguished guest like you apologize to someone of my station? It is I who should be in the wrong." Dahu merely smiled, opting for silence. Yet he was resolute in his mind to avoid entanglements with such individuals in the future. They were far too enigmatic. Upon reaching the second floor, they entered an exceedingly spacious private room. Inside, 6 or 7 strikingly beautiful and ethereal women awaited them in tranquil attendance. Alongside these maidens, the table was laden with an array of exquisite fruits, fine wines, and sumptuous delicacies. Remarkably, the room's decor surpassed even that of the grand hall below. To take just one item from here would suffice to sustain an ordinary family for quite some time. The private room was enclosed on 3 sides, with one side open to the central hall, offering a complete view of all that transpired below. Once inside, Dahu and his brothers felt even more ill at ease. Coming from humble beginnings, they were unaccustomed to being so attentively served by such delicate beauties. Hishichio was so frightened that he dared not move. His eyes filled with a plea for help as he glanced at Dahu. Chun Minji, observing the demeanor of his junior brothers, could not help but burst into laughter. He subsequently dismissed the women who had been attending to them. Once the women departed, the tension began to dissipate. Dahu turned to Chun Minji and gestured towards the private room, inquiring, "Brother, isn't this a bit extravagant?" Chun Minji dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand, saying, "Oh, what is this compared to anything else?" Noticing Dahu's lingering worry, Chun Minji explained, "Rest assured, the wealth of the Chen family is entirely legitimate. Aside from my father's salary, I also receive a stipend from my noble title and my sister. The Princess of Fonong has her own as well. Additionally, due to my father's contributions to His Majesty, he has received numerous rewards. My sister is quite adept at business, which has further augmented our family fortune. I assure you, there is not a single coin of ill-gotten gains in the Chen family." Dahu chuckled, "Brother, you worry too much. I never implied that the Chun family's wealth was illegitimate. However, regardless of the amount, it is all earned through hard work. We, as brothers, should enjoy the fruits of life without excessive waste." Chun Minji grinned. "Who says earning money is arduous? The true hardship lies in studying." Dahu was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Indeed, it was evident that they were not of common stock. Their elders had nearly liquidated their assets to support their journey to the capital for the imperial examination. And it was only with the assistance of the Qin siblings that they could participate in the civil service examination. In contrast, for them, the opportunity to study was a genuine stroke of fortune. With this thought in mind, Dahu turned to the other 3 junior brothers and declared fiercely, "Everyone, eat your fill. Indulge in whatever is expensive. Let us drain this despicable wealthy man dry." Hishichio, holding a bunch of purple crystal grapes, felt somewhat embarrassed. He exchanged glances with the other 2 brothers, then broke into a grin, saying, "Hey, if brother says to eat freely." Chun Minji beamed at his junior brothers and playfully draped an arm around Dahu's neck, exclaiming, "Eat, indulge. There is plenty to go around." At that moment, an individual from the adjacent private room suddenly approached, turning his head to cast a disdainful look in their direction. Upon recognizing Chun Minji, this person lowered his head in contemplation, his expression of disdain intensifying. "I wondered who it was. It is you, the provincial landowner, exiled to the countryside by the vice minister, surely now reeking of rusticity." Chapter 62. The spring examination. Upon hearing the voice, Chun Minji turned his head slightly, then shifted his gaze away, stating nonchalantly, "Whose dog is barking here? Is there no master to control it?" The individual was taken aback, anger quickly rising in his eyes. "Chun Minji, whom do you call a dog?" Chun Minji scoffed, "I do not converse with dogs. The one behind you. Feel free to speak up if you have something to say." As the man was about to speak, a voice from the private room behind him interrupted. "Chun Minji, it has been years since we last met, and you have certainly become more loquacious." Chun Minji chuckled and replied, "Indeed. Though I wonder if your third leg is still functional." The atmosphere fell into a silence, as if he had struck a nerve. "Chun Minji, your arrogance cannot last long." Chun Minji disdainfully scoffed and chose to ignore the comment. Seeing the tension, Dahu leaned closer to Chun Minji and inquired about the person next door. "Who is that? Coming in and sowing discord? How uncouth." Chun Minji laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around Dahu's shoulder. "You truly are my junior brother. Your words are quite pleasing." Dahu rolled his eyes and muttered, "I was clearly the first to enter." So why do you still call me brother? It's not that I cannot defeat you. Ha! Only you wenching possesses the skill to surpass me. You still have some distance to cover. Speaking of which, as a scholar, why don't we engage in a contest of poetry and prose? Ah, Zhao Hu, I never anticipated your intentions were so malicious. You wish to challenge my weak spot? The two brothers engaged in playful banter, entirely disregarding the provocateur next door. In truth, De Hu understood that Chen Minji was deliberately diverting the topic. After all, one who could engage in such repartee with him was certainly no ordinary individual. Chen Minji clearly wished to shield his junior brothers from the unwanted attention of the man next door. De Hu grasped his intention, thus refraining from further inquiries and allowing Chen Minji's jovial demeanor to smooth over the situation. However, they overlooked the fact that the essence of a villain lies in their utter lack of boundaries. That night at Wanjin Lu, De Hu and his companions indeed gained insight and broadened their horizons. Yet, at this moment, what these young men truly yearned for was not mere experience, but rather the upcoming imperial examination, the first of its kind since the founding of the Great Zhou. They had diligently studied under Su Zhixing for 5 arduous years, progressing from the county-level examinations to this moment, all in pursuit of the ultimate goal, to have their names inscribed on the golden list. Thus, the opulent experience of that evening did not tarnish their spirits. Rather, it further invigorated their zeal for learning. They were all scholars of Confucian and Taoist traditions, imbued with a noble and righteous spirit. This extraordinary power, unique to those devoted to study, may not possess the destructive force of martial energies. Yet it endows them with acute perception and rapid cognition, facilitating a profound understanding of the world's principles far more easily than their peers. Moreover, once they attain a certain level of proficiency, they typically possess a remarkable ability that elicits envy in others, superb memory. Upon reaching the 6th rank of Confucian scholars, they even achieve a level of memorization that allows for perfect recall. This explains why, at such a tender age, they can triumphantly navigate through the county, provincial, academy, and township examinations. The 9th day of the 3rd month is an indelible date for the scholars of the Great Zhou, for it marks the commencement of the spring examinations. Early that morning, De Hu and his companions prepared all necessary items for the exam, including provisions and bedding. Chen Minji also arrived early to join them, as he too was to partake in this spring examination. Regardless of the outcome, it promised to be a valuable experience. The pre-examination checks for the spring assessments are exceedingly stringent. Before entering the examination hall, candidates are thoroughly stripped and inspected. Every inch, including the most private areas, is scrutinized. Such scenarios as a woman disguising herself as a man to achieve the highest honors are utterly implausible, unless she were to be stripped bare and remain indistinguishable. Being the inaugural spring examination of the Great Zhou, it garnered immense attention. Even the examination hall was constructed under the personal supervision of the reigning emperor. The Minister of Rites presided over the proceedings, accompanied by imperial princes, while cabinet scholars flanked them, imparting an invisible weight of pressure upon the candidates. As De Hu and his companions stood in line, they scanned the crowd and were astonished to find no one of their age among the throng. Most candidates appeared to be grizzled with age, their hair flecked with gray, unmistakably seasoned. It was no wonder that their mentor spoke of the aged scholars devoted to their studies. Chen Minji mused. De Hu nodded in agreement, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for having encountered a teacher like Su Zhixing. From the outset, after their initial triumph in the county examination, they had sensed that the scholars of this realm seemed somewhat lacking in strength. Why, they pondered, could so many fail to succeed at such a seemingly simple endeavor? After participating in several examinations, they finally comprehended that it was not the scholars of this world who were lacking, but rather that they were far ahead of their time. The profound teachings they had absorbed exceeded the difficulty of the examination content in this realm. Furthermore, with the guidance of Su Zhixing in the supreme Confucian philosophy and the methods for cultivating one's spirit, they found that a mere 6 months of focused study on the subjects required for the imperial examination was sufficient for them to excel effortlessly. It was only after leaving Longquan Town that they truly realized the invaluable nature of what Su Zhixing had imparted to them. Lost in these contemplations, it soon became their turn in the queue. Upon seeing these few young scholars, the esteemed examiners seated above could not help but be taken aback. The Minister of Rites, Lu Baichia, took the initiative to inquire, "You youths, are you from Ani County in Yangzhou?" Zhao Hu and his companions promptly bowed and replied, "Yes, esteemed sir." We hail from Ani County in Yangzhou. Lu Baiqia smiled and nodded. Excellent, young talents. The great Zhou needs fine young men like you. Do your best in the examination. Zhao Hu, along with his fellow disciples, responded with respectful humility. Thank you, sir. They were then escorted behind the screen for a thorough inspection. Others were swiftly examined. Chen Minji had already donned his robes and emerged. Just then, a sharp reprimand echoed from behind the screen. What is this? I don't know. That is not mine. Upon hearing this exchange, Chen Minji and the other 3 disciples from Jixing Academy were taken aback, as it was unmistakably Zhao Hu's voice. Shortly thereafter, they observed the official who had been conducting the search emerging from behind the screen, seemingly holding an item, likely a piece of paper. Minister Lu Baiqia furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the matter?" The official presented the note with both hands, proclaiming loudly, "Esteemed sir, this item was discovered in the belongings of the Yangzhou candidate, Zhao Hu. Please examine it." From behind the screen, De Hu hurriedly emerged, having hastily dressed, and protested, "Sir, this is not my possession. I have never seen this before." Chen Minji quickly chimed in, "Esteemed sir, perhaps there has been a mistake." However, the official responded firmly, "Sir, I would stake my life on it. This item was unequivocally found in the belongings of the Yangzhou candidate, Zhao Hu." As he spoke, Lu Baiqia had already opened the note, and, upon glancing at it, his face was filled with fury. "Seize this individual and expel him from the examination hall. Record this incident, and he shall never be allowed to participate again." Chapter 63. Wrongfully accused. Zhao Hu's expression changed dramatically as he hastily defended himself. "Esteemed sir, please see clearly, this item is certainly not mine." Chen Minji hastily stepped forward and said, "My lord, Zhao Hu is a talented youth, possessing exceptional knowledge. He would never resort to such underhanded means to jeopardize his promising future. There must be some misunderstanding. I implore you to discern wisely." He Zhiqiu, visibly indignant, added, "My senior brother embodies righteousness and integrity. How could he possibly engage in such deeds? He is surely the victim of malicious slander." Upon hearing this, Chen Minji felt an immediate sense of foreboding. Indeed, Lu Baiqia erupted in anger, slamming his palm on the table. "You insolent child! This is the examination hall, graced by the presence of His Highness the Third Prince and esteemed officials. Who dares to employ such dark tactics? You, a mere examinee, show utter contempt for the examination. The prince and the esteemed officials. Such audacity! Guards, expel him at once." With that, armored guards advanced, seizing Zhao Hu and He Zhiqiu, intent on forcefully ejecting them. The other 2 disciples from the Jixing Academy, initially inclined to speak up, trembled in fear at Lu Baiqia's words, rendered mute. Yet, Chen Minji remained undeterred, continuing, "Wait a moment, my lord. This matter is indeed perplexing. I beseech you to grant them another opportunity." Lu Baiqia, aware of Chen Minji's identity, found himself momentarily at a loss. After all, although Chen Shouyuan was merely a deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, he had the audacity to confront even the emperor when provoked. Despite Lu Baiqia's higher official title, he still had to respectfully address him as Lord Chen upon their meetings. Just as Lu Baiqia hesitated, a deep and authoritative voice resonated, "Minji, cease your reckless behavior. Lord Lu shall render his own judgment." Chen Minji turned to the speaker, his heart racing. "Your Highness, my junior brother. Minji, this is the examination hall." Chen Minji clenched his teeth, his temples tightening with tension. It was evident to all that he was conflicted, yet, even in the presence of the third prince, Chen Minji stepped forward, clasping his hands in a salute, ready to speak again. Zhao Hu, observing this, realized there was no room for negotiation. Taking a deep breath, he freed himself from the guards, clasped his hands in salute, and declared, "I, Zhao Hu, willingly forfeit my examination." Chen Minji abruptly turned, looking at Zhao Hu. "Big Hu." "No." Yet, he found no trace of despair on Zhao Hu's face. Instead, it bore a warm smile. "Senior brother, do your best in the examination." Chen Minji, filled with reluctance and gritting his teeth, felt utterly powerless. Big Hu then turned to the other 2 junior brothers and smiled. "Do not let down our teacher's guidance." The 2 individuals remained silent throughout, inexplicably hesitant to meet Zhao Hu's gaze. At last, Zhao Hu turned his attention to the esteemed officials on the high platform, bowing deeply as he implored, "The events of today are solely my fault. I earnestly request that you grant He Zhiqiu another opportunity to take the examination." To his astonishment, just as he finished speaking, He Zhiqiu, who was being restrained by two armored guards, exclaimed loudly, "Senior brother, if you do not take the exam, then I shall not either. They are slandering you. Silence. Zhao Hu barked fiercely. In his desperation, he even unleashed his true qi. The sound reverberated, echoing throughout the examination hall and even reaching the ears of passers-by outside. The dignitaries seated upon the platform turned their heads in surprise, realizing that Zhao Hu was indeed a martial artist possessing true qi. The third prince's eyes sparkled with keen interest. Zhao Hu pleaded once more, "Esteemed officials, Yijiqiu is young and lacks understanding of decorum. I implore you to show him leniency." Chen Minji also clasped his fists in respect, adding, "Esteemed officials, Yijiqiu is exceptionally talented. We must not let such a prodigy slip away." However, Liu Baiqie was unwilling to grant him such favor. Before so many candidates, Yijiqiu's repeated accusations were a blatant affront to his dignity as the Minister of Rights. Were it not for the presence of the public, he might have entertained the thought of eliminating Yijiqiu altogether. Such arrogance at a tender age, if he were to succeed in the examination, it would indeed be a grave misfortune. Remove him from here at once and revoke his qualifications. Yijiqiu was thus escorted out, yet his countenance bore no hint of remorse. Zhao Hu sighed in resignation, bowed to the dignitaries, cast a final glance at Chen Minji and the others, then gracefully turned and exited the examination hall. Chen Minji watched his departing figure, filled with regret. Zhao Hu, having just arrived in the capital, had not offended anyone. The only plausible reason for his entrapment was his connection to the Chen family. Recalling that fateful night at the Wanjin Tower, Chen Minji was nearly certain that it was that individual's machinations at play. Well, they dared not strike at me directly, but instead targeted my junior brother. Chen Minji suppressed his inner fury. This debt could not go unaddressed. At the entrance of the examination hall, Zhao Hu hoisted his satchel and walked away without looking back. Yijiqiu hurriedly gathered his belongings and followed silently, afraid to utter a word. As they traversed the bustling streets, Zhao Hu's anger intensified. Unable to contain himself, he abruptly turned, pointed a finger at Yijiqiu's forehead, and reproached him with disdain. "Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Yijiqiu's head jerked back sharply from Zhao Hu's strike, and once he regained his composure, he could only manage a silly grin directed at Zhao Hu. Observing the normally endearing smile on his face, Zhao Hu felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. "You still dare to smile? After all those years of diligent study? Was it not for this very moment? Have you so easily relinquished all that effort? Can you truly face the sacrifices of your parents and the guidance of your teachers?" Yijiqiu merely pouted, remaining silent. Zhao Hu, at his wit's end, seized his arm. "Come on, let's go back and discuss this further." In the room of the Yangzhou Hometown Association, Zhao Hu sat at the desk, his head throbbing as he stared blankly at a copy of the Mencius lying before him. Meanwhile, Yijiqiu stood beside him, nervously picking at his fingernails. After a lengthy pause, Zhao Hu let out a deep sigh, straightened his posture, and remarked, "Fortunately, you have not recorded this, and there will be another opportunity." At last, Yijiqiu found his voice, but the words that escaped his lips made Zhao Hu wish he could kick him. "Next time, I won't take the exam. I shall never take it again." Zhao Hu was momentarily taken aback, stammering, "Why you?" for a long while. Yet, Yijiqiu appeared unfazed, calmly pulling up a chair to sit at the table. Placing his hands atop it, resting his chin on his hands, and blinking his large eyes at Zhao Hu. "Senior brother, do not be angry. I believe there is nothing worthwhile in participating in the imperial examination. It is filled with despicable individuals. As our teacher has said, if you find others to be wrong and yourself to be right, even if everyone else is wrong, there is no need to change for them. If I were to partake in the examination and become an official surrounded by such people, then why should I even attempt it?" Zhao Hu was momentarily stunned. He had never expected his typically dull-witted junior to articulate such profound thoughts. Chapter 64. A Midnight Encounter. Zhao Hu gazed deeply into Yijiqiu's eyes, where he discerned not a trace of corrupt emotion. Having lost the chance to take the examination, Yijiqiu showed no signs of despondency. In the presence of high-ranking officials, there was no hint of trepidation. He boldly spoke accusations without a thought for how such words might jeopardize his future. Perhaps it was youthful ignorance, or perhaps his heart belonged elsewhere. Regardless, Zhao Hu felt a genuine fondness and admiration for someone like Yijiqiu. Observing Yijiqiu in this light, Zhao Hu suddenly thought that perhaps it was indeed wise for him to abstain from the examination. Yijiqiu was too pure. Such a person would struggle to survive in the court. Moreover, he was destined to endure a life of suffering. It would be better for him to live as a carefree scholar, leading the life he desired. With this realization, Zhao Hu felt a sense of relief. After all, Hijiqiu was entangled in this predicament because of him. Jiqiu, since you do not wish to participate in the imperial examination, then so be it. We can pursue Confucianism and Taoism without necessarily taking the examination. Our teacher has said, in poverty, one can still cultivate oneself. Cultivating one's character and managing one's family is not inherently inferior to governing a nation and bringing peace to the world. Hijiqiu beamed with a radiant smile, nodding vigorously. Yes, senior brother, that is exactly how I feel. In truth, I have no desire to participate in the examination. I simply wish to remain in the academy, by the side of the teacher and my senior brothers and sisters, reading, writing, and practicing martial arts every day. Watching my senior sisters practice swordsmanship and listening to the teacher tell stories, I find that to be more than enough, truly splendid. Zhao Hu smiled gently, reaching out to ruffle Hijiqiu's hair, and said kindly, all right, once the spring examination concludes, I shall take you home. Yes, good. After the spring examination, we will return home together with senior brother Wang and senior brother Zhang. Regarding the two younger disciples, Zhao Hu shook his head. Jiqiu, their aspirations are lofty. Your fondness for the life of the academy is merely your own preference. It should not be used as a yardstick to measure others. You wouldn't want to put them in a difficult position, would you? Hijiqiu pondered for a moment and inquired, will brother Wang and brother Zhang remain in Kyoto? Zhao Hu shook his head once more. I am uncertain, but if they succeed in the examination, sigh, I hope they do. Hijiqiu pouted briefly, then smiled brightly. It's all right. If both brothers can stay in Kyoto and wish to do so, that would be the best outcome for them. And I will only feel joy for their success. Having you accompany me back is already wonderful. Zhao Hu chuckled and replied, indeed. With you as my brother by my side, no distance, no matter how vast, can dim the brilliance of our journey. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Longquan Town, Yangzhou, Su Zhixing, engrossed in his studies, suddenly felt a shift in his demeanor. His third-grade Confucian cultivation surged unexpectedly. Within his Niwen palace, a multitude of solidified qi emerged from thin air, numbering at least 40. Originally possessing a third-grade cultivation, with over 80 strands of qi already condensed in his Niwen palace. The sudden influx of over 40 additional strands elevated his Confucian cultivation to the second-grade realm. Su Zhixing was taken aback, his mind immediately delving into the depths of his consciousness. The system's voice resonated. Congratulations, host. The potential value of two named disciples has risen above 80 points, and the number of disciples has automatically increased to 6. Su Zhixing opened the system and was taken aback to discover that it was Zhao Hu and Hijiqiu. Zhao Hu had already achieved the 7th rank in Confucian cultivation, possessing 5 solidified strands of true qi, while Hijiqiu had also manifested more than 1 strand of solidified true qi. Together, their combined energies amplified 6-fold, granted Su Zhixing an astonishing increase of over 40 strands of solidified true qi. Upon further examination, Su Zhixing noted that Zhao Hu's potential value stood at 81, while Hijiqiu's was an impressive 88, second only to Yu Wenqing. This was indeed perplexing. However, what truly concerned Su Zhixing was the question of what these disciples had experienced in the capital. He understood that unless one encountered a life-altering event, the potential value would remain unchanged. Such significant events often implied a crisis that could threaten one's very existence, which was the crux of Su Zhixing's worry. As night fell, Zhao Hu found himself unusually sleepless at the Yenzhou Alumni Association in the capital, though he had maintained an air of calm during the day. It was undeniable that the imperial examination, attended by the finest talents of the realm, was an opportunity for him to gauge his own scholarly standing among the nation's scholars. However, the blatant slander he faced had irrevocably stripped him of this chance. The Ministry of Rites had recorded this incident, effectively barring him from participating in the imperial examinations for life, a sentence equivalent to death for a scholar. Zhao Hu felt somewhat better, yet still harbored a sense of injustice. Earlier that day, his senior sister, Chen Yunlan, had come to visit them. She too could not believe that Zhao Hu could commit such an act. Chen Yunlan, with a deeper understanding of the adversaries the Chun family faced in the capital, immediately set out to investigate the matter upon learning the details. However, by evening, her informant returned with alarming news. The official who had found the note in Zhao Hu's bedding had tragically fallen while adjusting a lantern, striking his head on the ground where a hammer lay, resulting in a most unfortunate and coincidental death. Chen Yunlan realized that this death was no mere accident. Yet, with this man's demise, Zhao Hu's case would lack corroborative evidence. She promptly relayed this information to Zhao Hu, who accepted the grim reality with remarkable composure. However, as his mentor had once said, how does one repay virtue with resentment? One should repay resentment with integrity and virtue with virtue. He, Zhao Hu, may choose not to participate in the imperial examination, yet that does not equate to his ability to forgive the person behind the scenes. Moreover, based on his conjectures, the individual most likely to have plotted against him is the one who remained hidden in the adjacent private room at Wanjin Tower that day. Although he does not know the identity of this person, Chen Minji surely does. Once Chen Minji has completed his examination, Zhao Hu merely needs to inquire, and answers will follow. Glancing at He Zhiqiu, who was sleeping soundly beside him, Zhao Hu gently tugged at the corner of the blanket before rising decisively. Donning his outer garment and stepping outside, the night had deepened, and the bustling night market of the capital had fallen silent. The streets lay deserted, devoid of any figures. Zhao Hu wandered aimlessly, unwittingly arriving at the entrance of the Shanglin Academy. The Shanglin Academy served as the royal academy of the Great Zhou dynasty, the most prestigious institution of learning in the realm. Zhao Hu had often heard of its renown, but had never before set foot within its grounds. To his surprise, he found himself here. Initially intending to turn back, he noticed the academy's door slightly ajar, with a glow of light seeping through. Curiosity piqued. Zhao Hu approached and gently pushed the door open, calling out, "Is anyone there?" "Who?" came an alert response from within. Zhao Hu clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and bowed, saying, "I happened to pass by and, drawn by the illustrious name of Shanglin Academy, noticed the light within. I took the liberty to enter for a brief look. I hope you will pardon any intrusion." To the left of the main entrance, there was a small side room from which the light emanated. Upon finishing his words, a figure emerged from within. It was a youth, appearing to be of a similar age to Zhao Hu, possessing an elegant demeanor, strikingly handsome with a delicate appearance, though rather gaunt and pale, clearly indicating a fragile constitution. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" the young man inquired with curiosity. Zhao Hu offered a wry smile in response. "I found myself unable to sleep and decided to take a stroll, only to unexpectedly arrive here." The young man nodded, tightening his fox fur coat, and glanced at Zhao Hu's thin attire, asking, "Are you cold? Would you care to come inside and warm yourself by the fire?" Zhao Hu thought. Since he had nowhere else to go, it would be pleasant to sit for a while. "I would be grateful," he replied. The youth smiled and waved him in. "Come inside." The modest side room was not spacious. A brazier filled with lively embers occupied the center, while a table by the window was stacked with numerous books. 4 or 5 large red candles flickered on the windowsill, illuminating the small chamber brightly. Observing the pile of books, Zhao Hu could not help but admire the youth's diligence, noting how industriously he studied even at such a late hour. However, upon discerning the titles of the books on the table, Zhao Hu instantly retracted his earlier admiration. Chapter 65, the youth obsessed with writing tales, the melancholic prince ventures into the Jianghu. In the depths of the imperial palace, what secrets do the maidens hold? How does a mere young eunuch ascend to the ranks of the grandest of them all? Hush, the emperor has something to say. What is this? Such a book exists in this world. This individual, laboring into the night, is he truly engrossed in such literature? Merely glancing at the title reveals its dubious nature. Zhao Hu suddenly regretted his decision to enter. The young lad, noticing Zhao Hu's gaze fixed upon the book on the table, became intrigued. "You appear to be a scholar as well. Fortunate for us both. For these are my treasured volumes. Why not take a look?" Zhao Hu quickly waved his hand and declined. "No need for that." Before he could finish, the boy snatched a book and thrust it into Zhao Hu's embrace. "This one, my favorite. Do take a look. What do you think?" Zhao Hu felt a wave of embarrassment and could only politely glance at the book. However, a mere glance at the title made him wish to cast it into the fire. "Your Highness, please, no." Just as he attempted to return the book, the youth seized it back, flipping to the first page and leaning closer to Zhao Hu. "Look here, the writing on this page is splendid. A prince lost among the commoners, subjected to relentless torment, and then one day, the emperor issues a decree to restore his identity. Those who once bullied him tremble in fear, begging for mercy, shouting, 'Your Highness, please, no.'" Ha! Isn't it captivating? The first chapter lays bare the theme, filled with conflict, plot, twists, and emotion. In essence, it is a masterful work that effortlessly captures one's attention. Do take a look, do take a look. Observing the boy's fervent enthusiasm, Zhao pondered if he had indeed lost his sanity over such trivial literature. Reluctantly, he decided not to dampen the boy's spirits and bore with the reading. After perusing just a few pages, he could not restrain himself. This is illogical. The emperor's decree, and the protagonist's fiancée dares to question it? She actually tears it apart? The youth waved his hand dismissively. Do not concern yourself with logic or facts. Instead, tell me, does such a scenario not stir your anger? Do you not crave vengeance? Zhao Hu, taken aback, awkwardly admitted. Well, perhaps just a little. The boy clapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Precisely. The more anger and frustration you feel at the beginning, the more exhilarating the twists and turns become later on. At this juncture, the boy snatched the book from Zhao Hu's hands with a mischievous grin. By the way, do you wish to see what happens next? Are you not curious? Zhao Hu paused momentarily, then shook his head. Not particularly. Your recounting has already revealed the forthcoming content. The boy was momentarily taken aback, incredulous. How could that be? Do you not feel anticipation? Should you beseech me, or offer a mere coin? I shall grant you a glimpse of what lies beyond, if it pleases you. Zhao Hu shook his head in refusal. Never mind. Such a splendid work is best appreciated by you alone. As the night deepened, he felt the urge to depart. The youth, seeing him rise to leave, abruptly stood and exclaimed, You shall not depart. Yet, he quickly softened his tone and pleaded, Dear brother, do take another look. I possess many more, just glance at them. Please. Zhao Hu was taken aback, feeling a mixture of amusement and exasperation. This young man appeared utterly enchanted, almost foolish in his fervor. With a kind heart and no pressing matters at hand, Zhao Hu decided to indulge the youth's whim. Very well. But let it be known that I shall only peruse 3 volumes. Once I have done so, I shall not entertain any further. The youth nodded vigorously, indeed. 3 it shall be. With that, he hastily rummaged through the stacks of books until he selected 3 and presented them to Zhao Hu. Upon glancing at the titles, Zhao Hu felt a pang of despair. 10 years guarding the cold palace. The abandoned concubines claim my greatness. The kingdom in peril? Fear not, your highness is here. And what if the saintish chases after me? He could not help but feel that the titles were rather outrageous. Merely reading the titles left him feeling somewhat sullied. Steeling himself, he opened the first volume. 10 years guarding the cold palace. The abandoned concubines claim my greatness, and began to read swiftly, his eyes gliding over the lines. The youth remained silent, sitting nearby with an expression of eager anticipation as Zhao Hu delved into the books. In no time, he had completed all 3 volumes, which were not particularly thick. He instinctively straightened his posture and exhaled a heavy sigh, then closed his eyes, silently reciting the Analects of Confucius. I must cleanse myself, otherwise I feel tainted. Such was Zhao Hu's inner contemplation. Should these books the youth had shown him become public, they could very well lead to a death sentence, undoubtedly classified as forbidden texts. The youth, noticing Zhao Hu had finished, eagerly inquired, What do you think? Are they enjoyable? Please offer your feedback. Zhao Hu took his time to respond, only opening his eyes after completing the 12 chapters of the Analects. He regarded the youth with a faint smile and remarked, These works are indeed your own creation, are they not? The youth was momentarily taken aback. Then, feeling a touch of bashfulness, replied with a grin, Your discernment is commendable. I often find myself bored in my leisure, so I write these tales to pass the time. Unfortunately, my family disapproves of my writing, compelling me to sneak away to this Shanglin Academy to indulge in my craft. After reading, what are your thoughts? Are they captivating? Thrilling? Do you find yourself yearning for more? Zhao Hu's lips twitched as he hesitated, ultimately deciding to speak candidly. Well, to be honest, the plots of your narratives are indeed quite intriguing. However, the youth erupted in joy, laughing heartily. Isn't it so? Quite fascinating indeed. I knew it. Zhao Hu chuckled awkwardly. However, my friend, if these writings were to circulate, it could cost you dearly. The young man waved his hand dismissively, saying, It matters not. I write merely for my own amusement or to share with those around me. Even if by chance they were to escape into the world, causing a sensation in Taiyan, it would be of little consequence. At worst, I would receive a beating. Zhao Hu was taken aback, somewhat astonished. He thought to himself that either this youth was a fool oblivious to reality, or his status was extraordinary. Unable to restrain himself, Zhao Hu earnestly advised, My friend, even so, it would be wise to temper your writings. Pursuing mere thrills, plot twists, and emotional highs while neglecting fundamental logic and moral boundaries will render your works, should anyone be inclined to read them, as nothing more than base and vulgar creations, unworthy of enduring legacy or being sung through the ages. To Zhao Hu's surprise, the young man did not react with anger. Rather, he appeared contemplative. From what you say, it seems you too have a knack for storytelling. Zhao Hu smiled and replied, I have not penned any tales myself, but my mentor has regaled us with many captivating stories. Were they to be written down, they would surely make for fine narratives. The young man's eyes lit up with excitement. Quickly, do share them with me. Zhao Hu glanced at the sky and shook his head. I have lingered too long already. It is time for me to return. Perhaps another day, if the opportunity arises, I shall recount them to you. Though eager to hear Zhao Hu's tales, the young man understood that he had already imposed for too long and did not wish to press further. How about tomorrow? The day after is also acceptable. You could transcribe them and bring them to me. I would be willing to pay handsomely. Zhao Hu had intended this as mere politeness, but was taken aback by the young man's earnestness. Feeling somewhat reluctant to refuse, he acquiesced. Very well. I have little to occupy my time lately. I shall transcribe them upon my return and bring them to you in 2 days. After the two agreed upon the time for their next meeting, Zhao Hu rose to take his leave. Although Zhao Hu had been unable to participate in the imperial examination, he steadfastly maintained his daily practice of reading and cultivating his inner energy. Each day, he arose before dawn, facing the east, reciting scriptures and nurturing his profound vital energy. As the sun fully ascended, Zhao Hu emerged from his state of scholarly and spiritual practice. For reasons unknown, this particular session of cultivation proved remarkably smooth, allowing him to refine 2 strands of foundational vital energy within a single morning, bringing him a step closer to the 6th tier of mastery. The psychological shadows that had lingered since his unjust expulsion from the examination hall had considerably faded. In fact, Zhao Hu now felt remarkably lighthearted. He had come to realize that he and his fellow brothers were fundamentally different from ordinary scholars. They did not require titles to validate their worth, nor did they pursue the fleeting accolades of this world. They were scholars, and more importantly, practitioners of Confucianism and Taoism, dedicated to the path of cultivation. Perhaps many years hence, as their levels of cultivation elevated, their thoughts, perspectives, and states of mind would increasingly transcend the mundane. What Zhao Hu truly yearned for throughout his life was not the allure of high-ranking positions or wealth, but rather the supreme realm of Confucian and Taoist enlightenment, the ultimate truth spoken of by his teacher. He aspired to exist as his teacher did, carefree amidst the universe, gazing down upon the human realm. Whether one was an emperor or a general mattered little. In the eyes of the sage, they were but mere fodder, indistinguishable from one another. Having grasped these truths, Zhao Hu found his heart unclouded, his spirit at ease, and he perceived the vastness of the world as extraordinarily beautiful, filled with light in every corner. Although Hijiqiu was unaware of the transformations occurring within Zhao Hu, his pure heart instinctively drew him closer to his senior. In recent days, Zhao Hu had undertaken another endeavor. He transcribed a story he had heard from Su Zhixing. He chose to copy a tale entitled Tianlong Babu. Having heard it only once, Zhao Hu found it particularly striking. The protagonist, Zhao Feng, embarks on a lifelong quest, yet finds himself unable to attain fulfillment. He upholds justice and dedicates himself to protecting the Song dynasty, only to discover that he is, in fact, the very outsider he had once despised. The adversary responsible for the deaths of his adoptive parents and mentor turns out to be his biological father. Although he had resolved to withdraw from the martial world and lead a pastoral life with his beloved, he inadvertently uses his most formidable skill to slay the one he cherished most. In the end, amidst the clash of 2 nations, Xiao Feng takes his own life to resolve the entangled grievances. Such a character evokes both admiration and sorrow, standing out as the most memorable figure among the myriad tales recounted by Su Zhixing. Naturally, Zhao Hu could not replicate Su Zhixing's narrative word for word. He could only capture the essence of the story. A tale of national duty, romantic affection, and the bonds of the martial world constitutes a truly remarkable narrative. His interaction with the young boy that evening allowed Zhao Hu to see the spirit of Hijiqiu reflected within him. They both exuded purity and innocence, resembling naive children. Yet such individuals often possess a profound sincerity within. Zhao Hu hoped the boy would abandon the habit of crafting stories with twisted morals, which motivated him to painstakingly transcribe Tianlong Babu. That night, after Hijiqiu had fallen asleep, Zhao Hu ventured out once more. He returned to the Lin school, to that narrow, secluded room. The young boy had been waiting eagerly, and upon seeing Zhao Hu's arrival, he erupted with excitement, exclaiming that Zhao Hu was a man of his word. He then eagerly urged Zhao Hu to present the transcribed story for his perusal. Upon gazing at the 4 characters Tianlong Babu inscribed on the book, the boy displayed a clear sense of confusion. Tianlong Babu. What kind of story is this? What does it mean? It appears to resemble a narrative from Buddhist folklore. Zhao Hu nodded and remarked, the essence of this tale lies within the 8 sufferings of Buddhism, particularly the anguish of unfulfilled desires. If you delve deeply, you may find it quite captivating. The youth nodded in agreement and turned to the first page of the book. This chapter unfolds the narrative of Duan Yu's inadvertent entanglement in the internal strife of the Wuliang sword sect. As he read, a frown creased his brow, and after about 15 minutes, he closed the book, stating, this tale is rather mundane. It is not nearly as engaging as you suggested. Zhao Hu had anticipated such a response and did not press the matter. Each individual possesses their own preferences. This book does not conform to the senseless confrontations typical of the youth's preferred style. Instead, it gradually immerses the reader, drawing them in step by step. Without the patience to appreciate it, one may indeed miss its intricacies. Zhao Hu chuckled. Every story invites diverse interpretations. If you find it unappealing, feel free to set it aside. This remark piqued the youth's curiosity. The story commenced with brawls and internal discord, featuring a foolish protagonist spouting nonsensical dialogue. Could there possibly be more thrilling developments ahead? Shall I continue reading? He inquired. Zhao Hu nodded, as you wish. If you choose to stop, do return it to me. The youth settled in, his patience renewed, and resumed reading, perhaps fueled by anticipation. He approached the narrative with greater seriousness this time, occasionally posing questions to Zhao Hu. For instance, he inquired about the Song dynasty and the small nation of the Dali Duan clan. As he read on, he became oblivious to the passing hours, gradually becoming enraptured. The camaraderie and chivalry depicted in the text stirred a longing within the youth, who had never ventured beyond the capital. In moments of excitement, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Before he knew it, he had finished the entire book. In just 2 days, Zhao Hu had only managed to transcribe the segment where Duan Yu and Xiao Feng became sworn brothers. Beyond that, he had made no progress. The youth pounded his chest in frustration, lamenting, indeed, it is a masterpiece, far superior to my crude and worthless attempts. But, dear brother, why does it end here? What happens next? Is Murongfu truly the culprit? Will there be a grand battle in Xingzi Forest? How formidable is Bei Qiaofeng? Is he stronger than Nan Murong? The youth incessantly questioned. Zhao Hu, at a loss, replied, 2 days is simply too brief. I could only transcribe this much. The youth nodded vigorously, indeed. Such a masterpiece deserves to be savored slowly. One cannot rush through it, lest there be nothing left to read later. As he spoke, he suddenly recalled a scene from the book, and with a burst of excitement, he grasped Zhao Hu's arm, exclaiming, in the story, Duan Yu and Xiao Feng became sworn brothers upon their first meeting. Why don't we emulate those characters and engage in a brotherly oath ourselves? Zhao Hu was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. This youth was indeed thoroughly captivated by the tales he had read. The depth of friendship is not measured by oaths of brotherhood. If you, my friend, wish to forge a connection, sincerity is all that is required. The young man seemed to ponder this and did not press further, but simply inquired, I still do not know your name. Zhao Hu clasped his fists and replied, I am Zhao Hu, a native of Ani County in Yangzhou. To his astonishment, the youth exclaimed, Zhao Hu? You are the Zhao Hu? Chapter 67. Meeting his fate, Zhao Hu was taken aback and asked in bewilderment, You recognize me? The young man laughed. You are quite the notable figure now, Zhao Hu of Yangzhou, along with He Zhiqiu, causing a stir at the examination hall, one disqualified and the other forever barred from employment. The news has spread throughout the capital. Zhao Hu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and helplessly shook his head. Indeed, misfortune travels far while good news remains confined. The youth suddenly asked with curiosity, Brother Zhao, it is said that you used a cheat sheet during the spring examination. Is it true? Zhao Hu glanced at him and retorted, What do you think? The young man immediately shook his head. I believe, given your character, you are certainly not that kind of person. Zhao Hu smiled wryly. But what does it matter? Who would believe me if I spoke out? The youth thumped his chest and declared, I believe you. Zhao Hu looked into his eyes, offering a warm smile. May I inquire your esteemed name? The young man stood tall, clasped his fists, and bowed. I am Jiang Qingping, a resident of the capital in Zhongtian Prefecture. The two exchanged names and established a bond. Imbued with the spirit of camaraderie, Jiang Qingping, intrigued, asked, "Brother Zhao, have you offended someone? Why are you being targeted?" Zhao Hu shook his head. "Those seeking to target me are not truly after me. I am merely collateral damage. Will you simply let it go?" Jiang Qingping pressed. "Being barred from employment is a ruinous fate for you." Zhao Hu fell silent, and in the flickering firelight, a glimmer sparkled in his eyes. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "At this moment, any words I utter in pursuit of justice are mere empty rhetoric. Rather than succumb to impotent fury, it is far wiser to strengthen oneself and await the future." Jiang Qingping momentarily hesitated, his gaze sharpening with newfound respect. For the first time, he perceived that Zhao Hu was no ordinary man. Brother Zhao possesses the spirit of mountains and rivers. He is certainly no mere creature of the pond. If he cannot serve the court, it would be a loss for the great Zhou. As he began to speak, Jiang Qingping suddenly halted, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. "What a pity, what a pity." Zhao Hu interpreted this as regret over his inability to partake in the imperial examinations and replied with a calm smile, "There is nothing to lament. Life has never offered a singular choice. The paths we traverse and the bridges we cross are merely part of the journey. The true significance lies in the final destination." Jiang Qingping's head snapped up, disbelief flickering in his eyes. If Zhao Hu's earlier forbearance had elevated his opinion of him, this statement truly astonished him. A person capable of such profound words must possess an extraordinary mindset. Yet, Zhao Hu appeared to be no more than a youth of his own age. His words resonated like the rhythmic beat of a divine drum, echoing within the depths of Jiang Qingping's heart. After years of drifting aimlessly, he found himself in a moment of introspection. What is his ultimate goal? How should he make his choices? Jiang Qingping struggled to comprehend, a sense of unease washing over him. "Brother Zhao, you speak truthfully, but how can you be certain that the aspirations you pursue will not also amount to nothing?" Zhao Hu smiled and shook his head. "I do not know. My understanding and wisdom are still quite limited. However, my teacher once imparted a piece of advice that may prove useful." Jiang Qingping stirred the charcoal with a pair of tongs, the glowing orange embers casting a crimson hue upon the hidden side of his face. From Zhao Hu's perspective, he could see the illuminated half of his countenance, aglow with candlelight. Zhao Hu regarded the youth before him with a penetrating gaze, feeling the surge of righteous energy within him begin to flow, naturally emanating an aura capable of influencing the world around him. He gradually straightened his posture and turned his gaze toward the window. "My teacher said that if one feels lost, there is no need for distress. Perhaps one should take a few more steps along the current path. By doing so, one might just glimpse the light beyond the darkness and gain clarity of the heart." Jiang Qingping lowered his head in silence, his eyes flickering with thought. "A few more steps?" he murmured softly. Zhao Hu's gaze remained fixed on the window. The night was splendid, revealing a sky filled with countless stars. A smile graced his lips as he gently remarked, "My talents are modest. I am not as quick to grasp understanding as my senior brother, nor as single-minded as my junior disciple. Yet I am aware that following the guidance of my esteemed mentor is invariably a wise course of action." As he expressed, taking a few more steps, and then a few more still, if confusion persists, what harm is there in continuing onward? Must one always seek an unequivocal conclusion in life? I think not. Subsequently, the narrow chamber fell into silence, interrupted only by the occasional crackling of the charcoal in the brazier and the somewhat irregular rhythm of Jiang Qingping's breathing. Zhao Hu ceased to elaborate further. Given their brief acquaintance, he felt he had spoken sufficiently. However, he was taken aback when, after delivering those words, a surge of energy unexpectedly welled up within him. Before long, strands of pure vitality quietly manifested. Combined with his previous reserves, he was able to refine another solid strand of energy. With 6 solid strands now, he was but 2 away from achieving the 6th grade of Confucianism. Zhao Hu pondered briefly and discerned the reason for this occurrence. Although his earlier remarks were directed at Jiang Qingping, they fundamentally constituted a synthesis of his own past learning and insights. These were accumulations from his history, merely articulated tonight through the act of sharing with another. Naturally, such sharing facilitated the elevation of his own scholarly achievements. The concept of teaching and learning as a mutually enhancing relationship suddenly struck Zhao Hu. Perhaps emulating his mentor and becoming an educator in the future would be quite fulfilling. Time passed, and the charcoal in the brazier was soon encrusted with a thick layer of gray ash. Jiang Chengping suddenly exhaled, raised his gaze, and looked toward Zhao Hu. I truly wish to meet your mentor. He must surely be a venerable figure of great esteem, he remarked. Zhao Hu smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, saying, My mentor is like the luminous moon. To gaze upon the moon is to revere him. Jiang Chengping smiled softly, his curiosity about Zhao Hu's mentor intensifying, for it was clear that such a remarkable young man held him in deep admiration. Jiang Chengping rose, adjusted his garments, and then respectfully clasped his hands in salute, saying, Zhao brother, today's discourse has been enlightening. I shall repay your kindness in the days to come. Zhao Hu stood, returning the gesture with sincerity. It was merely idle conversation, my brother. There is no need for concern. Afterward, Jiang Chengping inquired about Zhao Hu's whereabouts and how long he might remain in the capital, and the two bid farewell. Curiously, despite Jiang Chengping's profound obsession with the narrative, he did not urge Zhao Hu to complete the transcription of demigods and semi-devils. Instead, he merely uttered the phrase, May we meet again by fate. Zhao Hu, not taking it to heart, recognized that their encounter was simply a chance meeting. In this world, individuals swiftly cross paths, ultimately serving as mere passers-by. The occurrence of their meeting was already a manifestation of fate. When that fate wanes, they part ways without the need for insistence. Chapter 68. The boy eavesdropping outside the wall in March. During the springtime, Longquan Town is at its most enchanting. The banks of the Longquan River have flourished with lush greenery. Since the construction of the dock, the river has gradually become lively. In contrast, Su Zhixing's Zhixing Academy remains the most tranquil locale. With the recent expansion of the Zhixing Institute, Su Zhixing no longer accepted students into the rear classrooms. After all, the learning environment in the newly established institute is undoubtedly superior to his modest thatched cottages. Su Zhixing also diligently attends a class at the academy every day. The doctrines required for the imperial examination are taught by other instructors. Therefore, Su Zhixing's lessons focused not on these subjects, but rather on the Confucian teachings rewarded by the system as the highest wisdom. Su Zhixing's lectures do not impose fixed class requirements. Anyone willing to attend is welcomed. However, the content is rather profound, and most students initially come merely to bask in Su Zhixing's reputation. Upon realizing the complexity of the material, they often choose to withdraw. The primary motivation for most of those seeking knowledge is the imperial examination, striving for academic accolades and official positions. Since Su Zhixing does not expound upon the doctrines relevant to the imperial examinations, the number of attendees gradually dwindled. Ironically, it is the scholars with a more substantial foundation of knowledge who frequently grace his lectures. After a period of natural selection, aside from a few distinguished gentlemen, only 5 or 6 familiar faces remain in Su Zhixing's classroom. Su Zhixing was quite content. Having 5 or 6 students was already commendable. If these 5 or 6 pupils could persist in attending his classes for 3 years, even if the system did not acknowledge them, he would still recognize their efforts. As for whether he would pass on his methods of nurturing energy and cultivating strength in the future, that would depend on their character. Regarding the true essence of martial arts, Su Zhixing had resolved that unless one was a direct disciple, such teachings should not be disseminated casually. Through the incidents involving Cheng Yuanzhou, he had come to understand that the extraordinary skills awarded to him by the system transcended the vast majority of martial arts levels in this world. If such perilous techniques were acquired by individuals of unstable temperament or dubious morals, they would only bring calamity to the realm. The teachings of the most sage Confucianism, however, were different. Unless one possessed a heart filled with righteousness, even if the methods of energy cultivation were imparted to them, they would not achieve any remarkable results. Yet, recently, it was not these 5 or 6 children that captured Su Zhixing's attention, but rather a youth perched upon an ancient camphor tree just outside the classroom, separated by a mere wall. Each time Su Zhixing arrived at the academy, the boy would ascend that venerable tree and remain there for the better part of the day. Listening intently, Su Zhixing recognized the young lad, who was not a native of Longquan Town, but had migrated there several years prior with a group of displaced persons. It was said that he had originally come with his mother, yet tragically, she did not survive the first winter in Longquan and passed away, leaving the boy an orphan. The county office, moved by his pitiable circumstances, allowed him to work alongside others in the construction of the official road and the wharf. Although the labor was arduous, it provided him enough sustenance to stave off starvation. Once the road and wharf were completed, the boy found himself without work and could only scrape by with odd jobs around the town. Last winter, during a heavy snowfall. He nearly succumbed to the cold in his dilapidated hut due to the lack of adequate winter clothing. Fortunately, Su Zhixing happened to pass by his home and sensed the faint breath of the boy, leading him to rescue him. After the boy recovered, Su introduced him to a blacksmith shop managed by the Qin family, where he began his apprenticeship. Su Zhixing still recalls the name of the young boy, Jian, with signifying peace. In the town, children of Jian's background are quite rare, and coupled with his resilient and composed demeanor, Su Zhixing holds a profound impression of him. Upon seeing him perched upon the large camphor tree, Su Zhixing merely offered a slight nod, showing no discontent. Jian's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, prompting him to hastily descend the tree and conceal himself behind the courtyard wall. Su Zhixing noticed that he had not left, so during the lecture, he deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that the young man outside could hear him as well. Su Zhixing did not deliberately show leniency towards Ji and by allowing him to attend the academy, for he was acutely aware that the young lad could not afford the tuition fees. More importantly, having had prior interactions with Jian, Su Zhixing knew that he would staunchly refuse any form of charity. In Su Zhixing's view, the young man's desire for knowledge rendered the distinction between being inside or outside the walls inconsequential. Thus, whenever Jian had the opportunity, he would come to audit the lessons. He ceased climbing trees and instead squatted outside the walls, absorbing the principles and knowledge that Su Zhixing imparted. Lacking pen and paper, he used a twig as a quill, inscribing characters in the earth. Over time, the stone where he sat daily became polished smooth, as if it were coated with a glaze. On March 15th, under a clear and serene sky, Jian arrived at his usual stone perch to attend class. However, as he settled in, a clump of mud fell from above, landing squarely on his head. Startled, Jian sprang to his feet, wiping the muck from his crown while glancing upward. "How does it taste?" came a mocking voice. Fresh cow dung mixed with mud, still warm. He noticed a group of boys perched atop the wall, their faces twisted in derision as they watched him. Fuming, Jian demanded, "What are you doing? Why are you throwing things at me?" The boys leaped down from the wall, encircling him. The largest among them, a burly youth, waved his hand dismissively before his nose. Disdain etched upon his features. "Why throw things at you? Who do you think you are? Daring to sneak around the academy walls to listen to lectures? The teacher, constrained by his status, did not chase you away, and you actually believe you, a mere wretch, have the right to linger here?" Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, Jian retorted, "Mr. Su has stated in class that the principles and books are meant for all to learn. I am merely outside the academy, not encroaching on its resources. What is wrong with that?" Before he could finish, the boy opposite him delivered a sharp slap across his face, then wiped the mud from his hands onto Jian. "You think you deserve to learn from books? Have you paid your tuition? A lowly beggar who cannot even afford a meal dares to dream of studying? Dream on." The slap stunned Jian momentarily, but as realization dawned, a rush of blood surged through him, his eyes reddening, veins bulging with fury. He shouted, "I'll make you pay for that," and lunged at the boy, tackling him to the ground and raining down blows. The boy, caught off guard, found himself pinned and unable to rise. Seeing their companion in distress, the others rushed forward, yanking at Jian's hair and arms, dragging him off the boy. As the latter rose, he touched his nose and discovered it was bleeding. His eyes glinted with malice, and he seethed with rage, commanding, "Kill him." The petite Jian was swiftly knocked to the ground by several individuals, who unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. In a fit of rage, one of the youths seized a stone from the ground and hurled it towards Jian's head. However, just as his hand was raised, it was caught firmly by another. A clear, resonant voice echoed from behind, "Cease at once. Do you wish to take a life?" Chapter 69. The blossoming of peach and human faces. The youth turned to see a girl younger than himself standing there. He recognized her. She was well known throughout the academy. This girl was Lu Yuyu, a direct disciple of the esteemed Mr. Su from the inner court of the Zhixing Academy. The other boys engaged in the brutal assault on Jian halted their actions. Yet, the enraged youth, blinded by fury, was undeterred by her presence. Determined to end Jian's life. "Release me," he shouted furiously. Lu Yuyu furrowed her delicate brows, refusing to let go. Infuriated by her grip, the youth, in a moment of rage, swung his fist at her while shouting, "Let go of me," before his fist could connect with Lu Yuyu's face. An overwhelming force propelled him away, sending him crashing to the ground, where he tumbled several times before coming to a halt. The other boys, taken aback, could hardly fathom that such a seemingly frail girl possessed such formidable strength. Fear took root in their hearts, prompting them to retreat hastily. Lu Yuyu regarded the boy she had flung aside with a cold demeanor, stating, "You are unreasonable. I am preventing you from committing a grave mistake. And yet you still dare to strike me?" Having taken a life before, Lu Yuyu emanated an aura that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The boy, still consumed by rage, failed to comprehend that Lu Yuyu was not someone he could contend with. Struggling to rise, he charged at her once more, exclaiming, "Damn it, I will kill you." Lu Yuyu, now somewhat irked, decided to respond with equal fervor. She stepped forward, colliding into the boy's embrace, driving her elbow sharply into his chest, and with a swift maneuver, tripped him once again. This time, she employed her martial skills. Her elbow struck the boy's Lingshu acupoint, sealing his energy flow. The boy, sprawled on the ground, suddenly felt a constriction in his chest, realizing he could only inhale but not exhale. Within moments, his face turned crimson. Lu Yuyu hoisted him up and asked, "Do you wish to continue?" At that moment, the youth began to comprehend the terrifying power of the seemingly fragile girl before him. Although his senses were overwhelmed, rendering him unable to discern the words of Lu Yuyu, he nonetheless hastily gestured for mercy, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of purple. With a cold snort, Lu Yuyu delivered several firm pats on his chest and back. Instantly, he felt a surge of relief, akin to a drowning man gasping for air. When he glanced at Lu Yuyu again, his eyes were filled with sheer terror. "Leave, and do not bully others again," she commanded, prompting the group of boys to flee in disarray, too frightened to linger. Lu Yuyu clapped her hands and, with a slight smile, watched them retreat. On the ground, Jian stared in astonishment, disbelief etched across his face. How could a girl younger than him possess such formidable prowess? In his eyes, Lu Yuyu seemed to radiate an endless brilliance. The dappled sunlight filtering through the trees illuminated her figure, bestowing upon her an aura of sanctity. Jian had never imagined that such an extraordinary girl existed in this world. "Are you all right?" Lu Yuyu's voice broke through Jian's reverie as she leaned down to assist him, concern evident in her tone. Jian awkwardly rose, the bruises on his face betraying the flush of embarrassment that colored his cheeks. "I'm fine," he stammered. Lu Yuyu nodded, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat, and smiled gently. "Be careful from now on. Do not allow them to bully you again." Jian nodded, unable to meet her gaze, feeling a mixture of admiration and shyness. Lu Yuyu smiled again. "I shall take my leave now. Farewell." With that, she glided away with a light step. Jian, his toes nervously intertwined within his straw sandals, wrestled with his thoughts for what felt like an eternity before finally summoning the courage to speak. Thank you." Lu Yuyu had already stepped out from the shade of the camphor tree and into the sunlight, her red dress standing out vividly against the lush greenery of spring. Upon hearing Jian's voice, she turned her head, her face brightening with a smile. "It's the duty of those who uphold justice and practice martial arts." As Lu Yuyu continued to walk away, Jian hastily called out, "What is your name?" Perhaps she hadn't heard him, for Lu Yuyu did not respond. Sighing in disappointment, he secretly chided himself for lacking the courage to even ask the name of his savior. "I am Lu Yuyu, Yuyu who calls like a deer and eats the wild apples." Just then, her voice floated back to him from a distance. Jian's heart soared with joy. He quickly raised his head, cupping his hands around his mouth, and boldly declared, "I am Jian, meaning peace." In the distance, a figure clad in crimson turned her back to the young man and waved her hand gently. "I remember." Jian was overjoyed, shaking his fist in triumph. However, this movement tugged at his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Yet, his eyes sparkled with joy, a warmth he had not felt since his mother's passing. Within the courtyard, Su Zhixing, who was attending class, could not help but smile subtly. He had observed Jian's every action and experience. It was precisely because he sensed Lu Yuyu's presence that he refrained from intervening, trusting that this disciple, filled with a sense of chivalry, would act to right any wrongs. Matters among young men should indeed be resolved by the young men themselves. Jian limped back to his modest hut, barely able to shield him from the elements. He shed his tattered, soiled garments and filled a basin with water to cleanse the dirt from his body. Like a wounded wildcat returning to its lair to lick its wounds after being bullied, Jian, however, bore no sorrow or anger on his face this time. Instead, he maintained an inexplicable smile. He found himself daydreaming about how he would greet Lu Yuyu if they were to meet again. "Miss Lu, it has been a long time." "I am Jian, the one you saved last time." "Miss Lu, I am Jian. It has been a while." "Miss Lu, I am." Alas, he wondered if she would even remember him. In the following days, Jian continued to visit the Zhang tree daily. Yet, his mind was not wholly devoted to his studies. His gaze often wandered to the path before him, yearning to catch another glimpse of that flowing red dress. To his disappointment, Lu Yuyu had seemingly vanished, like a fleeting glance, never to appear on that road again. Half a month later, as the chill of spring receded and the river's waters grew less frigid, Jian ventured to the shallows of Longquan River to catch fish and shrimp for sustenance. In a moment of distraction, he spotted a flash of vibrant red swimming past him. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he recognized it must be a sizable fish. He slowly raised his homemade spear, ready to deliver a decisive blow. Just as he was about to strike, a stone flew out of nowhere, splashing into the water and hitting his face, simultaneously startling a red carp over a meter long. Frustrated, Jian lifted his head to identify the culprit who had thwarted his efforts. At that moment, he was rendered speechless. Fate can be quite whimsical. When one seeks something in vain, a sudden glance can reveal that which was long desired, not far away. If Jian had studied the 300 Tang poems, he would surely recall the line from Cui Hu's poem, "The peach blossoms reflect the beauty of the face in crimson." Chapter 70, Gratefulness and Reciprocity While Fishing. I beg your pardon, please spare this red carp. It has grown so large with great difficulty. Allow it to live. On the opposite bank, the girl dressed in a fiery red dress spoke to Jian with a hint of remorse. Jian's earlier excitement gradually faded from his expression. She truly forgot about me, he thought, feeling a hollow ache within. He merely nodded and turned to leave the riverbank, even forgetting to retrieve the 2 fish he had caught earlier. Wait, if you let Xiaohong go, I'll compensate you with 10 fish, she called out. Jian paused momentarily, then waved his hand dismissively without turning around. No need. I can catch them myself. With that, he walked away without a backward glance. As Jian meandered back along the riverbank, he felt as if all strength had drained from his body. With his head bowed, his gaze was fixed upon his own feet, clad in the grass sandals he had woven himself. Suddenly, a self-deprecating smile crossed his lips as he murmured, "She is a daughter of heaven. How could she ever remember someone like me?" Jian, wait. The sudden call jolted him, making him doubt his own ears. Jian, wait for me. The voice rang out once more. He turned stiffly to look across the riverbank. The girl in the red dress was waving at him, holding a willow branch adorned with plump, glistening carp. Jian felt a rush of breathlessness, his heart racing as never before. She remembers me? She had indeed remembered him all along. On the opposite bank, Lu Yuyu waved her hand and called out, "There's a bridge ahead. Come over, I'll return your fish." She raised the fish in her hand as she spoke. Jian quickly responded, "Oh, okay, I'll be right there." As he spoke, he began to run. Despite his stomach's grumbling and the fatigue weighing him down, he felt an unprecedented lightness in his steps. But why did that bridge seem so far away? He wished he could leap into the water and swim over, yet he knew such a thought was rather childish. By the time Jian reached the opposite bank, he was breathless, his face pale. Lu Yu looked at him, nearly gasping for air, and couldn't he help but laugh. "Why are you in such a hurry? The fish won't run away." Jian forced himself to steady his breathing, his voice trembling slightly as he replied, "I'm fine. I just ran fast." Lu Yu chuckled and handed him the willow branch. "Here. This is to make up for interrupting your catch of Xiaohong. 10 plump carp, and we're even." Jian finally regained some composure, reaching out to take the carp from Lu Yu's hands, almost stumbling in the process. "Oh dear, be careful, they're a bit heavy." Lu Yu quickly extended her hand in a gesture of support. Jian, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled lightly while holding 10 fish in his hands, exclaiming, "Miss Lu, you possess remarkable strength." Lu Yu shot him a disdainful glance and replied, "The fish are yours, as agreed, it's all settled." Jian glanced at the fish in his grasp, feeling embarrassed, and said, "I seem to have taken advantage of you." "Thank you, Miss Lu." Lu Yu nodded in acknowledgement. "As long as you do not mind, I shall take my leave now. I still need to practice my sword." With that, Lu Yu turned to walk away, her sword resting horizontally at her waist, accentuating her slender figure, which, while delicate, did not appear fragile. Lu Yu was not the epitome of classical beauty, yet she exuded a vitality and brightness uncommon among girls of her era. In the small town, there were few peers her age, and she was perhaps not particularly conspicuous. However, had she ventured into a larger city, she would undoubtedly have captured attention. Jian watched her retreating silhouette, then glanced at the fish in his hands. After a moment of hesitation, he mustered the courage to call out, Miss Lu, wait a moment. Having walked a fair distance, Lu Yu halted and turned back. Her expression one of surprise. Is there something else? Jian's face flushed as he pointed to the fish he held, saying, there are too many fish. I cannot consume them all. Would you? Would you take a few? Unable to suppress a laugh, Lu Yu stamped her foot, causing a pebble to bounce up from the ground. With a swift motion of her hand, she sent the stone hurtling through the air, producing a sharp whistle as it struck the water, creating a splash and sending ripples across the river. Jian was bewildered, unsure of Lu Yu's intent. Yet, moments later, he observed a sizable grass carp, weighing 2 to 3 pounds, float to the surface, belly up, clearly lifeless. Jian could not help but exclaim, what an impressive skill. Lu Yu proudly lifted her chin and replied, do you think I would ever lack for fish? Jian, feeling sheepish, scratched his head, at a loss for words. As Lu Yu turned to leave once more, Jian called after her. Miss Lu. Lu Yu turned back, her patience wearing thin. What is it now? Jian, blushing, stammered for a while before finally saying, Miss Lu, I would like to invite you to enjoy some grilled fish. The fish I prepare are quite delicious. Lu Yu paused, intrigued. Grilled fish. Jian eagerly nodded. Yes, grilled fish. The ones I make are truly delightful. Miss Lu, would you care to try some? Consider it my way of repaying you for saving me that day. Lu Yu finally realized that Jian was concerned about this matter. She had long since ceased to care about it. However, seeing the hopeful expression on Jian's face, she suddenly felt that rejecting him might not be the most considerate choice. Her mentor had often stated that after receiving kindness from others, it is best to provide them with an opportunity to reciprocate. After all, for those with a grateful heart, being indebted can lead to a lack of peace of mind. If the other party turns out to be ungrateful, then it is even more important to offer them a chance to repay their debts. Contemplating this, Lu Yu quickly returned to Jian, snatching the fish from his hands and declaring, let us go. Jian looked puzzled. Go? Where to? Weren't you going to cook fish for me? His face lit up with joy. Oh, all right, let us go. I'll go back to fetch some things first. Under the setting sun, their shadows stretched long behind them. The path by the river, lush with grass, was fragrant. The sounds of their youthful banter grew increasingly distant and indistinct. Can you really grill fish? Yes, when I'm extremely hungry, I catch fish to grill and eat. Miss Lu, I must tell you, I've also found several wild ingredients that can enhance the flavor of grilled fish. You'll have to try them later. All right. But I must warn you, if it tastes bad, I won't be paying for it. Rest assured, Miss Lu. Chapter 71, no title. Just read on. I must say, Jian's grilled fish was indeed quite impressive. He had somehow procured some wild herbs to use as seasoning, which lent an extraordinary flavor to the dish. Lu Yu, who trained in martial arts, had a larger appetite than most. Out of 10 fish, Jian only managed to eat 2, while she devoured the rest. After finishing the grilled fish, the sky was now adorned with countless stars. Sitting by the campfire, Lu Yu reclined comfortably on the grass, her hands resting behind her head, feeling utterly content. Jian sat on the opposite side, occasionally adding firewood to the flames, seizing the opportunity to steal glances at the radiant young woman. Jian, I didn't expect you to possess such culinary skills. It's a pity you don't pursue a career as a chef, Lu Yu said, rubbing her slightly full belly, grinning. Jian scratched his head and replied softly, I once worked as a helper at an inn in town, but I was inadvertently chased away by the head chef one day when I ran into him carrying something home. Lu Yu paused, sitting up to look at Jian, asking, why do you always get bullied by others? Jian let out a wry smile and shook his head. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm easy to dislike. Lu Yu clicked her tongue in disapproval. You, clearly in the right. Why do you blame yourself? Jian lowered his head in silence. Lu Yu waved her fist, causing the flames of the nearby campfire to dance animatedly. The truth was quite simple. In this small town, he was the weakest, and even if they bullied him, there would be no repercussions. Thus, whenever they experienced even a slight inconvenience, they would unleash their frustrations upon him. Jian raised his eyebrows slightly, a glimmer of defiance in his eyes, yet ultimately succumbed to silence. Observing his demeanor, Lu Yu felt a pang of compassion. After rescuing Jian that day, she had sought to learn more about his background. She discovered that this young man endured a tragic fate, much like her fellow apprentice Zhaozhen, both being pitiable souls. Consequently, she even approached Su Zhixing to inquire if he could extend a helping hand to him. Su Zhixing simply smiled and remarked that it was not yet the right time. Lu Yu found herself at an impasse and had no choice but to relent. Fortunately, Jian was working at the Qin family's blacksmith shop, which provided him with a means of livelihood, ensuring he would not face starvation. After that, Lu Yuyu refrained from further involvement. However, as she gazed at the young man, who, despite being older than herself, stood at a similar height, a sense of chivalry began to swell within her. She circled around the fire and stood before Jian, looking down upon him, yet speaking in a gentle tone. Jian, you are being bullied because of your weakness. Therefore, you must strive to become stronger. Do you understand? Jian looked up at the girl, momentarily taken aback. Become stronger? I don't know how to become strong. I can only shoot a slingshot, nothing more. Lu Yuyu pondered for a moment before responding. Shooting a slingshot is also a skill. If you hone your ability to perfection, it can serve as a means of self-defense. At this point, Lu Yuyu suddenly recalled a set of martial arts techniques that Su Zhixing had imparted to her not long ago. It was not the profound foundational form of martial arts, but rather a simpler set, with considerable intention. If mastered, it could indeed rank among the top 3 tiers of martial arts. When Su Zhixing imparted this martial art to her, he mentioned that it was intended for demonstrating to a few junior disciples in the academy in the future. For Lu Yuyu, who had already attained the 7th rank, mastering this technique came effortlessly. She swiftly reached a remarkable proficiency, embodying the essence of the art with natural purity. At that moment, Su Zhixing had not indicated that this technique was forbidden to be shared, prompting Lu Yuyu to ponder whether it might be appropriate to pass it on to this unfortunate youth. However, upon further reflection, she deemed it unwise. Her acquaintance with Jian was minimal. They had merely met twice and shared a meal of grilled fish. She was entirely unaware of his character or virtues. Should she rashly impart the martial skill, and if Jian turned out to be of ill repute, the ensuing troubles would ultimately fall upon her shoulders. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuyu clapped her hands, stretched lazily, and remarked, "It is getting late. I must take my leave. Perhaps next time, I shall enjoy more of your grilled fish." With that, she turned swiftly and departed, her steps brisk, vanishing into the night. Jian, caught off guard, found himself staring into the darkness where Lu Yuyu had just stood, her figure now a mere memory. He rose, bewildered, glancing around before he sighed in resignation. Yet, he felt a sense of joy. It was evident that Lu Yuyu's previous words were filled with concern for him. Truly, she was a worthy disciple of Master Su, possessing the same kindness. Jian had long cherished the life-saving grace bestowed upon him by Su Zhixing. He recognized his inability to repay such kindness, and thus, when he offered incense to his mother, he would pray for her spirit to bless Master Su with safety and success. Now, he had another individual to commend to his mother's protection during his prayers. In the humble cottage of the academy, Su Zhixing set aside his book, glancing out the window with a faint smile, murmuring, she has exercised good judgment, resisting the impulse of momentary compassion." Unbeknownst to Lu Yuyu, every action she had taken was closely observed by Su Zhixing. The secrets of martial arts transcend the mundane. If shared too freely, they could provoke uncontrollable consequences. Lu Yuyu's ability to think ahead, refraining from hastily teaching Jian the technique, brought Su Zhixing great satisfaction. It was not that he held the martial art too dearly to allow Lu Yuyu to share it with Jian, but rather, he held high hopes for the young man and wished to observe him further, even if Jian had not yet gained formal recognition from the system. And even if his inclusion in their ranks bore no tangible benefits for him, Su Zhixing was willing to invest time and effort. Otherwise, he would not have taken the trouble to simplify a set of martial arts techniques from the true essence of martial arts to pass on to Lu Yuyu. To claim it was merely for the demonstration to the academy's disciples was but a pretext. The true intention, undoubtedly, was the fate-burdened youth. In this regard, Lu Yuyu and her mentor shared a tacit understanding. In stark contrast to the tranquility of Longquan Town, the atmosphere in the capital was entirely different. The spring examination had finally concluded. After days and nights of rigorous testing, as numerous candidates emerged from the examination hall, it resembled a vivid tapestry of human experiences. Some emerged brimming with confidence, convinced they would surely succeed. Others appeared despondent, having lost all the fervor they possessed prior to entering the examination. There were also those who, in a frenzy, grasped at anyone nearby, inquiring how to solve particular problems. Among them, only Chen Minji remained remarkably composed. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. While fortune might favor him with success, it was far more likely that he would face failure. Whether he passed or not was of little concern to him. Given his status, he had no need to rely on the imperial examination to secure an official position in the future. What weighed heavily on his mind was Zhao Hu's predicament. Had it not been for Qin Minji's misfortune, Zhao Hu would undoubtedly have achieved high honors, possibly even the top scholar title. After all, in the previous provincial examination in Yangzhou, Zhao Hu had secured the distinction of second place, just behind Yu Wenqing. Now, however, due to the underhanded machinations of others, Zhao Hu had been deprived of the right to pursue his academic ambitions. Even if Zhao Hu could endure this injustice, Qin Minji would not stand idly by. Chapter 72. Harmony of the Qin and Fist. Early in the morning, Zhao Hu stood outside the examination hall with He Zhiqiu and members of the Qin family. In the throngs of people, they quickly spotted Qin Minji, who exuded an air of distinction that set him apart from those around him. The other two disciples followed closely behind Qin Minji, and judging by their expressions, it seemed they had fared well in the examinations. Upon their reunion, Qin Minji offered an apologetic smile to Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu shook his head and replied, "Let us not dwell on other matters. After so many exhausting days, it is best to return and rest well." The two younger disciples exchanged furtive glances, their eyes betraying a hint of guilt. When Zhao Hu had been expelled from the examination hall, they had chosen to remain silent to protect themselves, which left them feeling somewhat remorseful. Zhao Hu said nothing further. Instead, he embraced each of them with a jovial smile, declaring, "You have worked hard. Let us return to rest and enjoy a good meal." Zhao Hu declined Qin Minji's invitation and chose not to visit the Qin family. Instead, he returned to the hometown association with his two disciples and He Zhiqiu. During dinner, the two disciples hesitated, seemingly burdened with words they wished to share with Zhao Hu. However, Zhao Hu simply shook his head and said, "You have done nothing wrong in this matter." In that moment, had you spoken up, it would not have altered the outcome. Rather, it could have jeopardized your own futures. Therefore, do not let it weigh on your hearts. The two individuals cast a glance at He Zhiqiu, who was engrossed in his noodles. Zhao Hu chuckled softly. "Do not emulate him. He is rather foolish." He Zhiqiu, with a mouthful of noodles, innocently raised his gaze towards Zhao Hu, his eyes brimming with melancholy. Observing this, the two junior brothers finally released their burdensome thoughts, alleviating their guilt. Zhao Hu refrained from inquiring about their examination results, for the results would soon be revealed in a few days. At that time, the outcome would be unmistakably clear. Meanwhile, the Qin family was immersed in celebration over Qin Minji's accomplishment in the spring imperial examination. Although none were particularly confident about his performance, merely reaching this stage marked him as a distinguished scholar among the educated. Qin Minji, who had never been fond of studying, had achieved this milestone, leaving his father, Qin Shouyuan, in utter astonishment. He couldn't help but admire the esteemed teacher from Longquan Town in silence. However, in stark contrast to the Qin family's jubilance, Qin Minji himself was engulfed in despondency. Qin Yunlan, perceptive as she was, understood the reasons behind his sorrow. Once the banquet concluded, she sought out Qin Minji, who was practicing his martial arts in the courtyard, silently standing by until he finished. His martial prowess greatly surpassed his literary talent. Within the Zhixing Academy, no one, save for Yu Wenqing, could rival him. The techniques of the true understanding martial arts flowed through him with remarkable vigor, showcasing a style uniquely his own. The energy surged with a resounding force, exuding an extraordinary might. Su Zhixing once remarked that with Qin Minji's martial foundation, he would encounter no bottlenecks until the first rank. Although Qin Minji seemed to progress at a leisurely pace, his cultivation speed was not particularly remarkable among his peers. Yet, he undeniably walked the path with the utmost steadiness. Consequently, his physical strength, the density of his vital energy, and the combat prowess he could unleash were all deemed to be significantly ahead of others in the same realm. This comparison, however, was made with respect to the students in the academy. The techniques of martial arts were inherently of a high grade, and students from the academy would be considered exceptional even within the same rank in the martial world. One can only imagine the level of Qin Minji. Perhaps due to his state of mind, Qin Minji never paused, seemingly entering a certain transcendent state. Witnessing this, Qin Yunlan felt a surge of inspiration and took up the guqin crafted personally by Su Zhixing, sitting beside him to harmonize her music with Qin Minji's mental state. The melody was devoid of a fixed tune, yet it ebbed and flowed alongside Qin Minji's martial movements, sometimes swirling like clouds, sometimes crashing like waves. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Yunlan found herself entering a similar state. In the courtyard where Qin Minji practiced, an aura began to envelop everything. Should a master witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be struck with awe. The resonance of Chun Yunlan's Guqin and Chun Minji's martial intent reached a sublime unity, indistinguishable from one another. If anyone were to intrude upon this aura, unless their cultivation vastly exceeded theirs, they would inevitably be overwhelmed by the combined force of music and martial intent. Time passed unmeasured, and the music gradually ceased, while Chun Minji's martial intent began to retract. The encompassing aura slowly dissipated. When the two regained their senses, Chun Minji collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, while Chun Yunlan's face had turned pale, struggling to maintain her composure. After all, her cultivation in the Confucian way was still in its infancy, having just entered the 6th rank. The 8 notes of heavenly sound were fundamentally based on the Confucian way, making the achievement of this artistic communion quite demanding for both her and Chun Minji. Despite this, both siblings' eyes sparkled with profound surprise. Chun Minji observed his body, sensing the vitality and vital energy within. Although his realm remained at the 6th rank, the density of his vitality and the solidity of his vital energy had significantly improved compared to before. The most apparent manifestation of this was an enhancement in his combat strength. He felt that he could effortlessly defeat his former self. Crucially, this elevation in combat prowess did not stem from a rise in realm, indicating that both his potential and limits had been significantly raised. Chun Yunlan understood this even more clearly. The 8 notes of heavenly sound comprises 8 ranks, the first of which corresponds to a 6th rank for Confucian scholars or martial practitioners. Now, Chun Yunlan had ascended to the 2nd layer, which could also be referred to as a 5th rank in the art of Guqin. Since beginning her training in the musical path under Su Zhixing, her progress had been notably slow. Yet Su Zhixing had asserted that the Guqin path was the most suitable for her. The sluggish pace of her cultivation was primarily due to her turbulent state of mind, burdened by the weight of mundane concerns. The Guqin path is a transcendent path, thus, cultivating it with an ordinary heart presents considerable challenges. If one day she could release herself from the shackles of worldly matters, she would surely attain remarkable achievements through the Guqin. Over the years, she had remained stagnant at the 1st layer of the 8 notes of heavenly sound, unable to advance. However, just moments ago, through a serendipitous convergence with Chun Minji's martial movements, coupled with their intrinsic connection as siblings, she experienced a fleeting clarity of mind, allowing her to naturally break through to the next realm in the Guqin path. After a brief moment of recuperation, Chun Yunlan summoned her vital energy and gently caressed the strings of the Guqin. A note resonated, and the strings gleamed with a luminous white light. Chun Minji perceived something flash past him, followed by a deafening explosion. Not far behind him, a corner of an artificial hill was utterly obliterated. Chun Minji stood in stunned silence, his heart racing with alarm. Had that strike been aimed at him, he was certain he would have been unable to react in time. The speed was astonishing, almost instantaneous, the sound of the music heralding an attack before it was upon him. Such a technique, if one were unprepared, would be nearly impossible to defend against. Even if one were mentally prepared, only a martial artist of significant prowess could hope to respond in time. Rising to his feet, Chun Minji could not help but applaud in astonishment, exclaiming, "The 8 notes of heavenly sound truly lives up to its name." Such techniques could only be conceived by celestial beings. Chun Yunlan was somewhat taken aback. At the 1st level of the heavenly sound 8 techniques, she too could gather sound to execute attacks, yet when compared to martial artists of the same realm, her prowess was hardly remarkable. A mere 6th grade martial artist could achieve equivalent results with their released vital energy. However, upon entering the 2nd level, everything changed dramatically. The sound waves not only could strike down foes, but did so with such swiftness that even she found herself unable to react in time. It is worth noting that aside from practicing the heavenly sound 8 techniques, Chun Yunlan was also a novice in the 3rd grade realm of martial arts. Yet, her progress in martial cultivation had significantly slowed after reaching this stage. From this perspective, Chun Yunlan understood that if she were to pursue martial arts, her ultimate achievement in this lifetime would likely only be the perfection of the 3rd grade, with the rare chance of advancing to the 2nd. The prospect of becoming a 1st grade master was nearly inconceivable, let alone reaching the transcendent 1st grade. The heavenly sound 8 techniques, however, bestowed upon her newfound hope. The siblings paused, seated in the courtyard, and engaged in a lengthy exchange of insights regarding the recent musical performance and their martial techniques, each deriving considerable benefits from the discourse. Before parting ways, Chun Yunlan recalled the purpose of her visit to seek Chun Minji, and thus inquired, "Minji, Do you know who was behind the matter concerning Dahu? Upon mentioning this, Chen Minji's earlier good spirits evaporated entirely. With a grim expression, he coldly replied, "Though I possess no evidence, I am convinced that aside from that scoundrel whose third leg I broke, there is no one else involved." Chen Yunlan was taken aback, and soon recalled an incident from several years prior. Nodding slightly, she departed from Chen Minji's courtyard. Chapter 73. The grievances between the Chun and Gu families. Chen Shuyuan had been acquainted with the present emperor since his youth, at a time when the future sovereign of the Zhou dynasty was merely a hostage sent to the kingdom of Wu. Subsequently, when war broke out between the Zhou and Wu, the young emperor seized the opportunity to escape. Pursued by enemies, he was rescued by Chen Shuyuan's mother. Tragically, due to the presence of the young emperor, Chen Shuyuan's family, save for himself, perished at the hands of Wu's soldiers. From that moment on, Chen Shuyuan followed the young emperor back to the Zhou kingdom. Later, when the young emperor ascended the throne, he demonstrated exceptional talent, quelling internal strife, strengthening the nation, repelling foreign invaders, and ultimately unifying the realm. During this time, Chen Shuyuan utilized his acumen in commerce and finance to bolster the imperial treasury, earning numerous accolades and naturally becoming one of the emperor's most trusted advisors. Initially, after the establishment of the Zhou dynasty, the emperor bestowed upon Chen Shuyuan a title of duke and the position of minister of revenue. However, Chen Shuyuan declined these honors, preferring to serve merely as a nominal deputy minister of revenue, citing his desire for a period of rest after years of warfare and toil. Despite the emperor's admonishments regarding his apparent lack of ambition, his favor towards Chen Shuyuan only deepened. Consequently, while not the highest-ranking official in the Zhou dynasty, Chen Shuyuan wielded considerable influence. However, the one at the pinnacle of power would never allow any imbalance among his subordinates. Besides Chen Shuyuan, many others had contributed to the establishment of this empire. Among them was Gu Tongfu, the current minister of personnel, who was known to engage in heated exchanges with Chen Shuyuan. In his 50s, Gu Tongfu had 3 sons. Tragically, his 2 eldest sons fell in battle for the Zhou dynasty, leaving only his youngest, Gu Pingzhang, perhaps due to the loss of his elder brothers. Gu Pingzhang was excessively indulged by the family, resulting in his arrogant and reckless demeanor. He wreaked havoc in the capital, behaving tyrannically. A few years prior, during the Lantern Festival, the 14-year-old Gu Pingzhang encountered Chen Yunlan and was immediately entranced. As a reckless scion of privilege, he approached her without a second thought, making lewd remarks and even intending to have his subordinates forcibly abduct her for his own amusement. At that time, the 11-year-old Chen Minji, like a rabid dog, lunged at Gu Pingzhang, biting and clawing at him. Although young, Chen Minji had already begun his martial training, and his physical prowess surpassed that of the debauched heir of the Gu family. In a fit of rage, he delivered a kick to Gu Pingzhang's groin, causing him to writhe in agony and lose consciousness, leaving a significant stain beneath him. Later, a physician diagnosed that Gu Pingzhang had sustained a grievous injury. As the sole heir of the Gu family, who relied on him for lineage, how could they possibly endure such a humiliation? Gu Pingzhang's father, Gu Tongfu, the minister of personnel of the current dynasty, rushed to the Chun residence wielding a gleaming long knife, intent on exacting vengeance on Chen Minji's younger brother. The two families erupted into chaos, drawing the attention of the emperor himself. Ultimately, it was the emperor who intervened to mediate the dispute, even issuing a decree summoning the venerable healer from Xiang Mountain, renowned as the medical immortal, to descend and treat Gu Pingzhang, which finally brought a semblance of peace between the families. The healer's unparalleled skills indeed restored Gu Pingzhang's condition, albeit with lingering concerns. His size may be somewhat diminished, as he was only 14 and had yet to fully mature, thus he would not experience further growth. Fortunately, this did not impede his ability to procreate, ensuring the continuation of his lineage. Despite the Gu family's resentment, they found themselves unable to pursue the matter further, given the emperor's involvement. Consequently, the Chun and Gu families became sworn enemies. Chen Shuyuan seized this opportunity to send Chen Yunlan and her brother to Longquan Town in Yangzhou. Upon hearing Chen Minji's account, Chen Yunlan recalled the incident and surmised that it was indeed Gu Pingzhang who had harmed Zhao Hu. The elusive figure who remained hidden next door at Wanjin Tower that day was none other than Gu Pingzhang. When Chen Minji spotted his henchman, he deduced the culprit's identity and mockingly inquired if his third limb had healed yet. This incident had long been a thorn in Gu Pingzhang's side, and the public mention by Chen Minji undoubtedly ignited his fury. Yet he found himself powerless against Qinminji. At that moment, he overheard Zhao Hu inquiring about Qinminji, prompting him to dispatch someone to investigate those close to Qinminji. This eventually led to Zhao Hu being discovered with a note at the examination hall. On the day of Zhao Hu's misfortune, Qinminji was already aware of Gu Pingzhang's involvement. Even the Minister of Rites overseeing the imperial examinations and other accompanying officials had speculated, to varying degrees, that this incident might be connected to the Gu family. It was for this reason that Minister Liu Baiqi, without even a proper inquiry or investigation, hastily rendered a judgment. The intricacies of the situation were clear to these prominent figures. The truth mattered little. They acted solely in their own interest, or rather, in ways that posed no threat to themselves. The notions of right and wrong, justice and morality were merely superficial embellishments. Such complexities may elude someone like Zhao Hu, who hails from a rural background, but for Qinminji, who had been immersed in this intricate environment since childhood, the reality was evident. Thus, he did not require any evidence. Just as the accusations against Zhao Hu did not necessitate any logically coherent proof. Everyone was well aware of the underlying truth. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Qinminji prepared to leave. Chun Yunlan awaited him at the door, intercepting him with a question. What do you intend to do? Qinminji smiled faintly and replied, I wonder if the medical immortal can still heal Gu Pingzhang once more. Chun Yunlan bowed her head in contemplation for a moment before ultimately shaking it. Qinminji could not help but frown. Sister, they showed no mercy when they targeted De Hu. He is now barred for life from participating in the imperial examinations. All of De Hu's efforts over the years have been rendered futile. He has no hope of rising to prominence in this lifetime. Qin Yunlan smiled gently to console him. Sister understands. I do not feel any lighter in my heart than you do. De Hu is also my junior brother. However, there are myriad ways to seek revenge against Gu Pingzhang, and the method you have chosen is the most foolish of all. Qinminji clenched his fists. I know this method is the most reckless and impulsive, yet it is what I most desire to do. Qin Yunlan shook her head in resignation. Have you ever considered that De Hu would never allow you to be embroiled in trouble because of him? By acting this way, you would only burden him with guilt. Qinminji was momentarily taken aback, lowering his head in silence. Qin Yunlan patted his head and said with a smile, All right, during your examination period. I have already devised a plan. Just wait and see. Qinminji looked up in surprise, a dawning realization lighting his face, and he finally broke into a radiant smile, exclaiming, As expected of my sister. Chapter 74. Someone is helping in secret due to the wait for the results. Zhao Hu and his 3 companions remained in the capital. If they passed the preliminary examination, there would be the palace examination presided over by the emperor in April. This was the pinnacle every scholar aspired to achieve. Securing the title of usher would grant them official status. Furthermore, with the great Zhou dynasty beginning to stabilize and in dire need of talent, it was the perfect time to enter government service. If one could make a mark during this era, the prospects of ascending to high office in the future were immense. Thus, even after enduring several days and nights of rigorous examinations, Zhao Hu's 2 junior brothers still immersed themselves in their studies daily, refusing to slacken their efforts. Zhao Hu and He Zhiqiu, however, found themselves in a more relaxed position. They had decided against participating in the imperial examinations and thus no longer engaged with the tedious and uninspiring texts of the examinations. Each day, they dedicated their time to studying the teachings of Xu Zhixing, nurturing their literary spirit and refining their pure qi. Once their junior brother's results were announced, Zhao Hu planned to take He Zhiqiu back to Longquan Town. As for the 2 of them, they would naturally remain in the capital until May for the palace examination. Should they not pass, they would return together and try again in 3 years. On the 3rd day after the preliminary examination concluded, Zhao Hu, as usual, went out to buy meals for his junior brothers. Upon returning to the entrance of the gathering place, a crumpled piece of paper suddenly fell before him. Zhao Hu swiftly turned his head, catching only a fleeting glimpse of a shadow disappearing. He picked up the paper, tucked it into his pocket, and nonchalantly entered the gathering place. After everyone had finished their meals and tidied up during their break, Zhao Hu opened the crumpled paper. Upon reading its contents, he could not help but furrow his brows deeply, sinking into contemplation. Who had sent this message? Was it senior brother Minji? Zhao Hu pondered silently. Yet, he swiftly dismissed this possibility. If Qinminji wished to convey such information, he could easily do so himself, without the unnecessary complications. Suddenly, Zhao Hu thought of an individual, apart from the Qin siblings, Qinminji and Qin Yunlan. The only other person he knew in this capital whose background remained elusive was Jiang Qingping. This youth, infatuated with crafting mindless tales, exhibited an indifferent attitude towards those illicit writings, suggesting that his identity was anything but ordinary. Furthermore, in this capital, Zhao Hu could scarcely fathom anyone besides Chen Minji who might relay the information inscribed on the note. The message was straightforward. It revealed the identity of the one plotting against him. As the Chun siblings had surmised, it was none other than Gu Pingzhang, the son of the Minister of Personnel. There was no justification for this animosity, merely the fact that he was associated with Chen Minji. A single word from him could obliterate the life of an ordinary individual. What Gu Pingzhang failed to anticipate was the Chun siblings' profound concern for the matter. Nor could he have imagined that beyond them, a mysterious figure was aiding Zhao Hu. Moreover, Zhao Hu, despite his humble origins, was far from an ordinary student who would silently endure oppression. Glancing at the note in his hand, Zhao Hu recalled some previous conversations with Jiang Qingping and began to form a conclusion in his mind. As night fell, nearing the hour of Z, Zhao Hu took the volume of Demigods and Semi-Devils, which he had meticulously copied, and stepped outside. This time, he concealed his movements, his form flickering like a shadow, undetectable to all but the most skilled. Upon reaching the entrance of the Xuelin Academy, he found the main gate ajar, with a faint glow visible within. Pushing the door open, he entered and made his way directly to the side room. At the threshold, he deliberately created a slight noise with his footsteps, then stood outside and softly called, "Is Jiang brother inside?" Upon hearing his voice, the door to the side room swiftly opened to reveal the silhouette of a youth, none other than Jiang Qingping. In the 10 days since their last meeting, Jiang Qingping still bore that frail appearance, his pallid complexion unmistakably indicating poor health. Despite the approach of April, he remained cloaked in a thick fox fur. Jiang Qingping, with a look of delight, stepped forward and grasped Zhao Hu's hand, exclaiming, "Zhao brother, it feels like an eternity since we last met. I've truly missed you. Please, come inside." As Zhao Hu followed Jiang Qingping into the side room, he was immediately enveloped by a wave of warmth. A brazier still stood within, its coals burning brightly. Noticing Zhao Hu's gaze upon the brazier, Jiang Qingping chuckled and explained, "I have been in poor health since childhood. My hands and feet are perpetually cold. I am highly sensitive to the chill. Please pardon my weakness." Zhao Hu shook his head to dismiss the concern, then inquired, "Surely, in this capital, there are renowned physicians of great skill. Given that Jiang brother does not seem to hail from humble beginnings, why not seek out a more competent doctor?" Jiang Qingping sighed and shook his head. "Alas, who claims to have never seen it? The person from Xiang Mountain has come to see me, declaring that I am inherently lacking, and no amount of medicine can remedy my condition." Zhao Hu, unaware of whom Jiang Qingping referred to, felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Jiang Qingping then asked, "Brother Zhao, have you transcribed Demigods and Semi-Devils for me?" Zhao Hu nodded and retrieved the book from his bosom, handing it over. Jiang Qingping's eyes sparkled with delight as he began to peruse the pages, exclaiming, "Brother Zhao, you cannot fathom the torment I have endured during this time. My mind consumed with thoughts of this work, sleepless nights spent yearning to request it from you, yet fearing I might disturb you. I could only endure in silence. And thankfully, you have shown compassion and saved my life." With that, Jiang Qingping immersed himself in the book, disregarding Zhao Hu entirely. Zhao Hu chose not to intrude, quietly adjusting the coals in the brazier beside him. The room fell into a serene silence, punctuated only by the occasional rustle of pages and the crackling of the fire. Jiang Qingping became so engrossed that he lost all sense of time. It was not until a distant cough echoed from outside that he was jolted back to reality. He glanced out the window and inquired, "What time is it now?" Zhao Hu estimated before responding, "It is nearing the end of the tiger hour." Jiang Qingping sprang to his feet, muttering, "So soon? I must return. Brother Zhao, thank you for the book. I shall return it once I have finished." Zhao Hu nodded. "No hurry, Brother Jiang, take your time." As Jiang Qingping prepared to depart, Zhao Hu called out, "Brother Jiang, wait a moment." Perplexed, Jiang Qingping turned to him with a questioning gaze. Zhao Hu produced a crumpled note from his pocket, holding it between his fingers and waving it before Jiang Qingping, asking, "Do you recognize this?" Jiang Qingping paused, then smiled and nodded. Zhao Hu was about to inquire further when Jiang Qingping raised his hand to halt him. "Brother Zhao, come again at this time tomorrow, and I shall tell you." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Hu clasped his fists and bowed. "In that case, I shall see you tomorrow." Jiang Qingping returned a respectful bow and turned to leave. Zhao Hu stood in the side room for a moment before departing as well. The night still cloaked the sky, leaving the streets desolate and quiet. Zhao Hu did not wander far. Instead, he leaped onto a wooden building not far from the Xianglin Academy, concealing himself as he observed the side room. As expected, shortly after his departure, someone emerged from within the academy, extinguishing the candlelight in the side room and carrying away the brazier. Chapter 75. The True Identity of Jiang Qingping. The following morning, Chun Minji arrived at the guild to seek out Zhao Hu, naturally discussing the matter of his wrongful accusation. Echoing the information provided by Jiang Qingping, Chun Minji claimed that Gu Pingzhang, the son of the Minister of Personnel, was scheming behind the scenes. As for other details, Chun Minji refrained from elaborating. Regarding Chen Yunlan's plan to set a trap for Gu Pingzhang to avenge Zhao Hu, she had specifically instructed him not to disclose this to Zhao Hu, so Chun Minji remained reticent. As night fell, Zhao Hu arrived punctually for their meeting. Jiang Qingping awaited him in the side room of the Xianglin Academy. Today, he was not perusing a script. Instead, he quietly sat within the room, a stack of documents resting at his side on the table. Upon Zhao Hu's entrance and their exchange of courtesies, Jiang Qingping directly broached the subject. Brother Zhao, before we discuss today's matter, I would like to pose a question. Please, Jiang brother, Zhao Hu replied. Jiang Qingping tapped his fingers lightly on the edge of the table, a faint smile gracing his lips. Gu Pingzhang has schemed against you, robbing you of your chance to participate and rendering a decade of hard work meaningless, leaving your talents without a path to serve the nation. If an opportunity arose, hypothetically, of course, how would you wish to repay him? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Hu responded. If it were within my power, I would wish for his demise. Jiang Qingping was taken aback, his surprise evident. He then chuckled with interest, saying, in our time together these past few days, I had not perceived Brother Zhao as one so resolute in matters of life and death. Zhao Hu smiled faintly, seated at the table as he replied, my teacher once stated that when dealing with villains, one must employ methods even more ruthless than theirs. Conversely, in addressing the virtuous, one should reciprocate with even greater kindness. Even a sage would not claim that all in the world are capable of being enlightened. Jiang Qingping's eyes brightened, and he could not help but applaud. Well said. Brother Zhao's teacher is indeed an extraordinary individual. Zhao Hu nodded, genuinely pleased within. From what I have gathered about Gu Pingzhang through friends, he is but in his 20s. Yet the number of innocents who have met untimely ends at his hands is likely considerable. To bring such a person to ruin would be a mercy beyond measure. Jiang Qingping chuckled heartily. Brother Zhao, I find myself increasingly fond of you. It is indeed a loss for the great Zhou that you cannot partake in the imperial examinations. However, it is fortunate that you have abstained. Mid-sentence, Jiang Qingping suddenly noticed Zhao Hu had quietly shifted a step backward. Taken aback, Jiang Qingping felt a flush rise to his cheeks and offered an awkward smile. Brother Zhao, you have misunderstood me. That was not my intention. Zhao Hu promptly redirected the conversation, inquiring, Brother Jiang, you summoned me today for a specific reason, I presume? Jiang Qingping composed himself and pushed a stack of documents toward him. The crimes committed by Gu Pingzhang over the years were numerous and grievous, with only a portion of the more severe offenses presented here. According to the laws of the Great Zhou, each piece of evidence here was sufficient to warrant a death sentence. Abducting women and committing murder are merely ordinary offenses. Should you wish to pursue justice through the law, you could utilize these items. However, I must caution you, if I were to use this evidence, Gu Pingzhang would undoubtedly meet his demise. Yet, if you were to use it, even if you brought the case before the Son of Heaven, it is quite possible that the one who ends up dead would not be Gu Pingzhang, but rather yourself. Moreover, I have an even simpler alternative. With a mere nod from you, Gu Pingzhang's head could be presented to you within 15 minutes. The choice lies with you, Brother Zhao. Upon hearing Jiang Qingping's words, Zhao Hu was left utterly astonished. Previously, he had believed Jiang Qingping to be no ordinary individual, likely a scion of a prominent family. Yet, reflecting on it now, he realized he had underestimated Jiang Qingping's true identity. An individual capable of claiming to procure the head of the current Minister of Personnel's son within a quarter of an hour must possess an identity far beyond ordinary comprehension. Previously unconsidered, Zhao Hu now surmised that Jiang Qingping's name may not be his true one. This thought led him to recall that it was rumored the ancestral grounds of the great Zhou royal family were in Yangzhou, emerging from the Jiang River. After overcoming numerous obstacles over generations, they ultimately unified the realm. Thus, it became increasingly apparent that this young man's true identity was likely to be Xiao Qingping, a prince of the great Zhou. Zhao Hu could not help but think, No wonder he dares to pen such forbidden texts and wields such extraordinary influence. This explains everything. Since Jiang Qingping concealed his identity and showed no intention of revealing it, Zhao Hu chose to maintain his pretense of ignorance. Reflecting on the two choices Jiang Qingping had just presented, Zhao Hu asked, "What must I offer in return?" He understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The two had no prior bond, and Jiang Qingping had no reason to assist him without a cost. Upon hearing his inquiry, Jiang Qingping couldn't help but smile. "If I were to say I have no demands and simply wish to lend Brother Zhao a hand, would you believe me?" Zhao Hu shook his head without hesitation. "I do not." Jiang Qingping was momentarily taken aback, then with a hint of resignation remarked, "I have spoken so earnestly. Ought not Brother Zhao to extend at least a modicum of courtesy in return?" Zhao Hu smiled but remained silent. With a sigh, Jiang Qingping confessed, "Very well. I do indeed harbor ulterior motives. Pray, speak freely, Brother Jiang," Zhao Hu replied earnestly. Jiang Qingping fixed his gaze upon Zhao Hu, his eyes betraying a flicker of pleading. "I hope, dear Brother Zhao, you might remain in the capital to lend me your support." Zhao Hu paused, taken aback by the unexpected nature of Jiang Qingping's request. However, a term surfaced in his mind: factional strife for succession. The great Zhou had once possessed a crown prince, who tragically passed away in the very first year of the dynasty's founding. Thus, the position of the Eastern Palace had remained vacant for an extended period, with numerous princes eagerly vying for the esteemed title. If Jiang Qingping were indeed a prince of Great Zhou, his invitation for Zhao Hu to serve as his confidant would naturally be aimed at securing the throne. The righteous energy within Zhao Hu began to circulate involuntarily, his previously agitated blood gradually settling. After a brief moment of contemplation, he rose and clasped his fists in gratitude to Jiang Qingping, saying, "I am most grateful for your kind intentions, Brother Jiang, but alas, I am of humble origin and lack the requisite talents to achieve anything significant. I fear I may disappoint you." Jiang Qingping displayed no sign of dissatisfaction. It seemed he had anticipated Zhao Hu's response. He extended a hand to assist Zhao Hu, smiling as he said, "Each person has their own aspirations. If that is the case, I shall not press the matter further. However, the bond of friendship between us, I trust you would not deny, Brother Zhao?" Zhao Hu smiled slightly, replying, "As long as Brother Jiang acknowledges it, we shall forever remain friends." Jiang Qingping laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased. He then produced a black invitation adorned with golden embellishments from his robes and handed it to Zhao Hu, saying, "Tomorrow, the son of Prince Ning will host a spring poetry gathering. Should you have the time, I hope you will consider attending." Zhao Hu had initially hesitated to accept the invitation, as he wished to steer clear of such contentious matters. However, having already declined Jiang Qingping's request once, he felt it inappropriate to refuse again. Thus, he accepted the invitation, leaving the decision to attend for another day. Regarding Gu Pingzhang, both men tacitly agreed to refrain from further discussion. The following day, Zhao Hu intended to visit the Qin residence, only to be surprised by an unexpected arrival from Qin Minji. Unsurprisingly, Qin Minji had come in anticipation of the poetry gathering hosted by Prince Ning that evening. Zhao Hu, known for his eloquence, was second only to Yu Wenqing in their academic circle. His understanding of Confucianism surpassed even that of the talented Chen Yunlan. Naturally, Qin Minji was eager for Zhao Hu to join, along with his three fellow disciples, to broaden their horizons. As they spoke, Zhao Hu turned to retrieve an invitation from his desk, a card of black adorned with gold, exuding an air of opulence. Upon seeing the invitation, Qin Minji was momentarily taken aback. With a look of disbelief, he exclaimed, "A black gold invitation? Where did you acquire this? To who?" Zhao Hu did not rush to respond, but instead posed a question in return. "What significance does this invitation hold?" Qin Minji took the card from him, opened it, and was struck by the prominence of Zhao Hu's name inscribed within. This indicated that the invitation had been specifically bestowed upon Zhao Hu, rather than a mere fortuitous acquisition. With a knowing glance, Qin Minji set down the invitation and remarked gravely, "In this world, particularly in the capital, such colors and dragon motifs are reserved for one entity alone, the royal family of the Great Zhou." What astonished Qin Minji was that Zhao Hu displayed no hint of surprise upon hearing this. He remained as composed as ever. "Are you not astonished? Or did you already anticipate the weight of this invitation?" Qin Minji inquired curiously. Zhao Hu nodded slightly. "I surmised the identity of the person who sent me the invitation." Intrigued, Qin Minji pressed further. "Who is it?" Aware of Qin Minji's familiarity with the princes of the Great Zhou, Zhao Hu replied, "Jiang Qingping, or Xiao Qingping? A slender youth of similar age to mine. Chen Minji gasped. The sixth prince? The invitation was indeed from the sixth prince? Zhao Hu smiled faintly. He is indeed a prince. Chen Minji's interest piqued. He leaned closer and asked with a grin, how did you come to be associated with the sixth prince? For him to send you a royal black gold invitation, such an item is not easily given without a significant connection. With this invitation, even officials of the fourth rank and below must pay their respects to you. Zhao Hu took a deep breath, chuckling softly, and gradually recounted his encounter with Jiang Qingping. Upon finishing, Chen Minji could not help but exclaim, how fascinating. The sixth prince is known throughout the capital for his fondness for storytelling. It is indeed surprising that you two have met in such a manner. It can be considered a form of fate. Since the sixth prince has bestowed upon you a black gold invitation, it signifies his considerable regard for you. To who? Perhaps you could seek the sixth prince's assistance regarding Gu Pingzhang's affairs. However, Zhao Hu shook his head. Chen Minji, puzzled, inquired further. Zhao Hu explained with a sense of resignation. After all, he is a prince, and given that the position of crown prince in the Great Zhou remains vacant, it would be unwise to become too entangled with him. Upon hearing this, Chen Minji chuckled and replied, you need not worry about that. The sixth prince is destined to be merely a leisurely lord and will not engage in the struggle for the throne. Zhao Hu, confused, asked, why is that? As a prince, does he not aspire to the supreme position? Chen Minji shook his head. There are 8 princes and 4 princesses in total, apart from a few princesses. It is hardly believable that any of the 8 princes lack interest in the throne. So why do you assert that he will not partake in the power struggle? Chen Minji sighed, expressing his thoughts. It is well known that His Majesty would never bestow the throne upon him. Zhao Hu remained perplexed. Chen Minji continued, this matter traces back to the sixth prince's mother. It is said that she possessed extraordinary talent, renowned for her beauty even among the imperial harem. And she hailed from the martial world, having attained the rank of a first-class swordsman at a young age. She fought alongside His Majesty in numerous campaigns, earning countless accolades, and was honored as consort me tragically during a fierce battle. While pregnant, consort me, alongside other masters, attempted to subdue a formidable first-class land deity and sustained grave injuries. Subsequently, after giving birth to the sixth prince, she passed away, leaving His Majesty in profound sorrow and regret. According to my father, had it not been for the fervent opposition of numerous ministers, His Majesty might have declared the sixth prince as the crown prince on the spot. Although he was not officially named crown prince, His Majesty's affection for the sixth prince is unmatched among all the princes. However, what His Majesty did not anticipate was that due to the complications during consort me's pregnancy, the sixth prince was born with inherent deficiencies, suffering from poor health from a young age. At that time, with the kingdom still in turmoil, His Majesty even risked his own safety to personally take him to Xiang Mountain in search of a healer. The healer, despite employing all their skills, could only preserve the sixth prince's life, but condemned him to a fate of early demise, stating that his inherent frailty would likely prevent him from living beyond 20. His Majesty was devastated, nearly clashing with the healer. Ultimately, he had no choice but to accept this grim reality. Since then, His Majesty's affection for the sixth prince has remained unwavering, yet it is universally acknowledged that the sixth prince is fated to be distanced from that supreme position. After all, with His Majesty's remarkable capabilities, he would never bestow the realm of Great Zhou upon a prince destined for a short life. Thus, you need not fear being drawn into the whirlpool of factional strife when associating with the sixth prince. After all, he is already 15 years old, calculating the time. It will not be long before the other princes will not target him at this juncture. After Zhao Hu listened, he found himself unable to calm his tumultuous thoughts. Previously, he had merely perceived Jiang Qingping as frail in health. Yet it had dawned on him that the young prince might not even live to see his 20th year. Despite his royal status, living each day with a countdown looming over him must render even the noblest of lives rather joyless. However, Zhao Hu was puzzled. If that were the case, why would Jiang Qingping wish for him to remain in the capital to lend his assistance? As a prince, if he did not seek to usurp the throne, what could possibly necessitate Zhao Hu's help? The perplexity lingered in Zhao Hu's mind. Nevertheless, he refrained from disclosing to Chen Minji the fact that Jiang Qingping had sought to cultivate a rapport with him. It was best that such matters remained known to as few individuals as possible. It was not a matter of mistrust towards Chen Minji. Rather, withholding this information served as a form of protection for him. Chen Minji patted Zhao Hu on the shoulder and remarked with a smile, I had no intention of informing you, But since the sixth prince has taken to befriending you, it seems there is no harm in sharing this now. Zhao Hu paused, curiosity evident on his face. What matter do you speak of? With a gentle smile, Chun Minji produced his own invitation, which bore a crimson background adorned with golden patterns. Yet was merely embellished with simple cloud motifs. Tonight, at the poetry gathering hosted by the son of Prince Ning, my sister intends to present Gu Pingzhang with a significant gift. I initially wished to keep you out of this affair, but it appears that including you would not pose a considerable issue. Zhao Hu's realization struck him immediately. He understood the significance of the gift Chun Minji referred to. A warmth blossomed within him upon recognizing that Gu Pingzhang was the offspring of the Minister of Personnel, his family background and status rivaling that of the Chen family. The willingness of the Chen siblings to risk offending the Gu family on his behalf highlighted the profound value of their camaraderie. Zhao Hu promptly rose, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect as he bowed deeply to Chun Minji. Hu, I am deeply grateful to both my elder sister and brother. Chun Minji chuckled, patting Zhao Hu's shoulder once more. We are but brothers. There is no need for gratitude. Every evening at precisely 6:00 p.m., updates are made. Chapter 77, Mad Dog. That night, Zhao Hu accompanied Chun Minji to the Prince Ning's residence to partake in a poetry gathering. Naturally, the three junior disciples followed suit, eager to broaden their horizons. In truth, Zhao Hu was somewhat reluctant to attend. He had no aspirations for fame and had no intention of establishing a name for himself in the capital. He merely wished to return home with his disciples once the list was published, having been away for so long. The peach blossoms in the academy's courtyard should be blooming in splendid beauty. His junior sisters, Jinjin and Yuyu, practiced swordplay beneath the peach trees, while the teacher sat on a large stone playing the zither. Whenever he envisioned this scene, Zhao Hu couldn't help but smile. In his heart, even the grand capital of the Great Zhou seemed inferior to those few humble cottages. Yet, certain matters must be addressed. The Chen siblings had already set a trap for Gu Pingzhang, and it would be unreasonable for him to be absent. As the lanterns were lit, the capital began to buzz with activity once more. The entrance of the Prince Ning's residence was bustling with carriages, as guests arrived in a steady stream. Zhao Hu had arranged to meet Chun Minji at the gate. Since his junior disciples were restless, they arrived a bit earlier. Upon reaching the entrance, they did not enter immediately but chose to wait outside until Chun Minji arrived to go in together. Zhao Hu was aware that, in such a place, some individuals might take offense at their humble attire, seeking to provoke trouble. To avoid wasting words and attracting unnecessary complications, he decided to keep a distance with Hijiqiu and the others. Zhao Hu was also mindful of the fact that this was Prince Ning's residence, a deep and intricate royal estate, and there were undoubtedly many customs they were unfamiliar with. To enter recklessly might disrupt the propriety of the manor, resulting in ridicule. Once Chun Minji arrived, with him nearby to offer reminders, such concerns would be alleviated. However, what Zhao Hu did not anticipate was that, despite his desire to avoid trouble, it would come seeking him out. Not far away, an opulent carriage came to a stop at the entrance of Prince Ning's residence. The doorman and steward promptly approached to receive the guest with utmost respect. A young man clad in luxurious garments descended from the carriage, his countenance bearing a hint of malevolence, with slanted eyes that betrayed his dubious character. Zhao Hu cast but a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. The elegantly dressed young man happened to glance in Zhao Hu's direction. Initially indifferent, he was soon prompted by someone at his side to turn back. The young man, who was about to enter, suddenly retraced his steps, brazenly fixing his gaze upon Zhao Hu and his companions. Brother, do you see? That person is the one who argued with Brother Minji at Wanjin Tower the other day, one of the disciples remarked. Upon hearing Hijiqiu's reminder, Zhao Hu turned to look. Indeed, it was the same person from that day. Zhao Hu quickly deduced that the individual's obsequious demeanor towards the elegantly attired young master indicated that he was likely the one who had remained hidden at the Wanjin building that day. The son of the Minister of Personnel, Gu Pingzhang, who had conspired against him. Zhao Hu glanced at him, but promptly averted his gaze. There was no need to provoke this individual at that moment. Yet, his intention to avoid conflict did not guarantee that he would not be drawn into one. The young master in fine clothes cast a cold smile at Zhao Hu and his companions, then addressed the steward and doorman of the Ning Wang's residence. Those wild dogs are an eyesore. Have someone teach them a lesson and drive them away. The steward felt somewhat troubled. The Ning Wang's residence was not known for such unreasonable behavior. However, he dared not offend the person before him. For although the Ningguang was a brother of the current emperor, he held no official power. After much deliberation, the steward mustered the courage to say, "Young Master Gu, I can have them sent away, but perhaps a beating is too much, considering His Highness values his reputation." Gu Pingzheng frowned and shot him a glance. But the steward remained unmoved. With a cold laugh, Gu Pingzheng waved his hand dismissively. "Very well." He then turned to his entourage and instructed, "You go. Break the legs of the one in charge." The steward felt a chill run down his spine. Gu Pingzheng was indeed insufferably arrogant, leaving one to wonder who could rein him in. The attendant beside Gu Pingzheng accepted the command without hesitation and approached Zhao Hu and his companions. They were no strangers to such deeds, being well versed in the task. Upon noticing someone advancing towards them, Zhao Hu immediately rose to protect Shiqiu and the others behind him. "What do you intend to do?" he demanded. The assailant said nothing and charged forward to strike. Although not a master, he was at least skilled. Gu Pingzheng had come to participate in a poetry gathering, so he was unlikely to be accompanied by formidable protectors. The bodyguard arranged by his father, the Minister of Personnel, Gu Tongfu, operated from the shadows and would not reveal himself unless absolutely necessary. Thus, the outcome was predictable. The individual who approached was no match for Zhao Hu. As soon as he drew near, Zhao Hu knocked him down with a single punch. Although Zhao Hu primarily practiced Confucianism, his martial arts had also reached the upper echelons of the 9th rank. If he were to unleash his righteous energy, even a 7th-rank opponent would struggle against him. Gu Pingzheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a scholarly man from the countryside would possess such martial prowess. The commotion attracted the attention of passers-by, who began to murmur amongst themselves. Gu Pingzheng is bullying others again. Ever since his 3rd leg was injured, his psyche has become increasingly twisted. Hearing the surrounding comments, Gu Pingzheng felt his face burn with shame, his gaze darkening further. Dare to retaliate? Kill him. The individuals surrounding him found the situation perplexing. In their eyes, Gu Pingzheng resembled a rabid dog, frequently shouting threats of violence. Consequently, few chose to associate with him. Zhao Hu, however, remained remarkably composed, for he had long harbored intentions of eliminating Gu Pingzheng, thus understanding why others might wish to do the same. As Gu Pingzheng finished speaking, an unknown swordsman suddenly leaped onto the street, drawing a long blade that was aimed directly at Zhao Hu. Anticipating this, Zhao Hu swiftly pulled several of his disciples aside, just as the blade left a deep gash where he had been standing moments before. This indicated that the swordsman before him was at least a 6th-tier martial artist. Zhao Hu's expression turned grave as he reached into his robes, retrieving a piece of calligraphy bestowed upon him by Su Zhixing before his departure. Each of his disciples possessed a similar piece, and they instinctively mirrored his actions. "Big Hu, do not waste it," came a voice from down the street, Chenminji. The wind and rain swordsman, Lu Shou, arrived even more swiftly, landing before the assailant. The aura of his swordsmanship rendered the swordsman motionless. Big Hu and his fellow disciples exhaled in relief, withdrawing their hands from their ropes. Chenminji was correct. Employing the master's calligraphy in such a manner would indeed be a gross extravagance. Chapter 78. The 6th Prince Gu Pingzheng turned his gaze, still seething with rage. "Chenminji, do you dare meddle in my affairs?" To his surprise, Chenminji ignored him completely, walking past to stand before Zhao Hu, smiling. "Just a mad dog. How could one squander the priceless calligraphy of our master?" Big Hu chuckled and nodded. "All right, let us proceed inside." Gu Pingzheng nearly lost his composure. The sensation of being disregarded was far more agonizing than being verbally berated. "Chenminji, stop right there. Leave him be. Otherwise, I will not let this go." Chenminji, now at the entrance, finally glanced back, but his gaze fixated on Gu Pingzheng's lower half. An unexpected chill coursed through Gu Pingzheng, prompting him to instinctively shrink back. This involuntary reaction provoked uproarious laughter from the onlookers. Enraged, Gu Pingzheng seized a nearby dagger and pointed it at the crowd, shouting, "What are you laughing at? No laughter. If you laugh again, I will kill you all." Yet, those present were nobility. They merely sought to avoid provoking this madman. Who among them would genuinely fear him? When faced with an unyielding threat, Gu Pingzheng, in a fit of rage, raised his blade in an attempt to strike Chenminji. Before Lu Zhou could intervene, the steward of the Ning prince's residence rushed forward and grasped the blade's edge, drawing blood instantaneously, causing an uproar among the onlookers. Yet, the steward maintained a cheerful demeanor. "Young Master Gu, please temper your anger. If you truly wish to strike someone, feel free to take it out on this humble servant. My life is of little worth, and it would be no great loss." Gu Pingzheng, taken aback, quickly relinquished his grip. After all, the steward was an important figure in the Ning prince's household. Despite being a eunuch, he was not someone Gu Pingzhang could kill without consequence. Seeing the steward provide a way out, Gu Pingzhang sighed disdainfully and entered the prince's residence. Qin Minji, with a scoff, also intended to follow suit. However, the steward approached him and inquired, "Young Master Qin, your presence is most welcome at the Ning prince's residence, but what of these gentlemen?" As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards Zhao Hu and a few others accompanying Qin Minji. With a smile, Qin Minji chose not to press the steward and turned to Zhao Hu, instructing, "Bring out the item." Zhao Hu nodded, preparing to present the invitation, when a young gentleman emerged from within the prince's residence, exuding elegance in his scholarly attire, embodying an admirable grace. The steward, immediately shifting his focus, bowed deeply to the young man. "Your Highness, what brings you out?" The young gentleman smiled and nodded at Qin Minji, who promptly returned the gesture with a bow. "Open the main gate and come outside to greet me," he said hurriedly before stepping out. The steward recognized the significance of the arrival and quickly summoned a young servant to wipe the blood from his hands. As the wound had ceased bleeding, he then followed the young man outside. Qin Minji felt a surge of curiosity about who warranted such a personal reception from the Ning prince's heir, speculating it must be a prince from the imperial family. Zhao Hu nodded, instinctively thinking of Jiang Qingping. Not wishing to rush indoors, the group followed outside, waiting at the street side. Other guests who had come to attend the poetry gathering also paused, respectfully standing aside. Before long, they spotted a bullock cart slowly approaching from the end of the street. An elderly man, dressed in coarse linen and with graying hair, served as the driver. The cart's canopy was thickly covered with cotton cloth, obscuring the view of its occupants. Yet, upon seeing the cart, everyone present immediately guessed who was seated within. Qin Minji's eyes brightened as he turned to Zhao Hu, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is he, the sixth prince." Zhao Hu had long anticipated his arrival, thus he was not particularly surprised. However, the murmurs of those around him suggested that this sixth prince rarely attended such gatherings, making his presence today all the more remarkable. The ox cart halted before the entrance, and Prince Ning's heir, Xiao Mufeng, promptly led the servants of the Ning residence to pay their respects. "Your Highness, we are honored by your presence." The elderly driver slowly lifted the canvas curtain, assisting the youth within to descend. He still bore the appearance of someone fragile, cradling a hand warmer and draped in a thick fox fur coat, as if a mere gust of wind could easily topple him. As the young man alighted from the carriage, he extended his hand in a gesture of camaraderie, smiling, "Mufeng, we are family. There is no need for such formalities." Aware of the youth's aversion to ostentation, Xiao Mufeng straightened his posture and replied with a smile, "Your Highness, please do come inside. It is warm within." The young man nodded and stepped toward the entrance. At that moment, Qin Minji and Zhao Hu stood to one side of the doorway, and upon his approach, they clasped their fists in greeting. The young man lifted Qin Minji's arm, grinning. "Minji, it has been many years since we last met. I hear you have taken part in the imperial examinations. When did you become so studious?" Qin Minji grinned back, saying, Let us not dwell on it. It has been a journey of tears. Your Highness, how is your health these years?" The young man chuckled softly. "Still the same." Having said that, he turned to Zhao Hu and, without hesitation, remarked, "Brother Zhao, you have arrived. Why do you not come in?" Zhao Hu was taken aback by Jiang Qingping. No, he should now be addressed as Xiao Qingping, acknowledging him publicly. Momentarily stunned, he quickly regained his composure and replied with a fist salute, "I pay my respects to your Highness." Xiao Qingping smiled gently and offered no further words, merely stating, "Let us proceed inside." After speaking, he walked in without a care. Outside the entrance, the steward of the Ning Wang mansion broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had not been overly aggressive earlier, hoping that this man, who could be referred to as Brother Zhao by the sixth prince, would not harbor any resentment. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Hu had not given it a second thought. He had intended to present the invitation all along, and it was merely a coincidence that Xiao Qingping had arrived at that moment. Once Xiao Qingping entered, Qin Minji embraced Zhao Hu's shoulders with a grin, exclaiming, "Your Highness is exceedingly courteous to you. Hu, you must have quite the fortune." At that moment, those gathered at the entrance cast curious glances toward Zhao Hu. As they passed by him, some even offered him a respectful salute. Zhao Hu could only return each gesture. The two junior disciples behind him, aside from He Zhiqiu, regarded Zhao Hu with noticeably altered expressions. Subsequently, the group made their way into the Ning Wang mansion. This poetry gathering was indeed a grand assembly of the capital's elite. In addition to the sons of nobility, the distinguished ladies of the capital had also arrived early, though they entered through a separate door, thus avoiding an encounter with the men. Upon arriving at the venue, Zhao Hu and his companions were struck by the true opulence of the setting. The spectacle they had witnessed at the Chun residence paled in comparison to the magnificence of the Ningguang mansion. As the poetry gathering commenced, Chen Yunlan exchanged a glance with Chen Minji, signaling that their plan could commence. However, at that moment, a voice from outside announced, "Princess Chang Lu has arrived." Everyone rose to their feet. At this juncture, the white-haired elder who had been accompanying the sixth prince suddenly appeared behind Chen Yunlan, handing her a note. Confused, she opened it to find the words "Do not move" inscribed upon it. Chapter 79, The Scheme Unraveled. Chen Yunlan, puzzled, turned to look at Xiao Qingping, who smiled and raised his wine cup in her direction. His lips moved silently, seemingly uttering two words. Observing his lip movements, Chen Yunlan's heart raced, her eyes widening in shock. Unbeknownst to her, her palms had grown clammy with sweat. The two words spoken by Xiao Qingping were the title of a poem she had prepared days prior, Spring Slaughter. This poem was the very trap laid for Gu Pingzhang during today's gathering. At first glance, the poem exuded a grandiose spirit, with a meticulous structure and profound meaning. Undoubtedly a masterpiece among poems. Chen Yunlan had composed it after Da who was wronged, knowing that every year at this time, the literary-minded heir of the Ningguang would host a poetry gathering. During such occasions, young scions from prominent families would invariably attend, and Gu Pingzhang would be no exception. However, this debauched and uneducated scion would certainly be incapable of crafting anything of merit, opting instead to purchase poetry for the event. Chen Yunlan merely needed to exert a modicum of effort to ensure that Gu Pingzhang became aware of this poem and understood its exceptional quality. Given Gu Pingzhang's unreasonable nature, he would undoubtedly claim it as his own. Should he achieve fame at the poetry gathering, he would face dire consequences if he dared to present the poem, as it concealed an underlying meaning. It was a modified version of a poem Chen Yunlan had previously encountered in a collection copied by Su Zhixing. With Gu Pingzhang's lack of literary acumen, he would never discern its true nature, and even if presented at the gathering, few would likely notice it. However, if someone were to provide even the slightest hint, the numerous nobility present would certainly recognize the poem's hidden meaning. At that point, Gu Pingzhang would find himself at a loss for words. Even if it did not lead to his downfall, the Gu family would inevitably bear the brunt of the repercussions. There would be no need for further action on their part. Within the grand court of the great Zhou dynasty, many would be eager to take advantage of the Gu family, and even those at the highest echelons would likely relish in such events. However, Chen Yunlan never anticipated that the scheme she had meticulously crafted, remaining entirely unlinked to her, would be completely discerned by Xiao Qingping, who had even become aware of the poem Spring Slaughter. This implied that he was likely privy to the fact that the subversive poem was indeed her handiwork. Should this matter escalate, the Chen family would find themselves in peril. As Chen Yunlan pondered these thoughts, she was suddenly jolted back to reality by the arrival of Princess Chang Lu, who had just entered the venue. As the princess passed by Chen Yunlan, she greeted her. Yet Chen Yunlan remained oblivious until her maidservant's reminder brought her back to her senses. "I beg your pardon, Your Highness, for my distraction. I failed to notice your esteemed arrival." Princess Changle is of a similar age to Chen Minji, slightly younger than Chen Yunlan, with a lively and adorable appearance. Possessing a hint of baby fat, she remains utterly unconcerned by Chen Yunlan's distraction. Instead, she wraps her arms around Chen Yunlan's and cheerfully exclaims, "Sister, it has been such a long time since you last visited me. After finally meeting, you seem lost in thought. You should be punished with a few extra drinks." Chen Yunlan smiles and nods. "As a subject, I accept my punishment." Princess Changle chuckles, then skips over to Xiao Qingping, naturally linking her arm with his. Nestling close to him. "Sixth brother, why didn't you bring me along to the poetry gathering?" Xiao Qingping smiles indulgently. "Did you not say you dislike such poetry and prose?" Princess Changle pouts. "Who said I don't like it? I quite enjoy it." In stark contrast to the laughter and joy here, Gu Pingzhang sits in a gloomy state. Just moments ago, a messenger from the sixth prince informed him that his poem Spring Slaughter was originally composed by the sixth prince and had inadvertently circulated among the common folk. Thus he could no longer use it. Despite his usual boldness, Gu Pingzhang dares not oppose a prince and reluctantly agrees, now sulking with a drink in hand. Once the princess is seated, the poetry gathering continues. Since the event is aptly named the Drunken Spring Poetry Gathering, it naturally revolves around the themes of spring and intoxication. In no time, numerous young gentlemen and ladies from noble families present their own compositions. A designated person recites the poems aloud, inviting critique from the attendees. The venue is alive with a continuous flow of poetry, one piece after another, proving to be quite prolific. In truth, most of these poems were prepared in advance, merely unveiled today. Hence, although few masterpieces emerge, the quality is generally acceptable. Halfway through, Xiao Chengping glances at Zhao Hu, who sits rigidly at the end of the seating arrangement, and smiles. He turns to the Crown Prince of Ning, saying, "Brother Mufeng, I find this gathering rather uninteresting." Xiao Mufeng, taken aback, responds awkwardly, "It is my mismanagement." Xiao Qingping waves his hand dismissively, "It is not your fault. I simply believe that a poetry gathering with predetermined themes does not truly reflect everyone's capabilities." Xiao Mufeng, catching on to Xiao Chengping's sentiment, feigns ignorance and asks, "What does your highness suggest then?" Xiao Chengping replies with a grin, "Why not forego the theme? Let us create spontaneously. We shall take a single incense stick's worth of time to see whose poetry is superior. What do you think?" Xiao Mufeng's eyes brighten, and he claps his hands, exclaiming, "Excellent! What a splendid idea, your highness." Xiao Qingping smiles again, adding, "Today, everyone present, aside from the accompanying servants and maids, must present a poem, regardless of quality." Xiao Mufeng, in deep contemplation, cast a distant glance at the humble scholar seated at the end of the table, his heart enlightened. He then proceeded to announce Xiao Qingping's intentions to the assembly. The crowd unanimously expressed their agreement, subsequently racking their brains to compose verses. Upon hearing the words of the Prince of Ning, Zhao Hu turned to look at Xiao Chengping, who coincidentally was also gazing back at him. Instantly, Zhao Hu comprehended that Xiao Qingping's sudden whim was entirely directed at him. Alas, since evasion was futile, he resolved to embrace the challenge. After all, he was still a youth, his heart naturally ablaze with fervor. Given that Xiao Chengping endeavored to showcase his talents, Zhao Hu was not one to shy away. Reflecting on his recent experiences, inspiration struck him, and with a flourish, he penned a poem in one uninterrupted flow. When this poem was presented before the Prince of Ning, he realized that the title of tonight's poetic champion was secured. A splendid poem, imbued with great spirit. Xiao Mufeng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Nearby, Xiao Qingping inquired, "What have you written?" Xiao Mufeng promptly offered it to him, saying, "Your Highness, please take a look." Xiao Qingping picked up the sheet filled with elegant, flowing characters and began to read aloud. Upon reaching the final couplet, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Laughing heartily as I step forth, are we not of noble lineage? Please take it lightly. This is a reference to the poetry of Li Shixian, but let us consider it an original work of Dahu, as the author cannot compose such breathtaking verses. He. What audacity, what arrogance, what a splendid poem, what exquisite calligraphy. Today, this piece alone suffices." Xiao Mufeng continued to voice his admiration. He considered himself to possess remarkable literary talent, yet in comparison to the author of this poem, he felt humbled and inadequate. Xiao Qingping glanced at the signature at the bottom, Zhao Hu, and could not help but smile faintly, thinking to himself, "He truly is a person of merit in my eyes." Chapter 80. As deep as an abyss, like a prison. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Hu became an overnight sensation through his poem. At the evening's poetry gathering, no other work could rival his. In fact, by the following day, the entire capital was abuzz with the echo of his lines. "Laughing heartily as I step forth. Are we not of noble lineage?" Zhao Hu's name began to circulate among the prominent families of the capital, and even in the streets, whispers about him became commonplace. The fervent reaction stemmed, in part, from Zhao Hu's remarkable poem, and on the other hand, from the revelation that he was the same Zhao Hu embroiled in the recent cheating scandal during the imperial examination. Initially, no one was willing to believe in Zhao Hu's innocence. Even those who suspected he had been wrong dismissed it as inconsequential. However, circumstances had shifted. Through his poetry, the entirety of the capital recognized Zhao Hu's literary talent, rendering him a figure who would have no need to resort to deceit in the examination. Thus, rumors began to circulate that he was indeed a victim of malice. As the chief examiner of the imperial examination, Minister of Rites Liu Baiqia found himself at the center of scrutiny, accused of being blind to talent and allowing the realm to overlook a prodigious individual. Upon the poem reaching the emperor's ears, Liu Baiqia was summoned that very day. What transpired during their meeting remained a mystery. Yet rumors suggested that the emperor's chamber echoed with reprimands. In the days following the poetry gathering, the Yangzhou Association was nearly overwhelmed by visitors seeking an audience with Zhao Hu, compelling him to take refuge within the Qin residence, as even the most fervent admirers dared not trespass there. For a time, Zhao Hu relished a semblance of tranquility, just as his fame reached its zenith. Another rumor began to spread through the capital, alleging that Gu Pingzhang, son of the Minister of Personnel, was the one who conspired against Zhao Hu in secret. This ignited a wave of indignation, prompting scholars to take to the streets, denouncing Gu Pingzhang for undermining a pillar of the nation. Initially, the Gu family attempted to defend themselves, denying the allegations. However, as details emerged regarding Gu Pingzhang's bribery of officials responsible for examination assessments, along with the subsequent cover-up involving violence, the Gu family's position became increasingly untenable. Faced with the collective outrage of the scholarly community, even Minister Gu Tongfu could not quell the uproar. This was the inaugural imperial examination since the founding of the Great Zhou, and the current emperor had established the national policy for civil service examinations with a promise of absolute fairness, devoid of regard for status or wealth, solely favoring talent. Yet, in a mere moment, a scandal of this nature erupted, sowing seeds of doubt among scholars regarding the integrity of the examination system. Countless individuals had devoted years to relentless study, often sacrificing their fortunes to reach the capital for this pivotal assessment. Yet, it became evident that the whims of the powerful could easily nullify their efforts. If such injustices went unpunished, how could scholars continue to serve the court? And what right did the court have to demand their trust? After the scandal involving Gu Pingzhang came to light, several audacious scholars emerged among the literati, leading all students to the gates of the imperial city to engage in a silent protest and hunger strike. They submitted a blood-written memorial beseeching the emperor to impose severe punishment on Gu Pingzhang and his family. This group comprised the first batch of successful candidates from the founding of the Great Zhou dynasty, and even the might of imperial authority could not suppress their uproar. On that day, the prime minister of the Great Zhou, Zhang Jingde, personally intervened to pacify the students, bringing the incident to a close. Naturally, every action carries its price, and the leading scholars were doomed to have their futures irrevocably altered. However, when the Ministry of Rites attempted to investigate these scholars' backgrounds, they found no trace of them. The minister, Liu Baiqia, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and, in a state of shock, promptly ordered that the matter remain undisclosed. Before the Gu family could react, officials from the Imperial City Division had already moved to apprehend Gu Pingzhang. The emperor also decreed that Gu Tongfu be confined to his residence, along with Gu Pingzhang. Another item was seized, the poem entitled Spring Slaughter, which became the final straw leading to his downfall. When this poem was presented before the emperor, the illustrious sovereign, who unified the realms, immediately decreed a death sentence. All male members of the Gu family were exiled to Shiliang Prefecture, while the females were consigned to the Ministry of Music. Only Gu Tongfu was spared from exile, granted clemency due to his past contributions, but relegated to the status of a commoner. Upon receiving the news, Gu Tongfu understood that all was lost. He realized that the affair concerning Gu Pingzhang was merely a pretext. The emperor was using it to settle scores with the old ministers who had helped establish the dynasty. With the realm secured, those who had risen alongside the emperor from humble beginnings were now deemed unnecessary. As long as the emperor reigned, the realm remained stable. But should he fall, these old ministers would pose the greatest threat to the new sovereign's ascension. The emperor was merely clearing obstacles for his successor. Thus, when the officials returned to the Gu residence to conduct a search, they were met with the chilling sight of Gu Tongfu's lifeless body hanging from the rafters, while the exquisite white jade screen bore the blood-written words, "When the rabbit dies, the hound is cooked." This shocking incident concluded, leaving a profound impact on the capital. Meanwhile, Zhao Hu, the catalyst of the entire affair, found himself engulfed in an icy dread. From the outset, he realized that he had lost control over the situation. His initial entrapment may have been mere coincidence, but everything that followed was orchestrated by unseen hands. Even the trap set by Qin Yunlan had been deftly exploited by those in the shadows. He could not discern whether his encounter with Xiao Qingping was fortuitous or premeditated, nor could he differentiate the truth from the lies in Xiao Qingping's earlier words. Regardless of whether he had refused Xiao Qingping's assistance that day, the Gu family's fate would have been unchanged. Xiao Qingping might merely have served as an intermediary, while the true orchestrator behind it all was one, the Great Zhou Emperor, the sovereign who held dominion over the world. Now, As Zhao Hu gazed upon the opulent splendor of the great Zhou capital, he felt surrounded by an unfathomable abyss of despair. One misstep could lead to his utter ruin. Escape. This was Zhao Hu's sole thought. He yearned to flee this land of turmoil. He did not believe that his meager wits and abilities could protect him in such a merciless capital. Neither did he trust the seemingly affable sixth prince to be as harmless as he appeared. He longed to return to Longquan Town, to diligently study the teachings of the sage and remain by his mentor's side, living a tranquil life of scholarship. The Qin siblings, too, were gripped by a profound sense of dread, particularly Chen Yunlan. She finally grasped why Xiao Qingping had stopped her from plotting against Gu Pingzhang. In comparison to this grand scheme, her own machinations seemed almost laughably naive. Chen Yunlan suddenly understood why her father had once rejected all titles, even that of Minister of Revenue, choosing instead to remain a mere deputy minister. He had never cultivated disciples nor formed factions, always maintaining a facade of avarice. Only by doing so could their emperor allow the Chun family to persist. As for the past debts of gratitude and loyalty, they paled in significance to the lofty throne. Chapter 81. Fate will bring us together again. Not long after the Gu family was raided, the results of the imperial examination were announced. Chen Minji was unsurprisingly among those who failed, yet joyfully, his two fellow disciples from the Jixing Academy succeeded, earning the title of Gongxing. Naturally, they were overjoyed. Zhao Hu, observing their excitement, was uncertain whether to rejoice or worry for them. Regardless, this was their aspiration, and as long as they were content, that was sufficient. The tribulations they might face in the future were matters for another day. Having chosen this path, they must be prepared to weather the storms that lay ahead. Half a month after the list was released, the palace examination would commence, representing the ultimate goal for all scholars. However, before the palace examination began, Zhao Hu bid farewell to everyone, intending to return to Longquan Town with Hejiqiu, although the Qin siblings wished to accompany him. A decree had already been issued from the palace stating that Qin Yunlan was now the fiancée of the third prince and could not leave the capital. Chen Minji aspired to join the military and make his mark. Thus, only Zhao Hu and Hejiqiu journeyed together back home. On the 8th day of the 4th month, a suitable day for travel, Chen Minji and his two fellow disciples escorted Zhao Hu and Hejiqiu out of the city. Chen Minji had arranged for two exceptional steeds to bid them farewell. Zhao Hu initially hesitated to accept, as the horses were exceedingly valuable. But the insistence in Chen Minji's eyes left no room for refusal. As they mounted their horses, just as they were about to set off, a pure black steed galloped toward them, bearing a youth whose pallid complexion betrayed his ill health. An elderly man with white hair kept pace beside the horse, appearing to stroll leisurely, yet matching the horse's speed effortlessly. Zhao brother. It was none other than the sixth prince, Xiao Qingping. Zhao Hu quickly dismounted, and everyone clasped their fists in respect. As the horse approached, the elder seized the reins, halting the steed, while his other hand rested against the youth's back, channeling a steady stream of vital energy into him. The flush on Xiao Qingping's face deepened, and his breath quickened. After the elder's vital energy coursed through the youth's body, he finally appeared somewhat stable. Xiao Qingping dismounted but stumbled slightly, ignoring his own condition. He hurried toward Zhao Hu, grasping his arms with a hint of urgency. Zhao brother, are you leaving? Zhao Hu cast a glance at the youth before him, his heart involuntarily quivering. In the boy's gaze lingered a trace of sorrow, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Zhao Hu pondered whether this emotion was merely a facade crafted by Xiao Qingping. Yet, he chose to place his trust in him. With reddened eyes, Xiao Qingping softly addressed Zhao Hu, saying, Brother Zhao, although our acquaintance has been brief, believe me when I say that in my heart, you are my one true confidant. Zhao Hu nodded. Having chosen to believe, he resolved to envision the most favorable outcome. That evening, Xiao Qingping had confided in him that if he wished for Zhao Hu's assistance, he must remain in the capital to serve him. Zhao Hu had declined. Nevertheless, in a series of subsequent actions, Xiao Qingping spared no effort in aiding Zhao Hu. At the poetry gathering hosted by the Crown Prince of Ning, he altered the theme and rules on a whim, solely to allow Zhao Hu to shine and unveil his talents to the world. He believed wholeheartedly that Zhao Hu would astonish the capital. Indeed, Zhao Hu did not disappoint his goodwill. With a single poem, he gained renown across the land. Soon after, candidates from the imperial examination rallied in Zhao Hu's defense, prompting the court to address the students' anger by dealing with Gu Pingzhang. As for Qin Yunlan's counterpoem, it was merely a fortuitous occurrence. Even without that poem, the Gu family would have faced ruin. From these events, It was evident that regardless of Xiao Qingping's ultimate intentions, he had consistently supported Zhao Hu, extricating him from the turmoil without implicating him. Zhao Hu was fully aware of this, and thus he felt nothing but gratitude towards Xiao Qingping. However, gratitude aside, his aspirations did not lie in a political career or in the court. Therefore, he felt compelled to depart. After a moment of silence, Zhao Hu turned and retrieved 3 books from his bundle. Brother Jiang, I had intended to bid you farewell last night at the Xianglin Academy, but I did not find you. These 3 books, which I have transcribed, I present to you. I hope you will cherish them. Xiao Qingping accepted the books from Zhao Hu's hands, 3 volumes of tales he had never encountered. Upon reading the titles, a sorrowful smile graced Xiao Qingping's lips, his brow heavy with melancholy. He gently raised his gaze to meet Zhao Hu's eyes. Brother Zhao, this parting may very well be our last encounter. At this point, his voice trembled with emotion. Zhao Hu felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. Despite Xiao Qingping's royal status, it seemed he had few friends worthy of his trust. Zhao Hu could sense his solitude and yearning for a true confidant. Once more, Zhao Hu bowed deeply in farewell. Brother Jiang, though the world is vast, if fate permits, we shall meet again. Take care. Xiao Qingping nodded gently, taking a deep breath. The sorrow in his eyes had vanished entirely. He retrieved a jade pendant engraved with orchids from his bosom and pressed it into Zhao Hu's hand. Not far away, the white-haired elder observed this scene, and his gaze noticeably shifted, his feet almost moving forward. Xiao Qingping resumed his youthful demeanor, smiling as he addressed Zhao. Brother Zhao, this is a jade pendant I have worn close to my heart. Consider it a farewell gift. As you journey across countless mountains and rivers, I wish you safe travels and tranquility. Zhao Hu solemnly accepted the jade pendant, clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Jiang. I bid you farewell. With that, he mounted his horse, glancing at the others, his heart heavy with reluctance. Dear friends, the rivers and lakes are vast. I hope we shall meet again. Please take care. The group returned the gesture with clasped fists. Travel safely. With a crack of the whip, 2 fine steeds galloped forth, heading southward. Chen Minji and the others waited until Zhao Hu and his companion vanished at the road's end before returning to the capital. On the jet-black steed, Xiao Qingping stared vacantly at the bustling streets of the capital, lost in thought. The elder leading the horse glanced back several times, hesitating to speak. Eventually, he could not contain himself. Your Highness, that item, is it the only relic left by the princess in her lifetime? Xiao Qingping was abruptly jolted from his reverie, offering a desolate smile. Grandfather, I have little time left. The elder was taken aback. His eyes filled with sorrow. He fell silent, merely leading the horse forward. Reminiscent of the past when he had walked the streets of Tian City with a remarkable woman upon the saddle. On that day, the streets of Tian were teeming with people, all gathered to catch a glimpse of her unparalleled beauty. It has been 15 years since the young lady departed. Chapter 82. The sword from the great river descends from the heavens. Having just left the capital, Zhao Hu and his brother felt a tinge of melancholy. After riding for some time, their hearts were consumed by the urgency to return home. They galloped onward, losing track of time until dusk descended, prompting them to seek accommodations. However, as they surveyed the surroundings, only mountains and rivers remained. There was no sign of habitation, nor any place to rest. Fortunately, both individuals possessed considerable skills. Thus, they were untroubled by the chill of the night and capable of handling the usual petty thieves. After traversing the official road for a while, they finally discovered a refuge from the wind and rain before darkness enveloped the land. It was a dilapidated tea house, long abandoned. Yet a wooden sign still hung at the entrance, bearing the character for tea. Zhao Hu led his horse into the tea house, tidied up a bit, kindled a small bonfire, and laid down some dried grass on the ground, preparing to make do for the night. After finishing their rations, just as they were about to retire for slumber, Zhao Hu suddenly became alert and cast his gaze toward the door. Before long, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a youth of approximately 30 or 40 years, possessing an ordinary appearance yet tall in stature, exuding a certain scholarly elegance. Upon entering the tea house, he greeted them with the courtesy befitting a scholar, saying, I beg your pardon for the intrusion. I happened upon this place and, seeing the light, ventured in to seek refuge from the night dew. I hope you will grant me this small favor. Zhao Hu smiled and returned the gesture, saying, You are most welcome. The young man in black nodded slightly, found a clean spot, and settled beside the bonfire. Hijicho had been fixated on the youth since his entrance, and when the young man sat down and noticed his gaze, he turned his head and gave a slight nod. Hijicho appeared startled, quickly averting his eyes. Zhao Hu furrowed his brow, feeling an increased sense of wariness. The young man unfastened a water pouch from his waist, removed the wooden stopper, and took a few swigs. Soon, a faint aroma of wine wafted through the tea house. The youth offered the pouch to Zhao Hu, inquiring, "Would you care for a sip, young brother?" Zhao Hu waved his hand, replying, "Thank you, but I do not drink." The young man did not press further, took another hearty gulp, and remarked, "Life can be dull. Only books and wine can soothe the heart. You, too, strike me as a man of letters. Have you recently participated in the imperial examinations?" Zhao Hu shook his head and replied, "I have not partaken in the examinations." The young man nodded, responding with an "Oh, indeed. One capable of composing verses such as laughing heartily as I stride forth? Are we not men of worth? Would command respect, even without engaging in the imperial assessments." Zhao Hu's expression shifted slightly, and he sprang to his feet, demanding, "Who are you? What brings you to seek me at this late hour?" Though He Zhiqiu was exceedingly anxious, his hand had already slipped into his robe, grasping the corner of the scroll, should any unusual movements occur. He would not hesitate to reveal it. Hearing Zhao Hu's inquiry, the young man chuckled, took another sip of wine, and after savoring it for a moment, turned to Zhao Hu with a smile, saying, "Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. I approached you merely because His Highness the Third Prince holds you in high regard and wishes to invite you back to the capital. From this day forth, you shall enjoy high office, wealth, and honor beyond measure." Zhao Hu was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the situation. It was merely a poem. Yet these princes presumed to ascertain his capabilities in governance and statecraft. Steadying his thoughts, Zhao Hu clasped his fists and replied, "I am grateful for the Third Prince's kind intentions, but I have no ambition for a career in the officialdom. I simply wish to return to my rural roots and live as a humble villager." The young man in black, with a slight smirk, remarked, "You are still so young. Yet you yearn solely for a pastoral life? The realm of Dezhou has only just begun to stabilize, and myriad endeavors await revitalization. It is precisely the time for scholars like you to contribute your talents. Given your age and literary prowess, you are destined for greatness. How can you be so indifferent to advancement?" Zhao Hu smiled faintly, remaining unmoved. Everyone has their own aspirations. I hope the Third Prince will not impose his will upon me. The young man in black fixed his gaze upon Zhao Hu for an extended moment before letting out a long sigh. Alas, what a pity. Zhao Hu's expression changed dramatically, his tone tinged with anger. "I fear you have ulterior motives beyond merely persuading me to return to the capital." The young man tucked away his wine pouch and lifted his gaze, his eyes now filled with a glimmer of menace. "Since you are disinterested in an official career, it would be wise to avoid close associations with certain individuals. Are you unaware of the phrase drawing fire upon oneself?" As the words fell, the young man in black suddenly flickered and appeared before Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu had already sensed the young man's cultivation level when he entered the tea house, channeling his vast, true energy to scrutinize. Although he could not discern the specifics of the young man's prowess, the overwhelming aura made it clear that he was no match for him. Thus, he remained on high alert. The instant the black-clad youth erupted into action, Zhao Hu had already vacated his previous position. The terrifying true energy swept past, demolishing a wall of the tea house as if it were mere paper. The young man in black clearly regarded him with indifference, striking casually. Otherwise, Zhao Hu would not have escaped unscathed. When the young man missed his initial strike, he immediately launched another attack, this time truly employing his full strength. With a wave of his hand, an elusive shadow of a palm surged forth. Just the initial movement sent the roof of the tea house flying. The bonfire on the ground was extinguished in an instant. The entire structure seemed on the brink of collapse. Alarm surged within Zhao Hu, prompting him to shout, "Zhiqiu." Without needing further prompting, He Zhiqiu had already taken action, unfurling a scroll in his hand. He recited rapidly, "The sword of the great river descends from the heavens." In an instant, that scroll, merely a foot in length, erupted with boundless brilliance. The relentless sword energy surged forth like a mighty river, its momentum vast and sweeping. The palm shadow unleashed by the young man in black was almost instantly dispersed. His expression changed dramatically, and realizing he had no time to evade, he frantically channeled his internal energy, forming a barrier of true energy in front of him, preparing to withstand the onslaught. The torrent of sword energy swiftly engulfed him. Yet the once unstoppable force did not annihilate the young man. He stood firm like a reef amidst the crashing waves. The sword energy battered against him. Halted by the barrier, rushing past him on either side, the young man in black was shaken to his core, utterly aghast. The mere act of the boy wielding a scroll concealed such astonishing sword energy. All martial practitioners know that to harbor sword energy within an external object requires an extraordinary level of mastery. This is the domain of a transcendent master, an earthly immortal. This revelation implied that behind these two youths lurked a true earthly immortal, and moreover, one who wielded a sword. Could it be the sword immortal? The lord of the great wilderness city? The young man clad in black felt as though his heart had turned to ashes, convinced of his imminent demise. However, when the sword energy approached, he suddenly realized that, despite its formidable power, it was merely of the third tier. He himself was a warrior of the second tier. The pressure from the impending sword energy was immense, yet it was not sufficient to claim his life. Hijichio also discerned that his writings alone were inadequate to vanquish the opponent, and he hastily shouted, "Senior brother." Zhao Hu had long been prepared, and he swiftly unfurled his scroll. Another torrent of sword energy surged forth, intertwining with the first. The barrier of energy before the young man in black shattered with a resounding crash, and he was propelled like a kite by the combined force of the two sword energies, disappearing into the night. Chapter 83. Life and death intertwined. The two brothers immediately retracted their scrolls and dashed out of the tea pavilion, leaping onto their horses and racing away with reckless abandon. They were oblivious to whether the young man in black had survived, caring little to check on his condition. Their only concern was to escape swiftly under the cover of darkness. The sword energy contained within Su Zhixing's scroll could only be wielded thrice, should their adversaries remain alive. Even if merely wounded and reluctant to pursue, their companions would relentlessly chase after them. They had already discerned that the third prince was behind the attack. To ensure that the methods of this third prince remained concealed from the world, both of them must perish. As Zhao Hu galloped furiously on horseback, he contemplated the perilous nature of the royal family. The sixth prince harbored no ambitions for the throne, having explicitly declared his disinterest in the realm of politics. Yet, the third prince, unable to recruit him, sought to eradicate any opportunity for the already overshadowed sixth prince to gain even the slightest strength. Zhao Hu shuddered at the thought. If such a person were to ascend to the throne, the realm would undoubtedly descend into chaos and suffering. After the two had fled, a figure emerged from the forest bordering the tea shed, drenched in blood. It was the young man in black from earlier. The confluence of Zhao Hu and Hijichio's sword energies had amalgamated into a force nearing the second tier. Coupled with the piercing nature of the sword energy, it had shattered his protective true qi, leaving him grievously injured, though he was now incapable of pursuing. The young man in black understood that he could not allow these two youths to escape. Failing to do so would result in a fate far more terrifying than death itself. With this thought in mind, he forcibly mobilized his true qi and soared into the air, giving chase. For a second-tier martial artist, catching up to galloping steeds was not a daunting task. However, due to his severe injuries, he refrained from unleashing his full speed, instead following the path the two had taken. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Longquan Town, Yangzhou, Su Zhixing suddenly awoke from his slumber. A wave of disorientation washed over him, accompanied by a sense of foreboding. Was something amiss? Just as he had sensed when Lu Yiyu had employed the scroll outside Ani County, he felt a disturbance following Zhao Hu and Hijichio's use of the scroll. However, the vast distance rendered his perception vague. Yet, Su Zhixing was certain that something had gone awry. Due to the distance, he could not pinpoint the precise location but sensed a direction with a nebulous clarity. Su Zhixing, unwilling to delay, donned his outer garment and exited the room. Soon after, within the courtyard of the Zhixing Academy, a beam of sword light soared into the night sky, swiftly transforming into a luminous point that was indistinguishable from the twinkling stars above. Xu Zhixing felt an intense urgency within him as he soared through the skies at the swiftest pace possible. Although he had yet to surpass the speed of sound, his velocity was undoubtedly comparable to that of aircraft from his previous life. With a slight intuition regarding the direction of the incident, he deduced that it must involve several disciples who were en route to Kyoto for their examinations. The distance from Longquan Town to Kyoto was no less than 6,000 li. While a direct aerial route might shorten the journey somewhat, it still amounted to over 5,000 li. At his current speed, even at full throttle, it would take him at least 1 or 2 hours, translating to approximately 3 or 4 hours in total. Su Zhixing was uncertain whether he could endure for much longer. All he could do was strive with utmost effort. Meanwhile, within the realm of Zhangdianzu, Zhao Hu and Hijichio had sprinted for 5 or 6 dozen miles without pause, their mounts having already traversed the entirety of the day. were now showing signs of exhaustion from their strenuous gallop. Zhao Hu glanced back, and amidst the vastness of the night, detected no signs of pursuit. Thus, he dismounted, leading the horse onward. The scroll containing the characters remained tightly gripped in their hands, never daring to loosen their hold. From their earlier encounter with the young man in black, it had become evident that only by utilizing both scrolls in unison could they inflict harm upon their adversary. Consequently, neither dared to let their focus waver. Continuing to lead the horse, they advanced for another 10 miles, during which they encountered no disturbances, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Just at that moment, a sudden gust of fierce wind swept through, stirring up sand and stones. Zhao Hu was startled and swiftly sought refuge, inadvertently unfurling the scroll in his grasp once more. He, equally quick to react, unfurled the two scrolls again, merging their sword energies into a single, powerful surge that surged forth. The young man in black was once more repelled by the onslaught of sword energy, vanishing from sight. However, Zhao Hu's horse succumbed to the forceful palm strike from the black-clad figure, collapsing lifelessly. Regrettably, although Zhao Hu had managed to evade the brunt of the attack, he was still grazed by the wind generated by the opponent's strike. Now, his insides quaked, leaving him feeling numb and utterly drained of strength. He, alarmed, promptly hoisted Zhao Hu onto his own steed and struck the reins. The horse, stung by the whip, neighed in pain and galloped wildly. He then set off at a run to follow closely behind. However, being relatively young, coupled with his nascent martial prowess and limited physical strength, he could barely keep pace at first, but soon found himself lagging behind. Panic surged within Zhao Hu. He could not abandon his junior disciple to flee alone. Summoning all his strength, he desperately broke free, tumbling from the horse's back. He rolled several times on the stony ground, ultimately coming to a halt, motionless. He, catching sight of the scene under the moonlight, was struck with horror. Xixiang. His previously weary legs suddenly regained vigor as he rushed towards Zhao Hu. Upon reaching him, he found Zhao Hu battered and bruised, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. Fortunately, with the physique of a 9th-tier warrior and a 7th-tier cultivation in Confucianism, he had only sustained superficial injuries, with no serious damage to his bones. In a state of distress that brought him to the brink of tears, He embraced Zhao Hu, anxiously exclaiming, "Xixiang, are you all right?" Xixiang. After a prolonged moment of labored breathing, Zhao Hu gradually regained a measure of strength. He gestured towards the horses that had come to a halt in the distance, urging, "Quickly, ride away from here." He nodded fervently, "Yes, yes, yes. I will take you away at once." Having spoken, he unexpectedly hoisted Zhao Hu onto his back and hurried towards the horses. Zhao Hu, in a state of panic, implored him to set him down, but He paid no heed. It was only upon reaching the steed that he finally released him. "Elder brother, mount the horse, and let us depart together," He said, assisting Zhao Hu onto the horse before taking his own seat. Subsequently, he flicked the reins, urging the horse to move forward. Zhao Hu felt a deep sense of helplessness but chose to remain silent. He understood that no matter what he said, He would never abandon him, just as he could not forsake He. Accepting this reality, he resolved to face whatever came together with his companion. If they were indeed unable to escape, they would tread the path to the underworld as brothers, providing each other with companionship. At that moment, Su Zhixing, who was hastening towards them, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. This was the second time he sensed the scroll being involuntarily activated. This indicated that the perilous situation confronting his disciples was far graver than he had imagined. Contemplating this, Su Zhixing communicated with the Mo Yuan's sword, and his speed surged yet again, resembling a meteor streaking across the sky with brilliant luminosity. Chapter 84. Life and Death Struggle. The youth in black endured another 2 waves of sword energy, momentarily causing his vital energy to stagnate. The sword energy penetrated his body, akin to a festering wound. He had no choice but to halt and dispel the sword energy within him, restoring the smooth flow of his vital energy. Approximately half an hour later, he finally managed to expel the sword energy from his body. Although his injuries had worsened, a smile surfaced on his face. He sensed that this time, the sword energy emanating from the scroll in the hands of the 2 youths was significantly weaker than before. This meant that with just 2 more attempts, the scroll would be rendered as worthless as mere scraps of paper. With this thought, he resumed his pursuit. Now confident that he could eliminate the 2 youths, Zhao Hu and He, sharing a mount, progressed at a sluggish pace. Crucially, they had not traveled far when their steed began to falter. The horse's front hooves grew unsteady, and its speed diminished. Finally, it came to a complete stop, frothing at the mouth. This horse had run tirelessly throughout the day without rest, and after such prolonged exertion, it could no longer endure. Zhao Hu, feeling despondent, dismounted with He Zhiqiu, and together they sought a place to conceal themselves. They took refuge in a dense thicket of rocks, hiding in a hollow and leaning against a massive boulder, daring not to make a sound. The scroll was poised for activation in their hands, their eyes fixed on the approaching direction. Should that individual draw near, they would unhesitatingly unleash the scroll once more. Even if they could not vanquish him, they would not allow themselves to be slaughtered without resistance. After a while, under the moonlight, Zhao Hu indeed spotted a figure racing past on the mountain path outside the stone forest. It appeared that the individual was unaware of their presence. Once the black-clad youth had passed for some time, Zhao Hu breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he intended to relocate with He Zhiqiu, he suddenly noticed the black-clad youth returning. Zhao Hu's heart sank, feeling a pang of regret. It was evident that the youth had spotted the abandoned horse, coupled with the fact that this was the only hiding place nearby, raising suspicions. In the heat of the moment, Zhao Hu had not considered the implications and now realized his oversight. The youth entered the stone forest and began to search. The keen senses of a second-tier expert far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Had he not been severely injured, Zhao Hu and his companion would undoubtedly have been discovered. Observing the youth flipping over boulders, it was clear that it would not be long before their hiding place was uncovered. The two brothers exchanged no words, merely a glance, and understood each other's intent. They lowered their bodies, lying flat in the hollow, ears pressed against the ground, straining to hear the sound of approaching footsteps. The distance was still considerable, and although the black-clad youth was injured, his footsteps were still notably lighter than those of an ordinary person. Thus, they heard nothing. However, Zhao Hu knew that regardless of how light the footsteps were, as long as the individual was not flying, there would be some noise. Once he could hear the footsteps, it would signify that the youth had drawn near enough. That would be their opportunity to strike. Of course, at such a distance, the black-clad youth might also detect them. The gamble lay in who would notice the other first. Thus, the brothers dared not raise their heads, keeping their bodies low, awaiting the intruder's arrival. The scroll in their hands had already shown signs of wear. This was their final opportunity. Even if they could not kill their adversary, they would strive to inflict serious injury upon him, significantly diminishing his remaining strength. The wait felt interminably long. The night of April retained a slight chill, yet both were drenched in sweat. They suppressed their breathing to the bare minimum, fingers digging into the earth. Meanwhile, the black-clad youth, as a high-tier martial artist, sensed the imminent danger. Though he had not heard any sounds from the two youths, he was acutely aware that they were undoubtedly nearby. Such was the instinct of a martial expert. Due to his severe injuries, his blood flow was obstructed, and his vital energy was not circulating smoothly, resulting in a significant decline in his abilities. Hence, the black-clad youth was exceedingly cautious, gathering his vital energy in his palm, preparing to unleash his signature technique. At last, Zhao Hu detected a faint rustling of grass. Yet, he remained motionless, signaling to He Zhiqiu not to rush. In the instant, he heard a third sound. Zhao Hu's gaze sharpened, and He Zhiqiu understood in an instant. The brothers acted in perfect synchrony, springing to their feet and unfurling the scroll. Simultaneously, the black-clad youth sensed the looming danger, unleashing his vital energy, which coalesced into a substantial shadow of a palm in front of him. This time, not only did Zhao Hu and He Zhiqiu activate the scroll, but they also poured their remaining vital energy into it, reviving the sword energy that had begun to wane. The black-clad youth was taken aback, realizing that the situation was entirely contrary to his expectations. The scroll in the hands of the two youths not only retained its power, but had intensified. The shadows of the palms he had summoned dissipated one after another, and the sword energy struck him once more, penetrating through his body. The black-clad youth could only muster all his strength to protect his internal organs with his vital energy, neglecting everything else. Although the situation differed from what he had anticipated, the black-clad youth was confident that the opponent's maneuver could not last long. Indeed, Zhao Hu and He Zhiqiu's scroll began to disintegrate, transforming into fine dust. The overwhelming sword energy finally began to weaken. The black-clad youth could no longer endure, soaring backward. Meanwhile, the scroll in Zhao Hu and He Zhiqiu's hands completely disintegrated into a cloud of powder. This time, Zhao Hu did not flee, for they had exhausted their means of survival. He resolved to take a leap of faith. The moment the scroll shattered, Zhao Hu lunged forward, charging at the black-clad youth as he was propelled backward by the sword energy. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms. He aimed to deliver a fatal blow during the youth's moment of vulnerability. The black-clad youth, now pierced by sword energy, was rendered utterly defenseless. Upon landing, Jiahu was already upon him, his fist mercilessly striking towards the youth's throat. The black-clad youth, startled, could only instinctively tighten his jaw, bracing for the blow. Though Jiahu was merely a 9th-tier martial artist, the nurturing of his 7th-tier vital energy endowed his physique with strength comparable to an 8th-tier martial artist. His fist struck the already injured youth's chin, leaving him momentarily dazed. Jiahu did not relent and struck again, this time aiming for the youth's temple. He even channeled his dwindling vital energy into this punch, augmenting its power. The black-clad youth was struck, his vision darkening, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. He could only instinctively raise his arms to shield himself. Jiahu mounted him, raining down punches like a torrential downpour. He even seized a stone and brought it crashing down upon him. Hijiqiu attempted to assist, but Jiahu shooed him away. After delivering so many blows, Jiahu's fists were already bruised and bleeding. The black-clad youth's body felt like iron, with an incredible recoil. At last, Jiahu's strength waned, his fists slowing imperceptibly. In that fleeting moment, the black-clad youth suddenly grasped Jiahu's wrist with a fierce grip. Have you had your fill? When enough has been endured, it is my turn. Chapter 85. A sword descending from the 9 heavens. Jiahu was taken aback. He never anticipated that, after enduring so many punches and blows, this individual could still muster a counterattack. A 2nd-tier martial artist, exceedingly resilient. Although the young man in black was now gravely injured, with sword energy coursing through his body, rendering his immense true energy utterly unusable and his physical form severely battered, even in such a state. The tenacity of his physique meant that Jiahu's relentless assault could not extinguish his life. In an instant, as his hands were seized, Jiahu propelled himself upward, forcefully planting his feet upon the youth's chest, and with a sudden burst of strength, he broke free. The young man allowed him to create distance, then slowly rose to his feet. Despite his face being smeared with blood and his features bruised, he remained fundamentally unscathed. Even without the ability to utilize true energy and in a battered condition, he retained the confidence that he could eliminate Jiahu. Remarkable. You have indeed pushed me to such extremes. Since I began my martial journey, you are the first to do so. Jiahu stood several meters away, panting heavily as he fixed an unwavering gaze upon him. Rendered speechless, the young man spat out a mouthful of blood, his swollen eyes half open, emanating a chilling glare. You. In gratitude, I have resolved to shatter your bones. The final words were bellowed from his throat, strained and hoarse. As he spoke, dust rose around his feet, and he shot forward like an arrow. So swift was his movement that Jiahu could only cross his arms defensively across his chest. With a resounding thud, the force surged forth, and without surprise, Jiahu was sent hurtling away by the young man's palm. Hijiqiu, quick-witted and agile, caught Jiahu from behind, and the two tumbled into a heap. In that single strike, Jiahu felt the bones in both his arms fracture, contorted into unnatural shapes. A heavy pressure weighed upon his chest, rendering his breathing laborious. Hijiqiu was not faring any better. The impact left him feeling lightheaded, his insides churning, utterly devoid of strength. Had he not caught Jiahu, the latter would have crashed into the jagged stone forest, sustaining far graver injuries. The young man in black had rendered both of them incapacitated with a single blow. Yet, he too was not unscathed. Forcibly unleashing his power caused his own blood to surge violently, causing him to bleed from his orifices. Staggering towards them with a cruel smile etched upon his face, he sneered, "Two inexperienced youths, you have wounded my foundation and shattered my future. You have yet to comprehend true cruelty." As his words faded, the young man erupted once more, his form darting forward, his hand raised, murderous intent radiating like frost. At that moment, a sudden flash of cold light illuminated the void. The sharp sound of slicing air resonated throughout the surroundings. The young man in black abruptly halted in his tracks. A beam of sword light seemed to descend from the heavens, landing between him and Jiahu. Instantly, the sword's aura erupted like a tsunami crashing upon the shore. The black-clad youth barely had time to shield himself with his arms before he was sent flying backwards, landing a distance away, blood spilling from his mouth. His gaze, now filled with terror, was fixed upon the direction from which the light had come. There, a longsword glimmering like water lay embedded in the ground. A young man clad in coarse linen garments descended from the sky, standing beside the sword. He did not cast a glance at the black-clad youth. instead turning his back to him. Upon recognizing the newcomer's visage, Zhao Hu and He Zhiqiu felt tears welling in their eyes. "Sir." Su Zhixing's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, and his aura was faint, barely able to contain the rampant sword energy surging within him. Yet, there was a noticeable relaxation in his gaze. Fortunately, he was still alive. When he sensed that Zhao Hu and the others were utilizing the scroll for the third time, Su Zhixing truly felt a pang of panic and, disregarding the cost, hastened his pace once more. At last, he arrived just in time. Su Zhixing took a deep breath, and the uncontrollable sword aura and majestic true energy within him gradually subsided. He stepped forward, gently ruffling the hair of his two disciples, and softly reassured them. "Do not be afraid, the teacher has arrived." Zhao Hu and He Zhiqiu nodded earnestly, their hearts brimming with excitement, rendering them speechless. Su Zhixing turned around and gazed at the young man lying on the ground, inquiring calmly, "Why did you kill my disciple?" The youth was filled with astonishment. He clearly perceived that Su Zhixing had arrived by soaring through the air. Indeed, behind the two boys stood a terrestrial immortal. Previously, he had assumed that the sword aura emanating from their scroll indicated they were merely of the first rank. The ability to conceal such sword energy within a scroll suggested some hidden means. As a first rank, he had no fear, given his service to the third prince. However, he never anticipated that the other party was truly a terrestrial immortal. The young man's face turned ashen, not for himself, but for his master. Thus, he refrained from answering Su Zhixing's question. At that moment, Zhao Hu interjected, "Sir, I am well aware of the origins of this matter." Su Zhixing nodded slightly, his gaze remaining composed. With a delicate flick of his fingers, he invoked a sword technique, causing the Mo Yuan sword, which was embedded in the ground, to rise effortlessly. As Su Zhixing softly uttered the word "kill," the Mo Yuan sword vanished in an instant, only to reappear having pierced through the young man's skull. Subsequently, the sword transformed into a beam of light, returning to Su Zhixing's body, where it vanished from sight. Su Zhixing stepped forward, casting a glance at the lifeless body of the young man. With a casual motion, he lifted it and soared into the distant mountains. Finding a densely wooded area, he unceremoniously discarded the body. Presumably, by the break of dawn, the remains would be thoroughly consumed by the wild beasts of the forest, leaving no trace behind. After completing this task, Su Zhixing returned to Zhao Hu and the others, taking one in each hand, and once more took flight. They traversed 300 miles in one breath before descending into a small town. Upon locating an inn, he spent a little extra silver to secure a room for himself and his two disciples. As dawn approached, Su Zhixing busied himself for a considerable time, finally managing to mend Zhao Hu's bones and stabilize the internal injuries of both disciples. However, once he completed his efforts, darkness suddenly clouded his vision, and he nearly fainted. The rapid flight over 5,000 miles, coupled with the treatment of his disciples, had left him utterly exhausted. Were it not for the consummate mastery of the sword body within him, the continuous flow of sword energy, and the substantial foundation of his second-grade Confucianism and third-grade martial arts, he might not have endured. At that moment, both disciples had fallen into a deep slumber, leaving Su Zhixing to hold vigil by their side, gradually recuperating. The Mo Yuan's sword emerged, floating beside him, silently watching over him. This long-distance rescue mission, though arduous, had concluded acceptably. It was certain that this experience would contribute significantly to the growth of his two disciples. Chapter 86. The 9 provinces of Central Land. Su Zhixing accompanied the two individuals in this quaint town for 5 days, ensuring their internal injuries were adequately treated before departing. Zhao Hu's arms had yet to heal fully, still bound with wooden splints, rendering him unfit for long journeys. After Su Zhixing led the two disciples out of the city, he ascended directly into the sky, embarking on a journey southward. The experience of flying with two mortal disciples was entirely distinct from soaring alone. It was not merely an increase in weight. There seemed to be an inexplicable resistance. Thus, Su Zhixing could manage to fly only 700 or 800 miles at most before needing to rest for a while. This pattern of flight and pause continued, and by the time they returned to Longquan Town, 5 days had elapsed. When Su Zhixing initially departed in the dead of night, it was so sudden that he had no opportunity to bid farewell to Zhaozhen. The anxious young girl had been beside herself these past few days. Upon seeing Su Zhixing again, tears nearly spilled from her eyes. However, noticing the two senior brothers behind him, Zhaozhen quickly suppressed her emotions, replacing them with a look of concern. "Senior brother De Hu, what has happened to you? Why are you injured?" Upon seeing the bandages and wooden splints binding Zhao Hu's arms, Zhao Zhen hurriedly approached with her inquiry. De Hu smiled faintly, raising his hand in a dismissive gesture. Jinjin, it has been a while. He Chi-Chiu also grinned, saying, Jinjin, it has indeed been a long time. Zhao Zhen, disregarding the pleasantries, turned to Su Zhixing. Master, what has happened to senior brother De Hu? Su Zhixing smiled gently and replied, I encountered some difficulties on my way back, but it is nothing to worry about. For the time being, let De Hu and Ji Qiu recuperate at the academy. Jinjin, please refrain from mentioning this outside, lest it cause concern for their families. Zhao Zhen quickly nodded and assisted Zhao Hu into the house. Despite Zhao Hu's insistence that he could walk unaided, Zhao Zhen remained steadfast in her support. Meanwhile, Ji Qiu, feeling neglected, cast a forlorn glance at Su Zhixing and murmured, Sir, I suddenly find myself yearning for an injury, one that is visible. Su Zhixing chuckled heartily. Who could deny that? In the following days, Zhao Hu and He Jiqiu remained at the academy to recuperate. He Jiqiu had nearly fully recovered, yet to avoid arousing suspicion, he chose to stay with Zhao Hu at the academy each day. To their astonishment, this ordeal had led to a remarkable enhancement in their cultivation. Both their Confucian and martial arts skills had advanced significantly. Zhao Hu successfully ascended to the 6th rank of Confucianism, while his martial arts reached the 8th rank. He Jiqiu attained the 8th rank in Confucianism as well, and had solidified his 3rd strand of authentic qi, finding himself surprisingly close to the 7th rank. In terms of martial arts, he was nearing perfection at the 9th rank. It is often said that the threshold between life and death presents both peril and opportunity. Indeed, this was the case. Their progress, in a broader sense, also reflected Su Zhixing's own growth as a teacher. The 6-fold return from teaching had undoubtedly augmented Su Zhixing's proficiency in both Confucianism and martial arts, sparing him much arduous training despite not breaking through to a new realm. However, what occupied Su Zhixing's thoughts was not this. Rather, it was the matter of Zhao Hu and his companions being pursued. Zhao Hu had divulged everything to him, and he had not anticipated that they would encounter such a myriad of events in Kyoto within such a brief span. Su Zhixing understood that since the 3rd prince had resolved to take action, he would undoubtedly see it through to completion. At this moment, however, the 3rd prince might be unaware that Zhao Hu and the others had escaped back to Longquan Town. Nor did he know that the enigmatic young man in black had long since met his demise. Thus, there was an eerie stillness. Once the 3rd prince regained his awareness, a second wave of pursuit would surely ensue. Moreover, reflecting on the tyrants throughout history, who would stop at nothing to achieve their ambitions, it was likely that no one in Longquan Town would survive the impending onslaught. Contemplating this, Su Zhixing felt it was perhaps time for him to journey to the capital. If these matters were not resolved with precision, an unending stream of troubles would follow. Furthermore, he needed to return to the capital before the 3rd prince could react. The day after his return, Su Zhixing began to organize affairs within the academy. He instructed Zhao Hu and He Jiqiu to await his message, advising them to remain hidden within the academy until his return, lest anyone discover them, as a precaution. Before parting, he nearly exhausted all of his cultivation to leave behind a piece of calligraphy for Zhao Hu. Additionally, he infused the swords of Zhao Zhen and Lu Yuyu with his own sword qi, serving as a means of self-defense. After completing these tasks, Su Zhixing bid farewell to his disciples and embarked on his first journey away from the academy. Along the way, he also took the opportunity to appreciate the breathtaking landscapes of the Central Plains and the 9 provinces. Su Zhixing was unaware of the vastness of this world. He could only make a rough estimation. The realm of the Great Zhou, known as Middle-earth, is approximately 1.5 times larger in total area than the Huagua of the Earth from his previous life. Middle-earth comprises several regions, including the southeastern Yangzhou, where Longquan Town is situated, and the central Tiangzhou, home to the capital city of Tian. Additionally, there are Lizhou, Liangzhou, Huangzhou, Yongzhou, Yinzhou, Yuzhou, and Qingzhou. Yangzhou lies in the southeast, with the boundless sea to the southeast, flanked by Lizhou and Qishou on either side, while to the north lies Tiangzhou. Liangzhou and Huangzhou are located in the west, representing the most desolate territories of Middle-earth. Yongzhou and Yunzhou are positioned to the northwest and directly north, while Yuzhou and Qingzhou are found in the northeast and due east. The combined expanse of the 9 provinces is extraordinarily vast, showcasing the profound heritage and formidable strength of the Great Zhou, which governs such a monumental domain. Despite the unification of the realm, peace is not guaranteed. To the north, Beyond Yuzhou and Yuzhou stretches an endless expanse of grasslands and deserts inhabited by other warring human tribes. During the Warring States period, the Yin Kingdom held dominion over these two provinces, effectively safeguarding the northern gate of Middle-earth and preventing foreign tribes, who had long cast envious glances, from encroaching for centuries. The Yin Kingdom ultimately fell to the Great Zhou, partly due to their simultaneous resistance against Zhou while contending with the external threats from the north. Despite being the most powerful state during the Warring States era, they could not avert their demise. Consequently, after the Great Zhou unified the realm, although the remaining 5 states were similarly resentful, they did not harbor the same sense of humiliation and anger as the remnants of the Yin Kingdom. The Great Zhou's purging of the Yan's residual power was particularly brutal and merciless. To the north of the borders of Yunzhou lies an expansive grassland. Yet, due to its status as a frontier zone, despite the lush vegetation, no one tends to graze horses or sheep here. Approximately 100 miles further north into this grassland, there exists a city populated by a myriad of peculiar individuals, including merchants, heroes, and bandits from various regions. This city does not belong to any nation or faction. It is a chaotic yet safe haven. The only rule enforced by the city's lord is that no one may kill within its confines, while everything beyond its borders remains beyond inquiry. Chapter 87. The Lord of Wangnan City. Initially, this city bore no proper name until 6 years ago when it was designated as Wangnan City. The rule prohibiting murder within the city was established 2 years prior. Naturally, many opposed this regulation at first, but after the so-called foremost swordsman of Wangnan City was gruesomely dismembered, no one dared to defy it again. Rumors circulated that the Lord of Wangnan City was merely a puppet, with the true power residing elsewhere, though no one knew the identity of this shadowy figure. Countless speculations arose, none of which were credible, yet all agreed on one point. The true authority behind the scenes must possess extraordinary strength and profound cultivation. For in Wangnan City, power is paramount. No one would submit to a feeble individual lacking any martial prowess. However, the reality was astonishingly different. The concealed master of Wangnan City was not the rumored top-tier expert, but rather an unassuming, scholarly youth, seemingly delicate and frail. Deep within the lord's estate, there stood a simple thatched cottage, furnished modestly with only a bed, a table, and a chair. On the table lay a stack of books and writing implements, and a long sword was hung upon the wall. No other items adorned the space. A young man in green attire sat upright at the table. Before him a slip of paper containing a confidential letter. After perusing the letter, an involuntary glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, only to be swiftly masked again. With a hint of resignation, the youth murmured, "With the esteemed presence of my teacher, the great tiger shall surely not suffer." As the last words fell, the paper before him disintegrated into dust, carried away by the wind. The youth standing before him was none other than Yu Wenqing, who had been away from the academy for 2 years. It was the news brought by the Prime Minister of Dian, Ji, regarding Yu Wenqing's father, Yu Wencheng, that had taken him away. They traversed the entirety of the Great Zhou, journeying northward until they reached Wangnan City. It was only upon arriving that Yu Wenqing learned what his father had done upon leaving. This city was a legacy left by his father. The majority of its residents were exiles from the Yin state, who, after a transformation, lived here. Yu Wencheng had departed Yu Wenqing's side with the sole purpose of capturing this city, providing a refuge for the Yin exiles. However, upon Yu Wenqing's arrival in Wangnan City, Yu Wencheng departed once more, and even Ji was unaware of his destination this time. Observing the former ministers of the Yin state and the exiled populace struggling to survive, Yu Wenqing could not bear to abandon them. Thus he agreed to Ji's request to stay. In truth, Wangnan City was merely a strategic stronghold. Over the years, Yu Wenqing had not only secured this city but had also engaged in numerous unimaginable endeavors. Along the northern borders of Yunzhou, countless bands of marauders roamed. Contrary to expectations, these marauders did not plunder the common folk. Instead, they frequently harassed the border troops of Yunzhou, seizing their supplies and weapons. Little did anyone suspect that these marauders were not genuine brigands, but rather a clandestine force assembled by Yu Wencheng, comprised of former generals of the Yin state. Numbering over 10,000, they concealed themselves along the borders of Yunzhou, masquerading as bandits. At a moment's notice, they could transform into a formidable army, answering solely to the bloodline of the Yin royal family. The commander of this force was none other than the 17-year-old Yu Wenqing. In addition to this army, A burgeoning underworld faction that had emerged in Yunzhou and Yuzhou was also the result of Yu Wenqing's efforts. The Wind Listening Tower, a society primarily engaged in the trade of information, had rapidly expanded from Yunzhou to neighboring Yuzhou within just a few years. Now, even Zhongxianzhou had begun to host branches of the Wind Listening Tower, boasting the claim of being all-knowing about worldly affairs. The true nature of the Wind Listening Tower, however, was that it was the former intelligence department of the Yin state, known as the Hoguan. At the moment of the Yin state's downfall, Ji, who oversaw the Hoguan, promptly issued an order for them to remain hidden within the territories of the Great Zhou, awaiting a future opportunity. Subsequently, when Yu Wenqing took charge of Wangnan City, this intelligence network was finally reactivated and rebranded as the Wind Listening Tower. Observing these developments, Yu Wenqing understood that the extensive efforts of Yu Wenqing and Ji were driven by a singular purpose, the restoration of the nation. Although Yu Wenqing initially wished to remain uninvolved, he recognized that this was his father's aspiration for survival and the hope of countless former Yin officials. With his father no longer present, the burden of this responsibility now fell upon him. Despite knowing that the dream of restoration was nearly unattainable, Yu Wenqing did not want to extinguish the hope of these individuals. In the pursuit of Confucian cultivation, the ultimate goal is the state of one's heart and mind. A moment of enlightenment might lead to a profound transformation in one's practice. The system rewarded Yu Wenqing with the highest teachings of Confucianism, indicating that he was indeed the most suited for this scholarly path. However, since departing the academy, his previously cultivated aura of righteousness, which had reached the 6th rank with 14 paths, had not advanced even a fraction. Conversely, his martial prowess had surged to the 5th rank. Yu Wenqing was aware that the issue lay within his own state of mind. Achieving a serene heart and mind is not simply a matter of understanding. Even if one identifies the root of the problem and knows the solution, the emotional knots remain stubbornly intact. Yu Wenqing emerged from his humble cottage and sat upon the rough stone bench in the courtyard, a book of the great learning and a long sword resting beside him. He recalled the words once spoken to him by Su Zhixing when she forged this sword. Those who follow the path receive much assistance. Those who stray from it receive little. Throughout history, wise rulers have always practiced benevolence towards their people. The people are akin to water, while the ruler resembles a boat. Water can both support and capsize the vessel. When a ruler cherishes the people as one cherishes their own children, the people will inevitably respect the ruler as they would their father. Shaoqing, your inherent kindness is well known. This sword, with its concealed sharpness, embodies the essence of a benevolent heart. As your master borrows the ancient sword's name, he has christened it Zhonglu, hoping that you will use it for introspection and live up to expectations. Reflecting upon his master's words, Yu Wenqing suddenly comprehended the underlying meaning behind them. It was evident that his master had long been aware of his identity and foresaw his destined path towards restoring the nation. Regardless of success or failure, his master was imparting the wisdom necessary to become a worthy sovereign. As his master once stated, a ruler must possess compassion, which is only part of the equation. The ruler must also wield the thunderous means of authority. Both qualities are indispensable. Upon arriving in Wangnan City, Yu Wenqing frequently recalled his master's teachings, gaining profound insights from them. Thus, the first decree he issued upon entering the city was a prohibition against arbitrary killings. Wangnan City had been in chaos for an extended period, and enforcing this single law was fraught with challenges. It could not be governed as a typical city. Furthermore, this place was devoid of official oversight, and its prosperity stemmed from its high degree of freedom. If it were to adopt the stringent regulations akin to those in the cities of the Great Zhou, it would soon transform into a desolate wasteland. Yu Wenqing gazed at the books and the sword beside him, instinctively reaching for the tomes, yet ultimately grasping the sword instead. He began to practice his swordsmanship in the courtyard. Before long, the silver-haired Ji personally arrived, holding a confidential letter in his hand, his expression radiating excitement. Your Highness, there is news. Mr. Su has news. Startled, Yu Wenqing halted his practice. With a flick of his wrist, the Zhonglu sword swiftly returned to its sheath. He eagerly accepted the letter from Ji and opened it without delay. The letter contained a terse message. On April 25th, Mr. Su departed from Longquan Town, vanishing like a rainbow on a journey northward, his whereabouts unknown. Upon reading this, Yu Wenqing let out a long sigh, a frown creasing his brow. His master was indeed heading to the capital. Ji chuckled. Mr. Su is truly a man of character. When my disciple was wronged, he only seeks to demand justice. Yu Wenqing remained silent, yet a subtle worry flickered in his eyes. Most who knew Su Zhixing mistakenly believed him to be a terrestrial immortal. However, only Yu Wenqing was privy to Su Zhixing's true nature. For Su Zhixing had confided in him that, although he possessed abilities akin to those of terrestrial immortals, his actual cultivation and strength were certainly inferior to theirs. The capital of the Great Zhou, a den of peril. His master was venturing forth alone, undoubtedly facing grave dangers. Yu Wenqing made a swift decision, commanding Minister Xianghua immediately instruct the forces in Taiyan City to fully assist Mr. Su. With a smile, Jizi remarked, "This is only natural. I have already given the orders." The prospect of a terrestrial deity causing a commotion in the capital of the Great Zhou delighted him, and he could hardly refrain from covertly encouraging the chaos. However, he was acutely aware that Yu Wenqing would never permit him to exploit Su Zhixing for his own ends. Thus he relinquished that notion. At this moment, Su Zhixing had traversed thousands of miles and arrived at the gates of Taiyan City. The ceaseless throng of people flowed in and out, while outside the city, another crowd resided, those impoverished souls unable to procure property within the walls. They served as the laborers of the vast fields surrounding Taiyan, toiling daily under the sun, sustaining the over 1 million residents of the city. Su Zhixing submitted his travel permit and entered the city, experiencing a profound awakening of the senses. He was momentarily enveloped by the illusion of stepping into a grand metropolis reminiscent of his past life. The only differences were the slightly lower buildings flanking the streets and the absence of those iron vehicles. The vibrancy of the place was in no way inferior to that of a modern city. Once within the city, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over Su Zhixing. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze towards the sky above the city of Kyoto. A shimmering light flickered in his eyes as the vast true energy surged within the mud pill palace. To him, it appeared as though 9 colossal pillars ascended into the heavens directly from the imperial city, rising above the palace at the heart of Kyoto. These pillars seemed to support the celestial dome of this Middle Earth, establishing Taiyan City as the epicenter of the realm. Su Zhixing's complexion suddenly turned ashen, and he could not help but retreat more than 10 steps, ultimately exiting Taiyan City. Only then did the strange vision in his eyes fade away. Su Zhixing's eyes were tightly shut, with a trickle of blood seeping from the corners. The vital energy within him surged tumultuously, refusing to settle for an extended period. Passers-by gazed at him in astonishment, bewildered by the events unfolding around him. The guards stationed at the city gate furrowed their brows and approached him, inquiring, "What are you doing? Do you wish to enter the city? If not, then leave." Su Zhixing dared not open his eyes. He could only rely on his senses to perceive the direction of the soldiers. He clasped his hands together and said, "I beg your pardon. I am unwell and merely need a moment to rest." Noticing his pallid complexion and the blood seeping from the corner of his eye, the soldier recognized the signs of his malaise and chose to leave him be. Su Zhixing leaned against the city gate, quietly regulating his breath. His heart was filled with an indescribable shock. Is this the fortune of the Great Zhou? The pillar supporting the heavens, coupled with the number 9, clearly signifies the flourishing destiny of the Great Zhou, suggesting that it may endure for at least a millennium without decline. Su Zhixing suddenly recalled his eldest disciple, a direct descendant of the royal family of Great Yan. His departure from the academy to wander the martial world left little to the imagination regarding his intentions. Yet, in the face of the flourishing destiny of the Great Zhou, could the seemingly exhausted fate of Great Yan still hold a glimmer of hope? Yu Wenqing. Is there still hope? Su Zhixing let out a helpless sigh. After meditating for a while, his breath finally calmed down. He dared not gaze upon the celestial pillar of the Great Zhou's national fortune any longer. With his current level of cultivation, another glance might shatter his very soul. Su Zhixing continued to walk into the city with his eyes closed. Fortunately, he relied on his senses in place of sight. Although he could not see, he managed to avoid certain obstacles and not collide with others. By listening attentively, Su Zhixing located an inn and requested a room from the proprietor. The owner, being quite honest, did not attempt to take advantage of Su's blindness. Once inside the room, Su instructed a servant to bring a basin of water, then closed the door and submerged his eyes in the cool liquid. After soaking for a considerable time, he finally began to feel some relief. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a scene drenched in crimson. Everything in the room was tinged with a shade of red. If Su could see his own reflection, he would likely be taken aback. His eyes were now filled with bloodshot veins, the sclera entirely transformed into a vivid red. The crimson threads even extended into his pupils, creating a rather terrifying appearance. Alas, it seems he would have to endure this state of blindness for a while longer. Su Zhixing found himself in a predicament. Unexpectedly blinded upon entering the city. Who could have anticipated that the celestial pillar of the great Zhou's national fortune possessed such formidable power? Merely a fleeting glance had such a profound impact on Su Zhixing. Yet, on the other hand, perhaps he alone in this world is capable of perceiving those ethereal entities, such as the soul. Su Zhixing had never heard of anyone being able to perceive souls. Yet, he possessed this remarkable ability. Apart from the instance involving widow Zhao, the mother of Zhao Zhan, he had another encounter where he witnessed a soul. It drifted gracefully for a brief moment before dissipating. The existence of souls is indeed a reality, but not every deceased individual manifests a soul. In Longquan Town, many have passed away. Yet only these two souls have truly made an appearance. Such manifestations occur solely in those who harbored profound obsessions or were unable to relinquish certain people or matters. And even then, it is merely for a fleeting moment. Su Zhixing understood that his ability to perceive phenomena hidden from ordinary eyes was a result of his profound cultivation in Confucianism and Taoism, a remarkable gift indeed. Although it may seem of little practical use, after arriving in the capital, he did not hastily seek out the Chun siblings or the two students who had successfully passed the imperial examination. Despite his blindness, his hearing remained acutely sensitive, far surpassing that of the average person. He fashioned a blindfold from a scrap of cloth and stepped out of his room with an air of nonchalance. As he descended the stairs, the curious innkeeper glanced up, noticing Su Zhixing moving gracefully down, weaving around the columns of the hall, crossing the threshold, and stepping onto the street. His fluid movements belied the fact that he was blind. How peculiar, thought the innkeeper. He cannot see yet walks with such ease. Is he truly blind or merely pretending? Chapter 89. Listening Wind Pavilion. The Listening Wind Pavilion did not wield significant influence in the capital of the Great Zhou, mainly because it was the headquarters of the Imperial City Division. Thus, when the pavilion received orders to assist Su Zhixing, they found themselves somewhat overwhelmed. Most of their personnel were covert operatives, constrained by the oversight of the Imperial City Division, which made them exceedingly cautious, reluctant to expose themselves or act recklessly. Meanwhile, at a tea stall on the street, the pavilion's manager, in charge of Tainan, pondered how to assist Su Zhixing. Oblivious to the fact that a blind man was already seated behind him, the operative assigned to follow Su Zhixing approached from a distance, signaling to the manager with a furtive glance. The manager, perplexed, subtly waved him away, urging him to leave quickly. The operative, his face etched with urgency, signaled once more. The manager, feeling a surge of irritation, was about to glare when he suddenly heard a voice behind him. He is trying to alert you. Startled, the manager's heart raced. The medicinal pouch lodged between his teeth was poised for him to bite down on at any moment. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to inquire, who do you serve? You have been monitoring me since Longquan Town, and now you have followed me to the capital. What are your intentions? After a moment's hesitation, the manager resisted the impulse to crush the pouch and quietly replied, "This is not a suitable place for conversation. Please, follow me." With that, he stood and departed, seamlessly blending into the crowd, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Yet he was acutely aware that this mysterious individual could easily keep pace with him, as evidenced by their ability to track him directly to his location. After winding through the streets for some time, the manager finally paused in the courtyard of a gambling den. Entering the yard, he glanced outside to ascertain whether the enigmatic figure had indeed followed. To his surprise, the voice echoed once more from behind him. "Close the door." The chief paused in astonishment, abruptly turning around. There, in the courtyard, stood a young man clad in coarse linen, his eyes covered. Witnessing this, the chief was utterly convinced. Such an elusive talent surpassed even their own shadowy operatives in stealth. Against someone of this caliber, all their tactics would be rendered futile. No wonder he claimed to have been aware of the surveillance from Longquan Town. This individual simply did not care. The chief knelt and, in a solemn tone, declared, "I, the second officer of Taiyan City from the Listening Wind Tower, humbly greet you. Esteemed sir." Su Zhixing remained silent for a considerable time before letting out a soft sigh. "Alas, rise," he said. Ear stood up respectfully and replied, "If you have any inquiries, esteemed teacher, I shall speak without reservation." Su Zhixing smiled gently and remarked, "Are you affiliated with Yuanqing?" Ear immediately clasped his fists and replied, "The Listening Wind Tower exists solely to serve His Highness." "Then why do you accompany me?" Su Zhixing inquired. His Highness has learned of the injustices that young Master Zhao has faced in the capital and surmises that you, esteemed sir, will undoubtedly come to seek justice for him. Thus, he has commanded us to fully assist you in your endeavors. Su Zhixing remained silent. Deep down, he harbored a reluctance to entangle more individuals in his plight, even if they were mere scouts who had long since cast aside the specter of life and death. However, he understood that in confronting the third prince, one of two paths must be taken, either to strike with overwhelming force and eliminate him in a single blow, or to gradually diminish his power, stripping him of his influence and status. Yet, to kill the third prince would signify enmity with the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Unless Su Zhixing possessed the audacity to rise above the entire imperial realm, the path of assassination was fraught with insurmountable obstacles. Thus, he was left with no choice but to tread a more convoluted route, methodically dismantling his opponent's strength. Before embarking on this journey, however, there was a critical task at hand, essentially, to draw the flames to himself. He needed to redirect the third prince's hostility towards Zhao Hu and his allies onto his own person, making it clear to the prince that eliminating Zhao Hu was futile. The only way to eradicate the threat entirely was to eliminate Su Zhixing himself. But to think he could be so easily removed? Such arrogance was misplaced. As long as the terrestrial deities remained absent, he feared no one. Although Su Zhixing may not be able to oppose the entire Great Zhou dynasty, he possesses the confidence to confront a single prince. Having cultivated his Confucian and Taoist practices to this level, he may not necessarily surpass a martial artist of equal rank. Yet the extraordinary techniques he commands are undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of any mere fighter. With his Confucian cultivation at the second tier, he articulates his thoughts with eloquence. And with a mere stroke of his brush, he can manifest profound concepts. A casual verse from his lips can wield effects akin to the principle of word becomes law. Moreover, having achieved mastery of the sword, he has entered the realm of the sword immortal, becoming one with his blade. His offensive prowess rivals that of a second-tier martial artist, and his martial chi has reached the pinnacle of the third tier. Given that the foundation of his martial understanding far exceeds that of this world, his combat strength is equally formidable, comparable to a second-tier warrior. Although his skill in the art of the Guqin is somewhat lesser, he has still attained the fourth tier. When considering the totality of his abilities, Su Zhixing feels assured in his capacity to measure up against a first-tier martial artist. Thus, if the third prince wishes to eliminate him, he would need the backing of an extraordinary figure akin to an earthly immortal, which is exceedingly unlikely. Should the third prince indeed possess an earthly immortal as his supporter, no other princes would stand a chance against him. However, Su Zhixing understands that within the current Great Zhou court, the third prince is not the unequivocal candidate for the Eastern Palace. The second prince, although slightly weaker, boasts a powerful maternal lineage, with an uncle who is a minister of war, making him a formidable rival to the third prince. The fourth prince also possesses considerable strength and is not devoid of competitive capability. Given these considerations, Su Zhixing is confident in his ability to engage with the third prince. Therefore, in light of the allegiance offered by the Listening Wind Tower, he does not decline. With the support of the Listening Wind Tower, he can alleviate many of his troubles. Su Zhixing helped the master of Listening Wind Pavilion to his feet and inquired, "What is your name?" The master replied respectfully, "In response to your question, sir, I possess no name. I am simply called Yi. Su Zhixing gently nodded, gesturing towards the nearby table and chairs, suggesting, "Let us sit and discuss. Help me analyze the information regarding the third prince of the Great Zhou." To his astonishment, Yi, who typically adhered strictly to hierarchical norms, acquiesced and took a seat. Realizing his lapse, he felt a jolt of alarm and attempted to rise, only to be restrained by Su Zhixing's hand on his shoulder. "It's fine, let us simply converse." Reluctantly, Yi resumed his seat, gathering his thoughts before beginning to speak. The third prince of the Great Zhou is currently the most formidable among all the princes. Although his maternal lineage possesses only moderate influence, his mother, the noble consort, holds unparalleled favor within the palace, being the most cherished consort of the reigning emperor. There are even whispers that her authority surpasses that of the deposed empress, the former crown prince's mother. The third prince, benefiting from his mother's elevated status and his own considerable capabilities, has seen his power swell ever since the untimely demise of the crown prince. He now stands at the pinnacle among all the princes. Both the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Justice are under his sway, and he is betrothed to the eldest daughter of the true magnate of the Ministry of Revenue, Chen Shiyuan. unless unforeseen circumstances arise. The Ministry of Revenue will likely also fall into the third prince's domain. Additionally, the position of the Minister of Personnel has recently become vacant due to a scandal involving Gu Tongfu, who has been implicated. A previously neutral deputy minister has been appointed to fill the vacancy, and the third prince is making efforts to cultivate this relationship, resulting in a rather ambiguous stance between them. With such power at his disposal, toppling the third prince is no simple task. The two engaged in a lengthy discussion in the bustling back courtyard of the gambling house, during which Eir produced a dossier detailing the factions associated with the third prince. However, given the challenges faced by Tingfeng Tower in the capital, the list was merely a rough outline. After parting ways, Su Zhixing took a stroll around the capital before returning to the inn. Armed with this dossier, he felt a newfound sense of confidence. Yet, as an unproven individual, many matters remained beyond his reach. Thus, despite the multitude of schemes swirling in his mind, he required a capable ally to bring them to fruition. Initially, Su Zhixing considered the Qin family, but after weighing their safety, he ultimately decided against it. Besides the Qin family, there were other potential candidates to consider, such as the sixth prince, who is not long for this world. Chapter 90. Another expert deceived in the stillness of midnight, the moonlight poured down like water. The streets of the capital, now quiet, echoed the sentiment of Li Bai's verse, as if a layer of frost had settled upon the ground. On the third day of his arrival in the capital, his eyesight finally returned to normal. Su Zhixing stood upon the rooftop of a slightly elevated building in Kyoto, gazing into the distance at a scholarly academy. In his hand, he weighed a small stone, which suddenly soared through the air, hurtling with remarkable speed towards a glimmer of light within the academy. In an instant, a figure seemed to materialize out of thin air. Leaping into the sky, the stone was effortlessly crushed to dust. Beneath the moonlight, an elderly man with hair as white as snow lightly touched down on the rooftop of a nearby house, confronting Su Zhixing from afar. Su Zhixing smiled gently, cupping his fists and bowing slightly. The old man parted his lips, and a soft murmur formed into a thread of sound, reaching Su Zhixing's ears. "Who might you be? Esteemed sir, what is the purpose of your probing?" Su Zhixing's eyes brightened at this moment. The technique of condensing one's voice through true energy was indeed both exquisite and intriguing. As a practitioner of the art of the Guqin, his mastery over sound waves was undoubtedly on par with that of the elder. Thus, he responded with an even more refined approach. "I sincerely apologize for the intrusion. I bear no ill intent. I merely wish to have an audience with the sixth prince." The elder furrowed his brow, recognizing that the method Su Zhixing employed to gather sound indicated that his opponent was certainly a formidable master, perhaps even superior to himself in this aspect of true energy manipulation. This revelation left the elder somewhat astonished. In the capital, aside from the one who remained within the imperial city, he could hardly conceive of anyone possessing such prowess. How audacious! The sixth prince is a figure of immense worth. He is not someone one can meet at will. Su Zhixing smiled faintly, remaining silent, yet he took a step forward. This seemingly simple movement left the old man utterly astonished, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Su Zhixing's footsteps were unceasing as he continued to advance step by step. Beneath his feet lay an apparent void, yet he walked with unwavering steadiness, as if traversing solid ground. Su Zhixing smiled gently and inquired, "Is it possible to meet him?" The elder appeared to be in a state of alarm, even contemplating calling for help from within the imperial city. Flying through the air, he clearly embodied the essence of a supreme grandmaster. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained himself, for he sensed no malice whatsoever emanating from Su Zhixing. "Might I ask, esteemed elder, whether you hail from the great wilderness city or the eastern sea?" Su Zhixing shook his head. "I hail from Longquan in Yangzhou." The elder was momentarily taken aback. Longquan in Yangzhou? When did such a grand master emerge from there? Moreover, if a grand master were to arrive, why did none in the imperial city react? Su Zhixing sighed, not insisting further, and simply remarked, "Very well. Please inform the sixth prince that Zhao Hu's mentor requests an audience with him." The old man was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. "You are the esteemed Mr. Su that young Master Zhao spoke of?" Su Zhixing nodded slightly. "Indeed, it is I." The elder pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. "Very well. Esteemed sir, please wait a moment. I shall report this immediately." Having said that, he leaped down from the rooftop and entered the Shanglin Academy. Su Zhixing also arrived on the streets outside the Shanglin Academy. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of the imperial city, which appeared resplendent and vibrant, akin to a true dragon lying in wait. Yet, it seemed he went unnoticed. Over the past 3 days, Su Zhixing had not been idle. He had made several attempts to probe the situation, discovering that within the imperial city resided an immensely powerful presence. However, it appeared that this entity would not concern itself with matters beyond the palace walls. The elderly man he had encountered earlier, though a martial artist of the first rank, would find it difficult to unravel Su's true nature unless they engaged in combat. The cultivation of a martial artist emphasizes physical strength and true energy. Before reaching the exceptional first rank, the power of the soul remains concealed, rendering it scarcely distinguishable from an ordinary mortal's perception. Without direct confrontation, it is challenging to accurately assess one another's cultivation level. Su Zhixing adeptly exploited this opportunity, utilizing his ability to soar through the skies to instill a sense of awe in the elderly man. As for whether the sixth prince would indeed grant him an audience, he remained uncertain. After all, his understanding of the prince's character was merely gleaned through Zhao Hu. Standing quietly in the street, he became the nucleus of this small realm, influencing and disrupting the surroundings. Within a radius of several hundred meters, no one could perceive the commotion occurring here. Before long, the elder emerged from the academy, accompanied by a young lad whose demeanor was remarkable, yet his frail appearance betrayed a constitution weakened by ailments. Upon the first glimpse of the youth, Su Zhixing's eyes momentarily flickered with astonishment, swiftly followed by the emergence of a peculiar smile at the corners of his lips. The sixth prince, Xiao Qingping, stood at the entrance of the Xianglin Academy, his gaze imbued with a hint of excitement. He inclined his body slightly towards Su Zhixing and respectfully said, "I am unacquainted with you, esteemed Mr. Su, and I fear I have been remiss. Please, do enter." Su Zhixing remained still, simply smiling as he inquired, "Are you not afraid that I may harbor ill intentions towards you?" Xiao Qingping chuckled softly in response. "You are a person of exceptional character, and I bear no animosity towards you. I believe you would never wish me harm." Su Zhixing nodded. "Your audacity is indeed remarkable, a rarity to behold." Having spoken, Su Zhixing rose and made his way toward the Xuelian Academy. The old man remained vigilant, his aura surging as if he were prepared to fight at any moment. Xiao Qingping grasped the old man's wrist and shook his head. "Grandfather Bai, Mr. Su is a transcendent figure, who would never demean himself by harming someone as frail as I. Please, do not act disrespectfully." Although the old man still harbored concerns, he ultimately acquiesced to the young master's command and retracted his vital energy. Upon hearing this, Su Zhixing could not help but chuckle inwardly. These scions of the elite possessed a cunning nature, each surpassing the other. Upon arriving at the entrance, Su Zhixing clasped his fists and bowed slightly, stating with composure, "I am merely a humble citizen, Su Zhixing, here to pay my respects to His Highness, the sixth prince." Xiao Qingping promptly returned the gesture, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, esteemed sir. Please, step inside." Setting aside the information he had previously gleaned from his interactions with Zhao Hu, the mere fact that the elder had informed him of the high likelihood that this gentleman was a terrestrial immortal made Xiao Qingping wary of assuming his princely status to treat him with anything less than utmost respect. After all, even his father would extend courtesy to a terrestrial immortal, let alone himself. Upon entering the modest chamber within the academy, Su Zhixing glanced at the books laid out on the desk and could not help but smile. Indeed, Hu had put in considerable effort to transcribe these tales. Xiao Qingping, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly gathered the books and said, "Please, have a seat, esteemed sir. Grandpa Bai, kindly prepare a pot of fine tea for our guest." The elder was reluctant to leave Xiao Qingping's side, yet given the circumstances, he had no choice but to comply, descending with a sense of trepidation. After Su Zhixing took his seat, Xiao Qingping remained standing respectfully beside him. Su Zhixing chuckled, "Your Highness, there is no need for formality. Please, have a seat." Xiao Qingping initially intended to respond with a gesture of politeness, yet upon hearing Su Zhixing's words, he found himself uncharacteristically compelled to sit down. It seemed that there was an irresistible allure in Su Zhixing's voice, one that invoked a natural inclination to acquiesce to his wishes. A sense of astonishment washed over Xiao Qingping. He perceived this young gentleman as fathomless as the ocean, elusive and enigmatic. Chapter 91. The transmission of wisdom. The gentleman arrives in the dead of night. I wonder what brings him here. Xiao Qingping steadied his thoughts and inquired with curiosity. Su Zhixing smiled and said, "There are two matters I wish to address. The first is to express my heartfelt gratitude. Dahu has suffered injustice in Kyoto, and it was your highness who intervened on his behalf to rectify the wrongs. As his teacher, it is only proper for me to extend my thanks to you. Xiao Qimping quickly replied, Mr. Su is being too courteous. My bond with Zhao is like that of old friends. Lending a helping hand was but a trifling effort. Su Zhixing merely smiled and then continued, the second matter I wish to inquire about, your highness, is whether you are aware that after Dahu and his companions departed from the capital, they faced life-threatening peril, teetering on the brink of death? At the conclusion of Su Zhixing's statement, his tone bore an unmistakable pressure directed solely at Xiao Qimping. This caused a sudden tightening in Zhao's chest, as though a formidable hand were constricting his heart, rendering his breathing somewhat labored. His expression was one of sheer astonishment as he exclaimed, how could this be? Who seeks to take his life? Su Zhixing merely regarded him with indifference, remaining silent. Xiao Qimping's thoughts raced rapidly, and a name instinctively slipped from his lips. Xiao Qingyi. Su Zhixing's brows twitched slightly as he inquired, oh, why did your highness's thoughts first turn to the third prince? Xiao Qimping was momentarily taken aback, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He suddenly felt that, before this Mr. Su, he seemed to possess no secrets whatsoever. Su Zhixing merely posed a question, yet he inadvertently expressed his innermost thoughts. The crucial aspect is that he was entirely oblivious to the fact that he was being seduced or manipulated into making such a statement. Su Zhixing smiled lightly and gazed into Xiao Qimping's eyes, remarking, it seems that your highness shares little fraternal bond with this third prince. Concealed beneath the table, Xiao Qimping's hand clenched fiercely into his thigh, the sharp pain serving to preserve a semblance of rationality. Rather than extending Su Zhixing's line of conversation, he countered with a question, what exactly does Mr. Su intend to achieve? Su Zhixing did not respond directly, but instead posed a counter-question. Your Highness, having suffered from prolonged illness, I surmise you have endeavored numerous remedies, yet the results have been far from satisfactory. Have you ever considered that perhaps your affliction is not entirely devoid of hope? Xiao Qimping abruptly rose, his eyes brimming with incredulity. He leaned forward, bracing himself against the table, fixing Su Zhixing with an intense gaze. In a voice tinged with hoarseness, he inquired, Sir, do you possess a solution? Su Zhixing shook his head with a smile. Xiao Qimping's face instantly turned ashen, followed by a surge of intense fury in his eyes. Is it not a breach of the noble identity of an otherworldly sage to jest in such a manner? Su Zhixing chuckled. When have I ever claimed to be a transcendent master? Xiao Qimping's eyes were filled with icy disdain as he struggled to suppress his anger, replying, it is late into the night. If you have no further matters to discuss, please take your leave. Su Zhixing, however, did not rise, remaining seated opposite him. He sighed softly and spoke in a gentle tone. Your Highness, there is no need for anger. I assure you, I am not jesting. I simply have not had the opportunity to ascertain its efficacy, but nonetheless, it may be worth your while to give it a try. Xiao Qimping turned to Su Zhixing, his eyes reflecting a mixture of skepticism and hope. Su Zhixing continued, given your esteemed status, this world is certainly not devoid of miraculous herbs and masterful healers. However, your innate deficiencies cannot be remedied by mere external means. If you wish to restore yourself, the path lies solely within. Xiao Qimping remained silent. He had heard such sentiments far too often. Was the gentleman implying that he should engage in martial training and cultivate his energy? There was a hint of derision in his tone, for if Su Zhixing possessed only this level of insight, he would hardly command his respect. Yet, to his surprise, Su Zhixing shook his head once more. With your constitution, martial practice would only amplify your deterioration. It would not only prove futile but potentially detrimental. Xiao Qimping lowered his head in quiet contemplation, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, what other means remained for self-salvation? Su Zhixing remained silent as he picked up a brush from the table and unfurled a sheet of rice paper, softly uttering, grind the ink. Xiao Qimping was momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, he obediently seized the ink stick and commenced the grinding. Once the ink was prepared, Su Zhixing dipped the brush and began to inscribe flowing lines of elegant characters upon the rice paper. Xiao Qimping cast but a fleeting glance, yet found himself wholly absorbed in the unfolding script. The essence of higher learning lies in illuminating virtue, in fostering the welfare of the people, and in striving for the utmost goodness. With each stroke of his brush, Su Zhixing infused his writing with an overwhelming and profound essence. The unique spirit that belonged solely to him bestowed upon the first observer of this treatise a nearly transcendent enlightenment, allowing them to grasp its profound truths with effortless clarity. In merely half an hour, Su Zhixing completed the nearly 2,000-character essay, his handwriting immaculate and devoid of any errors or carelessness. As the final character was inscribed, Xiao Qingping emerged from that divine influence, instinctively retreating a few steps, his face a mask of astonishment. "Sir, what was that just now?" Xiao Qingping gazed at Su Zhixing in disbelief, as the passages of wisdom etched themselves in his mind with the precision of a chisel on stone. Each word and phrase indelibly imprinted. Xiao Qingping understood that he possessed no photographic memory, and it was inconceivable that he could recall such clarity from a single reading. He had not only remembered, but comprehended the underlying meanings, as though someone had forcefully implanted them within his mind. Su Zhixing smiled without offering an explanation and continued, "Let me impart to you a set of incantations. Take note of them and practice diligently each day. If you achieve some success, it may indeed confer certain benefits upon your health." Xiao Qingping remained in a state of astonishment as Su Zhixing began to recite. The incantations were not particularly complex. They comprised merely a small segment of the esteemed Confucian method for cultivating qi. Even if one were to master it to perfection, the utmost achievement would only reach the 7th rank. Moreover, the treatise on the great learning alone would not suffice for one who aspires to the profound depths of Confucian practice. However, Su Zhixing did not intend for him to become an adept in the Confucian way. Rather, he sought to provide him with tangible benefits. And attaining the 7th rank was already satisfactory. After all, this was merely an experiment, and Xiao Qingping was not his disciple. So Su Zhixing would not offer his full knowledge. Not to mention, Xiao Qingping had yet to attain the potential value recognized by the system, and even if he did, Su Zhixing had no inclination to accept a prince as a student. Once Xiao Qingping had thoroughly memorized the incantations, Su Zhixing rose and declared, "Let this be sufficient for today. Should the final outcome please His Highness, you may come to seek me again." With that, he left the small room without a backward glance. The elder waiting at the door rushed inside and inquired, "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" Xiao Qingping, momentarily dazed, shook his head in confusion. Then suddenly regained his senses and hurriedly pursued, saying, "Sir, please wait." Yet upon exiting, he found no trace of Su Zhixing. The elder, filled with anxiety, questioned, "Your Highness, what has transpired?" Moments ago, he stood outside, utterly oblivious to the sounds emanating from within the side chamber. Had it not been for the sight of Xiao Qingping, unharmed, he might have recklessly confronted a land deity, even at the cost of his own life. A glimmer of hope shone in Xiao Qingping's eyes as he excitedly covered his mouth and nose, his voice trembling, "Grandfather Bai, I might have a chance." Chapter 92. Altering Fate. The teachings of Confucianism were imparted to Xiao Qingping, a spontaneous decision by Su Zhixing. The truth was, Xiao Qingping's body had been compromised from the womb, a congenital deficiency. However, the remedy was not insurmountable. If he could succeed in martial arts, fortifying his vitality and foundational energy, he could heal without treatment. Yet, his physique was incapable of enduring the trials of martial training. Engaging in martial arts would only exacerbate his energy depletion, shortening his lifespan. In contrast, Confucianism required no such refinement of energy or depletion of vitality. It was grounded in literary essence, cultivating the magnificent true qi. Although this true qi was not as formidable as that of martial arts, it was imbued with a resplendent and grand ethos, capable of nourishing the body and enhancing vitality. At advanced stages of cultivation, it could even extend one's lifespan. Su Zhixing was uncertain if it could lead to immortality, but after years of practicing Confucianism, his appearance had remained remarkably unchanged. Despite being 28, he still resembled someone in their early 20s. Thus, he chose to impart to Xiao Qingping the foundational texts and methods for nurturing qi. With his formidable mastery of Confucianism, he directly guided him into the realm, allowing him to bypass the time-consuming study of the classics and rapidly cultivate true qi. Of course, should Xiao Qingping's heart be darkened, filled with petty ambitions, even the most profound techniques would not enable him to cultivate true qi. In such a case, Su Zhixing would abandon him entirely and seek another suitable partner for collaboration. Indeed, this was a partnership. Su Zhixing, through his cultivation of Confucianism and Taoism, approached Xiao Qingping regarding the incident involving Zhao Hu and his companions in a manner that encouraged introspection. Under the influence of this reflective capacity, the first individual that came to Xiao Qingping's mind was undoubtedly the one he deemed most likely to be involved, as well as the one he yearned to confront. It was Xiao Changping's response that motivated Su Zhixing to consider collaboration, for they shared a common adversary, the third prince of the Great Zhou, Xiao Qingyi. Su Zhixing remained oblivious to the animosity between Xiao Qingping and Xiao Qingyi, as the Listening Wind Tower had not provided him with any pertinent information on the matter. It sufficed for him to know that Xiao Qingping also sought to bring down Xiao Qingyi. This alone could solidify the foundation for their collaboration. In order to alleviate Xiao Qingping's suspicions and encourage him to cooperate, Su Zhixing knew he must offer tangible benefits. For Xiao Qingping, the most coveted desire was undoubtedly to possess a robust and healthy body. After all, at merely 15 years of age, he had no inclination to meet an early demise. Nor did he wish to live each day counting down the moments of his life. Thus, Su Zhixing imparted to him the teachings of Confucianism and Taoism. While he could not guarantee their efficacy with absolute certainty, his own experiences with these teachings suggested that, even if they could not provide a complete cure, they would certainly yield some benefits. This, in itself, was sufficient. Once a partnership with Xiao Qingping was established, the esteemed elder could also be of service to him, alleviating any concerns regarding the potential retaliation from the third prince. However, at that moment, aside from awaiting news from Xiao Qingping, Su Zhixing had another task at hand. Previously, he had contemplated diverting the third prince's pursuit of Zhao Hu and his companions towards himself. Yet, it now appeared prudent to reconsider this strategy. Should he collaborate with Xiao Qingping, it would be wiser for him to remain in the shadows, avoiding any public exposure. Consequently, Su Zhixing instructed the Listening Wind Tower to forge an official record of the deaths of Zhao Hu and his companions, stating they had perished hundreds of miles from the capital, and to send this information back to Longquan Town. He also conveyed several directives and arrangements for Longquan Town. Furthermore, he arranged for 2 corpses to impersonate Zhao Hu and He Zhiqiu, ensuring they were interred in Longquan Town, and that even the families of Zhao Hu and He Zhiqiu remained oblivious to the truth, firmly believing the ruse. The intent behind this deception was to create an illusion for the third prince, leading him to believe that Zhao Hu and his companions were indeed deceased. As for the black-clad young assassin who failed to report back after his mission, that was a matter left to their own speculations. Having completed these tasks, Su Zhixing quietly awaited Xiao Qingping's arrival. 2 days later, the Listening Wind Tower indeed relayed news that someone had ventured to Longquan Town to investigate the demise of Zhao Hu and He Zhiqiu, and had been inquiring about the whereabouts of Zhao Hu